A federal case? Yes, sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. It's called the Fair Housing Act. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to hud.gov/fairhousing. That's hud.gov/fairhousing. And if you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
What are you cleaning up?
Someone's belly. More people are getting healthy thanks to small step number 121. Eat before grocery shopping.
Clean up on aisle 5.
Please don't let it be someone's thunder thighs.
Learn more at smallstep.gov. A message from the USDHHS and the Ad Council.
For all 106.7 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC-HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot! You get a goal! You get a goal! Carlson, a shot, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. (2004). Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, February 25th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Morning.
Morning, Johnny Cake Sawville.
Hey, hello.
And Jason Bishop.
Yo, what's up?
That is the foursome.
What's up?
Olympics are done. That means the NHL back in action. We're going to talk to Coach Carbs.
Yeah, let's
Spencer
go.
Carberry at 7 o'clock.
Let's go, Caps.
Combine, NFL free agency, that's all coming up here in the next couple of weeks. Daniel Kelly, a former Jet scout, he's going to join us at 8:40. We'll get his take on some of the first-round draft picks, the quarterbacks. He often has controversial takes, but he claims he's at a 70% hit rate on quarterbacks.
Oh, really?
Not high on Fernando Mendoza.
Really?
So we can talk to Daniel Kelly about that at 8:40, and then Benjamin Solak's going to join us at 9:25. He's an NFL analyst at ESPN. I was looking at Mel Kiper's latest mock draft.
Mm-hmm.
He has 4 guys from Ohio State in the top 7.
Yeah.
Yep, he does.
Crazy.
Pretty impressive.
Got the Skins taking one of them.
Yep.
Has the Commanders taking Sonny Styles, I believe.
Yes. Yep, the linebacker. I suppose if you get any of those guys, you'll be happy.
You'll be happy with those guys,
Yeah.
I mean, he's got Downs going 2 to the Jets. It's pretty high.
That is pretty high, especially for a safety. High selection.
I saw a mock that somebody did yesterday, one of the bigger name ones, I can't remember, but they had Bain and Downs available. I'm trying to think, if that was the case, who would I want? I'm trying to think, who would Durante want? I think he might take Downs.
You might want the more versatile guy.
He might take Downs.
Might not be a wrong answer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not saying, for sure. And I definitely don't know the answer.
As long as you're okay with the guy with short arms, that's the big knock on Reuben Bain Jr.
Yeah, the production belies that.
Yeah. I mean, he's an animal.
Yeah.
He gets after the passer. I know that.
All right. So he's not perfect when you look at him, like, from a number standpoint, but when you look at what the production, pretty darn good.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Yeah, Ohio State, they just crank them out.
They do. Got all kinds of athletes over there.
The other one that you don't hear as much about, but in there is Arvell Reese, the linebacker from Ohio State, who Kiper has Tennessee taking at 4. Then, of course, the receiver, Carnell Tate. I mean, honestly, if they pick
before that.
Right. Well, we'll
Gain
see.
some extra picks
I mean,
if you can.
when you're drafting, if they stay at 7, you're drafting at 7, you know you're going to get a really good player.
Right.
Sonny Styles would be the Bobby Wagner replacement. I have seen more whispers that Bobby Wagner is going to return.
I know. It's kind of mind-blowing. But I will say, in his defense, his numbers are pretty staggering for what 162 tackles. I think he had about 4.5 sacks.
When we did stick to the model, I actually retained.
Yeah. I can't have
Bobby
him as
Wagner.
an every down player.
I had him too. I think I kept him.
I can't have him as an every down player, but maybe a couple downs.
Yeah, he'd only play 95% of the snaps in 2026 instead of 100%.
Maybe if he played like 2 out of 3 downs or something. I don't know.
When I was driving around, I was listening to Doc Walker on the Burgundy and Gold show. I might be botching the title of the show.
Yeah.
On Team 980 at 4:00, and I think the thought was he could be a first down linebacker, and then depending on the situation, you play him against the run.
Yeah, that's in a perfect world. That's what makes sense to me. As a guy that wouldn't have any idea how to scheme up defense, but that makes sense to me. I guess probably a lot depends on what Durante Jones's philosophy is.
So on the outline we have here, it says, listener wants to treat Cakes after his worst day ever. First of all, what was your worst day ever? I know that I guess you did the Surfside.
I think he's talking about yesterday. I didn't know that there were additional items outside.
Yeah, I mean, what made it the worst day ever?
Listener's worst day or Cakes' worst day?
No, Cakes' worst day ever was cataloged to me in a message.
All right.
And I didn't really think about it until he put it in order of all the events that happened for Cakes.
Okay, right.
And
I was unaware of this.
What did we miss?
So this is what he said. He goes, "What is Cakes' favorite breakfast? I need to order him something. He had the worst day I've seen someone have on the show in a long time."
Wow. Okay, it took big L's.
Number 1.
Okay.
Poker loser after loser.
Yeah, I mean it was not my time at MTM National Harbor.
But those were different days. That wasn't actually yesterday.
He does make a point that
he talked about it.
I entered 3 events and
he brought it up on yesterday's show.
Yeah,
okay. That's when we all found out.
He played the day before.
Yeah. The worst take I've heard with the website coach list. Obvious he had no clue. It was alphabetical and still tried to save it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's fine. I mean, I was unaware of that they do it alphabetically. I just thought that they should.
Well, I know,
have
but we
listed in order of
explain.
That's nonsensical.
Kevin Davis thinks he's a dick.
because he said that Kevin is
I
always
still
like
need to know who the mole is.
negative.
Or did I say something on the air?
I'm sure you said something on the air.
Maybe it was something on the air that
It's
rubbed
probably
him
just
the wrong way.
a flippant comment like, oh, when Kevin Davis comes on, it's going to be might be a downer because
Well,
he's
of course.
talking about crime
He
in the
talks about
community.
murders.
Yeah, crime's not cheery, Cakes.
It's not. A lot of people are into it, but it's not.
I'll give
generally
you a pass
cheery
on that
topic.
one. I'll give you a pass.
Yeah, but it's not good. No, well, I wouldn't because it's not good having the chief of police being mad at you.
Understood. Now I don't think he was really mad. He's kind of doing a bit, but
Might be
okay.
a smidge mad.
Maybe tad
Smidge
mad.
He's playful with you.
And then the chug.
Yeah, the chug was.
bad.
That was really bad.
That was bad.
It was so bad. I was fine just drinking it at my moderate pace, but I think it was EB especially peer pressuring me to go faster, and I caved to the peer pressure, I tried to open up the gullet, and it just wouldn't work.
Did your kids shame you later in the day seeing the clip? Because I'm sure it crossed their feed at some point.
Luckily, my kids they were too busy doing their other pursuits, I think, to actually see.
They didn't shoot you a text and say, "Dad."
I mean,
that was
my oldest
embarrassing."
kid, he's doing like nights at the hospital. Like he doesn't care. My daughter was snowbound in Boston, lucky to get out.
Yeah.
And then my youngest son, he's at College Park.
I would just think it would cross their feed over a 24-hour period.
It might have, but
and then it would be so humiliating to the family
They
name.
didn't point it out to me.
They didn't shoot you a text later in the day
that they're ashamed of their dad for not being a man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're tapped into their lives.
Yeah. They care about what is going on with them.
It goes on to say it was honestly bad. He also mentioned he was drinking midday yesterday, then had a drink on the show. What's going on with Cakes?
Well, okay. Now, to qualify that, I had one beer at a casino at like 2:00 in the afternoon. Like probably 80% of the other patrons of the casino. So it's not like I was the only...
I don't think it goes into the four other things that he had listed. And but then I told him that your breakfast order is usually a sausage, egg McMuffin, no cheese, but you are fasting.
And with a large Diet Coke. Extra large Diet Coke.
So I told him, I said, just send Cakes a big iced coffee.
Oh, that's perfect. And if it shows up today, that's even more perfect. I love it.
How is the fasting going? I mean, yesterday was a cheat day.
going-
After that, it was fine though. Just the
Yesterday?
beer chug.
Hold on,
and
you count the Surfside as a cheat?
I mean, it'll break you fast.
Really? Okay.
We forced him. We forced him.
I mean,
we forced
Other
him.
than that, it's been going fine. I mean,
Or a little
I've
earlier.
been pretty good. I've been pretty sticking to
Look, he wants to be sexy
protocol.
at this
yeah.
I need to
wedding.
be
I know.
sexy.
I get it.
I'm bringing sexy back. I need to do that.
Are you wearing like a tux or anything?
No.
No, just a
It's
little suit. Because
suit.
smaller
Yeah.
wedding, right?
Yeah, it's a smaller wedding.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
suit.
Yeah.
Standard Nubs dark suit that I would wear to either a wedding and or a funeral.
I wear my suit. I have 3 or 4 suits. I don't have 100 of them. I have 3 or 4. I wear.
Yeah, you're not Joe B.
I wear them so infrequently that it's often a question as to whether or not I fit into it.
Oh, that's always a
It's
question.
often a question.
Yeah.
I wear it so
And
infrequently.
I definitely have to bring it to the dry cleaner.
Yeah.
That's a must.
Yeah.
I think I bought a tux.
Really?
I think you did too.
I had to buy a tux
James
for
Bond?
that Dancing with the Stars event.
Right. Figured out.
I'm not sure where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when else are you going to wear it?
I guess it's right next to the other suits, but
Yeah.
I don't know which one would be the tux.
I mean, I'd be putting that on eBay. I mean, because you're never going to wear it again.
I literally only wear a suit at weddings and funerals.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Nothing
when else
like,
would you?
Maybe church or something, but I don't do that.
A suit to church?
Like a Christmas or Easter or something, maybe.
Okay.
Right.
But
That's true.
Not really though. But I don't. You know, wear like nice dress pants and a sweater or something. I'm not going to wear a suit. Just don't wear
I've
suits.
got one suit. Uno.
You're down to
all you
one.
need.
That's all I need.
Just
He's
one
been
decent
rocking
suit.
the same one for about a decade.
No, I have a newer one, but I only need one.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
The one you're talking about just didn't fit anymore.
Yeah.
Right. That's what happens.
Right.
Yeah, that
Got a little
happens.
tight around the waist.
That's
I had
what
a
happens.
silly Hugo Boss suit when I when I did a bit with Nordstrom, and I was in like a local goofball fashion show for 5 seconds.
Wow.
Rocking my new suit.
How was your walk?
I was a model.
Did you have a good walk?
Walk was terrible. But the suit
you walk palms
the
up?
suit was baller. The Hugo Boss silly. Nicest suit I've ever
You're the
owned.
world's squattiest.
Yes. I
model.
did not fit all the criteria for most models. And when I say it was a fashion show,
America's
I mean,
Next Squat Model.
I mean, it was off to the side in a Nordstrom, it wasn't a goof, but
more
it was
people
kind of
could
a goof.
relate to cakes than
Yeah,
they
I
can to
know.
tall, skinny models.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, with a six pack.
Yeah, right. I know. I get it.
This is a very geeky reference. EB's going to get it. There are only so many Patrick Antoniuses walking around on the planet.
Not everybody's dreamy.
That landed for EB.
Yeah.
Everybody else doesn't know.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah.
dreamy poker player.
No idea who that is.
coming from your mouth, I would bet my life it was a poker player.
He's a poker player. I think he's from Finland.
Yeah.
So he's from one of the Linds over there.
Is he still big in the high
I
stakes world?
don't know.
Yeah.
He's big on the YouTube that I watch of all the
All the over and
WSOPs
over
from 15 years ago.
Right.
He's big there.
2010s, he was big.
Yeah, I'm stuck in the 2010s. Yeah. That's what I do.
You watch the main event.
Main event. Yes.
Main event only.
It has to be main event. I'm very discerning.
Hey, are you going back out there this summer?
I don't know. TBD. If I get
Oh, you
if I get a free
Oh, yeah, of
roll
course, you
again,
get a free roll,
I'm
right.
Who was your
going.
sponsor last year? Do you remember?
Gulf Coast Poker.
That's right.
.net.
Have you reached out?
Not really. No.
You
I would
should reach
think-
out.
I mean,
I would
as
think
we
they
get
would send
closer-
you back because they got a lot of pub
True.
and you made money
Right.
and they got, what did they get, 50%? Was it 50-50 cut?
No, they got 65%.
Oh, 65. Okay.
Yeah. But again, they're free rolling me, so I'm not complaining about the percentage.
I would think that they would probably send you back out.
I would hope so. I would go.
Just my guess.
I would go.
If you want to chime in throughout the show, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067, 745. We'll play Junkie Shootout. You can win tickets to go see Matt Rife. And as we mentioned, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Caps. The playoff push here is underway. He will join us at 7 o'clock on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
JP Finley here for my team over at Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria, where they have a simple philosophy: keep the customers happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Lincolns, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. And Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria has a great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles. Plus, they offer free Virginia State inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria. Let's ride together.
Make an easy weeknight dinner with Whole Foods Market. Save 30% on Rayo's pastas, soups, frozen items, and 24-ounce pasta sauces with Prime. Perfect for an Italian-inspired meal with the family. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hey, what's up? It's Sandy Ruya here from my friends and trusted realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're planning to sell your home, I personally recommend you work with the best. They sold my place. Call the Reynolds of Power Home Team. For over 35 years, Debbie and Sarah have been helping thousands of families sell and buy homes in our area. If you want to maximize the sale of your home, here's why you need to call Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. They already have the buyers. Over 16,300 buyers in waiting. These buyers are screened and looking to buy right now. As a result, they sell their homes 3 times faster and net their sellers 4.27% more money on average. It's over $30,000 more dollars right in your pocket. It's the difference between settling and selling smart. They simply get results. And the best part, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. Guaranteed in writing. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Guys, it's GP for my friends over at Lindsay. This is the stretch where you lean on your top line. And at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, my guy, General Manager Danny Dimes, has the roster ready. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, big minutes, steady shifts, no scrambling on the bench. Lindsay Chevys lighten the lamp with the real inventory and smart pricing that holds up under pressure. And remember, you see, rates already included up front. No late whistles. That's a wide open look. Take it from your guy, GP. You will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Mostly cloudy, temperature in the mid-30s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley coming at you live from the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis. Packed show on the program. NFL Network's Mark Ross will join us at 10:15. Daniel Jeremiah, DJ, will join us at 11:40. And at 1 o'clock, D'Angelo Hall, will join the program. Going to be a fun show.
Brian Mitchell and JP Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app. It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Time now to open up the Junkies sports page.
Brought to you by Open Road Distilling Company, Reston Town Center. Whiskeys are now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. You can choose from their smooth and flavorful Eagle Eye Rye, the rich and complex Maple Old Fashioned, and the bold and robust Indy Bourbon. So whether you, and of course you can always go in and sample their gin and vodka too. Their dark liquors are available at Northern Virginia ABC stores. But of course, go on over there and mention our name. Have a great time. Have a great meal.
You know, I was having like 2 old fashions a night for about 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then I stopped and then barely drinking. I'm going to Orlando tomorrow.
All right.
Yep.
And we have friends that are going to meet us. I will drink at least 2 of those nights for sure.
Okay.
Because they're just my friends I drink with.
You're gonna go light, medium, hard.
Medium.
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 You're gonna keep it
medium,
like
leading towards light.
Like Coach Zorn.
Medium towards light.
Yeah.
But definitely meat. But I think more medium than light.
Got it.
If that makes any sense. A couple drinks, maybe Friday. Couple maybe Saturday.
Staying honest, acting.
But
medium.
I do miss it. I do love a.
You miss the booze.
I do.
Yeah.
I don't miss feeling kind of poopy.
Yeah.
Kind of poopy, and you don't realize because you get used to it.
Yeah.
When you drink every day, you get used to just kind of feeling kind of burpy and a little gross.
Yeah, and the
It's all
next
about
morning
noon.
you feel like ass.
Yeah, it's all about noon.
I mean, unless you just go mild.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like I was going hard, but 2 drinks a day, and then you feel just kind of gross, burpy, and then about noon you feel okay, and then you get excited again. Start drinking about 7.
And you get pumped for those drinks coming down the pipe in about 7 hours.
I do miss it, but I'm gonna reacquaint myself with that. For 2 drinks.
You can have a reunion.
2 drinks Friday, 2
Very
drinks
nice.
Saturday.
Very good.
I'm looking forward to it.
And you're going to be in Orlando, like you mentioned. And you mentioned yesterday during a commercial break that your daughter's travel volleyball team is playing the number 1 travel team in the country.
Yes,
where are they based out of?
Texas.
Texas.
We're literally playing the number. And I don't know, 10,000, 20,000 volleyball teams. I don't know how many. It's 17U.
But they're just D1 players everywhere.
Where are they hosting us at Jerry World? I mean, like, where do you host such
Because
an
the
event?
convention center, Orlando.
It is a convention center. I can't remember which one it is. It's an older venue, if I remember correctly.
Right.
But yeah, Friday morning, 8 a.m. while you guys are kicking around the sports page or something. Our girls will be battling the best in the country.
Hope they have a good showing.
Yeah.
Number 1 team in the country.
Yeah.
Ballers.
They're good.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
sure
we
they
have
are.
a bunch of D1
You got D1
kids.
players.
We got a bunch of them too.
Yeah.
But they're
But
they're like going to like places where you can win national
Big
championships.
10, SEC.
They're
right,
going. Yeah. I mean, we have girls going to UVA.
Yeah.
A couple of them.
Are you mentally prepared for hammer meeting nail? Like that sort of.
Well, you're gonna go out
or
there.
will it be competitive?
Hey, Chaminade beat UVA.
That is true.
Right?
It's a very good point.
I mean,
Always
Villanova beat Georgia.
Hey, you want to support the underdogs?
Yeah, I mean, it happens.
Yeah.
I mean, NC State won a national title.
UMBC beat UVA.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you
It
can do
happens.
You could do it.
Once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
That'll
That'll be fun.
I'd be mentally prepared to be the nail, but I don't know how you're approaching
Well,
it.
you
But
certainly don't tell the kids that.
No, of course not.
Yeah, you go out there and ball out and do
I'm
your best.
talking about as a parent.
Yeah, as a parent, believe me, I'm prepared.
Yeah, I get it.
Hey, I
Hence
want
the drinking.
I want to mention
called coping.
Yesterday after the show, I went over to Howard University. I was going to go over there and talk to, because I haven't seen the hoops coaches
You
in a
didn't
while.
audit a class
No,
yesterday.
I did not.
I wish you would have.
Hoops class.
I was going to go over there to see Kenny Blakeney, the head coach, Rod Bolanos, the assistant, and some of their guys. Turns out they weren't there because I guess they have off on Tuesdays and they work remote because there's no practice on Tuesdays.
Okay.
That's a bizarre thing. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah. Well, I think sometimes they go in, but yesterday they decided not to. Anyway,
Guys are doing remote layup lines.
so I went over to the football office because there's a friend of a friend who just got hired as the offensive line coach, Bob
You have
Whitmore.
so many connections.
I do have a lot. I know a lot of people.
You know a lot of people. It's true.
Bob Whitmore played at Stanford and then got drafted by the Falcons, played for the Falcons, a couple other teams.
Okay.
So I wanted to introduce excuse me?
Was he a lineman?
He was an offensive lineman, yeah.
The name's somewhat familiar.
Yeah. And so he's now the new offensive line coach at Howard. But I just wanted to go in there and introduce myself. And I met their new head coach, Ted White,
Okay.
who played at Howard.
All right.
Played quarterback. He played for the Chiefs for a while.
You just going around introducing yourself to everybody?
Well, let me say,
I think I
Howard
remember that.
University's football office, very small.
I remember that
can
name.
imagine.
Ted
Yeah.
White. I remember that dude's name.
Yeah, and he was just hired
Yeah.
as their head coach.
Okay. Good.
Anyway, but nice guys. Met the offensive coordinator. I think his name is Jimmy Johnson. I think it's Jimmy Johnson.
You're basically part of the staff. You're an honorary coach.
Well, you walk in the football office, and Coach White was sitting on a couch because his office was getting renovated.
Yeah.
So he's just got his computer there and just sitting on a couch. I didn't know who it was when I walked by him. I asked him what Coach Whitmore's office was.
Yeah.
Coach Whitmore's office was 5 steps ahead.
Are you trying to say that
the offices are like right next to each
their
other.
facilities aren't like when you go to Texas
It's a little
or
different.
LSU?
It's a little different.
Understood. Smaller budget.
But Coach White was coaching at Maryland last year.
Okay.
I believe he was in maybe he was an analyst.
Right.
But anyway,
Locks.
nice guys, really nice guys. Coach White and Coach Whitmore. So just want to give a shout out to the Howard U football
By
team.
the
They
way,
got their spring game coming up in I guess it's April.
You know, it's at Howard, so obviously they don't have the facilities of the big time spots, is what kind of you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Chase Hughes yesterday put out on Twitter that I guess Duke was enamored with the Wizards locker room. And they put out like a 40-second video of the whole, I watched it, obviously.
Really?
And the Wizards getting a lot of props for the renovations they're doing over there.
Put a lot of money in over there.
Yeah.
Right. Well, didn't Anthony Davis do the same thing? He says it's one of the best.
He was hyping it up.
Yeah, one of the best locker rooms in terms of aesthetics he's ever
and
seen.
it impressed Duke, which they get the best of the best.
Correct.
Hey, Boozer said it looked like one of the best lockers he's ever seen.
Right.
Yeah.
And he knows that one of those could be his.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Right.
I hope his name's hanging
I think
above
he had
one of
a
them.
good game last night.
Who?
Cameron Boozer.
Oh yeah, they only won by 45. Is that good when you go? It's
pretty good.
No, I mean, it's Notre Dame. Notre Dame's not very good.
Pretty
but
solid.
You win by 45 is pretty good.
I'll retweet Chase's thing so people can see the little 40-second video. Pretty impressive what they're doing over there.
Yeah.
You know, I know originally Ted wanted to move or maybe that was just a leverage move.
Yeah.
But they're doing big things.
Yeah.
Doing
It's
big.
A lot of renos
amazing.
going on at Capital One Arena.
Yeah.
By the way, I looked at Howard's upcoming schedule for 2026.
Yeah. Who do they open up with?
Well, I mean, they open up with Alabama A&M.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they were playing a power school.
Then they host the Richmond Spiders.
All right.
And then the following week, they're going to get a big fat payday.
Yeah.
Because
they go to
Indiana.
Indiana. There you go.
So that's got to be a big payday for Howard. Good for them.
$1 million maybe?
Oh, I would guess more than that.
I don't know what the big schools pay.
To go get dismantled by a Big Ten team.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guessing that's what's going to happen. No disrespect to Howard.
They're just nice guys over there. Basketball staff too. So Combine hasn't officially started, but they're doing interviews and stuff yesterday. So I saw Adam Peters. Of course, JP Finley's there.
Yep.
Saw Adam Peters up on the podium talking about Brandon Ayuk and talking about Tunsil and his deal. They want to extend him. But apparently the Lions staff was talking about David Blau.
They were asked about him.
Yeah. David Blau, of course, the new offensive coordinator for the Commanders, and Dan Campbell, current coach of the Lions, but of course Blau was on that staff, was talking about David Blau.
I love Blau. I mean, he was one of the guys that I wanted to bring in, and Coach Quinn and those guys went ahead and named him OC, which is smart by them. I think Blau is a young, rising coach in this league. I've been around him firsthand, and he's another one, man. He's sharp. He understands football and quarterback play. He knows the run game. And he's a detailed guy, and he's competitive, man. He's very competitive, so I think he's going to do a great job.
Yeah. Good words of praise for Blau.
I think Ben Johnson was also
he's got
asked about.
My experience with Blau has been as a player, but you could kind of tell early on that coaching was going to be in his calling as well. He's got a unique ability to relate with those guys, and it doesn't matter what position it is. Those guys, they all rally to him. He certainly did that when he was a player. He elevates the people around him, and I think that's always the biggest compliment you can give somebody.
I heard that, watched that yesterday. I believe them, right? Everyone, he resonates with the players. He's got a great. Man, he is so boring at the podium. Though. I just don't see it, but I believe them.
Yeah.
But I would love to see it in action.
Hopefully his offense isn't a bore fest like him.
Yeah.
I'm like, if that's the case, if it matches his personality, it's going to be rough.
But at the podium, Ben Johnson, kind of boring.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
And then,
except for when he gets in the locker room after wins.
Yeah, then he does his better best whole little routine, and the players seem all into him.
And
his offense
becomes cheesy. I'm not a big Ben Johnson guy.
Yeah, I know you're not.
I just don't think there's much correlation between podium and coaching.
There may not be, but he's boring. That I can tell you.
I'm a big BJ guy. I love that guy.
Me too, but not Ben Johnson.
Right.
Come on now, Deez. That's doable. It's so early. Oh!
Come on. You're an old soul, Valdez.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just trying to protect us.
It's what Eric said.
Yeah.
Cakes was fine.
It's fine.
But if you saw Blau after a big win or a touchdown, go, F yeah.
Yeah, I would like that.
You'd like that.
Of course.
But that wouldn't be cheesy. But
No,
Ben
that's
Johnson.
normal.
But Ben Johnson's cheesy.
Ben Johnson's
because
better,
he does it.
best, better than the rest. That's cheesy.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I agree.
But F the Packers isn't cheesy.
Cheesy.
No, that's the
just,
Packers is just classless.
That's just fiery.
No, you do that behind closed doors. I don't care.
Brotherhood's not cheesy.
Brotherhood's cheesy.
Okay.
I've been from day one called DQ cheesy. Day one.
Who's not cheesy? I want to hear who's not cheesy.
I don't know.
Probably tons.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan's cheesy.
I don't think Vrabel's a cheesy
He's straightforward.
Yeah, I don't know.
Vrabel does his bit where he hugs every player after.
That's
every
fine.
game.
That seems genuine.
I don't think
They all have their own.
Nick
shit.
Saban was not cheesy.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't. Think
there's a million guys who aren't cheesy.
Yeah, I don't think Sean Payton's cheesy.
No, he's just kind of a douche.
Yeah, he's a douche. Oh, he's cheesy. I believe me. I got opinions on all these guys. I'm happy to tell you what it is.
So there's a lot going on, and of course, I believe the actual players will be on the field starting tomorrow.
Thursday.
Today's the 25th, correct?
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Just losing track.
I think
of days.
linemen, when it like D linemen, like day one,
Are they
something
starting?
like that.
Yeah.
I think.
All right, so we can kind of focus on that when they get on the field. Caps back in action finally tonight.
Let's go.
After 3 weeks. Can't remember when the last game was. I'm going to call it about February 3rd,
It was
2nd.
It was against the Predators, I believe.
We talked about it. They had won maybe 4 or 5 before the break.
4 out of 5
So
before
they
the
were
break.
kind of heating up a little bit.
Yep.
Let's see how they respond.
Chucky's back. That's good news for the Capitals.
Yeah.
Good. Back in
Off the
action.
IR.
7 o'clock tonight, playing at home against Philly.
Okay.
So, in all these games, there's only 23 games left for the Caps.
No, 29.
Oh, I'm sorry, 29.
Yeah, they played 50. They played 59.
Wait a minute.
Correct?
He's correct. It's 23.
I thought it was 23.
My brain is just exploding. I'm going to have
23.
another bad day, apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently, yesterday was a really bad day. Now I'm just making it even worse today. You're correct.
Yes.
23 games left.
Yes,
It's a
because
sprint to the
they
finish.
played 59.
They played 59.
So 59
Yes.
plus 23 would be 82.
It would, yes. That's how math works.
Don't know where your 29 came from.
He
I was
got the
thinking
59.
I got the numbers mixed up. It happens.
I didn't see. I saw the clips of the men's hockey team in the White House with Trump, and then I saw a little bit of a clip. I didn't watch the State of the Union. You couldn't pay me to watch the State of the Union.
I'm with you.
But I saw them.
Well, you could, but it had to be a lot.
That'd be a lot of money.
Yeah.
But Trump introduced them. I couldn't tell where they were. Like
They came in
the
from the top
Capitol.
of the chamber. Like, they didn't come in down on
down
the ground
low.
level.
Right. But
Usually
it
the
looked like there
call-outs
was only
up
about.
top.
It wasn't the entire roster.
No, because at least 5 of those guys didn't make it.
They had to leave.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking those. So the guys that were there last night must not be playing tonight because there's no way they could just get on a plane and get into
Probably not. I mean,
whatever
that
city.
was kind of late last night.
That was late. Yeah.
They'd take a PJ.
Well, I guess. I'm not sure how they were getting in and out of town, but I don't think they were in a PJ. Were they in a PJ when they flew into
Looked
Miami?
like a chartered flight.
Yeah, charter. Anyway, so
Well, yeah, when they're
they were-
together, but I'm saying individually they could take private jets to whatever city they need to go to because they're on different teams.
They could, and they're going to have to. They're going to have to take different flights. But I thought that was pretty cool that they were the talk of the State of the Union. The Wizards, they did what they had to do last night.
Yes, they did. They fulfilled the mission.
All right,
Sloppy
let me see.
game.
Let me make sure that my money line parlay won.
Well, the Hawks definitely covered if you took the Hawks
I took the
points.
I took the Hawks to win money line, but I money lined them with the Sixers.
Okay.
Oh, Sixers beat the Pacers by 21.
There was a double take
Winner.
game.
Yeah.
This is why the Wizards might be fine. I think it was the Mavericks against the Nets,
Yes.
and the Mavs won.
The Mavs beat the Nets.
Now, they're not close to where the Wizards are, but
Yeah.
there are probably 8 to 10 teams tanking.
Yeah, I think Ben pointed out after the game, I think that they're back in 4th. They have the 4th worst. So they're right teetering right there. I mean, really, if you want to guarantee you don't lose the pick and just take it all out, you have to finish bottom 4.
Yeah.
Well, currently they are 4th.
They're
Yeah.
4th. Yeah.
Pelicans got the win, which was huge for that. But interestingly enough, the Pelicans are at a point where they're not incentivized to tank.
Right, 'cause
They
they
should
don't
be
have to pick.
incentivized to play their young players.
Yeah.
But they benched Queen. And they're playing DeAndre Jordan and DeAndre Murray as well. So, like, I'm not sure what the plan is in New
DeAndre
Orleans.
Jordan's been in the league a long time. But it's made a lot of money.
If it leads to them winning more games, I'm all for it.
Please do it.
So 16, right? They got 16 wins.
Look at the Bulls trying to make a push. They're not going to catch the real tankers, but they've lost 10 straight. I applaud their effort.
Wow.
I don't know if they're trying to lose. They might just suck. Lost 10 straight. Even the worst tanker right now.
So a lot of these
Brooklyn's
teams
lost
are
5.
trying to lose, and they suck.
Yeah, okay.
So the Wiz, who of course we wanted them to lose in Atlanta. They play Atlanta again in Atlanta.
It's weird. They did these like back to back.
They did this with the Pacers here.
Yeah. We've talked about it. It's to cut down
the travel.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And the Wizards will lose again to the Hawks.
Yes. Is it tonight or tomorrow night?
I believe it's tomorrow.
Okay.
Although my eyes are so bad.
Yeah, can you get some readers? You might need some readers.
I have readers at my house. I just forget to bring them in. I can't see this computer.
Yeah, but readers not going to really help you with that.
That's true because it's a little farther away.
Too far. You need bifocals.
It's depressing. Yeah. It really is. So the Wiz lose. We talked about some of those scores. We talked about the Mel Kiper mock draft. There was an article on CBS Sports about Jeremiah Love and where he might go in the draft.
They're also speculating on what he might run at the combine. There's some talk they think he could hit the high 4.39s, or in that range, just below 4.4.
Yeah,
which would just be crazy.
So this article says that he could go 8 to the Saints.
They're done with Kamara.
They need an RB.
Well, Kamara's getting up there in years.
They needed a young RB.
Yeah,
this makes a lot of sense. Chiefs at 9.
The Chiefs have struggled to have a real potent rusher over the last.
I do think that there is a chance. It's low, but I do think there is a chance he could go 7 to Washington. We have one running back under contract.
Right.
I do think there's a chance. And they talked about, and we're going to play some of these clips later, that they're focusing on explosive players. Well, who's more explosive than him?
He's
not many in this class.
Good. He's damn good. They talk about the Rams at 13. Now they've got Kyron Williams.
If he lasts at 13.
They also have Blake Corum, who they were working in a decent amount, at least in the second half of the season. So I'd be stunned if the Rams took a shot on him.
And they also talk about the Ravens at 14.
You imagine?
It's an heir apparent to King Henry. I mean, King Henry can't play forever.
Right.
But what a backfield.
That would be pretty amazing if you're trotting out Derrick Henry and Love.
Jeez.
I didn't know where Mel Kiper had him going.
He had him 8, I thought I saw that. Yeah.
No, he's got him 9 to the Chiefs.
9 to the Chiefs, right.
I think that makes a lot of sense for Love to go to Kansas City. I mean, because they've kind of struggled with RBs the last couple of years. Guys getting hurt. And, using 2 or 3 guys. If they can get an every down back, that would make sense for the Chiefs to take Jeremiah Love. But we'll see.
Phone number is 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Coming up next, a new ride for Valdez. Ooh. But is it the right ride?
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is... Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right.
We are football.
Touchdown! Are we good to go?
Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at Capital One Arena on March 7th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Hey, do you own a home and thinking about moving up, but worried about 2 mortgages? Hey, I'm John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. I help homeowners sell fast and stress-free. I guarantee to sell your home at your price and on your timeline, or my team will buy it. Want to skip the stress? Take my instant cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no cleaning. We've got buyers in waiting, so your next move could start today. Visit johnsellsdmv.com. That's JON sellsdmv.com, or call 301-900-3052 and start packing.
Love is in the air at Lindsay Volvo. Whether you're single, a couple, or can't figure out where to fit that family of yours, choose a sexy XC40, 60, or 90 with alluring APRs on gas and plug-in hybrids. Fidelity is rewarded at Lindsay with loyalty offers for returning Volvo owners on new purchases. It's better the second time around too, with some seductive specials on our certified by Volvo cars. Remember, you can't spell love without Volvo. In the tender heart of Alexandria or at lindsayvolvocars.com.
Get more out of every mile when you share the ride to work. With carpooling, you'll have time to relax, save money, and pick up new friends. Commuter Connections can help you find carpool partners who live and work near you, even if you're commuting just a few days a week. It's a free service. Carpooling. Every dollar saved, every friend made. Register for free carpool partner ride matching at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
So I was looking at Twitter yesterday, and I saw a nice picture of a beautiful green vehicle that Matt Valdez got from Ted Britt Ford.
Yeah, it looked nice.
But apparently you're getting criticism, Valdez?
Well, God, I love our listeners. They're so funny. First of all, I just want to say it was in poor timing, too. Because JP, everyone thought I was doing a crypto scam. Because JP was showing off his Dodge Durango or whatever it was, and saying, I got this through Bitcoin.
Right, I got this through my crypto gains.
So I'm had that same bug or whatever JP had.
So I'm officially, I signed paperwork, and I just bought a brand new Ford Bronco Sport from Ted Britt Ford.
Nice.
And
you actually needed a 4-wheel drive.
I needed a new car. I needed a new car. I had 260,000 miles on my.
How many miles you had on that thing?
Yeah, and it started leaking oil all the time.
Props to the
I ran it into the ground.
Didn't want to workhorse. Gotcha.
Yeah. I got sized for no car payment, too.
Right.
So
Sure.
I was running that thing into the ground.
Yeah, of course.
So I ended up getting my new car because the other one was it was trash, and I wanted to show my support for Ted Britt and just show everyone how happy I was.
Of course.
And I posted the picture, and first of all, everyone thought it was the crypto scam.
Yeah.
Right,
And that was making me LOL.
Yeah.
And I finally had to retweet it.
Right.
And say, no, this is not a crypto scam.
Right.
I thought I did so by putting the word "sized"
Right.
in when I was talking about it.
It wasn't that like template that you saw
Yes,
in JP's
exactly.
and like Jenkins's. Like,
So
tweets.
and then I finally
And
I put
Dave Johnson.
I put two and two together.
Yeah.
It was like it's kind of close to JP's post that he did. But I did not realize this, and I got many comments about the Ford Bronco Sport that everyone's calling it a chick car.
You know what's interesting about that? I got to tell you.
Doesn't look like it to me.
That's not what I thought when I saw it.
I don't think that, but I will say this. My youngest and all her friends all talk about the whatever it is, the sport
Bronco Sport.
The Broncos,
Yeah.
literally all of them. There is something about young people, and I think young girls, they're into that car.
Huh.
I don't know why. I don't think it's not a manly car. I mean, it's a little truck.
This is what I think, because I was doing some reconnaissance. I think people think that. I don't think that, but I think people think that because there's another line of Bronco out there. That's
the bigger Bronco.
It's like bigger.
So the
it's not
bigger
sporty.
Bronco is the boy Bronco, the male Bronco.
Yes.
The sport is kind of the a little bit wimpier one.
I've seen dudes riding in a Bronco Sport.
Sure.
I like it. I don't know what I didn't realize this, but I think people think that because there is like a more elite Bronco out there. But
Maybe.
I like my sport, and you know what? I'm not going to buy something I can't afford.
Of course. No, it's perfect for you. I just wonder if there isn't like an influencer or if there isn't some weird YouTube series or something where this car's featured. Because I'm telling you, amongst 17-year-old girls, it's definitely a car that they desire.
Right.
Like a lot of them.
When I think of girl car,
And I don't know why.
When I think of girl car, I think of like remember the VW Beetle back in the day.
Yeah.
That's a girl car,
Right.
or
like a
Cakes' car.
Anything Cakes drives.
Yeah.
But
I like the flash.
Anything really small.
I feel like I'm riding around in Gravedigger compared to Cakes' car.
Right.
It's a good comp.
But also, like, there used to be like little cars like Jettas or like things that
Yeah.
would have
like coupes.
Or like soft top Mustang or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I mean, Ben, you're a younger guy. Are you familiar with this infatuation that young girls have with the Bronco Sport?
No, when I was in high school, it was just all about those Jeeps, yellow Jeeps. Everyone loved those.
The girls did.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about girls.
I've heard that
sport
like
Bronco.
two-door Jeeps. I've seen that.
No, listen. Now, I don't want to make my daughter's going to sound like a snob when I say this, but we have a Jeep Grand Cherokee that we have that's old. It's in great shape, but it's got a lot of miles on it. And it's got some problems, but it looks beautiful. My daughter doesn't want anything to do with it. She wants a Bronco Sport.
Yes, because they're silly cars.
No, I know. But
where should she buy it, Valdez?
What?
Where should she buy it?
Ted Brett.
Yeah.
Fairfax or Chantilly.
Yeah.
Right. Well, my daughter who just passed her driver's test yesterday.
Oh, very good. Good.
Let me just say,
Good news.
The Vickles, 3 for 3, all kids.
Sweet.
Didn't have to suffer the embarrassment.
Excellent.
But she has no interest in driving. Now, she's going to drive it because it doesn't really matter what her interest is. She's going to drive that thing. But she would far prefer. Now, to me, what's the big difference? As far as I'm concerned, they're kind of like the same car. They're different manufacturers, whatever, but essentially, they're smaller little SUVs.
So is it a Grand Cherokee or a Cherokee?
Grand Cherokee.
That's a nice vehicle.
Those are nice.
I got one.
Oh, I know it's a nice vehicle.
Yeah.
Also,
You
car.
should be
And it's a
pushing
good.
that.
I am.
Yeah.
What do you think she's going to drive?
The Grand Cherokee.
Yeah.
Also, car tech. Right, I've missed the boat on car tech. It's blown my mind.
What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
So I never had.
bells and whistles.
I never had backup cameras before.
Oh,
never had heated steering wheels.
Oh,
never had like seat memory where like I just push a button.
Yeah.
My
Can you
seat just.
set yours? Now I don't know where this ranks on the hierarchy, but can you set it to start for you at like 5:50 every morning, or 4:50 every morning?
No. But I can remote start it. So when
You know what a
it's
game
butt cold, when
changer
it's
that
butt
is?
cold outside
Yeah.
and I'm making my coffee in the morning, I
know
start
what
my
a game
car.
changer that is?
Oh, I'm well aware.
Look, I think it's a really nice looking car, and I was looking at the social media responses. By and large, the Junkies listeners were very complimentary. So you might have got a couple, but I would fix the small grammatical error here because you are part of the Ted Britt family, and he wrote a part.
Okay, that's
Whatever.
very minor.
You were a part of the family.
Trust me, Twitter is not the domain of people who are great with grammar.
I'll live.
So,
I didn't notice it.
You know what I did do though is I took the hose and I had to spray it down because there was some like the salt, white salt stains on it.
Bothering you, right?
Well, I knew the joning was going to come if I posted
the picture.
Yeah, if I posted a picture of a dirty car.
All right, hold on. Let's go to William. He says you got the better Bronco. Let me see here. William, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Junkies. I was looking at both Broncos several years ago, and the problem with the big Bronco is all you can get is the 4-cylinder motor, and they put a turbo on it so it can make horsepower. And I'm just not trusting 4-cylinder turbos to drive that big vehicle.
What do you have? Do you have a 4-cylinder in the Sport?
I mean, that's way above our pay grade. Do you think we understand?
No, we're 4-car guys. I hear what he's saying.
No, do you have a 6-cylinder or 4-cylinder?
I think it's
we ended up getting the Bronco Sport, and it's got the 6-cylinder.
6-cylinder. Yeah, 6-cylinder's fine. Yeah,
and it gets great mileage. We drive it. Of course, I was looking for a 2-door big Bronco, and they couldn't find me one. I ended up getting a Jeep.
Yeah, you're looking for a man's car.
What kind of Jeep did you get?
I got a Willys Jeep Wrangler, 2-door, black wheels.
Those things are so expensive.
All black.
Like those old school Jeeps. You know, if you've ever want one, just like, especially like in summertime, I'll be at like the Outer Banks and you see a bunch of guys riding around their Jeeps. I go, man, I wish I had one of those. Then you look at them.
Yeah, like $70,000.
Yeah, and then the old ones hold their resale value really, really well. At the end of the day, I don't think I want one unless it would have to be like my 5th car.
Right.
I can't have that as my primary vehicle.
Also,
it's 13 miles to the gallon.
Yeah. Also, I told Cakes this morning when I had no idea about this a non-sport car, that for a car deal I would put a sex toy as my hood ornament.
Because you don't
for a car deal.
Yeah, for the car deal.
I think all of us would.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so welcome to the Car Deal family.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Pops. Good job.
You are in.
Well done, sir.
And well deserved,
Nice job.
well earned. You deserve it. So
and then
good for you.
if the deal goes away, my payments are butt low. Just saying, if in case
They're manageable.
You're not going to lose the deal.
I'm just saying,
You're going to be a great ambassador.
You're going to sell some Bronco Sports.
Yeah.
Probably today.
You're going to sell some to some men, too.
Right.
And maybe a bunch to some ladies.
I would love to know why. I'm telling you, it's a thing for young girls.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's a very popular vehicle.
It's the it car for them.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah. I'm telling you.
Coming up next, Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals, joins us here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The clock is officially ticking in the desert. The Arizona Cardinals have until March 15th to decide if Kyler Murray is their franchise guy or a $50 million cap casualty. New head coach Mike LaFleur says all options are still on the table. Jacoby Brissett is winning over the locker room. Where will the former number 1 overall pick be? I'm Drake Cole.
B-Mitch here. You know I'm a passionate cyclist, and I'm now proud to be a part of the incredible motorcycle community. Safety will always be my only priority, and I feel better riding knowing that Law Tigers has my back. They've been helping injured riders for over 20 years. Check this out. They partnered with Harley-Davidson of D.C. to give away a custom Caps Fans Harley, and it's signed by the entire team. Go to capsfansbike.com. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. LawTigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married.
Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Put down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
When an injury occurs, turn to the sports medicine team of experts at CAO. We're here for the weekend warriors, here for those at the top of their game, here for the outdoor adventures, here for the athlete in all of us. We're CAO, the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care, always centered around one thing, you. Go to CFAortho.com to find a convenient location near you.
It's your boy Bish here from my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. He's on the podium, and these deals are going for gold. So now, during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, you can score 0.9% APR on a new 2026 Forester, smooth as a downhill run, or grab 1.9% for 75 months on a new 2025 Crosstrek. If you're ready to sweep up a win this winter, do what I did. Head on over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Ask for Josh Cochran. Tell him Bish sent you in. Or you can check him out online now at buyersubaru.com.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Listen to B. Mitch and Finley all week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Dave Matthews Band, Saturday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital.
The goal volley slam for wins!
WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Whoa! Scores at the buzzer! Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds & Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Wizards dropped the opener of a 2-game series in Atlanta, falling to the Hawks 119-98. Will Riley led the Wizards with a team-high 18 points on 7 of 8 shooting, while Jameer Watkins recorded 14 points off the bench for his career-best 6th straight double-digit scoring game. And with the college football season complete, the 2026 NFL Scouting Combine is one of the major chances that draft prospects have to make an impact on NFL teams. This also means, though, that we're getting a ton of news from GMs around the league. Just like this news, Kyler Murray and Arizona Cardinals general manager Monty Ossenfort haven't spoken since the 2025 season ended, according to ESPN. Ossenfort said that they have great communication when he was asked about it yesterday at the Combine, so believe who you want to believe there. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick. A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Everybody here ain't from here, but we're here doing our thing.
All right, the Capitals playoff push begins tonight, and joining us right now to talk some puck is Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals. He's presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing, you. Visit CFAortho.com. Good morning, Coach.
Good morning, guys.
What's up?
Good to hear from you, Coach. I need to ask you, this is a personal question I'm going to lead with. Is your wife, is Mrs. Carberry, is she American or is she Canadian? Were there divided loyalties in the Carberry household during the gold medal game?
There were. She is full American.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Okay.
What was your take after that? I mean, it was an unbelievable game. You have to admit.
Yeah. I felt really, really bad first and foremost for Willie and LT because it was so close.
Right.
So close. So that would be one. I was pulling for them and pulling for Canada, but I mean, when you step away from that game, like what a hockey game on the world stage for Olympic gold, like just so many different elements of that game and so many messages and people were just amazed at the skill level, how all the different twists and turns of that game, the goaltending performance by Hellebuck, overtime, the power play, like everything that went into that game. What a great game to put on display for our sport.
Do you like the ending 3-on-3?
I personally don't, and I'm not saying that because Canada lost, because Canada won an overtime game earlier in the quarterfinals. So, or was it the semis?
Semis. When they beat Czechia, right? Did they beat Czechia?
Yeah. So I just think with so much at stake, I would like to see it decided 5-on-5. I get it for time constraints and TV and all that stuff. So it's exciting. 3-on-3 is exciting, but usually that's going to end pretty quickly, and it's not going to make it the whole 20 minutes.
No.
Yeah.
Coach, and it's better than a shootout. Like some gold medals have been decided by a shootout.
So. Yeah, you can't have that.
Did you feel like? I mean, there were so many opportunities by Canada in that game. And Hellebuck was he was incredible. I mean, he won the gold for them.
Yeah.
Did you feel like that the Crosby injury really affected the Canada, especially in that game?
Yeah, there's no doubt. He'd been playing so well with Mark Stone and Mitch Marner on that line. So but that's part of sports and that's part of hockey. Goaltending performances, and sometimes you outplay a team and you lose, and that's the way it goes. You got to finish on your chances, and goaltending is a big part of the outcome of the game. And injuries happen, so there's no excuses. And it was a great hockey game. U.S. deserved to win it, and what a monumental win, gold medal for the United States and USA Hockey.
Coach Carbs, I saw that you had 85 text messages on your phone after the gold medal game ended, mostly from casual hockey fans, and that shows the true impact of that matchup. It wasn't just the hockey nerds, the people who know what Corsi is, that were into that game. It was, people that probably barely watch hockey or just digest a little bit of it along the way. It captured the imagination of the U.S. and obviously of Canadian residents as well.
Yeah, and that's the significance of the Olympics, right? The Stanley Cup Finals, hockey fans watch, and some casual fans watch too, mostly in North America, some in Europe. But when you get to the Olympics, you're on the world stage, and this is representing your country. And so the amount of eyeballs and attention, some people haven't even ever watched the sport before, and they're tuning in because it's on NBC, and they've watched the Olympics, and now they watch something like that captivates them and draws them in to a sport that's so fast, the skill on display, the competitiveness on both sides. It could go either way at any moment, all the different things that go into a competitive hockey game like that. So it's nothing but positive for the sport. I think I read a stat, I don't know if this is true, but I read it on social media, that it was the most watched sporting event of all time before 9 a.m. Because it was on so
sense.
early.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Coach, in the 2030 Winter Olympics, will the NHL players be
insurance and all this different stuff.
Right.
But I would have a hard time believing that they don't work it out.
Yeah.
Coach, can you give us one player on the current Caps roster that you think would be a good representative for his country in the 2030 Olympics, as long as the NHL players play, that didn't play in Milan?
Leno.
Give us a guy. Give us a name.
I mean, the easy choice is Leno.
Mm-hmm.
The easy choice is Leno because he was captain of Team USA, the World Junior team. He's still going to be really young, but by that time, in 4 years, I mean, he's probably coming into his own in the league and really hitting his stride. So I could see that, but I also could see, like, I know Willie will be a little bit older, but I could see Tom Wilson. I could see Pierre-Luc Dubois. So, yeah, I guess you said someone that wasn't there, so Willie wouldn't count. But I could see Pierre-Luc Dubois for sure, or one more, Jacob Chikrin.
Gotcha.
Talking to Coach Spencer Carberry, Washington Capitals, right now with 65 points, outside looking in on the playoffs. So the playoff push begins tonight. You guys have the Flyers. You played them right before the break and lost 4-2. Talk about this matchup against Philly.
Yeah, that was the first time we'd played them all season. February, I think it was the 3rd, which is sort of odd being that far into the season and having not played the Flyers. Played them on a back-to-back. I thought we played well in the game. The game went down to the wire. It was tied late. They get a late power play and score on it to sort of win that game. But so fresh off our minds of knowing what to expect from a personnel and how they play. And we play them twice more coming up here in March in our next, call it 10, 12 more games. We see them again twice more. So going to get a heavy dose of the Flyers here and going to need to start on the right foot here coming out of the break.
Coach Carbs, how do you handle minutes for Willie and LT specifically coming off the Olympics and the travel back from Italy? How do you manage that?
So I don't think it'll be, obviously you can't really manage the goaltender, but for Willie, I don't think it'll be necessarily managing in-game. It'll be managing the days we don't play games. So him and I have talked actually yesterday about just because he didn't get a break, so he's been playing hockey the whole way through where guys were off for 10 days, trying to find him some days to stay away from the rink to just rest, recover. Maybe we're practicing as a team, but maybe Willie stays away. So just identifying some opportunities for that in this last month and a half.
What about Willie's hit getting back to the gold medal game on Dylan Larkin? Dylan Larkin's quote was, "Oh my God, I saw him coming. I know not to reach. I saw him, and next thing I know, I'm getting smoked. It got me good. I haven't got hit like that in a long time. I didn't feel great after that, to be honest with you, but I feel amazing right now." So he felt the wrath of Tom Wilson in that gold medal game.
Oh, yeah. He was a half second from being in big trouble. He saw him at the last second and was able to sort of avoid it somewhat, but still got a heavy blow. And I thought in that game, I thought Willie played so well. I thought that was his best game of the tournament. He had a bunch of great plays. He had even the American broadcast mentioned his name with a great shift, like turned it over, just did such a good job of in a high pressure. The chips are in.
Three weeks. I know you've been practicing the last week or so.
I mean, you're always a little bit. It's the same boat for everybody,
right?
But you're hoping that the 5 days of practice that we have or had, we accomplish the necessary things. We put the work and preparation in, and everyone's going to be a little bit rusty. There's no doubt. You're not just going to all of a sudden be off for 3 weeks and pick up right where you left off, but can we get back to as close to it as possible and really get into our game mode right away here Wednesday, and then we play Friday, Saturday as well.
We're joined by Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. So how good did it feel to hear the news that Chucky's off IR as of Monday? He's good to go. He's been practicing at full strength since February 17th. So now you've got your goalie tandem back at 100%, at least for this point of the season. Hopefully those guys stay healthy till the end.
Yeah, we got LT travel back, and so he's back in the facility today, and Chucky is healthy and ready to roll, and Mikey's getting close here, Connor McMichael, so we'll see how he is today, but hoping that he is good to go as well. So getting healthy. Doobie came back before the break, as you guys know, and so hopefully we can stay as healthy as possible here down this last little stretch, because we're going to need everybody.
Do you talk to the players about the standings?
Not normally, but in this case, I did when we came back. The first day we came back, I thought it was important just to address where we're at, what we're going to need to accomplish, like what the road ahead is, and just to get it out there so everybody knows, and then we don't talk about it anymore, and then we move on and we just focus on the Philadelphia Flyers.
Like, what is your target in terms of points here in the final 23 games?
High 80s, maybe?
No, higher than that. I think we have to go. I'll say this: I think you're going to need around. I'm looking at 16-7, so that's 32 points. I think you're going to need to be around that number to get into the playoffs in the East this year.
So low 91-ish.
Nah, isn't it 90?
What do you guys have? 65? And you said
so
how many do you think you need?
That'd be 97, dude.
Oh, 97.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, did the math wrong.
16-7, that's
good.
a good clip.
You're good.
Yeah.
16-7 is a good clip.
Wow, 97.
Yeah.
Got to turn it up.
And the reason I say that, and that's a little bit higher than years past, is just because there's so many teams that are right there. Like Columbus, 9 games above 500, they're out of the playoffs. Ottawa, 6 games above 500, out. Toronto, Phillies, even there. Florida's right there. So you're going to have and then you've got the teams that are in like Buffalo, Boston, New York Islanders, Pitt. You're going to have to get to probably 12 games above 500 to get in.
Well, Coach, there's a lot of responsibility. You need to get this team into the playoffs, because here in Washington, bad year for the Commanders. Wizards are rebuilding. Nationals are rebuilding. It all lies on you guys.
No pressure or anything.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to do everything I possibly can, and I know our guys will as well.
Yep.
Excellent.
I know you will.
Yep.
All right.
Great stuff. Appreciate it.
Talk to you
Coach.
next week.
Good luck tonight.
Okay, have a great rest of your guys' week.
All right, buddy.
Thanks,
you too.
Coach Spencer Carberry says they got to go 16-7
That would be their best clip of the year, right?
I would
over
guess
that span.
Have
Probably.
they ever gone 16-7 over 23 games?
But some of those games, they're going to have overtime losses. They're going to get 1 point.
Yeah, let's hope that they're kept to a minimum.
I mean, what are the odds that they actually go 16-7 without any overtime games?
I don't know.
Very, very low.
Yeah.
That was Spencer Carberry, brought to you by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing you. Visit CFAortho.com. Game Show Wednesday. We're going to play some Junkie Shootout coming up at 7:45. Your chance to win Matt Rife tickets. Daniel Kelly, former Jet Scout, is going to join us at 8:40, and Benjamin Solak, NFL Insider, at 9:25. All right here on the Junkies.
Sports Radio 106.7.
Take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm so their advisors can focus on your needs, not somebody else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth potential, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today. 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
My team over at Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria has a simple philosophy: keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Chevys, Buicks, and GMC, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras, plus a great selection of quality certified used vehicles, and they offer free Virginia state inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Take it from your pal, B. Mitch. Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria. Let's ride together.
Get premium protein options at Whole Foods Market. Save 20% on beef chuck roast and stew with Prime through March 3rd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
At Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, the hand always plays. And my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and more. The number you see already includes freight upfront, no late raise. Take it from me, you'll love it at Lindsay, lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Get more out of every mile when you share the ride to work. With carpooling, you'll have time to relax, save money, and pick up new friends. Commuter Connections can help you find carpool partners who live and work near you. Even if you're commuting just a few days a week, it's a free service. Carpooling. Every dollar saved, every friend made. Register for free carpool partner ride matching at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet from my guys over at Ted Bird Ford. Oh, now is such a great time to go see them. President's Day deals, not just on President's Day, all month long. How about a 2026 Explorer from Ted Bird Ford? $6,500 off, plus now no payments for 90 days. Or how about $7,500 off a new in-demand 2025 Ford Bronco? Or how about $6,000 off the Bronco Sport? Both Outer Banks editions, and both with no payments for 90 days. Freedom to roam, price to move. Go see my guys at Temperate Ford and tell them Danny sent you.
Celebrating 30 years of the Sports Junkies.
That's got to be a record.
Listen for details on events, exclusive merch.
You'll like this.
And follow or subscribe to the Junkies podcast feed for Throwback 30 segments every Thursday.
Oh, wow.
Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank. Member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Coach Carberry is awesome. We've always had really good interviews and relationships with the Caps coaches over the years. I think Carberry's number one.
Yeah, he's been great.
And we like Trotz. We loved Laviolette.
All those guys have been great.
But I think Carberry's the top seed.
Don't forget my man Reardon.
Reardon, I would say he's the lowest.
But he was
seed.
very nice. He was a nice dude.
Is Reardon the one that ended up going back to
Pittsburgh? I don't know if he's still there.
Extraordinarily nice.
So nice.
He was nice, but he wasn't as charismatic.
Right. No,
during interviews.
Carbs just seems like a great guy, and it's a shame that we haven't followed up. And like we need to meet him for a beer or something.
Who, Coach Carbs?
Yeah. We really should.
I would love that.
I mean, our annual interview in person doesn't do it for you?
No.
I agree.
I feel like we should meet him for a beer, maybe in the off season, get to know him even a little bit better.
Coach Reardon now with the Flyers. So
that
he
where he
stayed
is
in
now?
the state.
Yeah.
Went from Pittsburgh
He was
to
just
Philly.
he was kind of nerdy. That's the way I would describe him.
Okay, that
you know
probably,
what I mean?
yeah.
But super nice guy. I think he was one of those guys who, if you're using NFL terms, probably a coordinator, not head coach.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe
he didn't have the same
that alpha.
riz,
He didn't have that alpha.
He got thrust into it after the Barry Trotz departed.
Right.
We saw Cakes and I actually, had like 2 minutes of small talk with him when we went to the media day
with Coach Reardon.
Reardon, I believe, was one of the media days that we did.
I'm trying to track with it. I can't.
I just remember him like shaking our hand and saying hello.
He's
and
another
he was
one that
nice.
I regret not having a beer with because he totally was.
Laviolette?
He totally enjoyed having us and enjoyed being on with us.
The whole beer can alley bit.
No, I mean,
and he had a reputation as being a kind of a cranky dude.
Yeah, I was kind of intimidated by him, but we won him over.
Is he still
We have charisma.
Is he still in the league?
Laviolette?
Yeah.
He got
Didn't he
blown
get
out by
he
the
got-
Rangers. I don't know if he's resurfaced at this point. He's probably just chilling in Florida, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah.
So yesterday, the United Football League, which is one of these off-season leagues, implemented new rule changes, which are intriguing. And we can kick around whether you believe the NFL should implement these rule changes that the United Football League will be doing in 2026. The biggest change is they're going to have 4-point field goals if the field goal is from 60 yards or longer.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with it is it kind of rewards like a 2-yard drive, potentially. You know what I mean? You go nowhere, you don't really advance the ball, but your kicker's a
Okay,
beast.
but a 60-yard field goal is that's an accomplishment.
Yeah,
it's impressive.
It's also rare.
You should get extra points for that.
It's definitely rare.
The NFL saw 12 field goals of 60 yards or longer in 2025.
Well, that's
So
why
that's less than one a week.
that's why I think that they should be rewarded more because
Right.
it just doesn't happen very often. I mean, shouldn't you get a little
Now,
bit more points for a
This is
62-yarder than a
dorky,
22-yarder?
But in most fantasy leagues, you get 5 points
True.
for
Yes.
a 50-plus yard field goal.
Here's gonna
I
be,
actually like that.
Here's the interesting strategy. So, let's say you have 3rd and 5, and it would be a 58-yard field goal.
Okay.
Do you lose 2 yards on purpose if you have confidence in your kicker to hit a 4-pointer?
Yeah.
Or do you
Probably.
go for the first down on 3rd and 7? I guarantee analytics guys are probably there'll be some analytics people say,
well, if you're down
our likelihood
yeah.
of a likelihood of a 3rd and 7 first down is 25%, and a likelihood of the 60-yard field goal might be 40%. Let's lose 2 yards and kick the field goal.
Well, you know what I would do as a D coordinator?
You'd let them advance.
No, I would just go encroach them every play so that they have to keep coming up 5 yards,
Okay.
5 yards, 5 yards.
Look, there's going to be a
Yeah, but then that
strategy
could help
designed
their
around
drive
it.
to get a touchdown instead of the field goal.
But I would put them in no man's land. Like for instance, if there's 10 seconds to go and they're down
4. What if they're down 4?
They're down 4. I would encroach them until they're all the way like at the 20.
But they could decline it.
Well, then I would keep doing it. There's got to be a Bill Belichick
You'd be
way.
Frankie Louvu. Jumping over
There's
the
got to
pile.
be a Bill Belichick way where I can have some sort of procedural penalty
to counter it.
The counter for them to go up by 5 yards.
But if there is less than 10 seconds, I could see a team doing that. If they're down 4.
Totally.
Not if they're down 3. They're not going to back up just to get the win. They'd take the shorter field goal for the tie. But down 4, I could see that.
Yeah, all bets
I actually like the
you like the rule?
The 4 points for 60-yarders. Puts more value in those really good kickers.
What about the rule where they say if you're over the 50, you're not allowed to punt?
I don't like that because they're saying if it's 4th and 15 and you're on the 49, you got to go for it.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
You know what?
I kind of like it.
I don't like that.
I would do a sideline infraction because I don't think they can decline that. Or I would tackle the ref.
Tackle
tackle the ref.
What do you mean tackle?
Because I don't think they can. I don't think they can decline that penalty because it's not on them, but it has to be enforced.
You are an outside the box thinker, Valdez. I'll give you credit there.
Which penalty are you talking about?
Dead ball fouls or unsportsmanlike conduct cannot be declined.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So JP was saying like
you're going back to the 60-yarders. Oh, okay.
Sorry. I'm trying to figure out my way around.
Yeah, I didn't know what you were talking about.
All you have are workarounds.
I
love it.
I don't like no punts inside the 50. I mean, that's kind of part of the strategy. If you're going to force a team to go for it on 4th down on the 49,
they want more points. They want scoring.
I know.
They
I
want
got
less
it.
punts.
But strategy can be affected by rules.
I just
We
think
saw it
that's
in
unfair.
baseball when they got rid of the shifting of the outfielders and all that stuff. They just said you can't do it anymore. That was strategy.
I think that's unfair to a team to make them go for a long 4th down. Now, if it's 4th and 5 or less, okay.
Well, I
can
think
see
the
that.
assumption would be that it would be tough if you're on the 49, but you can kick a field goal in a lot of those situations.
I mean, that's most teams probably wouldn't.
If you're on the 49, is a field goal a 66-yarder?
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I mean, if you got a
You're
guy
not
with
gonna
a
do it.
You got
broken
Brandon
leg-
Aubrey. You're good to go.
Right.
Only one of those
I
guys.
guess there aren't many Brandon Aubreys floating around.
So I would
Who's
be
the other guy that hits the long field goals?
The guy for Jacksonville?
It's last. I don't know.
I think
his
it's
name.
the guy for Jacksonville.
Little.
Ryan.
There's
is it Ryan
several
Little?
of them.
I don't know.
So I don't like that one. But tush push being banned in the UFL, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, it's not going to be banned this year in the NFL, but I don't have a problem with it.
Cam Little.
Cam Little.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a huge
Cam
leg.
Little, big leg.
Yeah.
I like receivers only needing, now this is a college rule, only needing 1 foot for inbounds.
I like the
You like the 2?
the technique and these guys getting 2 feet in.
They're really good
so
at it.
good at
Yeah.
it. The skill.
You like the toe tapping.
Yeah, I think I think it looks nubs when they only get 1 foot in.
If you want to
It's
chime
fine
in,
for
1-800.
college, but you got to have a higher standard for the
You
NFL.
You gotta get both feet.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. So going through these UFL rules, you mentioned the 1 foot inbounds. They are banning the tush push. Right. The NFL hasn't banned it, but the UFL will ban the tush push.
I just mentioned that.
Yeah.
You missed it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Do you guys have a problem with
No,
banning the tush
I'd be
push?
fine banning
I'm
it in the
annoyed
NFL
by
too.
the tush push. It's so freaking annoying.
Because a team like Washington with a smaller, skinnier, they're not going to use the tush push.
No, it's not going to be a thing here.
Yeah, but even
Bigger
if it
quarterback, Buffalo's going to use the tush push.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
I think even without the tush push, I think that like Jalen Hurts will be good at the quarterback sneak inside a yard.
Yes.
Yeah, but it certainly enhances his chances.
It
There's
does.
no disputing it.
It does, but the guy squats 600 pounds or
Okay,
whatever.
but
He's fine.
he does better with the gimmicky play that helps him score probably double to almost triple the number of touchdowns he normally would.
It's also easier for the refs to spot it.
Right.
I don't even know how they spot the tush push half the time.
Well, here's how
They can't see
they're
anything.
guessing.
Yeah.
Okay, they're guessing. That's what
I
they're
know
doing.
you love the old codger referees who spot.
I'm ready for the robot refs. Just bring them on. I know it's coming eventually at some
Do
point.
we have a chip in the ball yet? We don't have a chip in the ball. They have the camera where they
I think they have
think they
chipped the
do.
balls, but they haven't utilized like
They're
the
not using it
full-
the correct
full
way.
potential.
I think
of
they
it.
do because when the ball goes into the stands, they want those balls back, right?
Is that right?
Haven't the
That I don't know.
The commentator said that.
I think they want the balls back.
But the way
Could be
they're
wrong.
using like the replay, it's just not right. It's just it's not as accurate as it can be. It should be like tennis. Tennis, for some reason, tennis got it figured out. The serves are going 150 miles an hour, and they got it figured out.
Are they still using the Cyclops, or is that old,
Whatever it is,
outdated technology?
whatever the technology is, they instantly go
Hawkeye,
to it.
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, whatever it is, and they got it. I mean, they got to figure it out.
I don't know why they don't move to that technology.
I guess the only thing is it's difficult
You can't
to
just see
ascertain
it.
where the knee is.
You just don't see
I
it.
mean, you can know where the ball is digitally, but you don't necessarily know where the
in
knee
tennis,
is.
there's nothing covering the ball. In a tush push or whatever you're talking about, the ball is.
No, I know, but it's safe
It's
to
all
use
being
a chip,
covered.
just in general, for first downs.
You'd have to have a lot of lasers, I would guess, because
Yeah,
what
a
if
lot
you're
of
reaching
lasers.
for the sideline?
Yeah.
How are you spotting that?
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems still too nubs. It's still too old school.
Yeah, well, we saw it not this season, last season when Zach Ertz came up short against the Steelers, and everybody thought it was a first down, and the old guys spotted it like a yard back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's infuriating. And then they say they go into replay and some digital replay, but it's just where they spotted it. It's not actually any better. So, I don't know.
The UFL, I don't know if you mentioned the kicker thing. They're going to have the ball to the 40-yard line on touchbacks. That's a ton.
Well, that's incentivized. They
want you to return it.
Yeah, they want returns.
They want hits back.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Cakes might be able to do this. I want to see how many teams you guys can name that are in the UFL.
Ooh.
All right.
Washington Defenders, that's it.
DC Defenders.
Defenders is one.
That's it.
St. Louis Battlehawks.
Correct.
Birmingham has one, right?
Birmingham Stallions.
Yeah, the Cakes is all over it. Dallas.
Dallas Renegades.
Yes.
Oh, Houston still has one.
Houston Gamblers.
Cakes knows all the names.
Those are all
Louisville.
USFL teams.
Louisville. It's the
Louisville.
Kings, right?
Yes.
Louisville Kings.
Two more. Columbus.
I know this because I saw it like the last week. They like to fly. Aviators.
Yes. And last,
That's a terrible
Orlando.
Ooh, Orlando.
Hint.
Okay.
S.
The Orioles had a pitcher in the 80s.
Orlando
whose
Storm.
first name
Storm
was
Davis?
Storm.
Oh, Storm Davis.
I don't know if I should be proud of that accomplishment or embarrassed.
So how many games do they have in the UFL? Somebody asked me, are you guys going to cover the UFL? And I go, no.
Of course not.
Even though the Defenders are the reigning champions.
I mean, no. What do they play? Like
10, maybe?
Like 10
8?
games or so? Are there still?
Well, how many teams
are there?
are there?
Dueling leagues? Is
No,
the XFL still
they absorb each other. 10-week regular season.
It's a 10-week regular season. There's only one league now.
One league. One. EB. It's spring football.
No, I know.
They're lucky they have one league, let alone they couldn't support multiple.
In years past, I have had the games on in the background. I barely pay attention, but it's on in the background, just kind of like a picture.
Right.
Because it's having football on in the background is kind of cool.
Sure. Weren't you like watching the game, but you weren't like really? You were watching like the wrong game. Do you remember this? It was probably like 2 years ago or something.
Yeah, it was something like the name of the team. I was convinced it was Commanders or something.
And then they were like the same color.
I thought they changed the name to Commanders.
Yeah,
I think they got duped by a
Defenders,
commercial or something.
No, I don't know. My brain just read Commanders.
Something in a cryon.
But it shows you I had it on.
Yeah,
Okay.
you were
Great for
watching it. You were confused by it, but you were watching it.
I don't
Wasn't
watch,
it like the championship game too?
I might have been. It was definitely DC. But I don't watch a lot of TV, really, honestly, other than sporting events. And so it's a sporting event, so I'll put it on.
You just put it, just having background.
Yeah.
Background noise.
Yeah,
I'm watching a ton of TV lately.
I know you're into all these.
last year, the project was writing the book. Now I'm watching Shrinking. I'm watching Hijack.
You need a new project? Is
That's
that what you're
Apple.
saying?
I don't know. Or I'll just keep watching all these shows. There are a ton of good shows on Netflix. You say there's nothing? There's a lot of stuff out there.
I go through Netflix all the time, but see, I'm only interested in certain things. Docs.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I'm interested in.
You don't like fiction.
Don't like fiction.
Some good fiction out there. You like True Detective was a fiction?
The first season, then I lost it.
Okay, well, there are other shows like that.
Yeah.
Jason's got me on Mayor of Kingstown now.
That's not
I'm
Netflix.
just telling you, it
Yeah.
ain't my thing. I'd rather watch YouTube
That's Apple.
videos.
rather watch
I want on Paramount.
shorties.
I think I'm like
Shorts.
a 16-year-old. I just would rather watch a YouTube.
Short attention span.
Hey, real quick on the rule. This one I do like the possible 3-point conversion. I do
what
like
is that?
Instead of
So
a
you gotta go
2-point
from
conversion.
like the 5
So
or 10
eight.
yard line, the
8.
8-yard line. You get a 3-point.
3. I actually like that.
3-point play.
I like that more than 4 points for kickers, and I like kickers.
So you can be down 9 and tie the game.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
It keeps it more in play.
A lot more
So
scoring
2
opportunities.
So 2 or 3 of those I like. I don't know if they'll go to them, but
Coming up next, it's Game Show Wednesday. We're going to play Junkie Shootout. You answer 3 questions in a row. You'll win the prize, which are 2 tickets to go see Matt Rife. You can call in now 1-800-636-1067 on a Game Show Wednesday on the Junkies.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Guys, it's GP for my friends over at Lindsay. This is the stretch where you lean on your top line. And at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, my guy, General Manager Danny Dimes, has the roster ready. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, big minutes, steady shifts, no scrambling on the bench. Lindsay Chevys lighten the lamp with the real inventory and smart pricing that holds up under pressure. And remember, you see, rates already included up front. No late whistles. That's a wide open look. Take it from your guy, GP. You will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Hey guys, it's Grant and Danny. Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale.
Plus, you can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
It's love at first drive. Here at the all-new Landmark Honda in Alexandria. New 25 Honda Prologue, 0% financing for 60 months. New 26 Honda Civic Hybrid, only $259 per month, or finance at low 3.99%. These and more sweetheart offers, all with up to 120% of KBB for your trade. Plus, we'll even match your tax refund up to $1,000 towards your next purchase. Shop all the heart-stopping deals at landmarkhonda.com. See dealer for complete terms and restrictions on all offers.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at Capital One Arena on March 7th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Matt Valdez from the Junkies here. Are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Visit my friends over at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. At Ted Britt Ford, they don't play games. The buying experience is simple, seamless, and comfortable. I'm the newest customer at Ted Britt Ford and just purchased my Ford Bronco Sport. The sales staff cares about your needs and budget and will find the perfect ride for you. Check out their inventory at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax off 50 where I got mine, or in Chantilly, and they're a click away at tedbritt.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Chili temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. Cake's here for Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, where my guy Danny Dimes is absolutely dealing. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban. The flop, real inventory, silly savings. The turn, aggressive pricing, and the number you see already includes freight. Up front, no late raises either. By the river, you're just grabbing your set of keys. When the chips hit the felt, that's the number. The hand plays straight at Lindsay Chevy. You'll love it at LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Turn it up. Welcome back on a game show Wednesday. Going to play Junkie Shootout now. You can call in at 1-800-636-1067. It's one of our original Junkies game shows. Very simple. You answer 3 random trivia questions in a row, you win a prize. You miss a question, Cakes will hit the gunshot. One line opens up, and people can keep calling at 1-800-636-1067. Let's go right to the phones. Who's up? Junkie Shootout giving away tickets to go see Matt Rife in concert.
All right, let's go to Andrew in Richmond. Hey, Andrew, what's up, man? Oh, I don't know what happened to you. Let's go to Will in Fredericksburg. Will.
Good morning, boys.
Hello, Will.
Good morning,
luck.
buddy.
Good luck, Will, sir. I'm going to start you off with a softball, your 1-point question. Name this 1990s classic movie. Quentin Tarantino's story starring John Travolta and Uma Thurman.
That's going to be Pulp Fiction.
That is Pulp Fiction.
Well done.
1 down.
That's 1.
2 to go.
All right, should I go 2-pointer?
I can give a 2-pointer.
Sure. Will, this edge rusher is a spectacular player, but he's being knocked for his short arms.
Oh, man. Y'all were just talking about this guy the other day.
We were. This is true.
Sorry, buddy.
Sorry.
Think Batman.
Ruben Bain Jr. By the way, all my questions are going to be draft related.
Yes.
Okay. Mine are all 1990s movies.
I wish I had a good Bane. I have short arms. That's
not
terrible,
bad.
Terrible Bane. It's the worst.
Gotta breathe heavier.
All right, Cakes, you have Rose in Tyson's. The lines are open, 800-636-1067. Rose.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you,
Good
Rose?
morning. This is an easy one.
Great.
Good.
This city hosted the most recent Winter Olympics. I mean, they just happened.
Did you watch any?
I need the city.
Yes, I did watch the Milan one.
Yes,
Well, that's-
Milan. You got it. You
Well,
just
that's what it
named
was. That's the
Yeah.
answer.
Why'd you hesitate?
Nervous.
She's nervous.
I do appreciate you guys, 1 second though, for giving me so many sports related comments. I go back to my husband, and he gets so excited that I know a lot about football. But it's thanks to you, Junkies. Every morning I listen to you guys on the way to work.
Look at
You're
this.
so sweet.
Appreciate Thank you. It's very nice of
cool.
you.
All right, give her an easy 2-pointer there, Jason. Gotta be
I don't
really
have.
easy.
I'll get.
I
just have sports.
Really easy.
A really easy?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is really easy, but I think it's pretty straightforward. All right, in the 1990s classic Forrest Gump, what actor played Lieutenant Dan?
Yeah, she's not going to get that.
I forget. I have brain
Gary
fog.
Sein.
What'd she say?
What'd
she say?
She was in the ballpark.
Yeah.
What'd she
I think
say?
she said Gary Seinfeld.
No, Gary Sein. I forgot how
Gary
to say his last name.
Signs. I can't
so
get it.
Is it Sinise?
Gary
that's
Sinise.
not-
Gary Sinise.
That's
Is
going to have
she
to be a no.
Googling? Is that what she's
Yeah.
doing?
I mean, I love her.
Sorry.
We love
Yeah.
Rose.
Sorry,
but that's-
Rose.
Sorry, Rose.
Thank you for listening.
Can't give you that prize.
All right, let's go to Antoine in Capitol Heights. Antoine.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Antoine, I'll give you one.
Hello, Antoine.
The number one ranked college basketball team in both the AP and the coaches poll is who?
It's not Arizona.
Need a guess.
Is it Michigan?
You ever heard of Duke?
Yeah, Michigan. It was Michigan until Duke beat them.
Sorry, Antoine. Nice
All
try,
right, sorry,
sir.
buddy. Let's go to Mike in Fairfax. Mike, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, man.
Hello, Mike.
What's up, tall Mike?
Mike, your first question. I put probably. I'm going to get rid of probably. He's the worst automobile driver currently playing in the NBA. Name him.
You ever heard of LaMelo Ball?
Oh, I have heard of that person. I have heard
All
of
right,
him.
that's the 1-pointer, right?
All right, 2-pointer. This one's pretty easy, too, I think. In the 1996 classic movie Fargo, this actor played Minnesota car salesman Jerry Lundegaard.
Oh, I have no freaking clue. Is it Lurch's half sister?
He doesn't have a sister.
You don't have a half-sister, Lurch.
Full size.
It's a good one.
It is?
Is it? I always get the. Is it
Who is it?
William H. Macy or
Yes.
H.
William
William Macy?
H.
My
William
brain's
H.
dyslexic.
Yeah.
What was the movie?
Fargo.
Fargo.
Oh, yeah, Fargo.
Fargo.
Great movie.
Amazing movie.
I typed up best movies of the 90s.
Yeah, clearly.
The list is amazing.
I know.
Go ahead.
They don't make movies like that anymore.
No.
Give me a few.
The world sucks now.
Are they
I'm
still
burning
they're
your
all-
questions.
Okay.
The
don't worry.
The
All my
music
questions.
sucks. The movies suck. TV shows are pretty good.
Doing a good old days bit.
All right, let's go to Sean in Burke. Sean.
Morning, guys. What's up?
Hello, Sean.
Let me go first. In Mel Kiper Jr.'s NFL mock draft, he has 4 players from which school going in the top 7?
Ooh, 4 players. Ohio State.
There you go.
One down, 2 to go.
Good job, sir.
Johnny Cakes.
Question number 2. Who's taller? Michael J. Fox or Unfunny Ben?
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Who's taller?
Michael J. Fox is very short. I'll go Michael J. Fox is taller than Unfunny Ben.
Well, you just went against you. No.
Really?
Talk yourself out of the
Michael J.
right
Fox is
answer.
shorter than
I
Ben?
have no idea how tall Unfunny Ben is.
Unfunny Ben
I don't know.
towers
He
over
doesn't
Michael J.
sound
Fox.
short to you?
Michael J. Fox is listed 5'4".
Oh, my
Unfunny
God.
Ben
Kidding me.
is listed 5'6 3/4", but I bumped him up to 5'7" because he's a short kid.
He's a,
Michael
I'm a
J.
big dog.
you're a big dog. You're Spud Webb. You're not Muggsy Bogues, you're Spud
Compared
Webb.
to Michael J. Fox, you are.
Yeah.
Jeez.
All right, let's go to...
I wouldn't have guessed that short.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in College Park. Mike, what's up?
What's going on, Junks? How you guys doing?
Hey,
All right,
Mike.
Mike. I'm going to give you a movie description. You name the 1990s classic.
Ooh.
It's a mind-bending action film that introduced innovative visual effects and philosophical themes.
I think I know it, but that's a tough
That's a
question.
hard-
That's
yeah.
pretty
You
hard.
said almost nothing.
That's a 1-pointer?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what
That
that
should,
Give him another
To use
clue.
He says he knows the answer.
A
No, I'm not going to
mind-bending-
say it again.
Say it again.
that should be a 10-pointer.
Mind-bending
It's a 1990s classic.
To use an old
A
term.
mind-bending action film that introduced innovative visual effects
I know it.
Got it.
and
I know it.
philosophical themes.
Because I'm smart. I know it.
Even I got it.
Independence Day.
No.
Is it The
it's
Matrix?
It's
The
T-
Matrix.
Oh, I was going to go
Matrix.
T2.
I was going to say The Matrix.
The Matrix.
And I haven't even seen it.
Yeah, Matrix kind of overrated. I saw it once. We'll never
Never
see it
saw
again.
it.
1-800-636-1067. You hear the gunshot. Somebody's out of the contest. Means the
Sean
line's
Marion,
open.
more entertaining than the Matrix. That was his nickname in the
That was his
NBA.
nickname.
The Matrix. He was silly.
Let's go to Ray in Clinton. Ray, what's up?
What's up, Junks? What's going on this morning?
Hello, Ray.
Hey, buddy.
This is an easy one. All right. I'm just going to put it out there. Who's older, Harrison Ford or Al Pacino?
I have a guess.
Al Pacino.
Yes.
Al Pacino is older by 2 years. He's 85.
Is he 80?
85.
Oh, he's 85.
By the way,
Harrison Ford's 83.
you must have been thinking about Shrinking because you did a Michael J. Fox and
Did I?
did a
You know
Harrison
what?
Ford.
Subconscious. That's how the
Michael J.
brain
Fox
works.
is guest starring on Shrinking this year.
Yeah.
Harrison Ford's one of the stars.
Right.
All right.
All right, so he's on the board with one.
All right.
All right, I got one.
Okay.
2-pointer. What's the guy's name?
Don't know.
Ray.
Ray. What team has the number one pick in the NFL draft?
The Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good. All right, this is for the win.
Here's for the win, bro.
This is for the dub.
All right. 1990s classic. 1995. You ever heard of a movie called Braveheart? Mel Gibson was the star. He portrayed this Scottish warrior.
This is the easiest question ever.
It's going to be hard for him, though, if he hadn't seen it.
I haven't seen Braveheart, but I'm going to say
You're just not going to get it.
You're not going to get it. That's hard.
The Rock.
The Rock? Billy Wallace.
Yeah, he's William Wallace.
William Wallace.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, let's go.
Trying to make him earn it with the 3-pointer.
Let's go to Kenny in Forestville. Kenny, what's up?
What's up, Junks?
Hello, Kenny. What is Tom Wilson's sweater number?
Tom Wilson's sweater number?
Yep.
Yeah. Jersey.
40, golly, 49?
Oh, no, he's 43, guy.
Over, and then you just
Come
botched
on,
it.
43.
All right, let's go to Gage in D.C. Gage.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to give him an easy one,
All right.
okay? Who's projected to go number one overall in the NFL draft by every prognosticator?
The Indiana quarterback, and I never can say his last name correctly.
Just give a guess. Give it close.
So hard, Fernando Mendoza? I can't give it to him. Go to Hugh, Pasadena. Come on, we got to
Hey,
give
Hugh.
away a prize here. Cakes.
Hey,
Hugh,
what's up, guys?
what's up, Hugh? Who's taller, Alex Sarr of the Wizards or Shaq?
Star.
Did you say Sarr?
He said Sarr.
Incorrect.
Oh, my.
Jeez.
Sarr listed at 7 foot. Shaq 7'1".
Who's up next?
Last one.
We got to give this
Last
prize
one.
away.
Make it the easiest. Let's go to Sam, West River.
Sam.
Boys.
All right, Sam, within 5 years, how old am I?
56.
All right.
Good job.
You nailed it.
I've
Still
got the
55.
second question.
Almost.
All right. I have the second question. Who is this?
It's Sam.
Sam? What day of the week is today?
Wednesday.
That's a legitimate question. He
All
got
right,
it.
for the win.
Make it kind of hard. Not a 3-pointer. but
Name the
maybe
1998 poker movie starring Matt Damon and Edward Norton.
That's
Often cited on this show. Often Cakes plays clips, sound clips about this movie.
Yep. Gonna play one right now.
Oh, I'm drawing a blank.
He's like, he didn't get it. He didn't get his rounders. He didn't get it.
I even laid him up into
All
the
right,
into the final
clear out the
round.
phone lines. We'll just do caller number 10.
Brutal.
1-800-636-1067, caller number 10. We'll hook you up with 2 tickets to go see Matt Rife Stay Golden World Tour, Sunday, March 1st at Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. That's courtesy of Live Nation.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
From the crease to the Capitol, during last night's State of the Union, President Donald Trump announced he'll award goalie Connor Hellebuck with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. The honor comes just 48 hours after Hellebuck's 41-save masterpiece in Milan, securing Team USA's first men's hockey gold since 1980. Standing ovation from Congress for a true American hero. I'm Drake Toll.
boy Bish here from my guy Josh Cochran. He's the GM over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. I just helped my daughter get into a new car with Josh's help. The whole experience was very easy. No stress, no back and forth, just a smooth, seamless transaction. She loves the car. I love the deal. Everybody's happy. And now during Subaru's A Lot to Love event, these deals are great. You can skip the winter with financing as low as 0.9% APR for 36 months on a brand new 2026 Subaru Forester. Built for winter, snow, ice, cold mornings, or just another clean day in the wintertime. Or you can go with 1.9% APR for 75 months on a new 2025 Subaru Crosstrek. So if you've got a vehicle you're thinking about trading, Buyer Subaru wants it. They're paying top dollar right now for trade-ins, even if you don't buy from them. Sell them your car, skate off with a check. If you're ready to sweep up a win this winter, do what I did. Get on over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Ask for my buddy Josh Cochran. He is the general manager. Make sure you tell him Bish sent you.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Carlson, a shot, he scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
More than 300 prospects will be in Indianapolis this week for the Combine. And ahead of the Combine, Mel Kiper has released his second mock draft. He is the Commanders selecting linebacker Sonny Styles of Ohio State with the 7th overall pick. Styles is getting a lot of love around the league right now, and he's going to be really fun to watch at the Combine if he works out. The former safety has real speed, 6'4", 243-pound frame. Kuiper also notes, though, to keep an eye on Miami edge rusher Reuben Bain Jr. and the receiver class as a whole if the board falls this way. And Adam Peters, he spoke yesterday, said the team is in talks regarding a new deal for star left tackle Laramie Tunsil, who has 1 year left on his current contract. Peters also said a decision has yet to be made regarding cornerback Marshawn Lattimore's future with the team. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCannell, The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. All year, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. You know, I had all those movie questions, and EB wanted me to ask him, can you get the ding and the buzz together? The 90s, I'm telling you, because I just so many fantastic movies, and like nowadays, we struggle to have one, maybe two good movies that all of us are interested in. But here are some of the movies, and I think even you saw most of these, EB. So I'm just going to see if you saw these in the 90s.
You just asked me if I saw it.
You're in your 20s if you saw it.
All right.
I think you have. And these, I don't think they make movies like this frequently anymore.
All right.
If ever.
Casino.
Of course.
Of course.
Forrest Gump.
Of course.
A Few Good Men.
Yeah.
As
Multiple
Good as It
times.
Gets, which was
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson.
Of course.
Really good.
Yeah.
Even EB. Titanic.
No.
You haven't seen
Yeah.
Titanic?
Boat sank.
Many times.
I didn't need to see
You
it.
got that right. It sank.
The boat
Yeah,
sank.
definitely sank.
The Fugitive.
Yes.
Swingers.
Yes.
Misery.
It wasn't what I had hoped. Misery.
Yes.
I think I've seen clips of it. I'm not sure I went to the theater to see that.
I saw it on Broadway.
Primal Fear.
Misery on Broadway. Wow.
I saw it in the theaters too.
Who's in Primal Fear?
Edward Norton.
And who else?
Laura Linney.
Oh, Richard.
Is it Richard Gere?
Gere. Richard Gere plays the lawyer.
I don't know.
Not really tracking.
That's a good.
I very well may have. I
You
don't
know what? You're into courtroom.
Yeah, I
You'd
very
be
well may
size.
have. I just don't remember.
There's a big twist at the end.
Yeah.
Unforgiven. That's
Unbelievable. McClint.
What was that about? though?
Western.
Western.
With Gene Hackman.
You're not a big
did not
Western
see
guy.
that. Not a Western
Boys
guy.
in the Hood.
Oh, of course.
Sixth Sense.
Poor Ricky.
Sixth Sense, yes.
Knew he was dead. the
L.A.
whole time.
Confidential.
Yes.
I mean, these are bangers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The world entertainment is different now.
Hunt
some
for Red
reason.
October.
Oh, I don't know if you saw that.
I might have rented it literally on a VHS.
The Green Mile.
Did not see that.
I think I saw it.
Shawshank Redemption.
Of course.
No.
Overrated.
Haven't seen it.
Goodfellas.
That's not. You're lying.
No, haven't we talked about this before?
Yeah, that's
No,
one
but
of
it's
his
like
whole.
50 years later. You still haven't seen
I
it.
still haven't seen it, and all the
So
listeners
it's-
can't believe it.
Oh, it's
overrated.
awesome.
It's fine.
On this list, it listed as the #1 movie of the 90s.
I know. It always. I've seen a list where it's the #1 movie of all time.
I love Shawshank.
The one that blew me away that you hadn't seen, I think, was it Bull Durham or Field of Dreams? It was one of those.
No, I've
two.
definitely seen Field of Dreams. No, I've seen Bull Durham, but it took a while.
Yeah.
He's big into, this is also the 90s. I didn't have it on the list, A League of Their Own.
Of course.
Good movie. Good
good
flick.
All right,
It's a great
Heat,
movie.
Of course.
Well, that's my favorite movie, probably.
Fight Club,
Did not see that. I don't think.
7,
Didn't see that.
Did not see that. I don't like scary
7, yes.
movies.
Too ghastly for
I don't
me.
like scary.
Too
The
scary.
Big Lebowski.
Did not see it.
No, it's a no.
Who's in Big
clips.
Lebowski?
It's
John
John Goodman.
Oh, Goodman.
and,
No, I haven't seen it.
Is it about like bowling or
There's
something?
definitely
Yeah.
bowling.
Jeff
involved.
Bridges.
Yeah, Jeff
I think
Bridges.
I've seen
is in it.
clips. I didn't go to the movie.
Saving Private Ryan.
Woody Harrelson's in
Yeah,
it.
I
course.
saw that, but I didn't like it.
Oh, it was
Cape,
a great movie.
Cape Fear.
It's really,
I
it's a really
saw
good
that.
movie.
I did actually see that.
Usual Suspects.
Yes.
Good Will Hunting.
Of course. It was one
Silence
of
of
my
the
all-time
Lambs.
favorite movies. Yes, Silence of the
I
Lambs.
mean, just
I was scared.
what
You're
happened to
definitely scared.
movies?
You're scared of Buffalo Bill. He's scared.
It is. I know that Kevin would often come on the show and lament how there are no original ideas, that it's all Marvel movies and remakes and sequels.
Yeah.
These were pretty much all originals.
I know.
Yeah. It was better.
Or are we just not going to see the silly movies? Because they do nominate 10 movies.
Yeah.
And we just haven't heard of any
but they
of
have
them.
changed. The themes of these movies have changed.
Because
for whatever reason.
I've heard Matt Damon talk about it, that a lot of these movies they know won't make the big money.
Yeah.
And that there's
It's
a
all
whole
about
different
just-
money model now.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
That back then, they used to know that they'd make money on Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Well, also, we're so short attention span. He talked about how they have to reintroduce like the plot like 10 times during the movie.
Yeah.
They have to keep restating what's going on.
Yeah. I do think TV's better. The amount of shows that are out there
Yeah.
that are really good dramas.
I wonder, I mean, I guess it hasn't, but you know, at some point you would think that the movies would price people out too. It's so expensive now to go, especially if
They're
like
pricey.
You want to get a little popcorn and a
Oh, who doesn't get
soda,
popcorn at a movie?
You know, and you go buy your ticket if you're not going to like a matinee.
And
or
maybe
something.
it's considered a night out. It's like going out to dinner. Or I mean, look, I had free tickets for a comedy show. I can't tell you how much money I still spent. Because we got drinks, we got food.
Right.
I paid my son to babysit.
Right.
You probably had to pay for parking.
I did not pay for parking.
Ooh, street parking? Look at you. Baller.
There's at the Arlington Draft House has a parking lot back there.
That's nice.
I've seen the Bacon Brothers there.
Sure, why not?
Bacon Brothers is talented. I don't know what to tell you.
That's a long time ago. When you
I've
saw
seen
the
him
Bacon
actually
Brothers.
twice.
Kevin and who was his brother?
I don't know, the Nubs one, but he's good.
Nubby.
He's
Nubs
probably more
Bacon.
talented than Kevin. You know, musician. I can't.
You know what
remember
he is? He's turkey bacon. It's not quite bacon, but it's a close approximation.
No. He's a more talented musician.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't remember what his first name.
But it's not just movies. I mean, music. New music sucks now. Sorry. New rap is terrible. 90s rap poo-poos on current rap. Does it not?
I think it's just our personal taste.
Come on.
I don't know.
It's definitely our taste.
I
but
don't like the mumble rap. I was not into that whole scene. I don't know if that's still a thing.
Like if my kid listens to Kid Cudi versus Big Daddy Kane, he's going to prefer Kid Cudi.
It's just not as good.
If you listen to some of our old rap though, and you play it for your kids, it doesn't hold up. They don't. It doesn't capture their attention.
Yeah, they don't
some
care.
of the old stuff.
They
It's
don't
just
understand.
they're not
think
in
the rap-
The production is not as good.
My favorite rap era is the Kanye Jay-Z collabs. That's like 2000s.
Yeah.
This will shock you. I don't have a favorite rap era.
I get
that
it.
will stun everybody, I'm sure.
I get it. Hey, so Laramie Tunsil, there's a lot of talk about an extension for Laramie Tunsil. How important is this for the Commanders? We do have a little audio talking about this, and then we can kind of dive into it.
Yeah, I don't want to put a timeline on it, JP, but it is really important for us, you know, and we've been having talks, and we've been having good and productive talks with Laramie and his team, and, you know, we're as motivated as ever to get that done, but I don't want to put a timeline on it. Obviously, I don't think either side wants to drag it on, but I don't think the league year is anything that's going to be a deadline of sorts.
JP, did you feel like Adam Peters is speaking directly to you since he was answering the questions from JP Finley at the Combine?
No, I thought he was actually saying exactly what he said about Terry McLaurin last year.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I don't think it's an issue. Although I do think the McLaurin negotiation, the way that played out, will factor in. I don't think that they will let things like this linger. I think it will get to a point where it'll become obvious, sort of both sides, that we got to make a decision here, one way or the other. But I don't think it's like I think it's going to get done. I thought the McLaurin thing would get done. I'll be stunned if the Tunsil thing is not done and done in a timely manner.
Yeah, they don't.
He still has a year left, right?
Yes.
Yeah. They don't have to give him an extension this year.
Yeah, but they're gonna.
I think they will.
Guys of his caliber will hold
Just
out.
throwing this out there.
I'll be stunned if it's
Just throwing this out there.
I won't be stunned if it is long and drawn out because
They drafted-
Terry McLaurin was.
Yeah, but they learned from that. It didn't go well for
hopefully
everybody.
I'm not saying he's this player yet, but they drafted Connerly for a reason. Could they have, or could they come to a decision? Tunsil's too expensive for down the road, and he'll be next year. How old will he be in a year?
I think he'll be 32 or 33.
So he'll be a little. He'll be. I think offensive linemen are fine. Like Trent Williams is still
37.
Awesome.
Right.
But maybe they're thinking, age. Let him be here for another year, and we'll move Connerly over to left tackle.
I don't think that's the plan. I think the plan after they acquired him was to extend
they love him.
I said, but it could be a thought that if his price gets too much.
I don't think they're thinking that.
I think they're going to pay him what the market.
He's a premier left tackle.
They know what they have.
Those guys are tough to
They
find.
have to plan to pay Jaden.
Say again?
They're going to have to plan to pay Jaden big money.
They don't have that much on there right now.
Yeah, they don't.
That's why they're going to have $100 million in cap room.
Tunsil's 31 right now.
We don't have that many good players.
Yeah.
Most of our players are garbage.
I don't think they want to go back to what they were dealing with Terry.
You want to make a wager?
The holdout.
I'll give you slight odds that they will re-sign Laramie Tunsil.
No, I believe they will too.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're going to re-sign him. I don't even think it's a question.
Just get it done. Don't wait until August.
Ooh, now we just have to find a date. What's
the
a
question
good, what's a good date?
Is it going to
on?
get to holdout level?
Right. They don't want to deal with that again.
I don't think that's
But
going to
I
be the
didn't
case.
think the Terry thing would get to holdout level.
I certainly didn't think that was going to happen either. I thought he'd be signed and delivered by training camp at the latest.
I think it'll get done.
Will Tunsil request a trade?
Like Terry?
Let's hope.
If it gets to that point, maybe.
It's going bad. That don't mean we're in a bad spot.
He will not request a
trade. If it's late August.
I need to flip my mojo from yesterday, Valdez. I need a win. I need a dub today. You want to wager on it?
Sure.
I'll even give you 2-1.
3-1.
2.5. Meet me in the middle. Come on.
All right.
I didn't call your car a girly car. Meet me in the middle. Sold.
Okay.
We're in. $2 wager.
Who is Tunsil's agent?
I have to look it up.
Is it?
I'm sure it's a big
self-rep.
Big sell.
Oh, he's self-repped? Ooh, nice.
Oh, he is. I wonder if that probably helps. Not like
he just hires a lawyer to take a look at it. Pays him hourly.
Yeah. I'll be flabbergasted.
Yeah.
If it gets to holdout level after what they went through last year with Terry.
Correct.
We did have the one caller yesterday or the day before who said they should trade him because they're changing the offense. They're going to run more, and pass blocking is less important.
That person was a moron.
Yeah, they're always going to protect. They're always going to protect Jaden's.
Let's just put that out there.
The interesting thing is, to me, the more interesting thing is because I do think it's a foregone conclusion that they're going to sign Tunsil, and I'm sure I'll be wrong, but that's my foregone conclusion. They'll sign Tunsil. The Bobby Wagner thing that we talked about earlier, that is wild to me that there's really a scenario where they bring him back.
But why is it wild based on the production?
Because
they need to get younger.
He's too easily exploited.
Yes.
But Peters had an answer
But JP,
for that.
they need to get
It's only
younger.
a handful of times in reality. He gets grilled, and it was in big moments for the pass coverage, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's really grilling him on
run stopping. A guy's a stud, absolute stud.
So it's a couple of occasions he was exposed over a 17-game season,
and that could have been scheme. So maybe the argument is that we have a new defensive coordinator, and we know how to scheme around his deficiencies. So then that's fine.
And the truth is, I remember even in one of those situations, I can't remember who caught the ball. Let's say it was Saquon Barkley out of the backfield. And we said, Saquon's going to beat every linebacker.
Bijan.
Yeah, Bijan.
Bijan smoked him.
It looks awful when it's a one-on-one between Bobby Wagner and Bijan. But if Bijan was against any other linebacker, he's probably beating them too.
Understood. It on the pro side for Bobby is he's a surefire Hall of Famer. And when you look at it from afar statistically, I mean, it's hard to replace 162 tackles. That's a lot of tackles, okay? And now he played every freaking down, so he should have a lot of tackles. He's right there in the heart of it. And he did have like 4.5 sacks. He caused a few turnovers. I mean, as much as we were picking on him, he definitely was impactful. Definitely had his moments. The downside is they finished last with him.
He played for the worst defense in the league.
The downside is they finished last.
I don't mind bringing him back, but he can't play every down.
I agree.
You got to get younger and athletic.
But it is hard to imagine. I will
He's
say this:
fifth in the
defense,
NFL in tackles.
It's hard to imagine replace. It's not easy to replace 162 tackles, especially when you have hot garbage. Everyone else is garbage.
Yeah.
By the way, those numbers are elevated because
he plays
the
every
defense
down.
is so bad, and he plays a ton.
And he's on the field all the time.
Yeah.
I'm denigrating a first round Hall of Famer.
No, he's a first round Hall of Famer, and everybody says he's an incredible person.
No, but we all agree they can bring him back, but he just can't. He can't play it 99% of the snaps. He just can't.
It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't.
The other one, though, that is somewhat scary, and I root for him. I do root for him because I don't like to see a guy end his career on a cart, is Zach Ertz is all in for week 1. Zach Ertz is putting out videos. He's already squatting or whatever he's doing. Like, he looks great. He's all in for week 1. And they have a great relationship with Ertz.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not easy to replace his production. It's kind of the same scenario.
You bring another guy out there and do the same thing.
Ben Sinnott.
It's not going to be him.
They're talking up Sinnott. If you listen to them, they're talking him up a little bit.
You would not be happy if they're bringing all the same guys back as last year.
Didn't David Blau just last week say, or 10 days ago say, he's got a long way to go.
Long ways to go.
Yeah, but he also said, I like what I see.
I like what I see, but a long way to go.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's realistic.
The one that resonates with me is long way to go.
Yeah. I don't know why you disrespect the part where he says, I like what I'm seeing.
Because the one really counteracts the other, in my opinion.
I don't know.
And nobody's going to come in and just blast the players that they're inheriting.
We're also not going to say this guy's incredible when he has like 9 catches. They're not going to do that.
They
can't.
Do you want to hear DQ talking about his usage, Ben Sinnott's usage?
Yeah, I'd like to hear this.
Featuring Ben in the ways, that he can do his things. It's in the backfield. It's, through to compare him to Zach. They're way different skill sets, So, I know they're both playing tight end, but, they're featured differently in that way. And so what I do know is him on the move, and whether it's the run game, pass game, running away from people, maybe not finding the zone and stopping, those are differences. And I'm looking forward to seeing that this year.
So he's basically I know nothing about football, technically, but what he's saying is he's kind of a gimmicky, H-back gadget player that they spent a second-round pick on.
He's not saying that. He's just saying he has a different skill set. He didn't denigrate it.
It is a different skill set. Zach Ertz's skill set is somehow getting open and catching balls, and Ben Sinnott's is not. That's the way I read into DQ.
I don't think anybody could plausibly deny that he's been a disappointment.
Yeah, he's been a flop so far.
For where he was drafted.
But I think what AP and them would say is that the coaches didn't feature him enough, and they didn't cater to his skill set enough. They just threw him in as, hey, we need a tight end here. Sinnott, get in there. They didn't feature his skill set. Well, I think that's kind of what DQ's alluding to.
If he were good enough, they would
2 years
feature
to
his
do
skill
it.
set.
Well, they had a lot, I don't know. Cliff had his own priorities.
But the skill set that they said he's not that good at, from what I heard, was finding the open spots in a zone.
Right, which is pretty important.
Because Ertz is good at finding spots to move the chains.
Right.
Sinnott needs to be on the move.
I feel like that's an experience thing.
Probably.
I feel like you could gain that with experience. I haven't completely ruled him out. I have heard that they do, in general, they re-upped Bates. Yankoff, you can say what you want. It was valuable contributor. I don't think they've given up on Sinnott. And then the other one, they still even talk about Cager.
You know what's odd about you, EB?
Yeah. I like underdogs.
Is that
that's your guy then?
Using your logic, they sucked with Bobby Wagner, get rid of him despite the production.
Yes.
They sucked with these guys, and they didn't even give production, and you want to keep them.
Well, I just haven't decided. Like
Bobby Wagner's production was far better than Ben Sinnott or Yankoff or Cagers.
Because they're still young. I don't think we've seen their top end yet. In my opinion.
But how many times this year did you say get rid of the entire roster besides JD? That's basically what you said.
I don't know. Maybe
when you were pissed off on a Monday morning, you would say that.
I mean, I don't know if I'd said that, but
now it's almost March and it's settled in a little bit. Now you want to bring all these guys back.
He gets really loyal to the guys that aren't producing.
Well, I just haven't ruled him out yet as being awful.
The only way I'm optimistic about Sinnott is because when Cliff Kingsbury was in Arizona, Trey McBride didn't do anything in his offense. Kingsbury leaves, Trey McBride turns into one of the best tight ends in the league because he catches balls.
Yeah, but would you rather roll the dice with Ben Sinnott or go out and get Isaiah Likely or Kyle Pitts?
Well, you can't get Pitts.
You know he's gone. What is that a serious question?
I mean, just setting you up.
Of course, I want to bring in a better tight end than Ben Sinnott, and so does David Blau.
Yes, he
does.
And
so does everybody on the offensive staff.
I don't know. You'd be surprised.
I would be surprised.
It might not be their number one priority is upgrading tight end.
Oh, I'm not saying it's their number one priority, but it's on
right
their
now.
list.
They have one running back on the roster. I think that's a bigger priority than tight end. They have They have 4.
Yeah, I would agree.
Ends. They have 1 running back. So I think that's a bigger. I think finding a replacement for Debo is probably going to move on, and a real number 2 is a higher priority.
Here's what I want. This is what I want personally. I want a tight end that has the ability to catch 50 balls in an NFL season.
Well, his name's Zach Ertz.
I mean, I'd rather have a younger guy than Zach Ertz at this point, coming off of an ACL tear at his age.
Cakes wants an explosive tight end.
Yes.
Not just some guy
I don't think I'm asking for anything outrageous. You know what? Give me David Njoku. You know how much better he is than Ben Sinnott?
Mm-hmm.
A million times better. Please bring him in. If you can't get, you're not going to get Pitts. If you can't get Likely, bring in David Njoku.
If you want to chime in,
they're going to bring in somebody else.
I know they are.
If you want to chime in, you can always call us at 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Keep it here.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
Swing into Golfdom by Worldwide Golf to get custom fit for the new tailor-made QI 4D driver. The QI 4D family is TaylorMade's fastest, most fittable driver line. Don't miss out on your chance to find your new fast and schedule your fitting in-store or online today. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, proudly serving golfers since 1982, home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet. Celebrate red, white, and huge President's Day deals all month long at Ted Britt Ford. They're not giving speeches, they're chopping prices. How about $8,750 off a new 2025 F-150 from Ted Britt Ford, your F-150 HQ in Fairfax and Chantilly, plus no payments for 90 days. Or how about a ride just like mine? A new 2025 Mustang Mach-E, close to $12,000 off the MSRP, and no payments for 90 days. Call it executive level savings, people. Go see them at Ted Britt Ford, and please tell them.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Winter's all about layers. Coats, gloves, boots. At Dulles Kia, the layers are in the lineup. Drive a new Kia K4, just $239 a month. Step up to a new Sorrento, only $379 a month. Or go all in with a Telluride as low as $389 a month. All brand new, all loaded with tech. And now, all under one roof at Dulles Kia's sharp new facility. However winter hits, there's a Kia that fits at Dulles Kia in Leesburg or DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
B-Mitch here. You know I'm a passionate cyclist, and I'm now proud to be a part of the incredible motorcycle community. Safety will always be my only priority, and I feel better riding knowing that Law Tigers has my back. They've been helping injured riders for over 20 years. Check this out. They partnered with Harley-Davidson of D.C. to give away a custom Caps Fans Harley, and it's signed by the entire team. Go to capsfansbike.com. The Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. LawTigers.com. Calfers and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
Chili temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. Cakes here for Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, where my guy Danny Dimes is absolutely dealing. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban. The flop, real inventory, silly savings. The turn, aggressive pricing, and the number you see already includes freight. Up front, no late raises either. By the river, you're just grabbing your set of keys. When the chips hit the felt, that's the number. The hand plays straight at Lindsay Chevy. You'll love it at LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley coming at you live from the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis. Packed show on the program. NFL Network's Mark Ross will join us at 10:15. Daniel Jeremiah, DJ, will join us at 11:40. And at 1 o'clock, D'Angelo Hall will join the program. Going to be a fun show.
Brian Mitchell and JP Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The greatest insult the Colonel ever suffered was being served a wrap that was just a snack by a friend. So he took 2 crispy tenders, lettuce, tomatoes, and pepper mayo, and wrapped them in a soft tortilla. It wasn't a snack, it was a meal. He called it a twister, and never called that friend again. The Colonel lived, so we could chicken. The Twister, now back at KFC, classic or with bacon. Also try it spicy. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation may vary.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying.
And I like it. On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's a food trend that's gaining popularity. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Okay.
I didn't mention it a couple weeks ago. It's called boy kibble.
All right,
Boy
explain.
Kibble. I don't know what that is.
Where'd this come from? Social? Someone social?
I think it's a combination of proteins becoming bigger.
Yeah.
And inflation.
Okay.
And prices. So boy kibble is basically just meat, your protein,
all right,
and rice.
Love rice.
Meat and rice. I mean, it's a good combination.
What I mentioned a couple weeks ago is Chipotle now just offers.
They have their big protein
I forget what it's called.
thing,
Protein bowl.
You get like 100 grams of protein or something.
Yeah, and it's just basically you just want the chicken?
Yeah.
Or you just want the steak?
I think it's as you pointed out, or somebody pointed out, your body can only process like 50 or 60 grams of it at one time. You're kind of wasting all that other protein.
Yeah, kibble, used to be a meal that would be on my no-no list because it would literally kill me. Like eating rice mixed with like ground beef or steak.
Right.
Like
I think it's popular with people who have the mindset that food is fuel.
Right.
So if you know your body needs proteins and certain
Well, we're all
vitamins,
getting more educated.
Yeah.
We're all getting more educated about eating and stuff.
and you're not necessarily eating for taste
For
or
pleasure.
for pleasure or anything like that.
100%. So
You're eating to fuel your body for your workout or your day or whatever you have coming up.
I think it's just changed. Like it's generational now. Like young people, my daughter will say, I say, hey, let's have pizza. I'll just say, let's have pizza. And she'll go, no, I need a protein.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I go, well, put some pepperoni
Put some
on
sausage
it.
on it.
Sausage on the pizza.
No, she wants like
all protein,
She wants
100%.
a protein.
She wants like
So
fish
she's
or chicken
in
or
other words,
steak.
she's 17 years old.
Yeah.
No, 16? 16 years old. And she's monitoring her protein
that's smart.
intake, which we never did that when we were kids. We're like, yeah, we'll have chips and we'll
when
have
I was
pizza.
16 years old, I didn't care what I put in my
No,
mouth.
she's making sure that every day, and it's not even enough, I'm sure,
Right.
that she's having some protein
Yeah.
at some point, if not every meal.
This guy in the article, I'm just reading it now. I mean, he's a bodybuilder, so of course he's going.
Yeah, they're big into that. Yeah.
Of course, all he's going to do is eat protein.
Yeah,
he
but-
eats the same thing every day.
Yeah, but Mar does the same thing too. Mar's not a bodybuilder.
No.
I kind of
from
do.
it.
I kind of do the same thing for breakfast.
Yeah.
Where I just want to scarf down protein in the morning, and I don't necessarily care what it is.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely
We're getting more educated.
and also you're not viewing food as a delicacy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they also
means
say
to an end
affordability
type
is
deal.
part of the reason. It's simpler and it's more affordable. I went to a place last night that we all frequent or have frequented.
Yep.
Just with Isabella before her soccer practice. And it was $44. We got 2 bowls and 2 drinks.
Right.
That's it. $44.
It's pricey.
That's very pricey.
Yeah.
But that's part of the reason why people are making the kibble at home, because you can make it for
I think it might have been extra. Instead of getting the kibble, it might have been extra because we threw sweet potatoes on there.
By the way, the
Which might
kibble
have been
can taste
extra.
good. Like if you season your meat.
So kibble is just a protein and rice?
Just
Any
ground
protein
beef
and
and
rice?
ground beef. Yeah. Just ground beef and rice.
Ground beef.
Or ground beef. It's not steak. It's not chicken.
It's ground
It
beef.
has to be ground beef.
Typically, it's ground beef. Could be ground chicken.
So
Just
you
a cheap-
spices and vegetables.
I don't think I've ever
optional.
really done that.
Ground turkey.
If I have ground beef, it's going to be in like a chili.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had just ground beef and rice. I'm not against it per se.
This is exactly what I had for dinner last night.
Kibble.
I had ground beef, white rice, and then I paired it with green beans. We do this at my house all the time. It's like 80% of the meals that we eat for dinner, but we don't call it kibble. We call it bully food.
Struggle meals.
Or a bully, like bully food, bully meal.
Yeah.
Because it makes you mean and strong and jacked, even though none of us are that. but it's something
It
a
has
bully.
potential to do that.
Yeah, it's something a bully would be.
But the appeal is, again, the article says affordability, simplicity, and ease of meal prepping.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't be easier to make ground beef. You just throw it in a skillet, and if you have a rice maker, it's the easiest thing ever. You just dump the rice in, it's done in 20 minutes.
Look, I grew up having rice the majority of our meals.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it was a steak or a pork chop or something like that. But a lot of times we had ground beef. Now, my mom would put it in these little shells, like these little pastry shells that were awesome.
See, that sounds fancy. What we're talking about here, not fancy.
Yeah.
Decidedly unfancy.
What'd you have for dinner last night?
Hold on. Let me think. It was a bad day for me, so I might have had a bad dinner. Trying to track. Oh, I had meatballs.
Okay.
I've grown to kind of accept this side. I hated it the first time I had it. Quinoa. Valdez loves it.
I like quinoa.
What else? Carrots and cucumber. Dipping those in ranch, of course. And some sourdough bread.
There you go.
You know
It's
what?
a solid. That's a
We
solid
have
dinner.
I would say 5 days a week, we have rice, some sort of beef, chicken, or fish, and broccoli. I would say we probably have
That's
that
very
5
good,
nights a
yeah.
week. And we for 20 years, like this, we just have, my wife always makes rice, always have broccoli for some reason.
About cauliflower, you mix that in?
Rarely. But pretty much broccoli, and I'm okay with broccoli. It's fine.
Cruciferous vegetable.
Always chicken, beef, or fish, and rice. But what's thrown us is for years, if we would always have leftover rice, we would just put it in the fridge and have the rice again the next day. And now I'm seeing all these things where they say, you don't do that. That your rice, you got to get rid of it.
Just toss it.
I don't know why.
I grew up with leftover rice all the time. I liked
Me too. We did it
what
for
my
20
mom
years.
called in Spanish was pegao. We were
Yeah.
stuck together. It was like the
For
best
some
part.
reason, all
I feel
these
Paul
influencers say
putting
you don't
rice
do it.
in the next day.
All these health people say you don't do it. It's like a bad thing. Now, who knows why, but there's some reason that you don't.
I'm not going to
eat
waste the
leftover
food.
rice.
I'm just going to eat it.
You do.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
will.
yeah.
Yeah.
If it's a little
I don't
piddly
wanna
amount, I toss it. 'Cause
We've always
I can just
saved
make
it,
more rice.
but now I'm starting to throw my rice away.
Nah, you can't do that.
I just throw my rice away now. Because I don't even like that much rice, because it's just filler.
Oh, it tastes good with a meat, though, or a chicken. It tastes really good.
Fine, I'd rather have more protein.
All right.
But my
Well,
wife
you
and my
boy,
daughter,
you and Boy Kibble can hang out.
they love rice.
Boy
they
Kibble.
They put a
What is it
huge
called?
pile of rice.
Boy Kibble? Is that
Yeah,
what it's
boy
called?
kibble.
Boy
Yeah.
kibble.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone should have boy kibble tonight for dinner.
I had it last night.
Who makes the best boy kibble?
Yeah.
But is it only ground beef? You said ground beef or
Yes.
ground chicken?
That's what the article says, yeah.
I mean,
I
can
don't know
you
if it
throw
said
in other
ground
things in there to make it tastier?
Can you throw vegetables in there?
Yeah.
Red
Can you
peppers?
do you throw in vegetables in yours?
Oh yeah, different vegetable every night. I mean, this is literally what I have about 4 or 5 nights of the week.
And you mush it all together.
Yeah, I mean, I put the rice in the I put the vegetables on the side, but the rice and the ground beef. But I rotate chicken, steak, ground beef, so I don't just do ground beef every meal.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just always a different protein.
See, my problem is my kids are so spoiled now. They complain if I don't get a certain level of steak.
Right.
I don't just get filet, but
I hear you.
Like you need choice.
It has to be like now they're into flat iron steak.
Okay.
Flat irons are so.
Put those in a fajita.
That's pretty much what we've settled on. But I would get anything that's like $8.
Those could be pricey. Flat irons.
No kidding.
Skirt
No
steaks.
kidding. But I would always get any steak, and they just complain it's too tough. Too tough.
Coming up next, we've got a controversial ex-scout, former Jet scout Daniel Kelly will join us. He's not that high on Fernando Mendoza. We'll get his take on the Commanders, Mendoza, and more here on the Junkies.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
The goal volley slam to
And DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up the shot. Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
All right, guys, ever want to go to the NBA Finals? Well, now's your chance, courtesy of FanDuel. All you have to do is use your profit boost on an NBA future, and you'll be entered for a shot to win an NBA Finals trip for two. NBA futures let you lock in your pick for who you think will go all the way, whether it's a team to win the championship or a conference title. It's very simple. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to get started. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Make sure you use my promo code to get started. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. No purchase necessary. Limit 1 entry for Profit Boost token. Opt-in required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See full terms, including methods of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mid-season grind, time for a line change at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more ready for big minutes. And the price you see, freight's already included. No late whistles, no extra shifts either. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
Get more out of every mile when you share the ride to work. With carpooling, you'll have time to relax, save money, and pick up new friends. Commuter Connections can help you find carpool partners who live and work near you. Even if you're commuting just a few days a week, it's a free service. Carpooling. Every dollar saved, every friend made. Register for free carpool partner ride matching at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. That's commuterconnections.org.
It's your boy Bish here from my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. He's on the podium, and these deals are going for gold. So now, during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, you can score 0.9% APR on a new 2026 Forester, smooth as a downhill run, or grab 1.9% for 75 months on a new 2025 Crosstrek. If you're ready to sweep up a win this winter, do what I did. Head on over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Ask for Josh Cochran. Tell him Bish sent you in. Or you can check him out online now at buyersubaru.com.
You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Matt Valdez here to tell you I just purchased a new Ford Bronco Sport from Ted Britt Ford. The buying experience was simple, comfortable, hassle-free, and amazing. So visit Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax or Chantilly, or visit them online at tedbritt.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic. Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out.
Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
1067, The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Check in with Daniel Kelly, a former New York Jets scout. You can see his work on Twitter at First Round Mock or visit firstroundmock.com. Hey, Daniel.
Hey, how you doing this morning?
We're doing great. Well. So, Daniel, always get a kick out of your tweets. A lot of back and forth, mostly about Caleb Williams. Now, Caleb Williams, to a lot of people, had a really good year this year, and his team did well. What did you see from Caleb that leaves you still unimpressed?
Well, the thing with Caleb Williams is it's important to be able to separate the success the Chicago Bears had as a team this year, and then looking and kind of focusing on the individual performance of Caleb Williams. The Bears obviously did better as a team, but Caleb Williams continues to regress in two very important areas, and that's with his completion percentage. He's becoming more and more comfortable being himself, which is not really that great of a thing for him or the team. And what that means is his completion, his accuracy is falling off. In 2024, he was at 62.5%. This year, he regresses to 58.1% during the regular season, and that number, of course, drops all the way off a cliff to 52.2% in the postseason. The other area that's a huge concern is his process continues to slow down. According to PFF, Pro Football Focus, in 2024, his time to throw was at 3.03 seconds. In 2025, that fell off to 3.23 seconds, and that's a big deal. When it comes to timing routes and trying to sink, throws downfield to receivers, they talk about, hey, Caleb Williams and all these drops he has. Well, of course he has drops. The quarterback's the ones throwing the ball. They control the timing. They control the location. They control the velocity of the passes. And it's just really challenging for the receivers there to try to sync to his throwing patterns when he's always out there trying to play hero ball and he's not seeing the whole field, in my opinion.
So, Daniel, let's look at your list of quarterbacks in his upcoming draft. At First Round Mock, you posted this a couple days ago, and you said, as a former NFL scout, I've studied 229 games of these 7 quarterbacks in the 2026 NFL draft, and this is how they stack up. At number 1, you have Carson Beck out of Miami. And all the way down at 7, you have Fernando Mendoza, who seems to be the overall favorite to go number 1 to the Las Vegas Raiders. Why do you have him ranked so lowly? And if you were a consultant to the Raiders, I'm guessing you would beg them not to take him at number 1
Don't you worry about Beck's deep ball arm? We saw that kind of exposed in the national championship game on the final drive.
I don't. I've studied all 43 starts of Carson Beck throughout his college career, and to me, that was a one-off situation. I look at the full body of work, and I'm not concerned about that.
All right, so why don't you like Fernando?
Well, Fernando, I would not. I would jump on the table if I was in the Raiders draft room about this one because it's. I've watched 24 games, studied 24 games of Fernando Mendoza. I looked at him at Cal. I put a fifth round grade, on this game film at Cal. I upped it to a fourth round grade at Indiana this year. I mean, listen, I don't want to take anything away from what Indiana accomplished this year at a college football level, or what he accomplished, winning the national championship game. But college football is college football. And the NFL is the NFL. Mm-hmm. And when I study these games and this game film, I wear what I call NFL colored glasses. I'm looking at these guys and looking at Fernando through an NFL perspective. And to me, Fernando Mendoza is so incredibly limited from an NFL perspective. He's a stiff, awkward, systematic quarterback who I believe was camouflaged and hidden behind Indiana's number one team this season. The entire offense was built around his limited strengths, and they tried to do everything in their power to really limit, his glaring weaknesses from being exposed, and it worked well enough. Like I said, of course, we all know to win the national championship. But really, on film, all Mendoza really did was just stand there like a robot, glued to his spot, clapping for the snap, and repetitively he just kept throwing the same routes over and over and over and over again on film, where he looked to make throws that offered him the absolute most throwing leverage. And what I mean by that is the less opportunity for defenders to get involved or occupy that space. He threw a lot of passes to the outside, at or behind the line of scrimmage. When he threw downfield, he threw outside the numbers, where he had the sidelines as a friend to help him be able to try to crowd out defenders there. He threw a lot of those passes. We saw it all throughout the college playoffs. If he goes inside, he avoids the inside like the plague. He avoids throwing into a crowd like the plague. If he does throw inside, it's a quick inside slant that again offers him the most throwing leverage, or he's going deep with the ball behind the defense where he's got a good chance to complete it. And so everything that he does there, either that or he basically handed the ball off to the number 13 rushing attack in the country. I feel Fernando Mendoza has showed on film that he has absolutely positively no feel whatsoever for front or backside pressure. I do not believe that he can read defensive pass coverages post-snap. I believe the entire passing game was basically 1 to 2 predetermined location progression throws. If they weren't there, he visibly panicked, and either he scrambled around, tried to find a wide-open receiver, he threw it away, got sacked, or he ran the ball 90 times like we saw this season.
Talking to Daniel Kelly, a former New York Jets scout. You can see his work at First Round Mock or visit firstroundmock.com. So you've got Beck 1, Aller 2, Klubnik 3, Jalen.
All right, hold on real quick before you go.
I want to ask him about Mendoza specifically because I want to ask him, where does character and work ethic and all these great things we heard about Fernando Mendoza factor in for you?
Well, it is a factor. He's coachable, the leadership's there, all the things that we hear about. I'm not ignoring any of those type of things. They all factor into it. But it's really not about coachability to me. It's about ability. And that's where I get hung up on the Fernando Mendoza tape and the overall evaluation. But I definitely acknowledge what you're saying. I see it.
Did you say, I'm sorry if I didn't hear it, did you say what grade, what round do you think he's worthy of being selected in?
Fourth.
Fourth, yeah. I have a fourth-round value on him. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily where he's going to get drafted. I do mock drafts differently. I look at value.
Right.
And that's what his game field value is as it translates to the National Football League.
So, Daniel, there's some desperate teams out there for quarterbacks, okay? And the Raiders...
There always is.
And the Raiders are up there, and they got the number 1 pick. So, are you saying that the Raiders should take Carson Beck number 1 overall?
If they're going to draft a quarterback, yes.
Wow. Well, what about your former employer, the Jets, at 2? What do you think they're going to do? Because they certainly need a quarterback.
They really do need a quarterback. I like the idea of Carson Beck also with the New York Jets. I think Carson Beck is a guy that can come in. What he's done at Miami this last season was really what gave me the confidence in this. He's a guy that's extremely comfortable in a clean or dirty pocket. He's a guy that maintains his focus downfield. His team, what I really liked what he did at Miami this year was how his team rallied around him. That was the biggest question I had on Beck heading into the season. How was his team going to respond to him, and how was he going to acclimate to his new team? And his new team responded well to, which I think is a very good predictor of him going from college football into the NFL. So I would love to see Carson Beck taken by the New York Jets at number 2.
I'm just curious, where do you stand? I know you talked about Caleb. Jaden here, beloved, had an unbelievable rookie year, and then this year, obviously, injury and everything it just turned into a big disaster. Are you bullish on Jaden? Where are you on him heading into year 3?
Well, Jaden Daniels is a sensitive subject for us all, obviously. I mean, I grew up. I've been a lifelong Washington fan. The fan in me wants to see him do well, but the evaluator in me had a 3rd-round pre-draft grade on him, and I comped him to Tyrod Taylor. It's because what I saw at LSU, and I loved what he did his rookie season, but what I saw on film at LSU starting to catch up to him. Jaden Daniels is a guy that he runs with this mentality like he thinks he's Derrick Henry. He has an insatiable appetite for contact, and he did at LSU too. But he's built like a piece of paper. I mean, so that's the issue. That's the problem with the injuries we're starting to see mount up.
What about ability-wise?
Well, ability-wise, I love his deep ball at LSU, and he was the best runner in the draft class. But in terms of his quarterback skills, the finer points of playing quarterback, that was the number 2 point I was hung up on, and why I gave him that 3rd-round pre-draft grade, because there was a number of things he did at LSU which caused me concern as it translated to the NFL level. And I think some of that showed up this year because we saw his completion percentage up at 69%, which was fantastic in 2024, but it dropped all the way down to 60.6%, and now he's trending in the wrong direction really quickly.
So, Daniel, the Commanders have the number 7 pick in the draft. Mel Kiper has a mock where they're taking Sonny Styles from Ohio State. We've seen Caleb Downs. We've seen Ruben Bain in some mock drafts. If you're the Commanders and you have the worst defense in the NFL, what would you do at number 7?
I would take Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame. I think Jeremiah Love accomplishes a lot for the Washington Commanders. This is a guy I have a Hall of Fame pre-draft grade on. I loved Jeremiah Love. This would be the best running back the Washington franchise has had since John Riggins, who is my favorite player of all time. My comp for Jeremiah Love is Saquon Barkley.
Good
comp. And what this Yeah, thank you. And what this accomplishes, all it takes is a slice of creases for this guy. He's got the patience and the discipline to often find them. He's what I call a space architect. He's able to squeeze space better than any running back I've ever evaluated, and he's also a good catcher out of the backfield. And what this does for Washington, to your point about the defense, is it helps Washington control the clock more. It also, it keeps the opposing offense off the field, which of course would, help the defense. But also, too, as far as protecting the investment of Jaden Daniels at quarterback, having a Jeremiah Love in there would take a lot of pressure off Daniels from feeling he always has to run, because all he would have to do is hand the ball off, and Jeremiah Love would do the rest.
That's Daniel Kelly. He's got a 70% hit rate on his quarterback evaluations.
That's pretty good. 70% is good.
That's the first time I've heard of a guy graded as a Hall of Famer.
Daniel, I can't remember. Where did you have last year? Last year. 2 years ago. Where did you have Drake May?
Drake May, I had a first-round grade on him.
Okay.
I maintained a first-round grade on May for the last 2 seasons he was at North Carolina.
Yeah, gotcha.
All right, Daniel, good stuff. Appreciate you joining us.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity as always. We're within that 60-day window to the 2026 NFL Draft. Exciting times, guys.
We'll have to get you on again before.
You
Thank
can
you,
see
buddy.
his work on Twitter at First Round Mock or visit firstroundmock.com.
He thinks Fernando Mendoza is going to be an absolute buster-in.
Well, fourth round pick, that doesn't mean you're going to for sure be a bust.
Compared to number 1 overall
He
pick.
thinks Carson Beck's better.
Oh, yeah, he does.
He was a riser.
The thing
before the season, Fernando Mendoza was not everybody's number 1 pick.
Of course not. No one saw him play.
People comped him to guys like Kirk Cousins. Well, Kirk Cousins was a 4th-round pick, right?
He also tweeted a week ago. This is his exact tweet. Next year at this time, the Bears will be trying to trade Caleb Williams. Bookmark it, frame it, put this post in the Smithsonian.
Next year,
he hates Caleb Williams.
He
has a special brand of
hates Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I didn't love what he said about Jaden, and is he from here? Is that why he's such a big Skins fan? I don't know. But what he's saying, it's hard for me to argue because it's put up or shut up time. But when he says he's trending in the wrong direction,
that's just his opinion.
Well, it's kind of accurate.
I mean, it's I can't debate it.
You can't. The trend is he played all his games as a rookie.
He played incredible
this
year.
I'd push back with small sample size.
That's fair.
So far.
Yeah. And you can go to collegiate track record and track record.
But I do think he also brings up a good point. Like he stated in a way that we've never really stated it, that he likes those big contacts. Like he almost seeks it out. He did that in college, and
they're going to emphasize not to do that this year.
We definitely talked about
it
before they drafted him and after they drafted him, that the college tape had a lot of spectacular train wreck type tackles.
This is honestly a pivotal year for him.
I just think it's so funny how two people, or not just two people, but if you see any of these mock drafts, Mendoza's number one in all of them.
Yeah.
Have you seen a mock draft where Mendoza hasn't been one?
And Tom Brady's pretty good at the position. But
to be so different in your evaluation, Mel Kiper has Mendoza going 1 to the Raiders. Daniel Kelly would have him going 4th round. I mean, it's just funny.
And don't you think with Brady being there and obviously very involved, he's clearly very involved, that Brady must also think he's the best player in the draft.
Remember, kind of happened last year. Kiper had Shedeur Sanders number 1. You can have differences of opinion.
Oh, of course.
Kiper loves Shedeur Sanders.
Of course. Where was Daniel Kelly on Shedeur?
He hates him.
Yeah, way out.
Undraftable.
Way out.
Out of the league type stuff. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up next, we'll open up the entertainment page and give you the latest celebrity scoop here on the Junkies.
DC's FM Sports Talk 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. The clock is ticking to the WNBA. With the season set to tip off May 8th, the league has issued a new ultimatum. Negotiators have until March 10th to reach a deal on the new collective bargaining agreement, revenue sharing, and player housing. As players fight for their share of the league's historic growth, the 11th hour is here. I'm Drake Toll.
Hey guys, EB here. If you're planning to sell your home, I've got many great reasons why you should call my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Room team with Keller Williams today. Debbie and Sarah net their sellers over $30,000 more on average. Plus, Debbie and Sarah sell their homes 3 times faster than the average agent. How do they do it? Well, Debbie and Sarah already have the buyers, people. Over 16,300 ready buyers in their exclusive database looking to buy right now. This is why many of Debbie and Sarah's homes are sold even before they hit the market, and how their sellers are more likely to receive multiple offers. Anyone can list a home, but not everyone can sell it right. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their abilities to get the job done that if your home doesn't sell, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. So take it from me. Call right now, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieAsTheBuyers.com. Looking for a good edge? BMW of Fairfax has a limited number of I-Series courtesy vehicles with a few miles on them. In golf, I'll take strokes. On a parlay, plus money. Same idea here. Lease an i4 from $349 a month, or iX from $499. Visit BMWFairfax.com.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
Save on seasonal produce at Whole Foods Market. Get green and red seedless grapes for $2.49 per pound with Prime through March 3rd. Perfect to add to chicken salad or a charcuterie board. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
My team over at Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria has a simple philosophy: keep the customer happy. Like with great deals on the area's best selection of new Lincolns, each backed with the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. And Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria has a great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles. Plus, they offer free Virginia State inspections on your vehicle. It's that simple. Keeping customers happy keeps them coming back. Take it from your pal, B. Mitch. Oarsman Lincoln of Alexandria. Let's ride together.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1 Manassas and WPGC-HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left double, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
It's Combine Week, which means that scouts, media members, and analysts are going to get very familiar with measurables like hand size and arm length. Adam Peters admitted that it's ideal to have a pass rusher with long arms, but the answer is more nuanced than that. Although Peters didn't mention any names, most people's minds will go to Miami's Ruben Bain, who has been criticized for having a shorter arm length compared to those other top-tier pass rushers. That might be true, but Bain also recorded 9.5 sacks to go with 54 tackles and generated 67 pressures. Mel Kiper released his second mock draft, and while his official pick is linebacker Sonny Styles of Ohio State for the Commanders, he did say to keep an eye on Bain if the draft board falls that way. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 on the FM side. And, of course, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. MainStreetBank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. We just had Daniel Kelly, former Jet Scout, on the show. He's up there in the most polarizing guest that we have on the show.
That is true.
With Howard Eskin. We just get a lot of social media.
How many times have we had him on? Have we had him on a bunch?
I think maybe 3 or 4 times.
He's good, though. He's very opinionated. I like him.
Yeah.
He's out there.
We're going to kick it now to Savannah McCann with some breaking news.
Breaking sports news on 106.7 The Fan.
Per Adam Schefter, the Commanders have been chosen to play a 2026 regular season game in London at Hotspur Stadium. So the Commanders will be playing in London for the 2026 season. This is per Adam Schefter as of just a few seconds ago. So pack your bags, Commanders fans. We're going across the pond in 2026, playing in London. Their opponent has not been announced yet. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Well, there you go, Commanders fans.
That's a cool road trip.
Go across the pond to see the Commanders play in London.
Another 9:30 game for Bickle.
Will I be buried having never gone to London? The odds are yes.
I don't know.
I think I'm being forced to go next summer.
You're being forced.
To something. I don't know.
Next summer or this
No,
summer?
we
next
decided
summer.
next summer.
27.
Look how miserable you are for that.
I just got
That's your 30th anniversary?
30th anniversary is this year, but I said, how about next year?
So next year, the European vacation.
Kick the can down the road.
The Bickle European vacation.
Just keep kicking it.
Are you going to hit Paris too, or?
I hope not.
So you just want to do London?
I don't even know. I don't want to do any of it. But I'm being. Hold on. I should rephrase that. I want to do whatever makes my wife happy.
Okay.
Pretty convincing.
I want to do whatever.
Nice pivot. I like that.
Do
Good recovery there, by
I want
you.
to do whatever makes her happy.
I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be into it because you go see a game and you're in London.
Oh, yeah. Tons of Commanders fans are going to go over there. Go to London.
Pretty cool.
It didn't say the date, though, because the schedule's not out.
No date, no opponent.
Yeah.
Should I
As of this
schedule my
point.
European vacation around the Skins?
Yes, that's what you should do.
That's what I should
Kill
do.
two birds with one stone.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, Bickle hates the 9:30 starts, the 9:30
I don't
kicks.
like that. Yeah, I like a 1 o'clock. I'm a great 1 o'clock guy.
I agree.
1 o'clock's perfect.
It'll be 1 o'clock London time.
Yeah. I don't even know what is
I'm
it.
assuming
I thought
maybe
it was a
2
6-hour
o'clock. Maybe
difference.
2.
I
think London's 5.
I think it's 5.
5. Okay.
You better get used to it.
So
Euro
2:30?
guy.
Yeah.
What's funny is you don't even know where. So it could be Rome, it could be France, it could be London. I figure it's one of the biggies that you're going to go
She's
to.
been to all of them. She's done it all. Why do you have to go back?
Why do they start those games at the bottom of the hour, not the top?
No clue. I don't have the answer.
Because don't they all start at 9:30? Those overseas games?
Generally, yes.
I don't think they start at 10.
9:30 kicks.
It's weird.
A lot of times.
Got to be a reason. Maybe they just want to make sure it's over before the 1 o'clock start.
Probably.
Yeah.
Let's go real quick to let's go to Gary in DC. Gary's been on hold for almost an hour.
Hey, Gary.
My name is Larry.
Larry.
Oh, okay. It's got a
Larry.
G in front. Okay. It looked like Glary,
What's
actually.
up? What's up, Larry?
What's up, Larry?
Hey, all right. I was calling about the tight end situation. I would take a likely. I like him. Also, Njoku was good, but also here's one that we could take off an NFC team, which is Kyle Orton. That would be taking one of Mayfield's major weapons away from him.
Who are we speaking
But
of?
also,
Who's Kyle Orton? He used to be a quarterback.
Kyle
I was thinking of maybe Otten.
Are you Kate Otten, you mean?
Yeah, Otten. I'm sorry. Yeah, Otten. I'm sorry.
Kyle Orton was a quarterback.
It's Kate. It's Kate Otten.
It's all
Yeah.
right. Oh, come on.
Is this a mistake?
Chip, he makes that mistake all the time. Well, I'm curious. What do people think of what he said, though, about love?
I like the name Njoku, by the way.
I was intrigued when he
has
said
you
that.
going a little bit, right?
Well,
if love is available at 7.
I don't think they're going to take him, but I think that would be.
I was advocating 2 days
flashy.
ago
It'd be a
to
flashy
pick him at
pick.
7 and spend all the rest of your draft picks and free agency money on defense.
Well, I still think they need receiver depth.
Yeah, they do.
For sure. But if they go free agency and they address edge rusher, let's say they just sign a couple
and
guys.
receiver.
And
What
maybe
if they
it's-
went out and got a receiver in free agency?
I mean, that would make it wide open. Dude, he takes it to the house.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if he runs like a 4.35,
They're
40
saying
yard
they
dash,
think he could run a sub 4.4.
I mean, if he does that at the combine, then I mean he's going to be a lot
gonna be a
top
lot
10
of-
pick.
Sure.
I mean, he might be a top 6 pick if he does that.
I mean, he might be a top 10 pick already.
Right.
I think he's a top 10
Even
pick
pre-combine.
already. I think he's a top 10 pick.
Is he
already.
definitely? He's definitely at the combine.
I think they're expecting him to run.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I would be intrigued.
Look, it's an offensive piece. I think you would be intrigued
And you
by
just go with the theory
weapons.
that your better offense makes your defense better.
Yeah.
Which, some people do posit.
And look, they have
Poor
to address
Bill.
the defense.
Huh?
They took Love. Poor Bill.
That's all right,
Bill
he's
will be
still
Beloved
good
by the
back.
fans.
He'll
He'd
be
be
back.
good, too.
Look, he basically was a fill-in guy this year, and he still had 800 yards, 6 touchdowns, some explosive plays.
Yeah, he was getting double-digit
touchdowns.
carries.
Huh?
They get 8 touchdowns.
Yeah, if
Huh?
Jeremiah Love is drafted, Bill's not getting 15 carries
No.
in a game or 10 carries in a game.
No, he get 5.
Right. You get
5 to 8.
5 to 7, and has to make the best of those.
Yeah.
Hey,
He's in the league.
Sorry.
The guy played 1 year.
I love Bill
at
too,
Arizona,
but
1 game.
I mean,
Or whatever
just
he
saying,
did.
poor Bill.
Yeah, poor Bill, but
I totally understand
He's
it.
still a feel-good story. He's a 7th-round pick doing well.
Yeah.
But when a team needs better production and a more explosive player, and that guy's sitting there at 7, if you want to take him, Bill's just going to have to live with it.
I don't hate it. You just best hit on your free agents on the defensive side.
Yeah, you have to hit on your free agent like that, and you has to be defense.
You know how Jason predicts a couple of splash moves? Let's say if it's one splash move in free agency, then it has to be defense if you're considering Jeremiah Love.
It has to be. It's a no-brainer. You can't you can't sign Alec Pierce and then draft Jeremiah Love.
Ooh.
I'll tell you
And
what.
then-
Alec Pierce, Love, and Terry McLaurin, and a healthy Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, but then you're not addressing the defense at all?
No, you'll address that at some point.
I saw one article where it says the
That
Colts
team
are
could
likely
score.
to sign both Daniel Jones and Alec Pierce.
Yeah,
that they're not letting them go.
Right.
I mean, who knows?
I believe that.
Free agency's a couple weeks away.
I was thinking about this the other day. What do you think you can make do with more? Like if you had less talent on offense and you scheme up offense, or less talent on defense and you scheme up defense? Because we got 2 different guys making with new schemes this year. What do you think you need more talent?
I think
to
you
be
need more talent
successful?
on offense.
You need more offensive talent.
You can make do. You can band-aid a decent defense more than you could band-aid a decent
We
offense.
need Durante Jones to get that defense from like the 30s to like 18 or 20. And then if you have a top
That's not
6 or
that
7
great.
offense,
I just think the quarterback is
you
the
can
most
work with
important.
Yeah, but I
So-
think we have that.
Yeah, but that's why I think that's the more critical side.
You would take the
That
19th
scheme
ranked
is-
defense right now.
scheme
If I offered it to
I
you, you would
guess-
take it
yeah,
in
I
a
guess.
heartbeat.
Scheme to me has less of a value on offense. It's about the quarterback first and foremost.
Right, but even when Jaden was healthy, he wasn't great this year. Like in his limited sample
Yeah,
size,
right,
he wasn't terrible.
He wasn't terrible.
He was pretty good.
He was okay.
Yeah.
He had a couple moments.
He barely played.
I'm not down on him. I'm down on his availability. But I'm just thinking as I'm driving around, maybe
the whole offensive year was screwed up because of Terry and
it all
holdout
just
and
got
then
off on the wrong foot.
injuries and in and out of the lineup.
But I wonder if they're thinking, hey, you know what? We got Durante here. We like what he's doing. We like his scheme. He's going to bring Flores' deal. You know, we can patch this together. Let's get Jaden some more weapons.
Remember, you said Durante liked the pieces, particularly on the secondary.
First thing he did was mention
so
the
maybe
back
he thinks
end.
the secondary's okay with Amos and Sanderstill.
Or he thinks that's where his natural inclination is to upgrade right away. He should
Possible.
put like a Caleb Downs.
He's going to be salty if they pick Jeremiah Love over Caleb Downs at 7.
But
Right.
if
Who would you rather take? If Love is there or Caleb Downs? You want Love.
Love. Offense. Offense, baby.
What about Love, Ruben Bain Jr.?
Love. I've fallen in love with Love.
Yeah. Do you?
Love or Sonny Styles?
Is that all because
Love.
Daniel Kelly said they should take him?
No, I said this 3 days
So
ago.
there's no defensive player.
Before Daniel Kelly was on the show.
There's no defensive player that I can.
Jeremiah Love, now officially the apple of these eyes. Right now, I'm
Kicks always.
All right, Jeremiah
is
Love.
You're always anti-running back at the top of the draft.
I know.
You always say that.
I've made this
You say you can
argument-
get a running back in the 5th round.
My brain hurts.
It should.
I've said many times,
Yep.
if you're a 2-down plotter and you're not special, I don't love you. But if you're Jeremiah Love and you can rip off 70-yarders and you average like 9 yards per carry in college and you can catch balls out of the backfield, a la CMC, Jahmyr Gibbs, those
Saquon.
archetype players, then
Bijan.
I shove all my chips in on those guys.
I would love
All
for
of them.
Valdez to find a clip where Kicks said you can't take a running back at 7.
No, I've
I would
always
love-
had the disclaimer that it has to be a special guy.
I know, but I'm saying that if there's a clip of you saying that this
Without the
particular
disclaimer.
year you should not take a Jeremiah Love at 7.
I mean, you might find one from 25 years ago, but my recent history is if you got a special running back, a premium running back, that he's worthy of a top 10 pick.
You loved Bill last year, though.
Yeah,
Loved him.
Yeah, they picked him in the 7th round.
I know.
It's way different.
Okay, so what if
He doesn't love him now.
What
He
if
doesn't
you
love
ask-
him now.
No, I especially love the value
Not
of
as
Bill.
a starter, you don't love him.
Not if I can get Jeremiah Love.
No, throw Jeremiah Love out the window. You don't like Bill coming back as your number one
I
running
like
back.
him as a piece.
That's totally different.
All right, what about
A piece is
Carnell
not your
Tate?
number one running back.
Carnell Tate or Jeremiah Love?
Love.
He's all in.
I'm telling you, it's going to be hard to move me off this guy at this point. Now I'll be disappointed if they don't take him at 7.
Mm-hmm.
And they very well may not because of all the defensive deficiencies.
Look, March 9th is the day that we're going to start hearing the free agents, right? Probably going to go defense. But if they go and get like a big name guy on defense, a la Trey Hendrickson,
Right.
then I'm like, okay, the Love thing's in play.
And, on the same note, if they go out and sign Rico Dowdle in the first few days of free agency, then it's no Jeremiah Love in the top 10.
Yeah.
Or 7 of the Commanders.
It's probably defense.
Right.
Although I could see them
And
maybe go.
I'll be crestfallen if that happens. But life goes on.
We're going to continue the NFL conversation coming up next. Benjamin Solak, NFL analyst at ESPN, here on The Fan.
106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, ever want to go to the NBA Finals? Well, now's your chance, courtesy of FanDuel. All you have to do is use your profit boost on an NBA future, and you'll be entered for a shot to win an NBA Finals trip for 2. NBA Futures let you lock in your pick for who you think will go all the way, whether it's a team to win the championship or a conference title. All you have to do, it's very simple. Just visit FanDuel.com/EB to get started. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. No purchase necessary. Limit 1 entry. For Profit Boost token. Opt-in required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See full terms, including method of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call. Text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chili temps, hot cards, you know when the hand's right. Cake's here for Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, where my guy Danny Dimes is absolutely dealing. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban. The flop, real inventory, silly savings. The turn, aggressive pricing, and the number you see already includes freight. Up front, no late raises either. By the river, you're just grabbing your set of keys. When the chips hit the felt, that's the number. The hand plays straight at Lindsay Chevy. You'll love it at LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Swing into Golfdom by Worldwide Golf to get custom fit for the new Callaway Quantum Driver. The new Callaway Quantum Drivers feature Tri-Force face, and the result is a faster face, more ball speed, and a quantum leap in distance off the tee. Check out the Callaway Quantum Drivers today. You can book your custom fitting in-store or online. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Trusted by golfers since 1982 and home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Get there.
Matt Valdez from the Junkies, and with Valentine's Day here, it's time for me to confess my love for Ted Britt Ford. Do what I did and dump your old Herkton car and put yourself in a new Bronco, Explorer, Escape, or Mustang today. I'm officially in love with my new Ford Bronco Sport. So follow the rose petals to Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax right off Route 50 or Ted Britt in Chantilly to see their pre-owned or new car inventory, or visit them just a click away at tedbritt.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Discover a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026.
Love is in the air at Lindsay Volvo. Whether you're single, a couple, or can't figure out where to fit that family of yours, choose a sexy XC40, 60, or 90 with alluring APRs on gas and plug-in hybrids. Fidelity is rewarded at Lindsay with loyalty offers for returning Volvo owners on new purchases. It's better the second time around too, with some seductive specials on our certified by Volvo cars. Remember, you can't spell love without Volvo. In the tender heart of Alexandria or at LindsayVolvoCars.com.
Hello, this is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. Take the first step. Visit CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley coming at you live from the NFL Scouting Combine in Indianapolis. Packed show on the program. NFL Network's Mark Ross will join us at 10:15. Daniel Jeremiah, DJ, will join us at 11:40. And at 1 o'clock, D'Angelo Hall, will join the program. Going to be a fun show.
Brian Mitchell and JP Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Scheduled to join us, Ben Solak, NFL analyst at ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Got to start off talking to him about Mendoza because Daniel Kelly came on and, I mean,
crushed him.
He's out there saying he's got Carson Beck number 1.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I watched Carson Beck
a
couple games in Miami during the year and then the national championship game. Not impressed. He's been in college forever. I know he won a ton of games. I mean, he won a ton of games.
Yeah, I mean, he was with some really good
and he
teams.
delivered at times. But
the thing about Carson Beck that I saw, and I don't study the film like Daniel Kelly.
Yeah.
Just I watch games. When he's under pressure, he's not very good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, and he was killing Mendoza for not being very accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, he made some
productive
killer plays under pressure.
I thought he did too. But Beck had that if you looked at the metrics on the analytics of him under pressure, he was just really bad.
I mean, just think about the plays that Mendoza made to win the championship. He had those critical. One, I think, was a third down. One was a fourth down throws.
Yeah, and that was
they were both to the outside. Like he was knocking him for throws to the outside.
And that was against defensive players that are going to be first-round picks.
Yeah. All right, let's talk to our next guest. He joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Ben Solak, NFL analyst at ESPN. Hey, Ben.
Hey, how we doing?
So
he's at the combine.
We were talking about Fernando Mendoza, and he's a guy who, before the season started, nobody had him atop the board, but he seems to be a consensus number one pick. Who do you comp him to? What do you see when you look at Fernando Mendoza's game?
Yeah, so the most common comp, which is a fair one, is people talking about as if Jared Goff moved a little bit better. You see it because he's a little bit longer, lankier, taller guy like Goff. He's got really good timing in the pocket. He's got a live arm, gets to all three levels of the field. He can throw those deep, outbreaking routes that the NFL needs their prospects to throw. But Mendoza was also used by Indiana on designed rollouts, right? Like they would intentionally ask him to throw on the move, something that, nobody's really asking Jared Goff to do. You obviously saw the rushing ability in games like the national championship game, right, where he has that key iconic rushing touchdown. And so, we've said for a long time, like, man, if Goff was a little bit more of an athlete, this would really be like one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And lo and behold, we got a guy coming out that's, hey, this might be Goff who's a little bit better of an athlete here. And so while it doesn't seem like a, too thrilling of a comparison, really, like, if you can get Goff, but with a little bit more play creation, a little bit more mobility and explosiveness, you've got yourself a modern NFL quarterback who can do everything offense asks of him.
Yeah, I think Mendoza is sneaky athletic.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not JD or Drake May, but he's sneaky athletic.
Yeah. And a big part of quarterback mobility is not just can you move, but how well do you throw when you're on the move? And Mendoza really, really, really has a nice throw on the run. He's got great mechanics when he throws on the run. It's funny because he looks a little bit herky-jerky just because he's got like long legs and long arms. He's just like a gangly dude. But in general, it's what you want it to look like when a guy of that build throws on the run. And so you can use him on rollouts much the same way like the Seahawks, for example, used Sam Darnold on a lot of rollouts this year. You can do similar things.
What would you say to somebody who says that he doesn't throw over the middle?
Well, so over the middle drives me crazy, right? We talk about this every single year, and it gets contrived and talked about in different ways. The Indiana offense did not ask him to throw a lot over the middle because they didn't need to throw over the middle. And over the middle is a dangerous place to throw. There's a lot of defensive bodies there. Now, in the NFL, throwing over the middle of the field is really important because that's where we generate our yards after the catch, right? If you're going to create an explosive pass in the NFL, you have three options. Either throw it really far down the field, throw it behind the line of scrimmage, right, run a screen, or throw to the intermediate middle of the field and try to hit a guy who's in a crossing pattern, hit him in stride, and let him create after the catch. And so it's something that Mendoza will likely have to do more in, say, the Clint Kubiak offense there, coming from the Kyle Shanahan tree. But any good offensive coordinator is going to see Mendoza's ability to, like, rip a back shoulder fade 15 yards down the field and say, hey, we're going to do a little bit more of this and a little bit less of the other stuff. And so I don't think that the fact that Indiana didn't throw too much over the middle of the field means that Mendoza can't do it. It's just that they didn't need to risk that. And so, yeah, like you're looking there and you're saying, oh, more. I've seen other quarterbacks throw over the middle of the field more. But like every offense in the college ranks, like Jackson Dart came out and was just throwing RPOs and play action the whole time. Like there's always kind of gaps in what a guy's asked to do. That's why projection is required when we come to the NFL level.
What other quarterbacks at the combine do you think can really help themselves in this draft?
So I think the biggest one for me is Garrett Nussmeier, who's the quarterback out of LSU.
Right.
Nussmeier's 2024 was pretty good. He's undersized and the arm isn't elite, but it was something to watch for. Like, all right, this guy's making noise as a prospect.
Yeah, I mean, he was a preseason Heisman favorite this year before he started playing, and he wasn't very good.
Yeah, 2025 was very rough. Missed some time. He also played banged up, and then after the season, you're hearing a lot of like, hey, he played with an oblique injury pretty much the whole year.
Yeah.
Couldn't rotate any of his throws. Like, this is a very much limited film. So if this is the case, and the 2024 film more so indicates the strength of him as a player, and then the 2025 film is just all battered by injury, that's kind of, okay, good news for the evaluation. Maybe teams will lean more on the 2024 film. But here in Indianapolis, a big part of the process is medical checks. And we have to see, okay, how healthy, how healed is this guy? Do we expect him to potentially get injured again? So medical checks are important for him. And then you'd like to see him be able to throw healthier. You'd like to see the ball come out faster with more velocity. It was a really weak throw this year because he couldn't access that rotational power. So Nussmeier's the guy to me that stands out as coming out of this Indianapolis week. I wouldn't be surprised if you're hearing him as like, all right, emphatic QB3 is definitely Garrett Nussmeier.
Ben, what's your best guess for the Commanders' first-round pick at 7? We all know this team has a ton of holes on defense, but Jeremiah Love would look pretty good on this offense at number 7 if he's available there. I know it's high for a running back to be picked in the top 10, but he's a special player, would look great on this offense. What do you think the Commanders do at 7?
I think the Commanders are in a really nice spot because of what you just brought up. A lot of defensive needs, and there's this glut of good defensive prospects there in the top 6 or 7. Talk about David Bailey out of Texas Tech. Talk about Arbel Reese and Sonny Styles out of Ohio State. Caleb Downs out of Ohio State. Ruben Bain out of Miami. They're just dudes. Some of those guys are going to go beforehand, but you're probably going to have a couple of options there at 7. And then also there's a Love wild card. I very much agree with you that I think Love would be a warranted pick at 7. He's that caliber of running back prospect. It also is of note that, one of the first things you heard after David Blau got hired was that they're going to try to go under center more. And I think that in that world, your running back starts to matter a little bit more because in the shotgun, you're doing a lot of quarterback design run stuff and read option stuff, and you can kind of cheese the running back position a little bit. If you're going to go under center and do more traditional running game stuff, you really want to have a more talented decision maker there at the spot, and that's certainly Love. So I think Washington's going to be very happy to sit, wait, and let the board come to them. If I had to guess, I would say they're more likely to go defense just because of the proliferation of holes, and I do think that you're going to get a really, if a Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs falls there because of positional value, that's really a special player that can transform your defense. That's a high-impact guy. And so my guess would be right now, I lean to them going defense and taking one of those Ohio State guys who trickles down. But Love, to me, will be very live at 7, and deservedly so.
So last year, Ashton Jeanty was the top running back drafted. I believe he went number 6.
He was,
I think Hampton was drafted in the first round by the Chargers. Where do you compare Jeremiah Love to those guys?
Yeah, Love's a better prospect than Jeanty. And that was the sense that we were getting even at the time when Love was playing as a 18-year-old for Notre Dame, was ripping it up last season, 19, excuse me. And Jeanty was coming out. Jeanty, though, it's not that there was anything, perilously wrong with him. He went 6 overall. He's a very good prospect. But he was also doing this at Boise State, right? As opposed to Jeremiah Love doing it in Notre Dame. So you have a different degree of confidence. Right. Jeanty also, so much creation behind the line of scrimmage and tackle breaking. But the thing with him is, he would get to the open field and he could kind of hit those home runs, but it wasn't necessarily his calling card. Jeremiah Love, he gets to the second level. It's ring the bells, baby. I mean, the speed is unbelievable, right? And so we're talking about a guy who explosives are king in the NFL, and this is a guy who can be an explosive play the moment he gets through the offensive line. A little bit more developed as a receiver, too. Again, talking about modern running back play, that's a little bit more where we lean in terms of what we like. And so Love's a better prospect than Jeanty. I think that Love's going to grade out for teams quite close to where Bijan Robinson graded out. I'm going to guess he comes in a little bit below that. But take Jahmyr Gibbs, who went 12 right after Bijan, I think teams are going to have Love more so between Bijan and Gibbs, of that caliber of a Gibbs or Jeanty caliber prospect. To me, that's where Love's going to end up.
Talking to Ben Solak, NFL analyst at ESPN, is there somebody that you love that might be a later round pick, like a second or third round pick, great on defense that would be a fit for Washington?
That's a good question. I like Gabe Jackas, who's an edge out of Illinois. Big, long, strong, physical player, high effort against the run. I do think that Washington is in a desperate position where they need to add some more size and some more intensity on that defensive line when it comes to run defense from the edge rusher position. And the linebacker spot, Anthony Hill out of Texas is a guy to watch where he's young. He's a little bit undersized, but he's extremely fast. He sees it quick, and his bad plays are often when he's not seeing it fast. And he's inexperienced, and he's getting more reps there at Texas. It's easy to see how 1 year in the NFL, 2 years in the NFL, this guy's going to become, kind of a 3-down linebacker. He has the coverage skills, he has the blitzing, he has the tackling ability. It's just still a little rougher on the edges as a younger player, but the physical talent is great. And I think that linebacker-wise for Washington, you got to just pepper that position with picks, right? Especially with athletes, because you've seen kind of what it's going to look like when you don't have speed at that spot. It's man, even if you like your system and you like your guys and they're smart, in the NFL, we will stretch these players out. We'll make them cover 53 and a third, and then we're going to be able to find easy yardage on you. And so they got to get faster at the spot. Anthony Hill out of Texas, Josiah Trotter as well out of Missouri at linebacker. He's more round 3 type. 2 really, really fast, explosive tacklers, sideline to sideline. Those would be the names I'm looking for.
Is there an obvious best defensive player in this draft to you?
No. I think that the consensus is going to be Arbel Reese. I think that's what you're going to hear from most teams and most, outside guys. I lean Caleb Downs over Reese personally for me, out of the safety out of Ohio State as opposed to the edge rusher. A little bit of that is splitting hairs, picking flavors. I just think Downs a little bit more clean of a projection. Reese kind of got to figure out how many snaps you want to play and then where. There's a little bit of a positional versatility that actually ends up being kind of positionless, right? Not as much of a good thing. So a little bit more of a bad thing there with Reese. You're going to have, I think, some people who like David Bailey, the Texas Tech edge rusher, just more than anybody else because of the positional value, because he's this speed rusher. He's going to be a high sack player in the NFL. So I don't think you're going to get a consensus. My guess is going to be plurality likes Reese. But right now you're talking to a Downs guy, and I think that everybody's going to have their own rankings of those top 3 or 4 dudes.
Ben, I've been checking out the article you put out, I believe it was 5 days ago on ESPN.com, ranking deepest, thinnest positions in NFL free agency and draft. It kind of dovetails with a lot of the needs for the Commanders. Your top 4 groups are edge rusher, interior O-line, corner, and running back. And 3 of those 4 spots are spots where the Commanders could actually use a big infusion of talent. So to talk about if they miss on edge guys in the draft, like who would they be targeting in free agency there?
Really, really good question. And a lot of that depends on, okay, we got this Dan Quinn, Durante Jones fusion thing going on. Like, what exactly are we going to look like defensively? Because I know what a Dan Quinn edge looks like, and I know what Brian Flores edge looks like, and they don't look very similar now, right? And so I don't know exactly what the overlap's going to be and kind of what tools do we want in place. The thing is that there's a flavor of edge rusher for pretty much everybody in this class, right? If you need your outside speed guy, right, you have your Trey Hendersons, you have your Odafe Owe, you trickle down a little bit further, you have your Boye Mathis of the world coming out of Seattle. If you need more of the bigger physical guy, like run defense, the guy who's going to be able to play all 3 downs, which to me, that's where I lean for the Commanders. You have your Jalen Phillips of the world coming from Philadelphia. Jadeveon Clowney's coming off a great year with the Cowboys. Kingsley Enagbare is going to be a good outside linebacker, defensive tackle switch guy coming out of Green Bay. There's just bodies on bodies this year in the free agent edge room. And so we're going to learn a lot about what the Commanders want to be identity-wise on defense when we start to see the players that they acquire over the next couple of weeks. And edge rusher is going to tell us a lot, right? If they're going for speed demon outside rushers and it's still Dan Quinn front, if they're going for guys with a little bit more versatility, can kick inside, can drop into coverage, now we're moving more the Brian Flores direction on defense.
Which I'm guessing they're going to do. What would you do with the Bobby Wagner dilemma?
How is it a dilemma? To
Seems
me,
like
it. I got a lot of respect for Bobby, and Bobby's played a lot of good football for a long time. But the legs on Bobby have been pretty obvious for a couple of years now for teams, for opposing offenses. They kind of know how they want to attack that player when he's on the field. I go back to that Dolphins game that they played. That was in Madrid. I can't remember where it was. I know it was early in the day. But, I mean, that Dolphins film was just like, hey, this guy can't keep playing in this league. Like, it's that simple, right? There's just an athletic limitation here that's kind of a little bit too austere. And so to me, you have to be moving on. This is not somebody that you can be rostering and playing a majority of the snaps, especially on early downs.
Only in running, what seems to be kind of obvious running situations. No, that's not plausible.
So I guess against some teams you could, but again, going back to that Miami game, the thing about obvious running situations is that in the league we've gotten really good at packaging plays, right? When we're going to call a running play and a pass play together, we're going to get a call onto the field. It's going to allow us to check out of stuff. And so, all right, I walk out there 1st and 10. I want to run the ball between the tackles. That's my identity. But if I want to go after Bobby Wagner, man, it's not hard for me to go from that same formation, from that same personnel group, and spread the field out and get 5 into the concept. And once I do that, again, it's not that okay, every single snap this is going to happen, but I can get a backup quarterback. I can get a QB2 out there and say, hey, we're just going to run basic day one stretching stuff, and we're going to try to put that guy into conflict. And we think if we get the ball and underneath space, and we ask Bobby Wagner to run, chase, and tackle, that we're going to be able to break them off in space too often. And you just saw offense after offense. The Cowboys do this to them. The Dolphins did this to them. The Eagles did it to them. The Giants were doing it to them this year. It just is too easy to get linebackers in zone coverage and then put the ball near them underneath. You get the ball out quick, you neutralize the pass rush, and then you say, hey, go run and chase. And just right now for Bobby, he does not have the legs to do that consistently. So it's brutal. It's tough. There's still so much to like about Bobby's game, but this is what happens to Asian players, right? Is they get athletically kind of phased out of the modern game.
Hey, Ben, if the Commanders didn't take Jeremiah Love and they went in free agency for an RB, what's the market of Breece Hall? Do you like Breece Hall as a free agent to come here?
Love Breece Hall as a free agent. I think folks don't realize just how good the Breece Hall film's been the last couple of years. Talking about being a 3-down player, this is a guy who can be a high-volume receiver. He can run routes down the field, right? Not something you see from a lot of backs. He can line up in the slot, and he can do serious stuff. So Breece, to me, is going to be the biggest signed running back in the free agent market. My guess is going to be that Washington's not involved in that, because there's so many second-tier and third-tier options at running back, and that they want to be a little bit thinner and be a little bit cheaper at that position so they can spend money elsewhere. So my guess is going to be that they're just not the team that gives Breece Hall a lot of money. So that way they can instead, be a Rico Dowdle team, be a Kenneth Gainwell team, be a Tyler Algier team, which, those names aren't nearly as sexy. I understand that. But you're going to be able to get these guys for 40% of the price tag of a Breece Hall. And, you've obviously seen a committee this past year, and, committees can be tough, but still, you can get 80% of the production with 40% of the price tag. And that's kind of where Washington is right now.
Great stuff, Ben. Hopefully we'll talk to you again before the draft. That's Ben Solak, NFL analyst.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate it, fellas. Y'all take care.
A lot of Jeremiah Love talk.
He's really good. He is good.
A lot of Jeremiah Love talk the last hour. I put up our Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. And it's, how would you feel about the Commanders drafting Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love with their first-round pick? 4 options.
Is horny an option?
Well, I think love it.
Okay. Yeah.
There's like it, don't like it, and hate it.
Okay.
So you can vote at Junks Radio.
So that question just went out? You just posted that?
I put it up a few minutes ago.
All right.
You want to know what the early leader is?
No, tell us when we come back.
All right, we'll do that when we come back. Maybe slide in some entertainment page here on the Junkies.
106.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Burn the midnight oil. On the left coast, so much is at stake for San Diego State against visiting Utah State. On the outside, looking in at my bracket big board projection, the Aztecs are desperate for a victory inside Viejas. Potentially bouncing off the bubble and into the field. Gimme Dutcher's D-centric bunch. We're 11-2 at home, no matter the spread. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Mid-season grind, time for a line change at Lindsay Ford of Wheaton. My guy Jay Raptor's got F-150s, Mavericks, Transit vans, and more ready for big minutes. And the price you see, freight's already included. No late whistles, no extra shifts either. You'll love it at Lindsay, lindsayford.com.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC1 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC1. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's your boy Bish here from my guy Josh Cochran and the team over at Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. He's on the podium, and these deals are going for gold. So now, during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, you can score 0.9% APR on a new 2026 Forester, smooth as a downhill run, or grab 1.9% for 75 months on a new 2025 Crosstrek. If you're ready to sweep up a win this winter, do what I did. Head on over to Buyer Subaru in Alexandria. Ask for Josh Cochran. Tell him Bish sent you in. Or you can check him out online now at buyersubaru.com.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
It's love at first drive.
Here at the all-new Landmark Honda in Alexandria. New 25 Honda Prologue, 0% financing for 60 months. New 26 Honda Civic Hybrid, only $259 per month, or finance at low 3.99%. These and more sweetheart offers, all with up to 120% of KBB for your trade. Plus, we'll even match your tax refund up to $1,000 towards your next purchase. Shop all the heart-stopping deals at landmarkhonda.com. See dealer for complete terms and restrictions on all offers.
Every day can be game day when you're a Washington Capitals season ticket member. With one membership, you get year-round perks, exclusive access, and unforgettable experiences on and off the ice. Don't just watch the action, be a part of it. Visit washcaps.com/season tickets and join Capitals Club Red 365 today.
At Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, the hand always plays. And my guy, Danny Dimes, is dealing Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban, and more. The number you see already includes freight up front, no late raise. Take it from me, you'll love it at lindsaychevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like payroll manager.
Hi, my last paycheck was all in Icelandic krona.
You are welcome.
Welcome?
Given the exchange rate between the dollar and the krona, you're technically a millionaire now. Don't spend it all in one place.
I can't really spend it anywhere.
There's always Iceland.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know?
Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, EB, you wanted the poll results?
I think I voted myself.
You did?
Yes. I like
did you
it.
Vote? You didn't vote love it?
I like it.
I voted love it.
I could love it when he starts scoring touchdowns.
Yeah,
but
he
I
has like 12
it.
touchdowns as a rookie, goes for 1,500 yards. You would
I'm
love
gonna
it.
guess.
Based on having signed nobody in free agency yet, I would only like it.
I'm going to guess the smallest percentage would be love it.
Smallest percentages hate it.
Wow.
Second smallest percentages don't like it. So that means the majority love it and like it.
Okay.
Right now it's at 24% love it.
Wow.
41% like it.
65% love or like it.
Correct.
Like it or more.
I mean, it's early, but I would have thought that most fans want a defensive player.
You can vote at Junks Radio.
Most fans can get swayed if you have an offensive stud.
Yeah,
big
true.
name.
I mean, we like offense.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
And you can also go out and fill those defensive holes in free agency.
Yep, that is correct. You're allowed to do that.
Excuse me. Were you buying what we were selling about? It's just gotten to the point where it's too hard to hide Bobby Wagner.
He kind of sold me on it, and
Yeah.
I've been a Bobby. And
Kind
when
of
I
my
did the
feeling,
when we
too.
did the bit, I re-signed Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, it's
I
kind
did
of my
not.
feeling too.
I had him
I did
too.
not.
I think I had him.
And I did get an A plus.
Maybe I got an A plus as well.
That's true. I did, and I cut him.
Okay.
Or didn't re-sign him. They can cut him.
The different ways to skin a cat, to use a really old saying.
All right, Valdez, I know you have a game for us. So apparently Jaden was asked a bunch of questions.
It is Game Show Wednesday. I think he was doing an interview with Yahoo, then they did a rapid fire this or that thing.
Okay, right.
So they made him choose A or B.
So we have to guess which side
Sure.
he comes down.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You guys
I
can go
like
around
it.
the room
All right.
and see if who knows Jaden the best.
All right, should we put dollar up for this?
Yeah, well,
Who knows Jaden the best?
I think my wife's
I'm loaded up with IOUs.
All right, hold up. I'm
Right
looking
right
back.
on the back of
you.
this page.
I'll
I think I got a lot of cash. All right.
This or that. Winning the Heisman Trophy or being drafted in the NFL.
All right. What is more important? What's the question?
Which would he? Which would he rather have?
Choose one.
Yeah, choose one.
I'm going to say he's going to
I'm gonna
say
Heisman.
NFL.
I'm going to say
NFL.
I'm going to say drafted in the
NFL. These kids
All right,
dream about playing in the NFL, not necessarily the Heisman.
All right, I'm just going to go
NFL.
Drafted
off
in the
board.
NFL.
I'm going to say off board. I'm going to say Heisman.
So it's just hold on. Is it just whoever has the most right? Gets
most right.
Yeah, it's just $1
So you'll
for
win
the whole
$3.
thing.
Okay. All right.
This or that. Winning the Heisman Trophy or being drafted in the NFL?
I'll say winning the Heisman.
Winner.
Jason's
I'm up
up.
1-0.
So if he can only have one, he'd rather win the Heisman
What was
than
more
be
exciting?
one or the other. Pick this or
I don't
that.
think he understood the game.
He always balks.
I just
Like
don't
when he
think
got a B,
understood
his year's
So
still
he's
bitter about your
telling me
B.
he'd rather be Gino Torretta.
Eric Crouch.
Huh?
Eric Crouch.
I don't believe it. I don't think he
He's just
understood.
he's saying it's a bigger accomplishment.
A
probably.
Heisman Trophy winner.
You can have
is
one.
remembered
Yeah, you
forever.
can have one or the other.
All right.
Wow.
Taking an L here.
All right.
Too bad.
Second question.
Your Hail Mary touchdown versus the Bears or your playoff road win versus the Lions?
Oh, that's easy. Playoff road win.
Has to be a playoff road win. If he says otherwise, I really don't know.
That's easy.
Playoff road win.
He was on fire in that game, but the Hail Mary changed the
But you know what?
entire
You didn't
season.
expect him to say Heisman,
That's
maybe,
very true.
maybe he goes
All right,
off
hold
board.
I mean, Marty behind 1-0. I'm going to just take Hail Mary just to grasp.
Just try and get back in.
I'll be
let's be honest.
out.
One is a total luck box play, and the other is going on the road and telling
In a
everybody in
huge
Detroit
game.
to shh.
In a huge game.
Score like
Quiet
50.
up
I'm going to
there.
go Lions
Yeah.
game. I'm going to go Lions game.
Your
Lions
Hail Mary touchdown versus the Bears or your playoff road win versus the Lions?
Playoff road win.
Thank you.
All right.
Playoffs.
I'm basically
More.
out.
That
I'll
was the
just
correct
come in.
answer, Jay.
Okay.
Yeah,
That
we
was
know.
correct.
Jason's
the first
got
one was
2.
incorrect, but you. All right.
All right.
Winning a game on the road or winning a game at home?
All right.
Ooh, this is
He
tough.
did say he loves the Eagles fans.
I'm going
a few
road.
games ago.
I'm going to say.
So-
I'm going to say.
It's harder
I'm going
to
to say
win on the road.
I'm going to say. Home.
Nah, yeah, I'm going back to home.
I'm going to say home.
I think he's got to kiss up to the home
I'm
fans
gonna,
and say.
I'm gonna zig Valdez.
He's going to go.
Road win.
I'm going to say.
Shouldn't it be Zag? Because you say
whatever.
zigzag.
All right, hold
You're
on.
nitpicking.
Hold
What do you,
on, Eric.
is it what do you like more?
Yeah, I guess.
Road dub.
I say home dub.
I'm going home.
I'm going to say. Oh, hold on. Home.
Winning a game on the road or winning a game at home?
I'll say on the road. On the road, it's a hostile environment.
Let's
You
go.
get
All right,
something
so just to
proud of.
update you on the scores. Cakes and Bish have 2.
Yeah.
It's critical. We're in the lead.
You've got Zippy.
EB's got 1 and I've got Zippy.
You're out of it. You're pretty much out of it. How many questions are
JP
there?
doesn't know Jade.
I don't know if we're gonna have enough
I was
time.
just going
for
the
this.
opposite.
Okay.
I mean, we gotta hurry up.
Come on, let's
All
get the
right,
next
one
one.
more.
Eating at your favorite restaurant or mom's home cooking?
Oh, that's
He's a mama's
that's so
boy.
easy.
Mom's home
I'm gonna say
cooking.
mom's home cooking. That's a
that-
given. That's a
everything
layup.
I own.
That's a layup.
Mom's home cooking.
Yep.
Eating at your favorite restaurant or mom's home cooking?
Mom's home cooking.
Damn, cool.
What if
Mama's
his
boy.
mom is a trash cook?
Hold up, one more, Valdez.
Madden or NBA 2K?
Madden.
I hope it's Madden. I'm going to say Madden.
Ooh, I feel like NBA 2K is more popular with the kids these days.
Yeah, but he's
I'm
a
gonna say
football
NBA
guy.
2K.
He's a football guy.
I think NBA 2K.
I'm NBA 2K.
All right.
Madden or NBA 2K?
Madden.
Of course. He's a football player.
Hey,
Hey, you know what? He's like my brother.
EB doesn't know anything.
All right, I'll give you $1. EB, you got to give
so
Cakes $1.
JP doesn't know JD.
You can omneb me.
I mean, he's wrong about the Heisman. The Heisman one is the only one I have a problem with.
PlayStation or Xbox?
Ooh, he already answered.
PlayStation.
Yeah,
Do this
PlayStation.
anymore?
Fresh kicks or fresh jewelry?
All right, stop.
Oh, fresh kicks or fresh jewelry?
Fresh Kicks.
Kicks. I'm
No,
gonna say-
jewelry more high status. Jewelry.
Everybody's got kicks.
Jewelry.
Is he a big jewelry guy?
I don't
though?
think
I don't
so,
think
but
he is. I'm going to say
He
kicks.
has earrings.
jewelry
Kicks.
for the dub.
Kicks.
Kicks.
Fresh kicks or fresh jewelry?
Oh, fresh kicks. Fresh kicks.
There you go.
So
Devastating.
do we now have to give just Jason's the winner?
Nope, this is my dog.
He already got his $1.
And last one, the next WNBA goal. Paige Beckers or Juju Watkins?
Oh,
Juju.
of course, Juju.
That's his girl.
Oh, yeah.
Throwing a team out or throwing a game-winning touchdown?
Hold on. What did he say about the Juju?
Juju.
Yeah.
Blowing a team out or game-winning touchdown.
Game-winning touchdown.
Blow him out.
Game-winning touchdown.
Game winner.
Touchdown.
Throwing a team out or throwing a game-winning touchdown?
I'll say blowing the team out.
Yeah,
He just doesn't want to sound
he's being
selfish.
politically-
Yeah,
He's a
bogus.
BSer.
All right, we got to get out of here for Bish, Cake, CB. I'm JP. We'll see you tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley up next here on The Fan.
This This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks played embarrassing basketball in last night's loss on the road in Cleveland, got blown out last week by Detroit, and at this point in the season, it's hard to really trust New York to make a run and win the Eastern Conference and get to the NBA Finals. The team is too inconsistent. Karl Anthony Towns disappears for long stretches at a time, and right now, it feels like Boston, Detroit, and Cleveland, all more likely to win the East than New York. I'm Nick Costos.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in no time with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Guys, it's GP for my friends over at Lindsay. This is the stretch where you lean on your top line. And at Lindsay Chevrolet in Woodbridge, my guy, General Manager Danny Dimes, has the roster ready. Silverado, Tahoe, Suburban. Big minutes, steady shifts, no scrambling on the bench. Lindsay Chevys lighten the lamp with the real inventory and smart pricing that holds up under pressure. And remember, you see, rates already included up front. No late whistles. That's a wide open look. Take it from your guy, GP. You will love it at Lindsay. LindsayChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Winter's all about layers. Coats, gloves, boots. At Dulles Kia, the layers are in the lineup. Drive a new Kia K4, just $239 a month. Step up to a new Sorrento, only $379 a month. Or go all in with a Telluride as low as $389 a month. All brand new, all loaded with tech. And now all under one roof at Dulles Kia's sharp new facility. However winter hits, there's a Kia that fits at Dulles Kia in Leesburg or DullesKia.com. Call 703-669-6888 for details about costs and terms.
Your ring. It's beautiful. Way to go, Dave.
I know. I love it. He went to Dominion Jewelers where they asked him all the right questions about me. Then designed a custom, one-of-a-kind ring that was made just for me.
I can't wait for my turn. I just hope my boyfriend knows to go to Dominion Jewelers.
I'll make sure he will.
Dominion Jewelers. We make it beautiful, you make it yours. DominionJewelers.com by appointment only.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell and Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
Love is in the air at Lindsay Volvo. Whether you're single, a couple, or can't figure out where to fit that family of yours, choose a sexy XC40, 60, or 90 with alluring APRs on gas and plug-in hybrids. Fidelity is rewarded at Lindsay with loyalty offers for returning Volvo owners on new purchases. It's better the second time around too, with some seductive specials on our certified by Volvo cars. Remember, you can't spell love without Volvo. In the tender heart of Alexandria or at LindsayVolvoCars.com.
DQ presents
The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Burn the midnight oil. On the left coast, so much is at stake for San Diego State against visiting Utah State. On the outside, looking in at my bracket big board projection, the Aztecs are desperate for a victory inside Viejas. Potentially bouncing off the bubble and into the field. Give me Dutcher's D-centric bunch, or 11-2 at home, no matter the spread. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
The National Football League has announced that the Washington Commanders will be one of the teams participating in the 2026 NFL London games. The game is scheduled to be played at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The games in London will be part of an NFL record 9 international games in 2026 across 4 continents, 7 countries, and 8 stadiums. Dates and times and the opponent for the game have not been set yet. All we know is that the Commanders will be playing in London for their international game in the 2026 season. This is the second time that Washington will play in London. They played a decade ago, back 2016, and of course they played in Madrid last season, taking their talents to London this year. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What's up? This is Terry McLaurin. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan. Yes, sir.
Sublime. It's enjoyable to know you in the concubines. Take off your coats, ladies act like gems. Sit down, Indian styles, you
recite these hymns. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north and south and east and west. I'm out west, the Midwest. The Midwest is young and restless. I'm in Indianapolis, Indiana, NFL Scouting Combine. B. Mitch holding it down in the Navy Yard Studios. B, you told the world we're going to hear about this London game on Wednesday, and sure enough, Wednesday, 9 a.m., bang, announcement. Hey. The Commanders are heading to London.
Heading
Good morning,
to
Brian.
London, dog. What's happening? What's going on?
Not much, dude.
What you got on my 40?
What?
What you got on my 40?
Nothing.
You
is that because you're dressed like Debo?
You say I'm dressed like Debo, so I want something on my 40, son.
Give me your bite. Whenever you wear that specific flannel, I feel like you're dressed like Debo. You have a bunch of flannels, but that's your most Debo reference.
And my Debo one? All right. Yeah. I'm going to take somebody's lunch money today then.
I think Jeff's a good candidate. Certainly White Brian, you can take his lunch money. If Vic's in there, he'd be the easiest lunch money mark.
I'll just take his.
Good morning, everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Good morning to everybody hanging out with us on the YouTube stream. I believe we're up and running in all departments. Busy show today. We're really excited to have a pair of NFL Network guests. Mark Ross is going to join us soon. He's going to join us in about 15 minutes here. And then at 11:45, Daniel Jeremiah, Mr. Move the Sticks. Jordan Reed and Daniel Jeremiah are my two favorite draft analysts. We were lucky enough to have Jordan Reed sit down with us yesterday. Going to have Daniel Jeremiah sit down with us today, talk some hardcore draft stuff. We also learned a lot. We got to hear from Adam Peters live in our program yesterday. Then we heard from Dan Quinn at length in the afternoon. Lots to go over from both the head coach and the general manager. But the London news kind of starts the morning off.
Yeah.
B, you called your shot on this months ago, but what's more impressive is on Monday on our program, we were sitting in the Navy Yard studio, and you said, yeah, they're going to announce it on Wednesday. And bang, Wednesday morning, here's the London news.
Well, I keep my ears to the street. But now, actually, when I first heard about this, we were in Madrid. And one of the fans told me that, he said, I think next year we're playing in London. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he said, well, I received this email, and it said something about London, and then I went back to look for it, and it was gone. And I have noticed that with Apple a lot, where they're going to drop a new phone or they're going to do something different, you'll get these emails sometime, and then you go back to look for it, and you can't find it any damn where. And so, when a person started talking to me, and they were very sure of some things, so I started when I'm standing, I listen, and I started to ask, and then I said, oh, okay, we'll be playing in London. That's cool. And, just like last year with the deal with Spain, when your quarterback goes over there to promote stuff, you're normally going to be playing at that place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that popped up.
They're showing it right now on Monumental Sports Network. The graphic the Commanders' social team made for the London announcement is really freaking cool.
It's good.
You got like the classic old school British telephone booth.
Yeah.
And then I just love the kind of attention to detail that they put the W flags on the London Bridge.
I like it.
I just think it's really, really neat. The helmet's there. That's cool. I think
talented crew over there, bro.
Yeah, man. They did a great job with that graphic. I think there's a ton of excitement for this one. I also think, obviously London ain't America, but it's the most, Americans feel the most comfortable in London. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel that different than being in New York or something. Mitch Tischler's just laughing at me for this take.
It is though.
It is. You're speaking English.
Once you land there, Jay, you know that you're not in New York. The hustle and bustle, the different things. It's Gotham City is what this thing. Everything is brown, gray, or black, which it makes it kind of depressing.
For me, as a dude that only wears gray and blue, it's perfect for me. I fit right in, man.
Hey, man, look, when you look at all these buildings and stuff, you go, this is old.
Yeah, it's old over there.
Yes, you can tell. But it's a lot of history.
Well, and the game is going to be played at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. When we were there last time, it was at Wembley. Now, Wembley is the classic iconic stadium. Tottenham is new. When we were there for the Bengals game, they were almost done building out the Tottenham Stadium. And I got a tour of the stadium randomly with Clinton Portis, and it was very cool. Mm-hmm. It's a way more modern, I think even the Bernabeu, as cool as that was, that's a very old stadium that they built and renovated on top.
Yeah.
Tottenham was built, I don't know, when was that Bengals game? 10 years ago or something?
2016, wasn't it?
It's a different feel. And, listen, man, I'm no London geography expert, but whereas Wembley's kind of further out of the city, Tottenham was in a neighborhood as far as it was there were a bunch of little shops and stuff, whereas Wembley was further out. So a different field. It'll be exciting. I imagine. You and I saw firsthand in Spain how many Commanders fans made that trip.
Oh yeah.
I would expect London to be just as strong of a burgundy and gold contingent.
Yeah, but people don't drive. Just get in the cab because they're on the wrong side. They drive on the opposite side of the road. So,
dude, honestly, the traffic in London when we were there that time, whenever that was, 10 years ago, was so god awful. I would just say take the subway.
Yeah, man, do something like that.
Terrible, dude.
Yeah, because if you're not accustomed to driving like they drive, don't do it. Because when you get in those cars, you immediately do what you're accustomed to. Jump in the car, you're on the wrong side and all that stuff. You can be like, what the hell is going on here? So just don't do that.
Have you ever driven on the other side of the road?
Nope. I ride.
I've done it. Nah. I did it in South Africa. I did it in South Africa, and once you lock in, you get used to it. The only two things that threw me for a loop is they have a lot of traffic circles, and so you got to like remember the other way on the circle. And you know what you wouldn't think of, and this honestly might be different now because all cars have backup cameras and stuff. You know what really throws you off when you're driving on the other side of the road because the steering wheel's on the other side?
Mm-hmm.
Parallel parking. Like you're looking over a different shoulder. Like I'm telling you, parallel parking on the other side of the road and on the other side of the car is bizarre, dude. Bizarre.
Subway, cab, Uber.
Yeah, I think, listen, I'm letting my employers know now. The Uber bill is going to be high when we go to London. Here is our plan. Mark Ross, NFL Network, is going to join us, former front office executive. A lot of interesting questions I want to talk to Mark about, some salary cap stuff, what Washington does. Mark is going to join us when we return. Quick break. We're just getting started, shot out of a cannon here in Indy for the Combine. The Commanders are going to London. B's going to drive on the other side of the road. A lot happening. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group.
Live, Indianapolis, Indiana NFL Scouting Combine. B-Mitch holding it down in the Navy Yard studio. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream, 1067 The Fan page, or watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Really excited to get to talk to Mark Ross, analyst from NFL Network. A lot of front office experience. B, you and Mark go back to the Eagles days, man.
Yep.
What's up, B. Mitch?
What's up, brother? I'm chilling,
too
man.
important. You too important to come here to the combine with the working guys,
Hey,
man. The
man,
grinders. That was
I-
always how you made your mark, being a grinder. Now you just hanging out at
you
back.
gotta let the young guys take over to the grinding part.
Let the Brian Westbrooks of the world take over. Huh? When you was back there.
I'll come in when I need to.
You know, Mark, it's so funny with the scouting combine because technically we're all here to watch college prospects get ready for the draft, but what really happens this week is free agency's getting set.
Yeah.
And I'm curious for you, you know, what have you heard the most of so far?
Well, you know, all the teams are just trying to get good players, and that's really the bottom line. There's no secret formula. People ask all the time. You just have to identify your needs and identify the good players and make the right decisions. You know, of course, the Seahawks are going to be the standard of what to do, and I just tell people, well, just absolutely crush all your personnel decisions over 3 years in the draft, in free agency, and the trade deadline, and then you can go win the Super Bowl. So the formula is not a secret. It's just really about your staffs working, putting it together, being one accord with the coaching staff to make sure you identify and bring those right players onto the team.
Absolutely. And so, you know, for us, we're obviously focused on the Washington team and what the Commanders are going to do. And I think everybody's kind of expecting them to have a more aggressive approach to free agency. They need help on the edge in a big way. The guy I've kind of landed on being really intrigued about that I think would make a lot of sense for this new Durante Jones where he wants versatility is Boye Mafe from the Seahawks. How much interest is there going to be in a dude like that in this cycle?
Oh, a lot, because number one, whenever you're a free agent coming off a Super Bowl team, then your value goes up instantly.
Yeah,
and you look at all those Seahawks that, you know, Kenneth Walker at one point during the season, like he's not even playing for them now. The guy's going to go break the bank for what he did in the playoffs in the Super Bowl. So, of course, with Mafe and his age too, you know, he's a younger guy, and you're looking at some of those other pass rushers, the Trey Hendersons of the world. Like those are older guys. So, whenever you have a Super Bowl champ who's still young. And promising, that value goes up in scouting stats because you, as we saw last year with the Commanders, like you bring old guys on and they hit the wall, then it's over with for them, as opposed to younger guys when you're trying to still have a little foundation, you can get some years out of them.
Mark, what's that balance of trying to get guys in free agency and also trying to draft younger guys to come along?
Well, you need everything, and there's no one way like a build through the draft. No. Again, using the Seahawks as the blueprint there, they've got a great mix of young foundational pieces and older guys. And you need all of that to build a team, and that's what really makes it a team. It's that we're bringing in these players from all different avenues of different ages at different points, and different teams are in different places because either their quarterback situation or their head coach situation of, all right, we're the Raiders right now with the first pick and all this cap money. We're in a different place than, let's say, the Chiefs, who are an older team. Now we need a young infusion of talent here to go with these vets. So all 32 teams are in different places and have to use the avenues at their disposal of what they have and not really say, do it like that team.
It's interesting you bring up the Raiders there because this time of year is when we start to hear about, like, at least rumblings of possible. The NFL's become a big trade league over the last decade or so. Maybe you can credit Howie Roseman with a lot of that. How realistic do you think the Max Crosby trade talks are?
I don't think, you know, we got a brand new head coach coming in there. A second-year GM is like, you just can't let that guy out the building. I know he's disgruntled. I know that there's been chatter, and, of course, he'll be in high demand for other teams, but there's just no way you can kind of start out your tenure with saying, all right, our best player, he's gone. You know, so especially the way Max plays, especially the passion he has, you know, that's the foundational piece you want everybody to build off of and emulate, especially when you're bringing in a head coach who won the Super Bowl, apparently the number one draft, who won a national championship. You've got winning mindset dudes coming in, so you better keep that your best alpha mindset guy on the team.
Well, and then I think maybe at this point the other biggest name that at least gets talked about, whether it's nonsense or not, but you see Philly so active in the trade market. The A.J. Brown roller coaster of emotions that seems to play out on social media. Howie yesterday at the podium says we're always listening when asked about A.J. Brown. It seems unlikely to me. Do you think there's a major move coming in Philly?
Well, I live in Philly, and then a lot of our your former teammates there, be Hughes on the air and Ike, and so I that's fun part of my day. I just turn those guys on and just hear the natives go crazy about A.J. Brown nonstop. So there's something that one now that I think he might not be around because the way he's been talking, the way the teammates talk, coaches. You just if you want a guy like everybody from the Raiders talk about Max Crosby, we want Max here. The Eagles brass like, well, it might be a possibility.
Yeah, because Sirianni said something differently.
But he didn't commit though. He
didn't commit that he would be back.
Exactly.
The general manager say, "Oh, I'm always listening." That's his job.
Yes,
but when the coach goes, I can't commit. Okay.
Yeah. That where there's smoke, there's fire. And being in Philly, there's been smoke all year long with this guy and the in and out of games and practices and everything going on. So that one, I do think something could happen with AJ.
What does that compensation look like? Because you know how he's going to want picks most likely.
Yeah.
You getting a first? You getting a package that maybe adds up to a first?
Yeah, I think more of a package will be the value for AJ and. He crushed it when he got AJ. He absolutely crushed it, how he did. And now see if we can flip this. And it's almost with AJ, like, yes, of course he can still play, but just the constant distraction that he brings, you have addition by subtraction when that happens. Do we really want to deal with this every single day as opposed to just preparing for practice and games and whoever the next opponent is? And I think if you ask the Eagles brass, they say, no, we don't want to.
But don't you know, like when you look at it, T.O. was very similar to A.J. Brown. There are some guys, they're a little different.
Yeah,
but the fans,
how long did he last?
But the fans seem to love that.
Not in Philly, not with AJ. Yeah,
they don't like AJ. Yeah. They love T.O.
No, they love T.O. because T.O. brought it, and
he was also
hurt
a little better,
and he came
right?
back.
T.O. was like another
more
level
dominant.
Up,
he's more dominant. And T.O. stuff wasn't the work and the team. AJ, it's just always a little something there with. They're questioning the full commitment to the team. In Philly, you start questioning your toughness and commitment, Philly fans will turn on you quick.
Yeah.
Were you working in the Eagles front office when T.O. did the press availability doing the
No, I was with the Bills at that point. Yeah, that was the year after I left. And, that was hilarious that it went down.
For you two guys that both you live in Philly, B played there, what's the more infamous Philadelphia media availability? T.O. doing push-ups and sit-ups, or when Allen Iverson's mom talked to the media in that driveway?
That was. I
mean,
wild.
those are two
we
wild.
Had a lot of. Yeah, you gotta. I mean,
I would have to go with the mom because, the player plays.
Yeah,
right. When the mama talking, that's different.
That's a whole other level.
Who told you that? Who told you that? We have Mark Ross joining us here in Indianapolis. You can check out all of Mark's work on NFL Network. Read his work for NFL.com. Washington really has one big internal piece they've got to deal with, and that's Laramie Tunsil. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn have said it's a priority. We want Laramie back. He is under contract, so Peters said, we don't feel any sort of deadline pressure here. It's not like we have to get this done or he's going to be a free agent, but it's going to be a lot of money.
Yeah.
What are you thinking that deal requires, and kind of what is the guarantee structure for a dude that's excellent but also been in the NFL a long time?
Yeah, he has been and bounced around, and has really, to his credit, man, he struck it big. Laramie keeps getting passed around, but keeps coming out on top, but playing at a high level. That's a credit to him that he's still playing at a high level, and whatever the market is, I don't know the numbers right now for those top 3 tackles, 4 or 5. His age, he's got to be there or number 1 or number 2.
Right.
So get ready to pay for Laramie, but as you mentioned, he's under contract, so there still is that discussions going on, just like other free agents. Like, how do we make this work? Because his piece of the puzzle affects all these other pieces of the puzzle that you have to take care of. So you're always talking about them in conjunction with one another.
Well, talking about another guy at left tackle who sparks the attention of anybody in Washington, Trent Williams is seemed to having these little discussions with the 49ers, but he's 37 years old.
It's amazing.
Laramie is 31 years old.
Yep.
How does that number compare?
Yeah, and 31 is old in the NFL eyes, so 37 is just a phenomenon, and that's the outlier there because Trent, is a beast, as y'all know. So you always want to go younger, as we talked about Mafe. You always want to go younger than older because once you hit a certain level, in Philly, we always had a thing, Joe Banner, like you hit 30, we're just going to let you go out the door.
He loves Joe Banner.
I brought that up for a reason. Yeah, so,
Joe brought me in after 30. I performed, and then he wants to start talking about dude only 30. I'm like, what fool? I got him only
30. We brought you in, B-Mitch. But no, it's, you always want to err with the younger, and especially when you're giving up that much money because, again, guys hit the wall and they just don't come back.
Sure. Mark Ross joining us here from NFL Network. When you look around this free agency cycle, you've got a young guy in Alec Pierce, wide receiver. It's probably the top wideout on the market. Yeah. And there's 1 year of real productivity. Obviously, the speed and size are real. That's measurable. How much of a bidding war do you think a guy like Pierce can create? Like, are we talking 30 mil?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, because it's like going to the grocery store. You need some apples. Like there's one apple up in that cart. All right, I guess we're going to fight over this apple. That's him.
Who got the most money?
Yeah, when you look at him, like he's going to have teams bidding against one another because when you're looking at, it's not a great free agent class for receivers, and with the draft I think there's some good players. I don't think there's any true number one. So when you're looking at him in the landscape of free agency in the draft, he's a lot more attractive. We got to go get this guy. And also because he has a certain skill set that you can easily identify. He's going to go blow the top off and make huge catches down the field. And, with a guy like Terry, let's just say, he fits in perfectly with that. So, teams are looking at that instant offense that he can produce, and that value is going to be tough for a team to get him.
Jerry's obviously going to tag Pickens, but imagine how much money Pickens would make if he hit actual free agents.
Oh, yeah. If Pierce is going to get that, Pickens would have got X amount more.
Totally.
So, but they can't let him out the door.
Do you think Pickens would have a kind of a different clause in his contract? Because he's a little different, though.
That's my concern. I did an article a couple weeks ago about this, who gets tagged and whatnot. And Pickens, to me, is still buyer beware. I mean, despite the production, you still saw stuff like, what is he doing? Right. There's still that element. I think there'll always be that element about him, and I think he's in a perfect situation there in Dallas because of Dak and CD. So you take some of that pressure off, but you put him on another team where he's the number one guy. Things change, instantly when you're that guy as opposed to being, 1A or 1B.
Totally. And there's an offense to get him the ball, and Dak does a good job of facilitating. Like, what if he goes to a subpar quarterback? Your time is valuable. You got to run. Appreciate you joining us, man.
Appreciate you, Mark.
All right,
Mark Ross, give him a follow.
Take care, brother.
Always great information. Check him out on NFL Network. Just drop it down. That is Mark Ross joining us. We appreciate you, Mark. We're going to keep it going, though, here because we're going to try to stay on the clock for our guy, Jeff.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm going to try to keep these cameras working to see how this goes.
Yeah.
We're trying. I feel like you'd be hesitant to pay Pickens, B. Especially if you're going 35 mil.
Listen, man, I gotta tell you, I try to be the fan sometimes, but it's hard for me not to be the football player, the guy that was in the locker room. And in the locker room, guys have extreme talent, but guys who fray relationships, who kind of come in and they can slice up the chemistry of something. He is that guy. Hell, you watched last year. If he didn't get the ball early, he just shut it down in some games, man. So
he's a powder, dude.
Yeah.
I'm out on powders.
When you see, and Mark is exactly right. When you have a CeeDee Lamb on the team and a Dak Prescott who can keep something going, that's great. And he has to know that I have to try to stay on my P's and Q's, on my best behavior because, hell, they can produce without me. But if he's on a team and he's the guy and he's making goals and you do something he don't like and then he shut it down on you, then that's a hell of a problem. So you got to make sure that contract has to have some worthy in it where if you decide that you're going to go AWOL, the money going AWOL with us.
Yeah, you're right. Now, the good news for Dallas is they have the leverage with the tag. You know what I mean? Now, if he was true free agency, there's no way the amount of teams that would want him somebody would waive the crazy clause. You know what I mean? Like somebody would be like, all right, we're just guaranteeing
I don't know,
no
bro.
craziness.
We have seen in this NFL guys come out and they a little crazy. They'd always have a little knock on that. That salary get knocked down just a little. Or they have some clause in their contract that the team is like, okay, we got this clause, we don't care. But if you don't get that clause and you got a crazy dude, you got a problem.
Well, think about, speaking of crazy dudes, think about Brandon Ayuk. And obviously, so I went to John Lynch's press availability, last night, I guess. John Lynch got asked about Ayuk, and he's like, yeah, we're not going to do anything till the new league year. And he got pressed about it a little more. He's like, yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe somebody will give us something for him. He didn't sound overly optimistic about that. But it's interesting that they're not in a hurry to make a decision on Ayuk, even though they're not really paying him. Like, they were able to void all of the bonus. He didn't fight the void.
That's why they're not in a hurry.
Right. But it's interesting. Like, there are Niners reporters I've known a long time that I know are plugged in. Like, there are people I feel like I get honest assessments from San Francisco. And, dude, nobody knows what happened there. And it seems like the word I hear most is bizarre. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's very bizarre. And normally in professional sports, when it gets that bizarre, you have to be a little leery of it.
Totally.
You have to be a little leery of it, man. So we'll see.
The Crosby one is interesting because I think what Mark's saying, they've got a new coach there, second year for the GM. Tom Brady seems like he's really trying to wrap his arms around that thing. And obviously, you don't want to trade Max Crosby, right? Like, obviously.
It's very much like what we saw last year with Washington, where relationships and engagement with certain players affects other players. So the engagement with Terry affected some people in the locker room.
Yeah.
They're like, well, damn, they do that to him, they'll do that to me. It's very much like when I saw Art Monk leave here and all that, I'm like, well, no guarantee I'm going to stay here the whole time. So when you look at the deal now with Max Crosby, if you're trying to tell this team how we care about the best and we want to build this championship and you messing with him and you letting him go, listen, I understand he's frustrated. That man wants to win.
Right.
He's done everything else. He wants to win now. I would be sitting up here making him as comfortable as he possibly can be in a difficult situation. Because if you take care of him, then everybody else is going to say, well, damn, they took care of Max. They'll feel a little bit more comfortable about it.
I hear all that, right? But let me flip side of the coin.
Go ahead.
Okay? Because the Raiders have largely just been a mess for a long time now.
True.
But they have the second most cap space in the NFL right now. I think they've got over $90 million in cap space. They also have a boatload of picks. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They have 10 picks. But more importantly, they have 4 in the top 100. They've got 5 picks before 117. Okay? Like they have number 1 overall, 36, 67. Then they also have 102, 117, 134. Like those are valuable picks. If Brady and Spytek were to fully embrace, like, all right, we're getting our quarterback this year, and then we're just going to load up Seahawks style and just try to get a ton of studs all over the field, and then we'll spend money as we need it. And they're willing to embrace, like, all right, this is going to take 2 seasons to get it fully rocking. Between the picks they already have and then the picks they could get for Crosby, like, I just wonder, not to equate this to a team we all hate, but when Jimmy Johnson arrived in Dallas and was like, listen, we need a lot, and if we trade Herschel Walker, we can get a lot. Vegas could build long haul if you get your quarterback and then you have a ton of picks over the next 2 seasons, because the inevitable truth is some of these picks aren't going to pan out.
Yeah.
Some dudes aren't going to be right.
Yeah.
So you just want more shots at it. I don't know.
I hear that.
It'd be an interesting.
But if I have the number 1 pick, I have all that money to spend. with 10 picks, okay? I got Max Crosby on my team. My team is better automatically because he's on my team.
Sure.
So those 10 picks, I can draft some people to come work with that. He will make a guy who you draft in the 4th round, 5th round, 6th round look a lot better than what they really are. And you look at he's 28 years old. So he has a little bit more time left at the position he plays. So
and he's under contract.
Yeah, I understand what Jimmy did, and that worked then. In this day and age, you need pass rushers, you need a quarterback. You got the pass rusher, you finna draft the quarterback. So you bring in this quarterback, what if this quarterback doesn't amount to it at this next level? And you get rid of him. What you got going on then?
It's a fair point. I need to correct myself. I need to issue a correction.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders graphic that identified the London game, which I think is really well done. I thought that was London Bridge with the flags on it. Apparently that's the Tower Bridge.
Tower Bridge.
So, you know.
It's a bridge in London, man. Look, first of all, whoever sent you that text to try, dude, get a life, please. God, listen, man. There are some people today who they just can't wait to correct somebody that, bruh, you're not going to get everything right, okay? And nobody's saying that they're perfect. But damn, it's a bridge in London. Hey, and go with it. Don't care. Nobody cares.
Real quick, B. I had to work late and then went out for dinner last night. I did the hot shrimp, the hot cocktail sauce.
Mm-hmm.
It got me a little. There's a video I can send you.
Broke it down. I need to see that.
Maybe we could run the audio. I think you might laugh at it.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, if that hits you wrong and goes up into those nostrils, bro.
The second bite got me wrong, man.
Bro, when that thing go up into your nose, that make your eyes get very teary, right?
But that said, B, we by the time we got out of here, the Pacers were playing a home game last night, and the Pacers arena is like right here next to the convention center. It's all very centralized here in Indy. That is a team that really knows how to tank. Like, whatever we're watching in Washington, like, there's some exciting games, there's some good stuff. Dog, the Pacers stink. they got outscored.
Are they tanking, or are they just that damn bad?
Well, I think it's all on purpose. I think Halliburton went down, and they're like, all right, we're going to stink on purpose. We're going to get a really high pick, then we'll get Halliburton back.
Mm-hmm.
In the second quarter last night, they got outscored 45-27. Third quarter, 31-20. It was there. I only noticed this because I was here and we were watching it, and then we saw a bunch, not that many actually, but there were Pacers fans leaving the arena. And I think Indy's a good sports town. I think they love the Pacers and the Colts. But I pulled this up. The Pacers starting 5 last night, if I have this correct, Jarris Walker in plus minus. Jarris Walker was a minus 16. Ben Shepherd was a minus 17. Jay Huff, minus 13. Andrew Nembhard. Remember how good Nembhard was in that finals run for them?
Yeah.
Minus 23 last night.
Yeah, when you don't have a stud on the court with you, all of a sudden things change.
Fella by the name of Quentin Jackson got 28 minutes in that ball game last night, B.
Minus what?
He was minus 24.
Hey, when everybody's a minus,
it's almost minus a minute.
You're not winning. That's all that means. You're not winning.
All right, quick break. We're going to get into some Dan Quinn audio. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
106.7 The
A friend of mine, Mr. Garv Galati, because I need some help with Lauren's car. Hold on, I need you to stay off camera. But,
me?
No, not you, Brian.
Oh,
I have a senior Colts official here. Just give me a thumbs up or down. Is Indy going to tag Alec Pierce? Oh, all right. Now, okay. Now, I've talked to a Colts official. This is very, very unofficial here, off record. But there is an Indy guy just walked by me. My boy, Garv Galati, just asked me, is Indy going to let Alec Pierce go?
Uh-huh.
And for those watching on the streams, I'll give you the exact motion.
That Colts guy is not that big old dude standing behind you, Mitch.
No, it's not Mitch. It's a dude he's talking to. It's an old friend of the program. But I said, is Indy going to tag Pierce? And he went like this, and then he kind of went like this. The thought here in Indy is that they're going to try to get something done with Alec Pierce. That's going to be pricey, man. But they got decisions to make at quarterback, too, with Danny Dimes. I don't know. It's crazy.
That Danny Dimes, that injury, bro, that's gonna knock his stuff down, some bro.
Totally.
He doesn't have the history of some of these guys that go and get hurt. People didn't think they thought he was gonna be a bust prior to what he did last year, and then he go get hurt. That's gonna hinder him, dude.
Totally. And now listen, I got in an Uber on Monday to go to the airport, right?
Yeah.
And my Uber driver was amazing. He listens to the show sometime. He recognized my voice, and then he looked at the Uber.
He recognized your voice.
He's like, wait, I know that voice. And then he's like, your name's JP? I was like, yes, sir. And he immediately started telling me about Sonny Jurgensen and how good he was, that the Skins would have beat the Dolphins in the 72 Super Bowl if Sonny was healthy.
Mm-hmm.
But then he started talking to me about Riley Leonard. You remember Riley Leonard, played at Notre Dame, was at Duke prior to that. The Colts drafted Leonard in the 6th round last year. Now, the Colts signed Rivers, right, late in the year when they were kind of in no man's land, I would say. But when they did so, Leonard got kind of shoved to the bench, but he started the last game of the year. In that game against Houston, that Texans defense we know well, Riley Leonard was 21 of 34 for 270 with 2 touchdowns and a pick. He also ran it 3 times for 20 yards with a score.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have any intrigue about Riley Leonard, B?
Where?
Like, if you're the Colts, I don't know, I'm just asking, like, that's a dude that performed at a high level.
What was
really
that?
Good runner.
What was the score in that game? That last game he started.
They lost 38-30 against Houston in a game Houston had to win for like playoff seeding.
But did Houston have a lead on them, and at the end they started coming back and got some of those yards? See, those stats can be a little misconstrued.
Nah, I mean, dude, Indy got the jump on them. Indy was up 10-6 in the first quarter.
Mm-hmm.
It was tied at halftime. Indy had the lead. Help me with the math here. 10 plus 7 is 17, plus 10 is 27. 17 and 6 is 23. Indy had a 27-26 lead in the fourth quarter to start the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it was a real ball game.
All right.
I don't know. You never want to get overly intrigued by a single game, but, like...
I'm going to ask you this question. Prior to that game, do you think Riley Leonard was the guy?
Probably not, but I was intrigued enough about him last year, honestly. Like, I was intrigued in the draft process where he might end up. I would think he's a developmental guy because I don't know that the ball comes out fast enough. But if you're Indy, I mean, isn't Anthony Richardson still on their roster? AR-15?
I guess he is.
Like, that dude ain't part of the future, right?
He's just athletic. Like I said when he was coming out. When people overly talk about your athleticism and not your quarterbacking, then that's a problem to me.
But, like, if you're Indy and say you're going to pay Daniel Jones, because Jones played well, at least the first half of the year, so you want to pay Danny Dimes, you probably are releasing Anthony Richardson at some point, right?
I would think so.
You're sure as hell not picking up the option year.
No.
And
nope.
I mean, maybe Leonard's your backup. So this is the last year on the deal. I feel like they should just release him. I mean, it's a $10 million dead money hit, but if he's not part of the plan, what's the point of keeping him around?
You just know people get drafted, first rounders and stuff like that. Those people, they stay around for a bit, bro. That's just the way the draft, NFL and the draft works.
You ain't lying about that.
You pick quarterbacks, they hang around.
All right.
Because you invested all that money into finding out what they're about. You don't want to admit that you made a mistake.
I want to talk Deron Payne. I want to talk Dan Quinn. Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Network is going to join us at 11:40. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan live, Indianapolis, Indiana at the Combine. B. Mitch holding it down at the Navy Yard studio. Coming up in about 45 minutes, Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network. Can't wait to talk to DJ. My two favorite draft analysts, Jordan Reed, Daniel Jeremiah. We had Jordan Reed on the program yesterday, DJ today. Pretty damn good, I would say. Nominally, this event is about the draft, but much more so it's about the new league year and free agency and everything that's coming. Dan Quinn spoke to the media yesterday. We took Adam Peters' media session live here on the program. But you asked the coach and you asked the general manager different things. We got to talk to Adam Peters about Deron Payne, got to talk to Dan Quinn about Bobby Wagner. There was just a lot going on. I want to start with, I asked Adam Peters later in the day. I posted this on my YouTube page if you want to watch it. So Adam Peters did a podium session. And so everybody understands that the podium sessions, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of credentialed media members here in Indy. And the podium sessions are open to everyone here. So inevitably, these GMs and coaches get asked, I don't want to say weird because that sounds dismissive, but they get asked questions that are hardly relevant to the local 53, if that makes sense. They get asked national questions. They get asked very specific questions about guys they used to coach with or used to play with them, whatever. And then they do get asked just some weird stuff. So then the coaches and both Adam Peters and Dan Quinn, and this is pretty much a league-wide thing, do what's called a side scrum with local reporters. And I posted the full Adam Peters scrum on my YouTube page if you want to watch it. But I asked Peters about Deron because Deron Payne and Laramie Tunsil are in somewhat similar contract situations. They're both veteran players going into the last year of a deal with no guaranteed money on it.
Yeah.
And Washington's been crystal clear that they are going to pay up for Tunsil. And AP said, we've had conversations with Deron. We feel really good. We're not going to engage in any contract talks until next year. But we're excited for Deron in Durante Jones' defense. We think his versatility could really be highlighted here. And everything's cool with Deron. I'm not entirely sure he'll come to voluntary stuff, but the last time Deron went into that's why, do you remember last year everybody kept saying Deron Payne was in a contract year, and I kept saying, no, he's not. There's another year left, and everybody just kept saying it. Well, they were wrong, and the plan is for Payne to play in his contract year. He's been super durable, super tough, and his best performance of his career came in his last contract year, and I don't think that's lost on Washington. I think it's kind of what I've expected throughout. They have a ton of cap space. You're not looking for cap space by releasing Deron. And, Jeff, we'll go to the DQ audio here. Number 17 is Dan Quinn asked about Deron Payne in Durante Jones's scheme, how he can move about and such. Tell me when you're ready, Jeffrey, or just play it.
I think the versatility will help in some of that, Nikki. What's so much fun about coaching Deron, he's big enough to be a 3-4 end. You guys saw some of that here early on. He's got the strength that can play inside at nose tackle and quickness to move. So to see JK and he and Johnny and how do we feature them on the field together having the three of those together, that excites me, honestly. These are guys that really love to battle and compete. And so because they're versatile, it gives Durante even more options of how to deploy and how to match up guys. So it's a big deal for us.
B, are you surprised kind of the situation with Deron Payne, that the plan is to bring him back and let him do his thing?
No. Because like you stated, they don't have to find money to do stuff. They got money to do stuff. So now I'm going to see because now I got a totally new defense. They think he could be better in this defense. Let's see. If they were going through with this older defense, then maybe you could say, okay, I know what he could do. Let's move forward with it. or I know what he could do. Let's move forward without him. You know what I'm saying? But in this situation, he's telling you they have the possibilities of putting Kinlaw, Duran, and Newton on the field at the same time. And my question is, you put them out there, like when the Eagles had their, what would they call it, their NASCAR package, where they had all those fast pass rushers on the field. The Giants did something similar to that. How about you got a first down or a second and short? You bring in your beef package, where's
the beef?
Yeah, you can put all these guys in different positions because we've seen Duran be a good pass rusher. We've heard Kinlaw can do it on the outside as well. And I believe a guy like Newton could be a little problem for some people, being shorter, a smaller guy with quickness on the outside sometimes.
Yeah, the Newton eval is interesting, and I think you're right about the packages because Johnny Newton can help you as a pass rusher. Mm-hmm. I don't think he helps you much in the run game, and maybe he can evolve, right? Like we talk about Sennett and McCaffrey evolving. Mm-hmm. Maybe there's more to Johnny's game. I just wonder if he has the size to be a run stopper, like we've seen it now for a couple of years. Although maybe he's just now finally getting healthy after dealing with all the foot surgeries or whatever. Specific to Payne, though, and I think it was Standig last month or something had the report like they're keeping him. I never understood the conversation about not keeping him. I thought that was flawed anyway.
Well, I think that's what people look at based off of contracts and how everybody else do. You know, when the guy gets to the last year of his contract, normally people let him go. So I think that is a whole deal because of that. And let's be real. Every person that gets to that point, it's not the same. It's different for everybody. But when you look at it and you've seen him do it like the year before with John, that's an assumption that we come in with.
Right. And I think the differences with Duran and John are just so significant. And maybe as players, they're relatively similar. As people, they're quite different. Mm-hmm. And John had real durability issues. Yeah. Like, it was really impressive that John fought his ass off, I guess now 2 seasons ago, to get back for the playoffs. But he missed the bulk of that regular season of DQ and AP's first year.
Yeah.
He played 8 games that year. And in the years prior, you know what I mean? Like, he was fairly durable. He missed time as a rookie, but his rookie year was 2017. Mm-hmm. Duran has never really missed time.
See, that getting back, working so hard to get back, is trying to change the narrative. You know what I mean?
What, Jeffrey?
No, I said that that getting back, trying so hard to get back, and you said you were surprised, was that trying to change the narrative, and in essence, the narrative didn't change for them.
So there's also, I don't know if you saw, there was a report yesterday that Javon Hargrave might become available via trade from Minnesota. I have a feeling, and I'm guessing you do too, Brian, that Durante Jones will end up with at least somebody he previously coached with the Vikings.
Of course, yeah.
It's just kind of
that's the way of the land, bro.
Now, when you look at the positions available, I wonder, kind of to me, the player that would make the most sense might be just an established linebacker in his system. Now, this isn't a young guy, right? And I know people will get mad about that, but Eric Wilson is a dude that played for Durante Jones with the Vikings. He's going to be 32 next year. Mm-hmm. I got an oldie but a goodie, which I don't frankly see happening. But Fabian Moreau was on that Vikings defense. Remember Moreau? I think Bruce drafted him out of UCLA. Another name that I find really interesting, this was a dude, I mean, go back many years to right here in Indy. Jeff Okudah was a corner out of Ohio State, I believe. And Okudah, I think, was a top 5, top 7 pick by the Lions, and it just kind of went sideways. He was 3rd overall pick. Damn. I think he also dealt with some significant injuries his first couple of years. I wonder if, like, that's a buy low candidate, because it's not going to cost you a heck of a lot. On that Vikings defense, though, Hargrave, John Allen, when I talk to people around the league, they kind of thought from a price point that maybe not both those guys would be on the roster next year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they want to cut, or that maybe that they're trying to trade Javon Hargrave. I'm not so sure that's going to happen. What is Hargrave's trade value at this point?
How old is he?
Like a fifth, maybe. I bet he was in Philly, then signed with the Niners, right?
Yeah,
I just signed with the Vikings.
My belief, I kind of feel this.
He's
team,
33, dude.
I think they're in a position where they got a hit on a lot, and if someone has injury issues, that's not what they need to be barking up those trees.
Yeah, I agree with you. All right, I'll get back to this DQ stuff. I thought this one was pretty interesting. Dan Quinn talking about Ben Sinnott and how things could look different this year.
Featuring Ben in the ways, that he can do his things. It's in the backfield. It's, through, to compare him to Zach, they're way different skill sets, So, I know they're both playing tight end, but, they're featured differently in that way. And so what I do know is him on the move, and whether it's the run game, pass game, running away from people, maybe not finding the zone and stopping, those are differences. And I'm looking forward to seeing that this year.
And he kind of talked about Sinnott can be more things than maybe Ertz was, and Ertz was great at what he was. He could find a soft spot in a zone, get open, get you a first down, get you a touchdown in the red zone. But I think, things are going to look different, and I think that gives Sinnott a chance. Now, it's up to him to maximize it.
Take it back to the early team when Joe Gibbs was here in his first stint. You had people on that team like Ron Middleton and Terry Orr. They were tight ends, but they played more of the H-back position. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Where they lined up at tight end, they lined up in the backfield sometimes, they went in motion and ended up at fullback. They still ran routes and did all the same type of stuff that a tight end does, but they did it from different – they basically were set out from different positions, different places on the offense. Maybe that's what Sinnott is very good at. He may not be the guy who's going to line up on the line and just run the routes and be able to find the zones as Zach was. He may be able to do it from different places. What's the big old dude, Kyle Juszczyk? Kind of what he does in a sense, but more with a tight end feel. You get what I'm saying?
Totally. I think they can find more for Sinnott. And maybe, there was some rigidity in the past with Cliff. I think that's fairly obvious at this point that Cliff wanted to do his thing. And for a year, it was great. And I thought it was cool that, I think it was Quinn, one of the two, either Quinn or Peters, mentioned how good everything was with Cliff. And it's important to give him credit for that in year one. Year two, some injuries stack up. Maybe there's some stubbornness, whatever happened, and you end up making the change. But the offense is going to look a lot different, and I think that might give some of these guys a new opportunity. Remember there was the fake report? I'll never understand the people with the fake reports. What do you gain out of fake reporting? But there was the fake report that Ruben Bain was not coming to the combine. He's here and talking right now.
Yeah, I thought the report was saying that he wasn't going to work out. But, I didn't see the one that say he wasn't going to make it. I heard he wasn't going to work out, participate in the drills and all that, which I can understand. Most guys don't do it. A lot of guys don't do it now.
Apparently, Ruben Bain has said he loved Chase Young growing up. That was a player he looked up to.
Okay.
With Bain's, if you got to pick, B, you get to flip a coin between Bain and Bailey at 7. Who would you want?
I'll take Bain because I think Bain is more – he's a pass rusher and a run stopper. I think when you hear Durante Jones talk about guys that are versatile, if I get a guy who's just as good as that other guy pass rushing, plus he could be damn good stopping the run, I'll go with that.
It's going to be a fascinating draft. You know what, though? Because you don't have the quarterbacks and you don't necessarily have, the sexiest skill position players, it does feel like a less buzzy draft. Now, hardcore draft dudes are going to be obsessed with this no matter what. But, like, I think casual fans aren't as excited when it's 2 tackles off the board in the top 6. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't get excited until it's your team and you start to realize what that guy can bring to you.
For sure.
You know, because, like, I think when you got the quarterbacks coming out like it was 2 years ago, you get to promote that in a different way. But as I keep saying, quarterback ain't winning nothing by his damn self. You gotta build that football team, man. And I think the guys that understand how you start to put that thing together, it makes that quarterback job so much easier. You know, you got a hell of a defense that can take the ball from the other team and give it to your offense. Opportunity with your quarterback. If you got a left tackle and your quarterback don't have to worry about that, he can sit in the pocket a little bit more. He can take a little tick longer to let a play develop. Or if you got a running back that can take the pressure off of him, they're not just sitting up there all the time just, trying to just mess with him. They got to worry about the running game as well. You got a tight end that can beat the damn safety all the time. Then all of a sudden now you got another weapon on your team. You got to build the whole football team, and I think that's where people get caught up, where they just think it's 1 or 2 people. Nope. 1 or 2 people might make things better, but they're not going to win it by themselves.
How about Dan Quinn talking about what he wants to see from a pass rusher? They're clearly looking at pass rush. Number 7, Jeffrey.
That ability to affect the QB, it's one of the biggest tenets in winning the game, for obviously scoring and that, but the ability to hit and pressure the quarterback. It also forces takeaways. Those are like things. So you want to see somebody that has demonstrated speed and initial quickness to beat somebody on the field. And I think that can be one thing as we get into this week and you hear timings and that, amen, let's go back to that demonstrated speed on the field and playmaking ability. And so that at the top is what I see. But beating somebody to the punch, having an explosive, get off to make someone feel like overwhelmed, that's what all of the great rushers have.
Uneasy.
B, you blocked a lot of the great pass rushers in this league, right?
Some of them.
What do you think is the most important thing they can do?
I think if I have a pass rusher that I don't have to sit up here and scheme for him, where I know I line him up, he's going to win 9 out of 10 times. And that means that guy is quicker. He has some versatility in his game where he gets you thinking he's doing one thing, he does something else, and he's going to be strong. So it's just being that guy, like when we talk about preseason where we go, this is mano a mano. You know what I'm saying? We're not game planning or nothing like that. That guy that I could just line up and he's going to whip your ass no matter what. Then when I start getting in a situation now, you know what the team does? The team I'm playing, they have to game plan for him, which now makes it better for me as a defense. So that guy with that extreme quickness and has that great versatility, he is going to mess up any offense.
I'm with you, man. I think people get so caught up in arm size and, like, productivity is what matters. And if Ruben Bain maybe isn't your – like, a lot of these guys aren't necessarily have to be the most bendy, off-the-edge guy because that is one highly effective tool, right? Mm-hmm. But there are other highly effective tools, and it's okay. Like, not everybody has to be cut from the same cloth, if that makes sense.
Like they talk about pass rushers having being this, them, and that. Reggie White ran right through people, and he took people and he did an arm club and threw them in the air. That was something totally different, but he got to the quarterback as much as any damn body else out there. And
totally.
He played more inside.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. I want to open these phone lines up here in a minute. Nobody go anywhere. Live from the Combine, all football, all day. Ruben Bain is talking. Let's see if we can track some audio down. Whole bunch of pass rushers talking today. Maybe Washington's going to land one of them. Don't go anywhere. All right, B-Mitch. 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us on Monumental Sports Network or chilling with us on the YouTube stream. Always a lot of fun. News Fairy comes, and source just told me that the Commanders interviewed Jeremiah Love this morning. Now, they're going to interview a ton of people.
Yeah, they're going to a lot of people.
They're going to interview a ton of people, and they'd be crazy, whether Love is in their plans or not, to not interview him.
Yeah.
If nothing else, just to create the facade of tremendous interest, right?
Mm-hmm.
That said, man, I find it pretty interesting, little juicy. I just think that's a dude that is super talented, man. And if you add him alongside Jaden, again, I kind of doubt it is going to happen, but you're definitely want to create that interest, right?
You whether you create the interest or not, you gotta dot your I's and cross your T's with everyone, because you never know how that thing may work, what may be going on, to how you may have to pick somebody. And if you hadn't drafted them, hadn't interviewed them, then all of a sudden now you got to go everything that you could have been doing right now, you got to start doing it then. Or you make the player feel a certain kind of way, which eventually they get over it, but they got to talk. And then every year they can talk to upwards of 30 people, something like that?
I mean, they get 30 visits to the facility.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? So they got...
Yeah, you're going to talk to a lot of people, and you're not going to talk to everybody from the same position, because you don't want anybody to get a read on what you're trying to do.
Absolutely.
So you're going to have multiple positions.
And if you know that Love is going to have tremendous interest, I mean, from what we heard Jordan Reed say yesterday, and this speculation is everywhere, that the Chiefs and the Saints really love Jordan Love, and they pick right after Washington, you'd be crazy not to try to stir that up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. But that's where the game is played in professional sports, where you got to make people think some stuff sometimes that they really don't believe. But oh, hold on now, I know they're not needing that position, but damn, they met with him again. Right. You got to put that doubt in their minds.
All right, I want to open the phones here. The Commanders have interviewed Jeremiah Love, source tells me. They're going to interview a lot of people, but I think for a lot of people this is an incredibly intriguing option, and you have enough draft people that will tell you Love and Caleb Downs are the best players in this draft. I think I swear Nikki just walked behind me. I was trying to tell her she was on TV. She'd be so mad. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's start with my man Jeff in the Navy Yard.
What up, Jeff?
The Commanders have interviewed Jeremiah Love. What do you make of it, Mr. Walker?
I just think they're doing what they have to do in the process, interviewing these players. But if I don't mind the Commanders going best available when they make their draft pick. I wouldn't mind if he was there and people was like, oh, we want to trade, and they traded back because they felt it would help the team more.
I'm trying to make Nikki Jabvala get on television. She's obviously running somewhere. Look, get it. Joey, take us full. There she is. Bang. There you go. There's all sorts of famous people walking around at the Combine, including Nikki Jabvala of The Athletic. The Love thing, Jeff, I'm surprised it's not getting you. I think Jeff's trying to play it really cool, but we know he's a maniacal Skins fan. Mm-hmm. So I'm kind of surprised he's not yo, I'm all in. Okay, so imagine the offense with Jeremiah Love. That, I'm kind of surprised.
Now, it's so easy to do that, JP, but, once you start hanging around people being yourself, that helps, make more sense of the game from, looking at it and not as a fan perspective. I don't think like that no more.
Not until the season starts.
Till about week 3.
Till about week 8, right?
But for me though, I look at all aspects. The offense would be amazing, but then I'm okay, who we gonna stop? And we just went through a moment where one of my things was stop trying to make Jaden be Superman all the time. Allow him at times to relax. And if you have Jeremiah Love or whoever else, and another team is scoring 40, you got to try to be Superman. And that puts you in harm's way more often than not. So my thing is, I would love to see them have their defense catch up with this offense.
Here's my thing with Love. I wonder. Here's my question specifically for the phone lines.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather the Commanders draft Jeremiah Love at number 7 or drum up a ton of interest for him and be able to trade back out of that 7th pick and then maybe take a Caleb Downs or a Sonny Styles at like 10? Because I think there's multiple things in play here, and he's a stud, and he's – I don't think any of these receivers – like, this isn't a receiver class that somebody's trading up for, right? Like, to me, like the most famous receiver trade was Julio Jones when Atlanta traded up to get him. And that was like kind of unheard of, right? But they did it. Or think about last year, Jacksonville trading up for Travis Hunter, right?
Yeah.
Now that's a different player. That's a two-way player. He can do a million different things. Like there's not a dude like that in this class. And I think because you have so many good pass rushers, like I don't think anybody's going to move up for a pass rusher. And then the questions with Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, it's like positional value. Nobody's going to trade up for those dudes.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you want a trade-up market, you kind of have to create it.
I don't know, Jay. Like you can look at the teams that may need that one more weapon, may need a running back like that. They may want to be the ones that trade up. You may not have to drum up much interest. When a guy's that good, we're not the only people that notice that. It's 32 other teams with a bunch of scouts who notice this dude here is generational. That maybe like I would think that like they yesterday Jordan mentioned the Chiefs. Hell, that makes them very, very much as dangerous as anything, as long as they still got Pat Mahomes.
Certainly.
You know?
Certainly.
So you look at the speed they have on the outside, getting him in there on that team with Pat, that's a hell of a problem right there. You're probably going to be losing out with Travis Kelce. That was a weapon you had. Now we got a weapon in the backfield that can catch the ball at the backfield and run the ball with all that speed on the outside. You can't just pile them up in the box. So they may be as interested as anything.
Let's let some of these callers weigh in. The Commanders interviewed Jeremiah Love this morning. What do you think about Love at 7 or creating a trade market? Let's go to John at Potomac. What's up, Johnny?
Yeah, first of all, great show. Love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
Just on Jeremiah Love, I think if he's there, you got to pick him. I watched him for several years at Notre Dame. He's in my mind, he's a once-in-a-generation talent. Not only as a running back, as B. Mitch just said, he's a great wide receiver. Maybe this is dependent upon them getting some defensive players and free agencies to fulfill some needs. Understand the defensive needs completely, but I personally think this guy is too good to pass up. Just my view.
That's a great call, John. You are certainly entitled to that view. I imagine you're not the only person that has it.
Yeah.
Let's go to Ed. Ed, what do you think of the Jeremiah Love news? Ed, you there?
Yes, I am here. I thought y'all hung up on me, man.
Nah, man, we won't do that.
Okay. I just want to say, man, I'm a diehard Steelers fan, but I really love listening to y'all every now and then, man. Y'all cool people.
Appreciate it.
But look,
appreciate it.
I got a really big favor to ask you, though. I've been married for like 28 years, and I've never been on a honeymoon with my wife. We've never been on vacation, and I just heard y'all talking about that there's going to be a game in London. Do y'all got any way to help me make sure I get those tickets?
Order them. Order them online, dude.
We don't have any.
Right? So you order them online, that's how you do it?
Yep.
That's how you do most things nowadays, Ed.
Okay, I got one more question for you.
Yeah.
JP.
What?
I'm trying to figure out, do I got to get a degree to listen to you now? Because you keep using these big words that I don't know. What is up with that, bro? Do I got to get some type of degree to listen to you?
I use plenty of small words too, man. We mix it up.
Okay,
Keep everybody guessing.
All right.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call, dude. Dude, the Jeremiah Love thing. I mean, B-Mitch, can you imagine waiting on hold, calling into a radio station to ask how you get tickets to something?
Yeah. Especially if you try to get a honeymoon, bro. You know, if he could get his wife to London, bro, you don't know what could happen. Be fireworks, bro.
Be the hottest night London's ever seen.
Yes, indeed, brother.
Be like Egypt in there. The thing with Jeremiah Love that I always go back to is his some of his stat lines were just so ridiculous. And who knows what, right? But I think it is very smart one way or another for Washington to interview him. One, because he's an excellent player. And maybe you get him in the building and you say, man, we got to have this dude. Like, this dude is that guy.
You never know.
But B, the stat line I go back to against Syracuse, and Syracuse stunk. For all of the Syracuse media mafia that are out there, Syracuse hoops and football stinks right now. So I don't know what they're doing. Against Syracuse, he had 8 carries for 171 yards.
Yeah.
Now, there are games against better teams. Against USC, 24 for 228. Probably the best defenses he played, Miami and A&M. The yardages weren't that high. But against USC, he tore him up. Stanford late in the year. But I can't get past the Syracuse stat line where he went 8 for 171. All right, I'm going to try to break us on time, Jeff. Load the phones up. Jeremiah Love interviewing with the Commanders. What do you make of it? Is it to trade? Do you want to take him? You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds.
Indianapolis at the NFL Scouting Combine. Really excited right now to have Daniel Jeremiah, draft analyst, NFL Network, joining us. DJ, thanks for the time, man. How you doing?
It's great to be with you, man. It's an exciting time of year.
That's
you popped me up here.
Yeah, how's that?
Yeah, I mean, it might have been a better interview if you left it down, but no, it's good to be with you guys.
Thank you, dude.
Thanks for taking care of all of our former Padres, by the way. Appreciate that,
dude. I mean, being a Nats fan is just so painful right now because you trade Soto and everything's supposed to start happening. Now they're just trading away the guys.
Those guys are going away. Yeah, Gore's gone. Yeah,
they're just moving they're moving the sticks.
Thank you. Yeah, James Wood's good. You're good there
for sure. He's the one they can't get rid of until 3 years from now when they get rid of him. Let's talk about where we are here, Scouting Combine. Your latest mock draft had David Bailey moving up to 2 and Washington able to get Arvell Reese at 7. How are you feeling? Obviously, the mocks are going to continue to shift, but these pass rushers, there's so much interest in kind of those top 3 guys.
Yeah, and I think, just talking to buddies with teams around the league this week, all different orders, all different flavors. I haven't found anybody who doesn't like any of them, right? Those top 3 guys, everybody agrees they're really, really good players. Some teams are just looking for a fastball, and they're Bailey teams. Other teams are looking for a bully, and they're Bain teams. And then other teams want to take a shot on Arvell Reese as someone a little bit more unknown as an edge guy, just in terms of how he's moved around in that defense and doesn't have quite the track record the other two have. But everybody seems to agree, as I do, that the most ceiling there is with Reese.
For sure. I think I have a hard time comping anybody to Micah, but does what is a Reese comp for you? Because he is so rangy and can do so many different things. Whereas like Bailey is a pass rusher, Bain's a D lineman that can move around. Like, what is Reese?
Yeah, Reese is an interesting one. One of the ones that I've comped to is going in the Wayback Machine, but I remember there was talk about a couple guys coming out of USC and Brian Cushing and Clay Matthews.
Oh, wow.
They were both talked about as, are they off the ball guys? Are they on the ball guys? They do a little bit of both. There's the physicality on the edge, but they see things pretty good at the second level there. So it's kind of like that iteration of player. And I think Arvell Reese, similar to me of like a Clay Matthews, I think his combination of explosiveness, power, but then the agility to bend and move. I'm like, he just needs to be taught and continue to learn and develop and grow on the edge. But I think that's the type of upside you're talking about. I'm aging myself.
No, you're not. I was leaving it open if B wanted to ask, but he knows I'll just rattle off a zillion draft questions. Really appreciate being joined by NFL draft analyst Daniel Jeremiah. The Commanders interviewed Jeremiah Love this morning.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's an exceptionally talented player. Some teams have trouble going running back that early. What do you make of a possible Jeremiah Love fit in Washington?
Well, I mean, obviously he's an elite player. I think I have him the second player in the entire draft.
Right.
And
you have him and Caleb Downs, right?
No, I have Mendoza 1, and then he is 2.
Okay.
And he's up there. I mean, he's up there with the Bijan Robinson type players we've had. I don't have Saquon Barkley would have had a higher grade on, but he's in the conversation. Like, he is a special player. The challenge is going to be, which Washington team do you believe is the real Washington team? Is it the team that was a whisker away from being in a Super Bowl?
Right.
Or is it more what we saw last year? Because my theory on the running backs is not do you or don't you. My theory is, okay, when your team's ready to rock, drop him in. And then, every one of his carries matters. Everything, in his prime we're utilizing.
Sure.
You don't want to waste 2 years on a kid on a team that's not necessarily ready to go win.
Yeah.
So that's the challenge. That's what's so unique because we've seen 2 different versions of this Washington team.
Totally. It's almost like Saquon with the Giants versus Saquon with the Eagles.
Same player. He didn't change.
Right.
But his value changed based off of his location in terms of where the team was built at that point in time.
See, that is why I feel that they will lean more towards the defense because if you can get this thing closer, then you bring a player in like him, and then that makes a world of difference. But you put him in there where you can't stop anybody, you can't run the ball, you got to throw the ball. So why draft someone that high that you can't use?
Yeah, I think we're all kind of arriving at the same destination, on that, which is 2 things. 2 things can be true. We can say he's an elite talent and a special player, and we can say this is not the right time, for him with this team.
How realistic do you think it is? Because Mendoza's going 1. There's no question about it. Quarterbacks are on a different scale. He was elite this year. After him, there's not a skill position player that would drive a trade up outside of Love, I would guess.
Yeah, and I don't know. I still have a hard time believing that somebody's going to trade up very far for.
But what if
love.
it's you've got New Orleans and KC right there? Like
Yeah.
they're both super. Like, do you think Washington could be, especially knowing how little draft capital they have? You think they could be trying to drum something up here? Like, if you want them, you better get to us because either one of these other teams is taking them.
I don't know that you'd be able to trade back at market prices, but if you're saying we just want more picks, you know, so if we can get a 3 out of this thing, go back a couple spots, like let's just take the extra pick. The player we want, we're still going to be able to get at that point in time. So no, I have not talked to anybody this week and general manager buddies and personnel guys that were like, you know what, we're looking to trade up this year. Everybody's like, you think we have any chance of trading back?
Because it's such a unique draft where there's definitely depth, but there's not really stars.
And that's what drives trades. What drives trades is quarterbacks and edge rushers and tackles. And usually it's when there's a complete cliff that you're getting ready to drop off. If I don't get this last one of these edge rushers or tackles, I miss the ride entirely. And I think there's just not that separation between the top group and then what would consist of the second group.
For sure. Hey, go ahead, B.
What side of the ball you think is this draft stronger in?
I think edge rushers the strength of the draft. I think there's a lot of depth and talent with the edge rushers. I think it's a good corner group. In terms of that, running all the way through the third or fourth round with talented guys there. And then, you flip it over to the offensive side of the ball, receivers. I mean, the next bad receiver class we have will be the first in about a decade.
7-on-7 is taking over the world.
It's unbelievable.
The way receivers have advanced in the advancement of 7-on-7 football, I think there's like a direct corollary there.
Well, we're seeing two gulfs right now. The gulf between what the league has given us with defensive linemen and tackles is wider than it's ever been. Like, it's just every year you're seeing a good clump of D linemen and you're trying to create offensive tackles. They're hard to find. And then the other one is, we have ups and downs. Like, this is a good solid year for corners, but I mean, receivers never take a day off, a year off. And I think some of it is just these high school coaches have looked at it more so than just 7-on-7. Is it, I grew up in the area of like, man, there's some wishbone teams and some wing T teams.
None of it.
And now it's because you've got 4 wide. I've got an elite athlete. When maybe I was in high school, B-Mitch, you go back to your era, like they say, man, our best athlete's got to play corner. That's the most challenging position on the field. But now there's 4 wideouts out there. He's not even involved in the game.
Right.
So you're playing offense. You're going to score touchdowns, and we're going to try and outscore everybody.
It's interesting how it's all evolved. I know you got to run. I want to say this. It's so impressive. 30 seconds before you joined us, you're breaking down the Bears draft, and then you sit here seamlessly, flawlessly. I imagine you could do every table in here and just break it down. The knowledge you guys have this time of year is remarkable. At number 7, do you think Washington's able to get one of Bain, Bailey, Reese?
Oh, man.
I complimented you first.
I know. You really buttered me up nicely there. I think as you get closer, I think those guys are going to emerge, and everybody's going to say these are 3 of the 5 best players in the draft, and we're going to maybe eschew some needs and just take the best players. So I would say less than 50% that you see one of those 3.
Wow, there you have it. DJ, thank you for the time.
Good to see you. I take back everything you just said. You hear that? You just took it all back.
I'm a Mountaineer fan.
Oh,
That's got to carry something.
I know. We got to get back.
All right, the great Daniel Jeremiah. Nobody go anywhere. Phone lines are open. Thank you, DJ.
Thank you.
Central Time start?
What do you mean?
Illinois?
Huh?
Like, I don't know, a couple hundred miles west of UB, but we're in the same time zone. Where do you think Central Time starts? Is it probably Illinois, right?
I wouldn't even much think way up there.
Chicago's definitely central.
I would think down when you go to like, I'm thinking closer like when you're going across the Tennessee area. So right around when you pass Knoxville, that's when I think when Central Time starts.
All right, well, I'm still in Eastern. And, B, I don't know if you can see the stream, but look what made it to Indy. Fritos, baby.
Yeah, they did. Jeff gave you that the other day?
He said, you want to take some with you? I said, hell yeah. Appreciate you, Jeffrey. If you miss any of our interview with Daniel Jeremiah, get on the YouTube page and watch it or however you get your podcast, Apple, Spotify, whatever. It was great. My big takeaway is he's not entirely convinced that Bain, Bailey, or Reese is even there at 7 for Washington to take him.
Mm-hmm. But like, there's no offensive lineman. You know, every year, O-lineman pops up, goes in the top. They get in, they step up into the top 10. So does any one of those guys jump up and push some of them back?
We'll find out. But one dude that it sure seems like is going to be there at 7 is Jeremiah Love. We know the Commanders interviewed him this morning. They're going to interview a lot of people, but they did interview Jeremiah Love. Let's let the people on the phones tell us what they think. 800-636-1067, MGM National Harbor listener lines. Isaac is in Crofton. What's up, Isaac? Isaac in Crofton.
Isaac, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah. To answer your question, JP, like the first caller that you had before the break, before the analyst came on, I agree with him. I know B. Mitch wants defensive end, as do I. But if they're gone, we gotta take Jeremiah Love with at 7 because he's the best available, and because we didn't do too much last year. We got to hit on like all these draft picks that we have. We don't have a lot, so we definitely have to take him. He's a surefire pick.
Yeah, he does
gone.
seem.
If all those other guys are gone.
Yeah, if they're gone.
Yeah.
If they're not available and he's still sitting there, we got to take him because he's surefire. To pair him with Bill. That's a lights out backfield right there with Jake. You know what I'm saying? And then Terry on the outside, and another receiver on the other side. That's a scary offense.
Appreciate the call, bud. I do think the calculus B is different with Jeremiah Love if Bain, Bailey, and Reese are
if they're all gone, yes. But listen, man. I understand the world today cares about fantasy football. And that's all offense. But I just saw a team defense help win them a damn championship. And I watch it every year. And you're going to have a defense. And when are we going to start building if we were to go that way, when do you start building the defense? You're going to just go all defense in our free agency?
At least free agency's first, so you get a better.
Yeah, because I know.
By the time you get to the draft, you know what you've added.
So what if they go into free agency and they go out there and they do stuff and they try to build defense and they go a little bit offensively. Then they go into the draft and they say we're going defense. They don't go to a Love because I hear everyone always. Everybody has an idea or concern or interest in a receiver or running back, but when the season starts and we start getting ran up and down the field, everybody's pissed at the defense.
It's true. Let's go.
That's a problem.
Kenny in Largo, you want Jeremiah Love at 7.
Hey, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Hey, shout out.
Good, buddy. How are you?
Jeff, man, playing that good. Shout out to Jeff playing that good music, man. Shout out to him. But, man, so I wouldn't mind Jeremiah Love, but I agree with B. Mitch. Like, I'm tired of seeing our defense get just blown coverages, all this crap, man. So. And I don't mind running it back with Bill and C-Rod, to be honest with you. Like, don't get me wrong, Jeremiah Love is Houdini. Trust me, I know it, but that defense, man, it's terrible, man. Like, I would want us to either take Bailey or Downs For real.
So you'd be cool with a safety at 7?
For sure.
For
playing
sure.
like that, Kevin Downs, yes. For sure.
All right. He
For
can play,
sure.
man. Appreciate you, Kenny. Thank you.
All right, y'all.
Let's keep the phones going. 800-636-1067.
He say for show.
He did hit me with
Like
the for
that.
show.
For show.
Calvin is in Waldorf. What's up, Calvin? You want love at 7?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing, man?
Doing good, bro.
I haven't talked to y'all guys in a while. I listen every day, though.
Appreciate
Man,
you.
I would love to be a fly on the wall when they talk about that scenario if he does fall to 7. You know, so I don't think he will. I think he's going to be gone by 7. But, man, that would be a nice pick. But, you know, as everyone's saying, man, our defense has been terrible, man. You know, I mean, nothing is surefire. But I would definitely try to go for a defensive player. Love is great. You know, but yeah, we need a lot of help, man, and he would be more of a luxury pick right now. Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
All right, man.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. That Love at this point would be a luxury pick, but I think taking Connerly last year was a luxury pick. At that point you had just traded for Tunsil, and the year before you drafted a tackle, a kid that played 17 games for you, left tackle. Like they took a luxury pick last year. Maybe they had a different
when they
belief
traded
in where
when
they were.
traded for Tunsil, they knew that Coleman wasn't playing tackle no more.
And yet they still took another tackle.
And they took
you had Andrew Wiley at right tackle the year before. Like it wasn't a need.
I think whenever you got Jaden Daniels, there's always a need to make your offensive line better.
I'm saying, but the needs they had. Now, maybe there's a different calculus at 28 versus number 7.
Yeah.
Too.
It's a different calculus when you look at offensive lineman compared to a running back, to be totally honest with you. You know, you look out there depreciated the value of a running back. So, yes, I know how good he is, but we've seen a lot of guys come out that's good, and if one injury happens, then everybody that called for him will be like, oh, man, we should have went to another position. Listen, bro, in this game today, you can do more with some average running backs and have a strong ass defense with those average running backs than you can with an exceptional running back and a weak ass defense.
It's an interesting situation, man. Specifically to Caleb Downs, enough people I've talked to talk about how good that dude is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to scream about positional value because if you want to talk about Love and you take him because he's the best player, the positional value argument exists there at running back. So, like, for me, you can't scream about Love positional value. Or you can't ignore positional value with Love and then scream about it with Downs. Like, if they're the best player, they're the best player.
I understand that, but you got a dude who's a generational talent, and he's a generational talent at a side of the ball that you need talent.
Right.
So I think that would outweigh generational value where you don't need talent.
I think
not that you don't need it, but
right. I know
it's not a necessity to have him right now.
The best case scenario is you take whoever of Bailey Reese is there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's. If you're a Commanders fan, I kind of think that's what you should be hoping for. But a lot of these folks think differently. Let's go to Uptown Mo. What's up, Uptown Mo?
Mo, what's up, brother?
Hey, first of all, y'all, I had to pull over. And I'm going to answer the question, but I had to pull over. That man said he been married for 28 years. He ain't never been on a honeymoon. You ain't got a tax return, nothing. A casino ain't send you a free offer to go anything. And I love marriage. I hope they stay married forever. But damn it, you done came across you done had a car accident and got a settlement check or something. You could have went on a honeymoon in 28 years.
Dude, and like, did he think me and B-Mitch were just going to give him tickets?
He definitely did. He's a businessman. The man don't even understand English language. He told you, I need to go to school to understand the words that's coming out of your mouth. So that told you a lot right there.
Oh, man.
I digress.
All right.
I digress.
That's a good call, bro.
I digress. All I'm saying is I love. So I'm a running back fan. Let me just say that first. I know that Adrian Peterson changed the trajectory of the Minnesota Vikings. I think Gurley helped the Atlanta Falcons. I'm sorry, the St. Louis Rams when they drafted them. I love Marshall. I love running backs. We need to stop running backs. Like we need to stop running backs. So I am a big proponent of those defensive players being there. But if we can parlay, like if it doesn't fall that way, and we can parlay that number 7 and trade down, then fine. I think that Jeremiah Love is a generational transformative player, but we've thought that about a lot of players because Chase Young is not here right now, and we picked him too. So it's a crapshoot either way. Adam Peters has shown that he goes with the best player. Like I don't feel like he drafts for need. I feel like he drafts for the best player. So I think he will pick Love, which is at 7. I wouldn't be mad, but that's not what I would want.
All right.
Great call, Mo.
Appreciate your
Thank
call.
you, dude. Glad other people.
Most you had no accident, got a settlement or something?
Like, if you save $10 a week for 28 years, you can go on a trip. You know?
Hey, man, it's much easier if you do it for me, JP.
Let's go to Chris in Culpeper. What's up, Chris? Jeremiah Love at 7? You want one of the pass rushers?
Chris, you up, man?
No, he dropped, Jeff's telling me. Let's go to Gavin is in College Park. What's up, Gavin?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
It's good, dude.
I just wanted to kind of get it through. I've heard all the talk about Jeremiah Love, and I do feel like it's definitely a luxury pick. I'm going to find myself agreeing with B-Mitch here. I think
like there's something wrong with that, man.
I think if you watch football all season last year, that defense cannot not fix that. Like that was atrocious, especially the D line. But again, if like Bain and Reese and Bailey are all gone, I think you have to go Downs or you have to trade back.
All right, man.
I don't think.
See, JP, what he's saying is, he heard you coming on the radio every day talking about how many damn points we gave up and how we setting records. We got to fix that, dog. I don't know how all of a sudden we get to combine and we just forgot that we gave up 40 points 3 games in a row. Almost 4.
I think they need to address it more in 2 weeks than they do at the end of April. So I hear you. The defense is a massive problem. I'm not sure this defense is going to tremendously improve. So you try to get them moderately better. And maybe some of that's a little bit of coaching, a little bit of a new scheme. You sign some free agents that you know can go for you. I've repeatedly planted my flag for Boye Mafe. But you do that, and then if your offense is just way better, I'm just saying there's multiple ways to try to get back to a winning season and back to the playoffs. To be clear, I think the best outcome for Washington is one of Bain, Bailey, or Reese to be there at 7. That's what I think should be the top priority. I just don't know that it's going to happen. Let's go to Tony's in Germantown. What's up, Tony?
What up, Tony?
Yo, what's going on, fellas?
Chilling, man.
I am under the impression with this. I just think that, this front office is doing their due diligence. We have a top 10 pick, and so, of course, you're going to talk to everybody. Me, personally, I'm like you, B-Mitch. I want a defensive player. But, sitting here on the phone I started thinking, what if in free agency we double up? Let's say in free agency we get a combination of one of these 2 guys out, these 3. We get Owe, or else Boy Mafe or Joseph Asai. Let's say we get 2 of those guys, double up on defensive end, and then at 7, I can see possibly going for Jeremiah Love in that. I was just wondering what you guys think with that.
Now, see, that's the thing about it. So if that were to happen, then I can understand leaning that direction. But at this present time today, I don't care. I know that the free agency is going to come before it. But my mind today is defense. In my mind when the season was going on was defense. My mind when it ended was defense. Until they signed a lot of defensive players, my mind going to be defense.
yeah. No, like I said, and I feel you. But that's the one thing about Adam Peters, and he has been these drafts he's done. We never really know what he's going to do. Unlike the Ron era, where it was like we knew we was going to get a certain position. We knew we was going to get like Chase Young and stuff. With him, we did like last year. We thought on that first round we going to get us a defensive end. He flipped the switch and got another tackle. We was like, oh, okay, type of situation. So yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, I'm with you. I want defense. I want one of those edges. But if we were into free agency, double up on DN, I wouldn't mind taking Love or even one of the wide receivers, man. That's all, bro.
I'm with y'all then. Then we can go right around Haynes Point. like we used to do back in the day. Stop and have us a 40.
All right.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah. Give me some St. Eyes.
Let's go to Rico in Alexandria.
What's
What's
up,
up, Rico?
What's up, boys? What's going on?
We chilling,
hey,
bro.
I would prefer a defensive pass rusher, somebody that can wreck the game, disrupt the offense, somebody that they can move around like a Charles Haley type. That get the ball back to the offense, get some pressure off the offense. They're not on their heels, playing backup, playing catch up. That's what I would like to see. I mean, I don't want to say running back is a dime a dozen, but we can get one later in the rounds. I would prefer. We haven't had a disruptor since Fletcher or Taylor, or even going back in the day, Dexter. So that's what I'm saying.
All right, bro.
All right, dude. Appreciate the call, man. We're going to keep the phone lines going. A lot of folks want to weigh in on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is the MGM National Harbor listener line open as we talk about picking at number 7. Ruben Bain, David Bailey, Arvell Reese, Jeremiah Love, maybe like Jordan Tyson, Carnell Tate. They're going to be options. Maybe you want Ty Simpson. That's a joke. Phone lines are open. Let us know what you think. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group.
know me.
B-Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. B-Mitch holding it down in the Navy Yard studio. They got me out here in Indiana at the NFL Scouting Combine. Wherever you are, you can get our content, man. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, the Odyssey app. Listen live on your radio or on your Alexa. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. You can stream with us on the YouTube page for 106.7 The Fan, home of one of the wildest chats in history.
Yes, indeed.
B, you know we talked the other day about
I got to
how
speak to the chat, man. I haven't spoke to the chat in a while.
just how social media be like, I like pancakes, and then it's like, man,
I like waffles.
Why do you hate waffles? The chat is a pretty good, like, melting pot of the craziness of social media. Now, I think there are some, like, real friendships and relationships within the chat, which is bizarre but terrific. And then there's, like, some serious enemies and, like, heels within the chat.
Well, things happen.
It's its own little world, B. The NFL draft is also its own little world. And people got a lot of opinions, man, when it comes to how Washington should handle this morning. And Jeremiah Love is the best skill position player in this draft. And a lot of folks want him. A lot of folks say focus on defense. B seems that you seem adamantly in that should be a defensive pick at 7.
Yeah. If one of those top 3 pass rushers that we discussed is sitting there at 7, go with him.
I agree with you there wholeheartedly. Things get interesting for me if one of those 3 aren't there.
I mean, if nothing is there and he's there, you could change your mind. But going into this draft, after watching that season last year, defense should be all heavily on your mind.
Let's go to Will in Fairfax. Will, what do you think about Jeremiah Love at 7?
Hey, I got to be honest. I could care less if all 3 of the guys are there, man. Just to be clear, rookie defensive end, we're going to get 8-9 sacks. We're getting that off the free agent market. And they're hitting this just as much as rookie wide receivers. Jeremiah Love is an impact player. He was recruited as a wide receiver, played wide receiver, and moved to running back. And he didn't show it for 1 year. He showed it for multiple years. He is a stud. And we talk about maybe next year in the free agent market, are we going to be able to find an impact player at 22 years old that's going to be able to get you 40 receptions and 1,200 yards? We don't have impact players on offense. We're talking about a defensive end, 21, 22 years old. It isn't going to change that defense. But if you put a guy like Jeremiah Love back there that's going to keep the offense on the field and keep the defense off of it, he fills both roles for you. He improves the passing game, he improves the running game, and you're going to help the defense because they're not going to be out there sucking wind because you can't get a first down when it's 3rd and 1.
It's an interesting point.
I understand his point, but I totally don't agree with it. Because you're talking as if every running back that gets drafted high comes in and just automatically lights the league up. Doesn't happen all the time. And it's just like he just downplayed, that's 8.5 sacks. It could be 15 sacks. You don't know that.
It could be. I mean, do you think there's any first-round pass rush fatigue in Washington because Chase Young was good but never great, and it ended poorly. Montez Sweat was good but never great, and it ended in a trade. You know what I mean? Like,
I just think that people care more about offense than they do about defense anymore. Just like I watched the Super Bowl, and everybody told me how boring it was. It wasn't boring to me. But when everything is about scoring points, offense, defense. I mean, scoring points, receiving. That. But that's not how you win football games in real life.
Well, and I think when they took Chase, especially when you took Chase Young number 2, which I didn't disagree with the pick at the time. The problem was you didn't have a franchise cornerstone at quarterback. You thought you might with Dwayne Haskins, who they just drafted the year before, and that ended up ending tragically, obviously. But, like, this is different because you have Jaden. And, yeah, offensively you would love more blue-chip players, undoubtedly. But Just 2 years ago, Jaden made this thing dance with Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you made it dance then, you can make it dance again, would be to your point of maybe we don't have to go all offense. Let's go to Juan is in Fairfax. What's up, Juan?
What's
Juan,
up,
you
man?
there?
How you doing?
Hello.
What's up, dude?
Pretty good. I just want to apologize to you guys because last week I got tripped over my words and I couldn't get my words out. So I just want to apologize to you guys.
No problem.
But my opinion, this is what I would do. I would go ahead and trade the pick away. My thing is it's deaths because I get so upset when I know it happens. But I get so upset when players get injured and stuff like that. So that's my opinion. So I will go death, trade the pick away, and I like the DNs. I like them. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying. My thing is injuries. That's what my mindset is. So I will go ahead and trade that pick away.
All right, gotcha.
I mean, scared money don't make money, Juan. Just trade no matter what.
Yeah, scared money don't make no money. I understand this point because, like, if a guy gets hurt, then that person is blamed because he got hurt and this, that, and the other. Just like that guy that just called. Somebody. Just like that guy that just called. Jeremiah Love come here and get hurt. That dude will find a way to get on the other side and be pissed off at it.
That mindset, that dude's going to die a virgin. If it's like, oh, well, we can't, no matter what, we got to trade back because there's big risk involved. Like, good luck, dude.
Damn, Jay, how did you come up with that analogy?
I'm just saying, that is the most, like, risk-averse, living scared analogy I've ever heard. It's one thing if he had, like, a proposal, like, move back to 11 because I want to get a receiver there and we need the – but it was just like, nah, man, we need depth. Just trade back no matter what.
I'm going to try to explain something to people. I remember starting to play football when I was in the 8th grade, and I went to the 9th grade. They moved me to varsity quarterback. And my mom always said, don't you get hurt. And I said, Mom, I don't ever think about that. I think about finishing the game, and I just play. As I got older, got to college, my dad asked me the question, why do you dive like that, man? I say, Daddy, I play to win. I don't worry about all those other things. I said, y'all been telling me all my life, God going to protect me and take care of me. So I'm going to let him protect me and take care of me. Got to the NFL. Everybody like, man, be careful. That dude calling this in. Injuries, they will happen eventually. But you can't go in the game thinking about it.
Otherwise you die a virgin.
And sometimes you get hurt, and guess what? You play through it. You know, and like today, in this day and age, it's not the players all the time that don't want to play. A lot of times, front office and people don't let them play because they're thinking about what's beneficial to them as a team for the long haul. The player could go in there and play a game, but you pull them back because one thing I know, players want to play.
Players want to play. Keep the phone lines going. Daryl's in Columbia. What's up, Daryl?
What's up, D?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, you know, I tell you, this is a tough choice. You know, Bain is there and Love. If they're both there, I'm taking Bain. But if Bain is gone, I'm going to take Love because I think you can fill up the defense, you know, through free agency and also later on in the draft. But I think that Love is a modern day Christian McCaffrey. And I think AP really likes that style running back, and I think he would pick him if he was there. That's my take.
Okay.
It's going to be interesting, man. I think there's a lot to like with Jeremiah Love for sure. Thanks for the call, Daryl. We'll sneak another one in here. Let's go to Trey in Stafford. What's up, Trey? What do you think at number 7?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope y'all are having a blessed afternoon.
We try.
You too, bud.
I'm going to just throw some names out. Brian Arakpo, London Fletcher. Legends, obviously, that we have in our history. The linebackers, right? So while I love a running back, so often are we entranced by something new, something flashy. But, I mean, just earlier this season, how often was, you know, Bill winning Rookie of the Week, the LFG award from Tom Brady, of all people, right? So I agree. I think we should stick to defense, and that's just why the guy I'm in love with, I think a pass rusher solely is a great pick. I think we can fix that in free agency. Bobby Wagner made the change. I'm going linebacker. I really love Sonny Styles, not just because his name looks great on a jersey, right? Because that's a great last name.
It is a great name. Sonny Styles is.
Yeah. I mean, just got to go there. You got to fix. You want someone that can play both sides of the field, someone that can threaten the pass rush or drop back. And mainly, especially from that first season we had with Daniels, we had Frankie Louvu loving the game. I just want guys that love football. I want guys that, want to make the play, people that want to jump the line, and a young buck that can really enhance everyone else on this team. Let's hear Mikey Sandersoul's name more, because we don't have to worry about there being no pass rush. The guy that can do what we got to do.
Great.
Yeah.
Like, not all the time.
Not all the time.
Probably
And
fumbles,
you know what? I'll
but-
give him an excuse. I'm going to give him an excuse. I'm not letting him make one. A rookie running back is going to have a learning curve when he gets to the next level. I don't give a damn who he is.
Phone lines are packed. If you're on, stay there. This is fun. We're gonna keep the phone lines going. I'd like to play our interview with Daniel Jeremiah again at 1:30, just because I think there was a lot to take in there, a lot of really good information. I think it's easy to say take a pass rusher. If those top 3 pass rushers are gone at number 7, I think things get far, far more interesting. You're listening, watching, streaming, hanging with B. Mitch and Finley. Don't go anywhere. Brad Biggs, friend of the program. Fan of Brian Mitchell.
Brian Mitchell.
Brad Biggs reporting the Bears have granted permission for linebacker Tremaine Edmonds to seek a trade, according to a league source. He's still under contract for the 26th season at $15 million. Still young. He was a Pro Bowl caliber player for the first 10 games of the year before a minor injury. Finished the year healthy. Led that Bears defense in tackles. Tremaine Edmonds is a player I like. Played his college ball at Virginia Tech.
VT.
Part of the E-Boys documentary our boy A.J. Atai once put together. He is, I mean, this is remarkable. He'll turn 28 in May, and he's already played 8 years in the NFL.
Yeah, he was young when he came out.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he's 119 games at 27 years old. It's pretty remarkable.
I wish I was playing these days and the team tell me, hey, go, you got the right to go and try to formulate a secret trade. I mean, hell with you. Cut me. And secret trade, I'm helping you out. Cut me, I can go talk to multiple people. I make more money.
Right. I think he probably will become a free agent. Like, I don't know what that trade thing. They say, hey, let me know if you want to, what do you want to do with this deal? Because, yep, sure enough, I pulled this up, and Tremaine Edmonds has no guaranteed money on his deal. So
you're going to cut me? So I'm not going to work for you? You go out there and try to get a damn trade. Or just let me go, because then I can talk to everybody.
I got to wonder how this works out, and Edmonds would be interesting on the free agent market. Right now, we got a ton of callers that want to talk about what Washington should do at 7. Does it have to be defense no matter what? Do you got to consider Jeremiah Love because of the talent he brings? Let's go to Shaq in Lanham. What's up, Shaq?
What's up, JP? What's up, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
JP, while you up there, check out my cousin from Ole Miss, last name Wiles, Harrison Wiles from Ole Miss. He up there at the combine. I know we need defense, but if you take Love, I won't be mad because we need game changers on our offense. We need somebody that's going to put a threat in the defense coordinator's meetings. And Love will do that. I mean, we don't have nobody. I mean, we got JD and Terry solid, but he don't put that, he don't scare nobody. I think Love, he'll do that.
I think Love would also scare people, but I think Terry scares people. If you look at his contested catch rate and his vertical rates, Terry scares defenders.
He's solid, but I don't think we use him enough to scare people.
Hopefully that changes with this different coordinator.
Yeah, hopefully. he ain't got so much left in the tank, you know what I mean?
All right.
But yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call. You want to keep the phones going here, B?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
But see, this is the thing, though. See, so since people have that mindset of go get the running back, well, isn't there a receiver coming out?
Yeah, there's plenty of them.
So, and he's supposed to be damn good too, right?
Yeah.
So if you're gonna go get, why not go get the receiver? Because they seem more valuable in this day and age in football. You go get him and Terry, and listen. Bill showed he could play. So you got Bill, you can come back with C-Rod, you go get another receiver, then the offense is potent to it in, right?
B, I think that makes a ton of sense.
But I'm just saying, I know people throw it out there, but see, I when I hear it, they just had an unbelievable year. They just love. Sound like a damn dating game or something. But, but if you really want to make your offense more potent, you go with the damn receiver because they are way more valuable in this day and age in football.
Well, and I almost hate to bring this up because of how awful last summer was with this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Terry's guaranteed $13 million this year.
Mm-hmm.
In 27, which is only next season, he has no guarantee numbers on it. Now, it probably makes sense to keep him in 27, but his cap number jumps to $34 million. It does carry $18 million in dead cap, but there'd be $16 million in cap savings.
Mm-hmm.
So, at 32 years old, it's entirely possible that could look a different way with Terry. And if you draft a Carnell Tate or you draft whoever you identify as the best receiver in this class, like
6'3", 195.
I'm just saying, if you draft a dude this year, you have 5 years of team control if he can play.
So, but that's what I'm saying. So, like, I mean, when people start talking about just the potency of an offensive player, broaden your horizon. Because, yes, running backs, I'm a former running back. I understand the value of a running back. The league don't think that anymore.
We're going to keep the phone lines going. I'm going to take one more call. Our guy Mark in Landover Hills is on the line.
Marky.
Hey, what's up, B. Mitch? What's up, JP? Everything good today, guys?
Oh, yeah, brother.
We're good, bud.
Hey, man, that sounds great, guys. Hey, this is, I keep sitting there and listening to B. Mitch and agreeing with him, and I got to stick with B, man. I mean, it's like this, JP. I mean, think about Joe Jackson Gibbs, Bobby Beathard, Charlie Casserly, Richie Pettiboone. Man, they would take the best player available at that time. And there's 6 slots before us. Man, a lot of these guys you're hearing all the crowing about, including the gentleman that everybody wants to take at running back, man, I don't think he's going to be around. So you gotta lean towards defense, man. We need, the gentleman at safety or that guy that plays his teammate at linebacker or one of these other guys that's a good linebacker. I mean, if Bobby stays, he'd have good tutelage. And, man, like B says, man, you win with defense, man. I mean, I can't say it enough, man. Look what McDonald's done, man. I mean, it's as plain as the nose on your face. I mean, and it's got to give the guys we've got a chance and coach them up. We don't even know what schemes we're going to be playing yet. Some of these guys, it might help them quite a bit. So, man, take the best players available and trust your scouts, man. That's the other thing I'd say, too, B. I mean, I don't know how you feel about that, but you got to trust the people working for you. And, hey, I know you're loaded. I'll get up off here, guys. And, hey, man, continue having a great day, B. You too, Jay.
Take care.
Thanks a lot for taking my call, guys. Take care.
Thanks,
now.
Mark. All right, when we return, we're very excited. The one and only D'Angelo Hall will join the program. D. Hall. 106.7 The Fan. Very excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend, Mr. D'Angelo Hall. D. Hall, true Redskins legend, one of the best corners to wear the burgundy and gold. D. Hall, what up, man? How are you, buddy?
What's going on, man? I can't call it, man. Just blessed.
Hey, man, you playing a lot of golf?
I'm playing more golf than I would like to, but yeah.
I see. Yeah, you want to be back in that coaching.
Well, I want to, but we'll see what God has planned for me. You know what I mean? But no doubt, man. I'm golfing more than I would like to, but I tell you what, I'm catching the bug too, B. Mitch. I can't lie about it.
Oh yeah.
What's your handicap, D. Hall?
I mean, I ain't but a 12 right now, so it ain't like it's going great. But I tell you what, I went from a 17 to a 12, so that tells you the time I'm putting in.
And look, knowing you being competitive, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, shoot. I think I'm a 6. But I'm figuring some stuff out though. I'm playing Friday, so I'm locked in.
B, you know how much it hurts me that D. Hall's mad about being a 12? Last summer, I got down to a 12. I was feeling real good about myself. Back up in that 15 world now. Dude, it's funny being here at the Combine, and it got me thinking what your Combine experience was like. You were a surefire first rounder, so I feel like for guys that know they're going, top 10 or whatever, it's a different experience.
Well, you know what, JP? I wasn't surefire top nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I was a dude who, even when I declared, like, I didn't get a very high grade as far as from the junior committee. I probably should have went back to school, but I always had realistic eyes, realistic expectations, right? I looked at the competition. I saw the dudes who was 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm like, man, I'm better than them dudes, man. Like, at the end of the day, I know I'm better. Not ego better, just game. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like skill, ball skills, aggressiveness, ability to want to tackle, just football IQ. The way I love the game, I just knew, shit, I'm better than them dudes. And so it made me say, you know what, I'm going out. And then you talk about my experience, JP, like no one really worked out at the Combine. It wasn't until, I've told this story a couple times, it wasn't until Dick Vermeil got me in the room crying that he said, well, why wouldn't you want to run fast? Everyone's going to be here. And he challenged me. And you know me, you want to challenge me, let's do it. Yeah. And so, I ran to 40 at the Combine and kind of turned some eyes. But, I wasn't one of those surefire guys, man. I was just one of them dudes who, man, I love the game. I played hard, and I just kind of believed in myself, and I tried to maximize the work as far as all them intangibles they care about, height, weight, speed, along with the film, making sure the film still spoke volumes too.
For me, I was telling, I think I mentioned it to JP on Monday, where I was a quarterback, but I was a football player. When I got there, I was just trying to put myself up. I'm like, let me see why they think, because Tony Rice, remember him from Notre Dame?
Yeah,
Tony Rice is one of the quarterbacks there. I say, so I'm gonna be right in front of him or behind him on every routine. He ran by 4.7. I ran 4.4. He did. I forgot what his little shuttle was. I was belling him on that. I wanted to be next. I'm competing with this dude the whole time. Now I'm gonna push myself up. I might knock him down, but damn it, you're not gonna be better than me all day. And I just think that some guys lose it at the Combine because they get too caught up in watching the other guy instead of do your thing, man.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, I really believe that. That's what it's about. Like, one of my best coaches has told me, like, it ain't necessarily you falling in love with any part of the game. Is you gotta learn to fall in love with competing. Yeah. And I think the Combine, right? The true essence of the Combine was to get all these studs together and let's compete. Let's see who really. You know what I mean? Let's see who really won it. And there's kind of not so much that, right? A lot of dudes really don't go and work out and don't really showcase. And so, it ain't quite what it used to be. But exactly, B-Mitch, that's why you about to have a gold jacket, brother. It's because anybody who's in front of you, like, let's get it. I want to compete. And I'm going to show y'all what it is.
I love that. And it certainly worked out for you, D. Went 8th overall in the 2004 draft to the Falcons. I did want to ask you specifically about a kid that you might even know personally. A lot of people think the top corner in this draft is the young man Mansour Delane that played last year at LSU, but prior to that was in Blacksburg. What do you think about Delane as a player?
Talk about it. I'm over here. Because he is a kid that I know very well. You know, he's a kid who was in Blacksburg under the old regime, who, for some odd reason, still got an opportunity to come back and be the defensive coordinator, which blows my mind. How you fire guys as head coach, but just a guy who wasn't getting developed, was not getting coached the right way. Right, is what he tells me, and then he goes to LSU and just flourishes, right? Turns into the number one prospect. And, I mean, the kid is a baller, bro. Like, he can run. He got ball skills. He's long. He'll hit you. And, you know, he's got a little bit of that DBU mentality from VTech and a little bit of that DBU mentality from LSU. So, I mean, I think he's an absolute stud. He's a dude that I would have loved to have finished his career in Blacksburg, but I get it. I get it. Yeah. I understand. If I was in that situation where I didn't feel like I had dudes who were getting me to where I needed to be, I'm out. And, you know, I applaud him for making that decision and, you know, ultimately changing his family's life, because he will be a first-round draft pick, and Mansour will be a stud at the next level for sure, man. Love that kid.
Many people talk about 7-on-7 and that the passing stuff and helping out the receivers, but these defensive backs is getting a lot of skills doing that as well, right?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Like, that's where you see the ball skills, right? And that's where, you know, in my eyes, you know, a guy can really separate himself, right? If he was a young guy who started up in that 7-on-7, playing a little bit of receiver, DB, maybe he does cultivate those ball skills a little bit more than if he never kind of stepped on that 7-on-7 field. And so, I mean, it's changing the game. And we say 7-on-7, I mean, it's really flag too, right? Because everyone's getting behind flag. Like, my daughter is a sophomore, played varsity last year. She'll play varsity again this year in flag. And, like, it's a big deal. Women in flag football, men in flag football, it's changing the game. And to your point, man, it's just allowing these kids to be that much more skilled in space. You know, they don't make them better tacklers, but skilled in space and definitely ball skills for sure, man. They're much better athletes now.
For sure. Talking with our friend D'Angelo Hall here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You give D Hall a follow on Twitter at D'Angelo Hall 23. Just so much fun covering you, watching you play. And I'm curious, Delane, probably the top corner, probably maybe goes around 10, maybe 12. With Washington picking at 7 and knowing you watch the Burgundy and Gold and knowing the great season they had in 24 and then the down season this past year, do you feel like they have to go defense there? Or do you feel like you can still go best player available, even if that's Jeremiah Love or one of these receivers or somebody else?
You know what? I haven't really delved into that Commanders roster, right, like you guys have, and kind of know all the kind of glaring needs, right? But when you watch this team last year, I mean, you know, they felt old, right? They felt a little slow on defense. They didn't quite have that juice. They didn't quite have, you know, a player to kind of go and just dominate, take over a game. And so, you know, in this league, man, to me, is all about protecting the quarterback and getting after the quarterback. And it ain't very sexy, but if you got an opportunity to get one of them guys who can do one of those two things, right, at that pick, you just absolutely have to take advantage of it. Like I said, if you can protect them, if there's a bad tackle out there, you got to go get them. If it's a bad, you know what I mean, pass rusher, in my opinion, like, it just makes a guy on the back end job that much easier. You don't need a guy who can cover forever, because no one can cover forever. Just get me rush and pressure, and hopefully the ball is out quick, and we got a chance to make a play on it.
Totally.
I know B's with you.
100%. I always felt if you make the quarterback hold on to or try to get rid of the ball quicker than he wants to, the defensive back will end up with the football.
Mm-hmm. So. Mm-hmm. And if you got a quarterback who can extend the play for a second or two, and that DB like, the receiver ain't got to be great and run 4.7 or 4.2. If that quarterback can extend the play, if that protection just helps him 1 second, like, it's easy to cover you when we snap it for 3 seconds, 2 seconds. It's hard when, bam, he take 1 step and the quarterback out the pocket, and bam, it turns into scramble drill, right? Yeah.
D'Angelo, I'm curious. I mean, in your career, you played in a lot of different schemes, a lot of different defenses. Then, coaching with the Panthers, you understand the types of schemes and defenses the NFL is trying to put down. Last year, two players I think are really talented in Mikey Samerstill and Quan Martin had years they probably want to forget, right? I actually picked Quan to be my breakout Pro Bowler last year. That didn't go well. But those are two players I still think have a lot of skill. How much can a change of scheme help young players like that in the secondary?
I mean, it helps a ton, right? It helps a ton. I just think about kind of what I'm used to kind of Dan Quinn defenses being, right? And there's a little bit more front four attack, right? If I got a dominant rush with my four and then I'm dropping in coverage, it's more three, a little bit of quarters, a little bit of man, but not very aggressive by nature, right? And then you take a guy like Durante Jones, right, who comes from B-Flow. Ain't nothing but aggressive, right? I'm sending 5. I'm sending 6. This is some 0. It's probably more 0 than I like as a corner, but you're getting that 0. So the ball's out. The quarterback's always thinking about where somebody's coming from, right? Yep. And so, I mean, you talk about going from a scheme that's like a little vanilla to a scheme that's aggressive in your face. Man, these corners can have life-changing careers, man, because, like, the ball's got to come out. Either the ball got to come out, the quarterback got to move the pocket. Like, they got to find some way to protect. And if you ain't thinking about that protection and you getting dudes out in the route, you're going to get the quarterback hit. If you leaving dudes in for protection, you're going to have a little bit more guys, too, to just kind of slough off and play what the quarterback's looking at. And so, I mean, we've seen Minnesota have a lot of success with that scheme. Mm-hmm. And so if Durante can bring a little bit of that along with, having these guys' skill set to just be playmakers, because they got to get turnovers.
Dave, it's cool. I wanted to switch gears a little bit because you are somebody that was making inroads in the coaching profession in the NFL, and it kind of hit a roadblock on you. And, there's a million reasons for a million things. But the NFL started this program to try to encourage coaching staffs to hire and front offices to give more people a chance to open that pool to a lot of former players. And Ryan Poles had these comments earlier this week about not thinking the compensatory picks for teams that help minority coaches advance. He just doesn't think that should be an incentive. I was curious kind of your thoughts on that as somebody that has worked through this. And I could read the comments if you haven't seen them.
No, I've seen the comments, and I originally saw the comments, and I didn't like them at all, because Ryan Poles has been in this business long enough to understand the glaring disparities in minorities just getting the opportunity. I mean, I just saw y'all passing game coordinator leave, right? Brian Johnson, who I know is a dog of a coach, who has been in this league forever, right? Making his bones, like putting his time in. And then I know David Blau, backup quarterback in this league. Wasn't super talented. I mean, I feel like I've run across 1,000 type of David Blaus who've been in this league at quarterback, right? And for him to kind of be the guy that's going to help save Jaden Daniels, I'm just confused on how that guy just climbs the ladder so fast. And so, to me, and I hate to say this because, when you're an athlete, and B. Mitch, you know this, JP, you know this, when you're around sports, you don't see color, man. Can you help me? Can you help me? That's why we love sports, because it's a microcosm of America, but we don't see color. Can you help me win? Yeah. Right? The eye in the sky never lies. And then you kind of keep going, right, from playing to coaching or front office, and it's so subjective, right? Mm-hmm. It's not about who's the best coach, right? Who can get my players to make plays. It's more about who I feel more comfortable with on my staff. And for our league to be so many African Americans, so many minorities, right, in the National Football League, for us to not have men of color in leadership positions, man, whether it's general manager positions, whether it's president positions. Like, I love that Matt Ryan got that op, but a dude like me ain't getting that op. I love John Lynch got that op coming off TV, right? That opportunity when I say op.
Mm-hmm.
But a dude like, we don't get those opportunities, man, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't happen. And you watch the NBA, and it's totally different, man. I grew up with J.J. Riddick, played with him on AAU teams, man. Tremendously happy for that dude rooting for him. And I know his knowledge because his knowledge is similar to my knowledge, right? Mm-hmm. I helped groom so many coaches, and it's not just about me. We've all helped groom all these coaches along the way and poured into them. And for those dudes to be viewed as the smartest folks in the world and us to be viewed as dudes who can't even get a job in the league, it is mind-blowing. And so for Ryan Poles to make that like, it's hard to get head coaches because it's hard to get any coaches in this league that are African American, let alone former player African Americans that are able to then rise up the ladder. It just doesn't happen, man. It just doesn't happen for us, and it does happen for them. And that's the only thing I seem to be able to point to about it. You know, it's unfortunate.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's unfortunate to say, man, and I hate saying it because I love this league and what it meant to me, but I'm starting to not like this league because as I see, they just, it's not the NBA, it's not MLB, it's not hockey where former players are kind of ingratiated into the community, and because of your playing experience and every other profession, experience matters.
Yeah.
I mean, it matters.
You know, what kills me about
it seems to not matter at all. Go ahead.
Like a Ryan Poles, like, he was there in Kansas City.
Yeah.
With Andy Reid. And one damn thing I know, Andy Reid gives a lot of minorities opportunities. Mm-hmm. And probably talked him up for him to be able to go to the Bears or whatever, okay? And then you got too many guys like him getting positioned, then they change their message. You get what I'm saying? Like, well, I got here because of me. Well, you shouldn't help anybody else out, which I think is straight BS. Yeah.
Do you think? Do you guys think though? And to me, this seems at best short-sighted. The issue is Poles and the Chicago Bears might lose compensatory picks or not gain compensatory picks because of Ian Cunningham leaving Chicago to go to Atlanta because Matt Ryan is the head of football and Cunningham got hired as the general manager. Like, do you think
that's why he's saying it?
He's just kind of like losing the forest for the trees because of this like incredibly specific example, or because I mean the quotes. I don't know. The quotes are interesting because he's like, that's not why we develop our staff. We don't look at color. We just want the best staff. It just seems like he's like, shortchanging the operation.
Well, I would just say this: if everybody had the same fair chance, you wouldn't have to have that rule, right?
Right.
So he left and went to Chicago, and guess what? The Chiefs got picks, right? And Ian Cunningham is going to if the deal is like that, then what is he brought? What is this problem?
It was an odd take. It was a surprising take, I thought. D'Angelo, man, always great to hear from you, brother. I don't know if we lost D-Hall or not. Is he still there, Jeff?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
That's our guy, D'Angelo Hall, at D'Angelo. About it because he is a former player that wants to be in coaching, and I think there's remember when the Lions were first on Hard Knocks a couple years ago, and Dan Campbell put a staff together that was a lot of former players.
Yes,
and people are like, "Oh my gosh, that's so unheard of."
And I
think there's some gatekeeping by the coaches
who
that don't want to let former players.
There you go. A bunch of people in this league, they got upset about that. They didn't like that because listen, bro, I'll be honest with you. In all my years of playing, 14 years in the NFL, I was smarter than a lot of the coaches that I had over me. And I wondered why the hell they had a job. But I also, one thing about me, I never sat there and wait for a coach to teach me or tell me what I need to do. I always did that on my own. You know what I mean? And for the player who comes in expecting that coach to be able to help him, there are a lot of them in the league who are just there because they're friends of the damn head coach or friends of a coordinator. Yeah. We had the guy here coaching defensive backs for a while, did not have a clue of what the hell he was doing. You know what I'm saying? That was with Ron and Jack, wasn't it? Didn't have a clue.
When he didn't work for Del Rio, his other experience was coaching high school.
That's what I'm talking about. So when you see that, the guy that played and has the ability and the want to go do it can't get a chance. Why? Because somebody don't want him because they know. That guy right there, if he's given a fair chance, he'll take their damn job.
Let's do this. Quick break. We're coming back, and Jeff has a trivia question for us. Nobody go anywhere.
B. Mitch and Philly are presented by John.
Sunday, June 13th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now, and for more tickets and more event information, visit thefanddc.com/events. Well, JP and I had a chance to talk to Daniel Jeremiah earlier from the Combine. Felt that it was a great interview. Let's take a listen.
Really excited right now to have Daniel Jeremiah, draft analyst, NFL Network, joining us. DJ, thanks for the time, man. How you doing?
It's good to be with you guys.
Thank you, dude.
Thanks for taking care of all of our former Padres, by the way. Appreciate that.
Dude, I mean, being a Nats fan is just so painful right now because you trade Soto and everything's supposed to start happening. Now they're just trading away the guys.
Those guys are going away. Yeah, Gore's gone. Yeah.
They're just moving they're moving the sticks.
Thank you. Yeah. James Wood's good. You're good there.
For sure. He's the one they can't get rid of until 3 years from now when they get rid of him. Let's talk about where we are here, Scouting Combine. Your latest mock draft had David Bailey moving up to 2 and Washington able to get Arvell Reese at 7. How are you feeling? Obviously, the mocks are going to continue to shift, but these pass rushers, there's so much interest in kind of those top 3 guys.
Yeah, and I think, just talking to buddies with teams around the league this week, all different orders, all different flavors. I haven't found anybody who doesn't like any of them, right? Those top 3 guys, everybody agrees they're really, really good players. Some teams are just looking for a fastball, and they're Bailey teams. Other teams are looking for a bully, and they're Bain teams. And then other teams want to take a shot on Arvell Reese as someone a little bit more unknown as an edge guy, just in terms of how he's moved around in that defense and doesn't have quite the track record the other two have. But everybody seems to agree, as I do, that the most ceiling there is with Reese.
For sure. I think I have a hard time comping anybody to Micah, but does what is a Reese comp for you? Because he is so rangy and can do so many different things. Whereas like Bailey is a pass rusher, Bain's a D lineman that can move around. Like, what is Reese?
Yeah, Reese is an interesting one. One of the ones that I've comped to is going in the Wayback Machine, but I remember there was talk about a couple guys coming out of USC and Brian Cushing and Clay Matthews.
Oh, wow.
They were both talked about as, are they off-the-ball guys? Are they on-the-ball guys? They do a little bit of both. There's the physicality on the edge, but they see things pretty good at the second level there. So it's kind of like that iteration of player. And I think Arvell Reese, similar to me of like a Clay Matthews, I think his combination of explosiveness, power, but then the agility to bend and move. I'm like, he just needs to be taught and continue to learn and develop and grow on the edge. But I think that's the type of upside you're talking about. I'm aging myself.
No, you're not. I was leaving it open if B wanted to ask, but he knows I'll just rattle off a zillion draft questions. Really appreciate being joined by NFL draft analyst Daniel Jeremiah. The Commanders interviewed Jeremiah Love this morning.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's an exceptionally talented player. Some teams have trouble going running back that early. What do you make of a possible Jeremiah Love fit in Washington?
Well, I mean, obviously he's an elite player. I think I have him the second player in the entire draft,
right?
And
you have him and Caleb Downs, right?
No, I have Mendoza 1, and then he is 2.
Okay,
and he's up there. I mean, he's up there with the Bijan Robinson type players we've had. I don't have the same. Saquon Barkley would have had a higher grade on. But he's in the conversation. Like, he is a special player. The challenge is going to be, which Washington team do you believe is the real Washington team? Is it the team that was a whisker away from, being in a Super Bowl?
Right.
Or is it more what we saw last year? Because my theory on the running backs is not do you or don't you. My theory is, okay, when your team's ready to rock, drop him in. And then, every one of his carries matters. Everything, in his prime we're utilizing.
Sure.
You don't want to waste 2 years on a kid on a team that's not necessarily ready to go win.
Yeah.
So that's the challenge. That's what's so unique because we've seen 2 different versions of this Washington team.
Totally. It's almost like Saquon with the Giants versus Saquon with the Eagles.
Same player. He didn't change.
Right.
But his value changed based off of his location in terms of where the team was built at that point in time.
See, that is why I feel that they will lean more towards the defense because if you can get this thing closer, then you bring a player in like him, and then that makes the world of difference. But you put him in there where you can't stop anybody. You can't run the ball. You got to throw the ball. So why draft someone that high that you can't use?
Yeah, I think we're all kind of arriving at the same destination, on that, which is 2 things. 2 things can be true. We can say he's an elite talent and a special player, and we can say this is not the right time, for him with this team.
How realistic do you think it is? Because Mendoza's going 1. There's no question about it. Quarterbacks are on a different scale. He was elite this year. After him, there's not a skill position player that would drive a trade up outside of Love. I would guess.
Yeah, and I don't know. I still have a hard time believing that somebody's going to trade up very far for.
But what if
Love.
it's you've got New Orleans and KC right there? Like
Yeah.
they're both super. Like, do you think Washington could be, especially knowing how little draft capital they have? You think they could be trying to drum something up here? Like, if you want them, you better get to us because either one of these other teams is taking them.
I don't know that you'd be able to trade back at market prices, but if you're saying we just want more picks, you know, so if we can get a 3 out of this thing, go back a couple spots, like let's just take the extra pick. You know, the player we want, we're still going to be able to get at that point in time. So no, I have not talked to anybody this week and general manager buddies and personnel guys that were like, you know what, we're looking to trade up this year. You know, everybody's like, you think we have any chance of trading back?
Because it's such a unique draft where there's definitely depth, but there's not really stars.
And that's what drives trades. What drives trades is quarterbacks and edge rushers and tackles. And usually it's when there's a complete cliff that you're getting ready to drop off. If I don't get this last one of these edge rushers or tackles, I miss the ride entirely. And I think there's just not that separation between the top group and then what would consist of the second group.
For sure. Go ahead, B.
What side of the ball you think is this draft stronger in?
I think edge rushers the strength of the draft. You know, I think there's a lot of depth and talent with the edge rushers. I think it's a good corner group. In terms of that, running all the way through the third or fourth round with talented guys there. And then, you flip it over to the offensive side of the ball, receivers. I mean, the next bad receiver class we have will be the first in about a decade.
7-on-7 is taking over the world.
It's unbelievable.
The way receivers have advanced in the advancement of 7-on-7 football, I think there's like a direct corollary there.
Well, we're seeing two gulfs right now. The gulf between what the league has given us with defensive linemen and tackles is wider than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Like, it's just every year you're seeing a good clump of D linemen and you're trying to create offensive tackles. They're hard to find. And then the other one is, we have ups and downs. Like, this is a good solid year for corners, but I mean, receivers never take a day off, a year off. And I think some of it is just these high school coaches have looked at it more so than just 7-on-7. Is it, I grew up in the area of like, man, there's some wishbone teams and some wing T teams.
None of it.
And now it's because you've got 4 wide. I've got an elite athlete. When maybe I was in high school, B-Mitch, you go back to your era, like they say, man, our best athlete's got to play corner. That's the most challenging position on the field. But now there's 4 wideouts out there. He's not even involved in the game.
Right.
So you're playing offense. You're going to score touchdowns, and we're going to try and outscore everybody.
It's interesting how it's all evolved. I know you got to run. I want to say this. It's so impressive. 30 seconds before you joined us, you're breaking down the Bears draft, and then you sit here seamlessly, flawlessly. I imagine you could do every table in here and just break it down. The knowledge you guys have this time of year is remarkable. At number 7, do you think Washington's able to get one of Bain, Bailey, Reese?
Oh, man.
I complimented you first.
I know. You really buttered me up nicely there. I think as we get closer, I think those guys are going to emerge, and everybody's going to say these are 3 of the 5 best players in the draft, and we're going to maybe eschew some needs and just take the best players. So I would say less than 50% that you see one of those 3.
Wow, there you have it. DJ, thank you for the time.
Good to see you. I take back everything you just said. You hear that? He just took it all back.
I'm a Mountaineer fan.
Oh,
That's got to carry something.
I know. We got to get back.
All right, that was Daniel Jeremiah talking to JP and I from the Combine in Indianapolis, Indiana. Going to take a quick break here. We get back. We got some bets to make.
B-Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
would we have a chance to get either of the 3 pass rushers that have been up there, Reese and also Bain and those guys? And he said probably neither one of them will be there at 7. I don't know, because every year we see a curveball thrown at us. I believe one of them will be there. And I think the talk of Jeremiah Love has come up a lot. Yes, he's an outstanding player. But I think if you have those defensive players there, you take them. If nobody is there, different ball game at that point. But I just want people to understand one thing. This team won 3 Super Bowls with the 4 under Joe Gibbs. And as much as you may think it was about offense, you better go back and check those defenses out. They were undamn believable. When they scored 35 points in that one quarter, people look at that and go, oh, the offense was going crazy. You got to get the ball back. And how you think they kept getting the ball back? So let's understand, this team has some vital pieces at offense already. They don't have none at defense. You have to build that up. And if you're going to build it up, you're going to have people in the back, Mikey Sarenstill, those type of guys back there. You need somebody up front to put pressure on the quarterback and help him out. I truly believe that, we go into this draft, you can do a lot in this 1 year. It doesn't take a lifetime to go out there and get this thing done. So I really believe that they're going to have to go out there and start with the defense, build it up more, get better on offense. Yes, I believe that. You're going to have to get better on offense. But you have to be better on defense, because if your team has to try and score 28 or more points every week, that's tough, especially in the NFL as it is. So let's understand that if we can stop people, makes it a lot easier for us with our quarterback and that team getting back to what they were in 2024, not what they were in 2025. And you notice in 2025, we didn't stop people. And when we needed the ball back, we couldn't get it back. Get your mind on defense a little bit more. Fantasy football is a great thing, but you don't win Super Bowls with fantasy football. You got to go out there and start playing better on the field at all times to give your team a better chance to go out there and bounce back. But I believe this draft is going to have a lot of people. It's not front loaded like it normally is with the quarterbacks here, offensive linemen coming out, some receivers. But you have a lot of people that you can build depth. You can build a full team. And we have looked at this football team where we come in and we'll have names and we get happy. And then we find out those names need some support. They need some guys to run with them. You know what I'm saying? So when you watch a lot of, go look through history and look at different types of things that have gone down. You know who wins? The guy who has depth. The person who could bring waves at you. And if Washington is going to get back to what Washington used to be, we need them to get those waves so we can start coming back at people. Okay? Come at them in constant waves, constant droves, so they will get worn out. We don't do that by just having a big name here, a big name there. You do it by having solid people throughout your football team at all 3 phases, not just one. A one-sided team will not win a Super Bowl, ever. But if you get a team and you are very solid offensively, defensively, and with special teams, you have a chance to win all the time. All right? Jeffrey, we got some bets to get. Brian, get ready to let us know who won.
Heard it here first on B. Mitch and Finley.
Gather around.
What they got to say was heard here first.
All right, Brian, how did things go last night?
So, JP has put his bet inside of the text message. Do we honor it?
Yeah, he's working, man.
Okay. I'm just making sure. Just asking.
He's not just taking off like you do. He's working.
Man, let me get my bet. Hold on.
All right. So, Brian, what you going with?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
New Jersey Devils.
All right. Did my man get hurt last night?
Who?
SGA? I saw a little thing pop up and said that their average team without him. I'm wondering if he got hurt last night. If he got hurt.
I think he's been hurt.
I'm just looking at this -10 with Detroit, bro. It scares me. Give me the Boston Celtics +3.5 against the Denver Nuggets. And I'm going to parlay this thing. I got to always parlay this thing. Hell, give me OKC plus 10.5 as well.
All right, I'm going to take the Warriors straight up win.
Against the Grizzlies?
Yep, I'm going to take the Warriors straight up win. And I am going to go with the Nuggets.
Okay. Jeffrey, you got something you need to send me, dude?
Yep, I'm about to now, man. Hold on.
Man, I mean, the show about to end in like a minute or something.
Relax.
You told me to go send it 10 minutes ago. All right, man. So, Brian, what's the record so far this week? I need to know that.
Jeff actually did win last night. I forgot he bet on spring training baseball.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say the Dodgers won.
Okay, so what's the records?
JP's 2-0, B Mitch, you're 2-1, Jeff is 1-1, I'm 0-2.
Okay, so you're losing.
Yeah.
I like it like that. When you lose, it's better for all of us. Because you don't seem to be paying attention anyway when you're doing it. So right now, all right, we got caller number 10. You're going to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Saturday, March 7th at Capital One Arena. Sunday, March 8th at Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale right now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefanddc.com/events. So you can either go Saturday at Cap One, Sunday at Eagle Bank. Enjoy yourself. And we'll be back here again tomorrow. JP.
B, I made a call.
Oh, you're back. There we go.
I made a call. If you want to, I got a pair of tickets for you and Russell to go see the Globetrotters together.
No, you don't.
I do. I made a call. I got tickets for you.
Well, no, JP, you go with Russell.
Then y'all could go watch wrestling.
You could go to the Globetrotters and then watch some wrestling.
I'm not watching wrestling or Globetrottering. I don't need to go with Russell.
White Brian, I'm undefeated this week, correct?
Yeah,
Yep, that's
you
correct.
2-0.
Damn right I am.
Until tonight.
I sprinted back because I'm taking the Texas Longhorns.
You
tonight.
didn't sprint. Because you sprint, you would be out of breath.
I walked vigorously.
Power walked.
I power walked.
He didn't power walk.
I did.
He was wasting time.
You can't even give me power walking?
Nah, man, you'll be out of breath.
Nah, I'm good. Awesome show today. Thank you to everybody that called in. Phone lines were lit. You start talking Jeremiah Love versus the field, people get all bent out of shape.
Yeah.
And B, I think you make a hell of a point that if you are going offense, shouldn't it be a wideout?
Yeah, they got more value.
They got more value, and
they play longer, supposedly.
You might have a need. Thank you to everybody that listened. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you to Mark Ross, Daniel Jeremiah, and D'Angelo Hall. Grant and Danny, next.
Wednesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Much appreciate everybody listening to this program. We are live in the Navy Yard in our Half Street Studios downtown in D.C. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30. Caps back in action tonight at Capital One Arena. You'll hear from John Walton coming up at 6:10. And we've actually got former offensive coordinator Scott Turner on the show to give us a peek behind the curtains at the NFL Combine, what goes on in all the meetings and the interviews. He's got some details on how the Combine works from the team perspective that I think people will find intriguing. That's an hour out at 3 o'clock.
Love that. Listen, we're not, it's not that I have extra courage or that I'm like an American hero in the same wavelength or ability level like the U.S. Olympians that just won the gold medal in hockey or anything, Grant, but I do have a cold. So, I came to work anyway. I'm going to persevere through it. You know that cold, the one that literally everybody has had for like 2 years, if you have kids? I just finally got it. So, like, I'm a little down in the dumps. Didn't let it stop me, though. I got in my car. I turned it on. I reversed out of the driveway. I drove here. I got some tea. You know what I mean? It's like, it's about toughness and fortitude. I'm here.
Hockey guy.
Sports
jacket and button-down shirt Rouye today. Yeah. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. Of course, listen to us wherever you are in the DMV on our flagship 106.7, or you can check us out on the always free and available Odyssey app. Pause and rewind the show. I actually wanted to start with the big Commanders news. The boys are headed to London, England. That's where the international game's going to be. I have been investigating this, as you know, thoroughly.
You've been all over this.
Little by little, whittling the list down, crossing out various possibilities and countries and showcases that they could have played in. And I had this down to Munich, London, or Madrid as of a week ago. We found out they weren't going to be the Munich game 2 days ago. And so we knew it was Madrid or London. The prediction made by my office, my team, was that they weren't going to send Washington back to Madrid for a second straight year.
Yeah, the Polson camp was under the impression that it was not going to be 2 straight Madrids.
So for the second time in team history, for the first time since 2016, a decade ago when Dustin Hopkins missed an extra point, a game went to overtime and Washington remained tied and had to tie the Cincinnati Bengals. The Burgundy and Gold are headed back to England.
So they're hosting the game and we don't know their opponent yet, right?
Correct. I would guess it's an AFC team. There's a lot of reasons for that. But
I've heard everyone say that, and it makes sense to me, I suppose, that it's not one of the essential, tie-breaking type games in your division. You're not going to go play a division game over there, you wouldn't think, although I guess maybe that's going to happen at some point.
Well, the math works out that way.
But it works out, right?
Oh, every other international game, of which there are almost 10 of them, is going to be hosted almost exclusively by NFC teams. So the NFC teams on your ledger, some of them are already playing an international game as it is. So a lot of the AFC teams are going to be traveling to the international games. And then just typically you don't put marquee divisional games in London. You're putting the Jaguars and the Jets or some cross-division stuff or what have you. So you get a lot of like Vikings-Browns. And the games that don't really mean as much, the once every 4 or once every 8 year type games are what happens. So I think it's probably, we're looking at like the Texans game, the Colts game, maybe one of those AFC South matchups, something like that. Those are the home dates within that division. But yeah, I'm going to guess if I had to, an AFC team travels to Washington, and rather than seeing them at Landover, you're going to see them in London. Now, I've done a little bit of digging on this, and it sounds like the team does not expect to stay there and play 2 games. Because that was one of the other things I heard right away. Remember, the Vikings did this last year. Washington's got Jacksonville on the schedule as a road game this year. The Jags are playing as hosts the second and the third game in London. So the way the London schedule works is 3 straight Sundays, 3 straight weekends, 3 games in a row in England, and it's going to be hosted by Washington, then hosted by the Jags and the Jags. And so a lot of people thought, well, maybe the Commanders are going to be the Vikings this year. They don't like making teams travel across the pond. So Washington goes and hosts, then they stay and play the following Sunday, and they just do 2 games there. The team is not expecting that, and that does not sound like it's what's going to happen.
Okay.
So I don't want to say you can completely eliminate that, but I would not bank on that. It's a one and done. They go to London, they host somebody, they come home.
We can be eliminated. Yeah, it's starting to take shape a little bit, right? As you're kind of doing the math. We're going to find out, obviously, in due course when the schedule release happens, how many primetime games and where the teeth of the schedule is, right? Where that stretch is that we're all kind of looking at, but that will be in there, right? So we still don't know a lot. We know still, what, it's now one 1/1000th of all the information in terms of when the games line up, et cetera. But now we do know that Washington is going to London. I wonder if it's going to be like Madrid was in terms of fan interest. Because I think a lot of people booked that, not like at the beginning of the season, thinking about, hey, they're doing great. I'm going to go book and see what's going to happen. This is like you plan something around. I mean, that's, going to another continent there. Sounds like such a huge deal. I'm wondering what it's going to be like given what happened this past year. There's so many expats. I mean, I know, for example, 2 people that, top of my head, that one I went to school with, one I played Little League with, that live in London that are Washington fans. I bet you they go to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So there's enough expats that would want to do it, people living and working abroad. But I wonder if it's going to be that same mass exodus from Dulles Airport all the way across to go see it.
Belichick run him out of New England? Expats?
Good bit.
Thank you. That's a term I have not heard in a long time. I get it. I know what it means.
Right.
But I didn't expect to hear it at 2:08 today.
At 2:08, man.
I think there's going to be a ton of fans there. Could be wrong on this, but I think the Madrid experience was so fun and so memorable and so awesome for the people that went that those stories have been told and they've evangelized, so to speak, on international travel for the NFL.
They spread the gospel.
Everybody's got a friend. Like Toby is our guy, our link to it, who went over there, and for some reason, even though he doesn't like pasta or Italian food, Toby went to Madrid and then only ate pasta every single night.
We should talk about it more.
It's one of the craziest things that happened while he was over there. It was that, and then he spent, I think it was $8,242 on merchandise, celebrating the team, the NFL, and the game. He just got a bunch of NFL gear and like Dolphins.
The Rob Lowe
hoodies.
collection.
Exactly. But anyway, our guy Tobes was there, and he has sung the praises and talked about how that's what he wants to do now, is travel to these international games and have these experiences. He's one of a plethora of people in my life who have done that. So as soon as the news broke today, I'm thinking it'd be kind of fun to go to London and cover a football game. My wife texted me and says, are we going to London? I'm asking her, are we taking the kids? Is this a solo expedition? Just you and I? How are we doing this? But my guess is, because last year, while well-traveled and pretty amazing, the turnout, more expensive to go to Madrid, longer travel, a little bit more of a pain in the ass. London, it's not like flying to Atlanta or Orlando, where it's just a hub.
Right.
But it's closer to that as far as Europe goes.
It's pretty
in a
much
lot of
Seattle.
places.
It's almost the exact same. Now you got to go through customs, and it's a pain in the biscuits, but still, it's...
Yeah, you need a passport. You don't for Seattle, and you got to deal with customs.
Mm-hmm.
But it's about as easy an international trip as you can make.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got all of the people that went to Madrid that have screamed about how great it was. And then you've got a lot of people that were contemplating doing Madrid who probably were like, wish I would have done that. And now 1 year later, you get another op here to go to London. And the last thing I would say is you don't know when the next international game is going to be. Now, the league is trying to go international. They are Mr. Worldwide. They're Pitbull at this point. Every year is a different country, whatever. But because the Commanders were in Madrid last year and London this year, the league might leave them alone for a few years. So if you really want to go see an NFL game somewhere else, if you want to get into global travel and go outside of the United States of America, this might be your shot here. And they haven't been to London in 10 years. So if you're trying to cross England off the bucket list or something and you're a big Commanders fan, what better time than right here and right now?
Yeah, a couple birds with one stone. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I was in London late summer and like kind of early fall.
How many times have you been in London?
Just a few. But each time was like for 3 or 4 days, and then kind of went somewhere else, used it as sort of a hub. It's fantastic. So that summer is miserable to look at as anywhere else, but when you get into the fall, it's pretty damn great. It's very walkable. It's very easy to get around. Everything from public transport to the tube, as they say, taxis, everything's easy. So the city makes sense if that makes sense.
So 2 things. One, we are going to quiz Ryan. He does not know this yet. He's out of the studio. I don't know where he is right now. But next segment, I want to play a game of Does Ryan Know It? And you guys are going to bet on whether or not he does.
Oh, London edition.
I have put together London, England questions for Ryan, and we have tickets to give away. In fact, we have pairs of tickets today, 3 pairs to go to a show tomorrow at the Anthem, where Jim Gaffigan, who's one of the great comedians that we have,
he's amazing,
is going to be performing live. So if you want to play Does Ryan Know It London, England edition, you can fill up the phones now at 800-636-1067. We'll be playing that game coming up at the bottom of the hour. And Ryan, again, doesn't know it yet. It's like on one of these Maury or TV shows where we're having him sit in another room right now.
Yep.
Except I don't know where he is. He's just wandering around somewhere.
Maybe getting a cup of coffee. But we're pretending he's in like an isolated green room where
Yes.
you can't hear.
He's wearing. Did he go do the coffee bit for you and him?
No. I had nothing to do with it.
He's just in the kitchen, just
putzing around. Yeah,
absolutely.
Just
All right,
corporating.
but we will play Does Ryan Know It? London Trip Edition. Second, you said you went 3 times.
Yeah.
What were the occasions? Like ever for travel, like just for fun?
Yeah, fun / semi-vacation. It's hard to explain. Like once we were there for a soccer trip, part of my son's thing that we did this past summer. Spent a little bit of time there. Then we did we pit stopped on the way to a wedding. My friend was getting married in Paris and was like, wow, I've never been to any of these places. Why don't I go here for a few days? And then once was to visit some friends.
So what I imagine happening is I'm going to consider taking my kids and doing like a vacation out of this. We will end up not taking my kids and not doing a vacation. That's how I envision this going.
Walk me through that. Like you'll want to do it, then realize the logistics aren't impossible, or is it
I'm going to realize as I think about it that it's going to be less enjoyable for my wife.
Right.
And I'm just trying to get her away and have her have some fun for a few days. Stay-at-home mom. That's number one. Number two, it's really the expense.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody wants to pay for the whole family to go,
right?
Great, let's do that.
Sponsor the Paulsons.
That will not be happening. And so when I start to look at, I need, because I have so many kids. I don't know if you know this.
I do.
Like every time you turn around, we have another kid. So there's 4 children. That means flights.
Yep.
They all need tickets.
Yep. Now 2 of them are lap kids. You ready for that experience on international?
One of them is going to grow out of the lab. Yeah. So we've got just the baby. So that's at least 3 more flights. And then you have a hotel where we need, do you have rooms that connect, or what are we doing? And how do you sleep at night? Like that. The worst thing in the world, if you have little kids, is having a family of 6, like all trying to sleep in one room on little beds and things.
Yeah.
We do this thing at a Christmas time where we go to the aunt and uncle's house, and they have very, very nice. They've got like rooms for everybody, but our kids are like on an air mattress, but no one sleeps all night long. Am I signing up for that for a week?
Yeah.
So between the expense, too expensive, and whatever that is, probably won't happen.
There's going to be a stomach thing too. Like there's going to be pyrotechnics. I'm telling you, I've been there, done that.
The reason I bring it up is the first thing I think about when I heard London was, what a cool place to try to take my kids. And I certainly think the older ones, who will be 7 and 5 at that time, I'm not suggesting that they'll remember it when they're 50, but I think it's a historical place. It's a neat place. There's a lot to learn, a lot to do.
There's a ton to do.
That would actually be great to take them for that experience. And in a different multiverse with tickets being cheaper, maybe I would. But I would imagine the 2 younger ones, that is just a mistake.
To me, now, my wife would disagree with this. She thinks you just take them always, like carry them like suitcases through the airport and just deal with all the misery of travel.
Yes.
Because somehow it helps them as like 6 months old or something like that. I don't get that. I don't understand it. The older kids who have an appreciation to some degree, my 12-year-old, for example, if I took him to the Tate Modern to look at some of the really nice paintings, he wouldn't give a hot crap at all. Like, there's nothing there to that. Or like my 7-year-old at Big Ben, he'll be like, okay, cool. Can I get ice cream?
There is not a child in the United States of America, or probably, if I'm going to be honest, a child in London who would care about doing any of that.
Right.
I mean, even when we take them currently, when we go to museums or fun things, like we do a lot of the VA 250 things now. We're getting our passport stamped and we're going to different places, and they really, really enjoy that. But they've got an hour, an hour and a half, where I'd like to spend 7 hours at Jamestown. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Just depends on the age. But London is, I don't want to say it's doable for me, because I still have to fly over the ocean for many, many, many hours.
You do.
But when the Madrid thing came down the pike, I immediately said, don't even think about it, Danny. Anybody getting any ideas around here, I ain't going to Madrid.
Okay.
I'm not willing to rule on London in the same way.
Look at this.
Am I willing to say right now that I would definitively go? I'm not.
Do you think there's any way, and I mean this sincerely, do not laugh, that as a show, we'd be able to go and then like broadcast from there and like do the international experience, because it's like, it's just over there. It's not that ridiculously far. You know what I'm saying? Like we would, it's 5 hours ahead, so we'd have to work it out, but we'd have days in London, and we could, it'd be the ultimate show trip. We'd meet up with so many fans. What do you think?
I don't know what you're asking.
Do you think there's any way the Grant and Danny show goes to London? No, that's not funny. Stop it. I'm being serious.
Or like side jobs are paying for us, right?
No,
Oh.
no. Like if they go, hey, this is a great thing. There'll be lots of fans there. What a cool experience for everybody. It's an international game. They haven't done it in 10 years. Who knows when they're doing it again? It's not like they're going, to the other side of the globe in a different hemisphere where it's summer when it's winter and it's up and it's down. This is just 5 hours east.
Yes.
Right? It's the equivalent of going from Seattle to D.C. The show should go. Do you think man?
I feel like Kandori and Murad could say, we want to send the boys to London, and it would still be a no. That's kind of where I'm at on this. Yeah. And we have 8 months or so to plan it. I think what's going to happen is like 6 weeks before. Right now. So I'm going to say no.
Yep.
The show is probably not going to
I'm going to say no, too, and it's not because the audience laughed at me. It's just because there's no way.
It could just be a Paulson family vacation. Now, I'm not one to generally take off from the radio program and go on vacation. It's not something we've done very often the last couple of years. And certainly in the NFL season, I always tell my wife we can't miss any time. But if she really, really wants to go to London and there's a football game involved, maybe I'll try to convince the boss to let me do a Comrex bit.
You could be our man on the ground over there.
I could be the man on the street for you. But I need to get you over there, and then we could just do the show. What if we just did that?
That's kind of what I'm saying.
Well, no, but you're asking, like, would we be sent without paying for ourselves to go and, like, on a family vacation?
Oh, you're saying Danny Rouillet ponies up the cash just to go to London?
Danny just says,
crashing on your couch?
Me and my wife are coming, too. Now, you guys wouldn't sleep on our couch. You'd get your own hotel room.
Oh, that's more expense for old Rainy Douillet?
Oh, yeah, that's
man. Yeah. Audience got that joke.
You would need a flight, and you would need a hotel.
And I'll be putting this on my credit card. See? Yeah, no way.
Don't be so parsimonious.
Is that the second time you've used that word in the last week?
It's a word I've been trying to work in.
How did that get in there?
I'm doing a vocab thing.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm trying to branch out and learn.
That's
some new
really
words.
good. Since I stopped reading, like for pleasure,
That's what it is.
That's what happened to me. Like everybody has to give up something when they have kids. Sometimes it's multiple things, and that's what I don't do anymore. I don't read books anymore the same way at all. I read for a week at the beach, and that's it.
It's an adjective.
I've gotten
Unwilling to spend money or use resources. Stingy or frugal.
Oh, I am that, by the way.
It's a great word.
Yeah, I'm that. I'm Danimonious.
Next, let's play the game with Clary. So here it is. The game is going to be, does Ryan know it? I'm going to ask him questions about London, England, and you're going to guess on whether or not he gets them right. If you get enough answers right, you're going to win tickets to see Jim Gaffigan. So let's play the game next. 800-636-1067. If you want to get in, there's a few lines open. Who wants to see Gaffigan? This is the Fan. You'll be going to is tomorrow. We've got 3 pairs, so we're looking for winners right now at 800-636-1067. Lines are chock full, so when you hear someone lose, there's a line open. You can call the number. That is what we're doing. How are we doing it? This is the way the game's going to be played. It's called Does Clary Know It?
Does Ryan Clary know it? It's pretty simple. You'll hear the question. It's not about whether you know it or not. It's not a trivia question for you. It's a trivia question for Ryan Clary. You'll hear the question. You're going to bet yay or nay, yes or no, as to whether Ryan knows trivia about London. If you get it right, meaning he gets it right or wrong based on your prediction, you'll have stacked a point. You get 2 points. You get yourself a win.
That's right. So, Keith, you need to get back-to-back in a row, 2 consecutive questions correct to win. Do you understand the way the game is played, sir?
2 in a row.
2 in a row. Or you don't go see Jim Gaffigan. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, the first question for Ryan Clary is going to be, what river runs through London? What river runs through London? Does Ryan know the answer, Keith? We don't care if you know the answer. Does Ryan know the answer, yes or no?
No.
He does not, you say. All right, Clary, you are dating someone who's got family in London, who spent many of her formative years in London.
Yep.
What river runs through London?
You know? It's a good question.
Yes, it is.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I do not know. I do not know.
Best guess?
It's not like it's like a weird name.
Is it?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. London's River. That's what I got.
It's not London's River.
It's not London's River.
What is it, by the way?
It's the Thames River. That's what we're looking for.
They call it the Thames.
The Thames.
All right. I was going to say the last name of a former national is the name of this river.
Who underachieved? Eric Blank.
He had big muscles. All right, Keith, you're 1 correct answer away from going to see Jim Gaffigan on your boys Grant and Danny. Are you ready for round 2?
Yes, sir.
Who lives at Buckingham Palace? Who lives at Buckingham Palace? Does Ryan know the answer?
I'll say yes.
Okay. Ryan, who would live at Buckingham Palace?
That is the king and the queen.
That is correct.
Look at this.
Clary just made Keith a winner.
Keith
That's
is
how
the
the
winner.
game is played. Just like that, Keith, very easy. You are going to see Jim Gaffigan tomorrow night.
Fantastico. Thank you.
You got it. We're going to put him on hold, so don't hang up. You are a Victor Zambrano. All right, let's go to Jeff, who's in Ashburn, to play Does Ryan Know It? Jeff, do you understand the way the game is played?
Yes, sir.
In honor of the Commanders going to London, England for the first time in 10 years.
Yes, indeed.
We are asking Ryan questions about London. My first question for Ryan is, London is the capital of which larger political group? London is the capital of which large political group? Jeff, does Ryan know it?
I'm going to say no. No faith.
You do not believe he does?
Not a lot of confidence there, Ryan.
Ryan?
That is the United Kingdom.
Oh, that's tough.
He got it.
Jeff, that's the hard way to go out there, my friend. Betting against Ryan only to have him get one right in your face, like hitting a bucket with your finger outstretched right in front of his hand.
Oh, it's all you can do, put a hand in his face.
Frank's in Leonardtown. Hello, Frank. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You understand the way the game is played?
Yes, sir.
What is the London Underground commonly called? The London Underground, what is it commonly called? Frank, do you think Ryan knows it?
I think he does.
Okay, Ryan, this is the equivalent of their metro. What is it called?
That is the Tube.
Frank's got 1 point.
Look at this.
One more, and Frank wins.
Well, Ryan's just crushing this London trivia over here.
He's pretty good. We should further acknowledge.
Yep.
Did your girlfriend live there or just her parents?
No, she lived there. She goes there every year.
Frank, are you ready for question number 2?
Yes.
St. Paul's Cathedral was rebuilt after which major event? What led to St. Paul's Cathedral needing to be rebuilt in London, England? Do you think Ryan knows it?
I think he has no clue.
Ryan?
You don't know me. World War II.
That is completely incorrect, so he does know you very, very well. Frank, you are going to see Jim Gaffigan. Well done.
Wait,
Awesome. Appreciate it.
when
You
did it
got
get ruined, by the way? I'm actually curious about that.
The Great Fire of London, of course.
So I got that one wrong too, Rhino. We were vetting these questions, and I actually did not know about the Great Fire of London. I thought I got Blitzkrieg, World War II. Maybe that's when it got damaged. That's what I thought.
That's what I thought.
World War I, the Black Death, the Great Fire of London, or the Industrial Revolution would have been the multiple choice questions had I have given you
Fair.
those. All right, here's a good one. Let's go to Matt in McLean, home of the Highlanders. Matt, how are you?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Do you want to play the game?
Absolutely. I'm going to bet on Ryan here.
How old is the Tower of London? I'm going to give him a multiple choice on this one. How old is the Tower of London? Do you think Ryan gets it via multiple choice?
Oh my God. I don't think he knows that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question, how old is the Tower of London? Ryan, is it just over 100? Is it over 300? Is it over 900? Or is it over 2,000 years old?
Oh, I'm going to go just over 100.
Just over 100. That is very incorrect. It's almost 1,000 years old.
Wow. Technically, it is over 100.
That's
He's got
true.
something there.
We're 10 years away from the 1,000th birthday of the Tower of London. So Matt got that right, I believe, which means you're halfway home to our third and final pair of tickets to see Jim Gaffigan, Matt. Congratulations.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it. I like that guy.
I've got one more question here, Danny, and then
I've
we'll
got
have
a few,
to
yeah.
get into some of yours. The question I've got for Ryan is, why is the Westminster Abbey famous? What happens there? Westminster Abbey, what is it famous for? Matt, do you think Ryan knows the answer to that? We'll get this question.
Oh my God, that one may be right up Ryan's alley. Let's go yes on that, Grant.
Okay, Matt, for tickets to see Jim Gaffigan, why is the Westminster Abbey famous?
I feel like I'm wrong, but is it the Westminster Dog Show?
Oh, that is so dumb.
I think that's right, isn't it?
That's tough. Westminster Abbey is where they do coronations and bury the kings and the queens.
Ooh, not a dog show. Not a dog show.
No. I don't think it's the same thing. Unfortunately, there goes Matt's opportunity to be a winner. Let's go to Don, who's in Alexandria. What's up, Don? How are you?
Donnie, how you doing?
I'm good, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. You understand how the game is played?
I do. Let's go.
What do you think of the Commanders going to London, by the way, Don? You going to go? Follow them?
Definitely not.
Okay, good to know. But you might go to the Jim Gaffigan concert tomorrow, right?
Hopefully.
All right, let's get some tickets.
Here we go. Your first question here for Ryan. We have Congress. What does England have that's the equivalent? Does Ryan know it?
Ryan Clary does not know this.
Ryan, we have Congress. What does England have that's the equivalent?
The British Parliament?
Boom goes the dynamite. He's
That's
right.
big time.
He got it.
I mean, every time you think you know that Clary doesn't know things, he comes back and socks you right in the ribs. Let's go to Jim, who's in Burke, Virginia. Hello, Jim. How are you?
What's up, guys? Let's go.
Any chance you go follow the Commanders to London, England?
Only if I win this game today.
Okay, very good. If you win the game, you go see Gaffigan and you get inspired. By the way, just so we're all on the same page, you're not playing for tickets to go to London.
This is just for Jim Gaffigan, who's great.
At the Anthem.
But it's not tickets to London.
In D.C. Very different.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Here we go.
Okay. The Millennium Wheel in London is better known as what? The Millennium Wheel is better known as what? Does Ryan know it?
No.
Ryan, the Millennium Wheel is better known as what?
The London Eye?
He is correct.
That is an incredible pull.
I'm a Skywheel guy.
By the way, you know more about London than the United States.
You guys see from me being a London... I'm just a British boy.
Apparently, you should do the little British boy accent. You've never answered this many questions correctly when we talk about normal things like our government, our places of import.
Well, I guess I'm just a British guy. I don't know.
I'm just a British guy.
Did he get that wrong? Because he's gone. He must have hung up.
Yeah, you got it wrong.
Okay.
You got it wrong.
Yeah.
Barry's in Arlington. What's up, Barry? How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm still laughing over the Westminster Dog Show.
Right. So as we're in the middle of complimenting him, let's remember he did answer that.
That was the toughest moment he's had.
That's Westminster Abbey was known for the dog show.
That's pretty good. That could be the highlight you pull out of the segment for sure.
Here we go. There's a famous Beatles album that's named after this street in the Westminster section of the city. There's a famous Beatles album named after this street in the Westminster section of the city. Does Ryan know it?
Oh, man. I'm going to go with no on this.
Ryan, there's a famous Beatles album named after the street in the Westminster section of the city. What's it called?
Now, this is the album, I believe, of them. They're walking across the street, correct? Like, that's the actual photo?
That is correct.
London Street? I got no idea.
It is not London Street.
By the way, no chance Darius knows this either, right?
Abbey Road.
Abbey Road.
Okay, here we go.
Abbey Road.
Are you serious, man?
Well, you've never seen a movie. I didn't know if you knew.
What does movie have to do with music?
Well, you had a perplexed
Just
look
because
on
you
your
don't know
face.
music doesn't mean you pull me
I
into
knew
it.
the answer to that. I mean, my dad's a Beatles guy through and through. Maybe Daryl Dameron's a big Beatles guy.
Big Beatles fan.
By the way, Darius sits there quietly and just doesn't know anything about pop culture, and now he's getting all upset at me for thinking you didn't know Abbey Road. That's tough, by the way. I just want you to know I know. I'm on to your game. All right, Barry, you need one more, and you're going to see Jim Gaffigan at the Anthem tomorrow. You ready?
Let's do it.
Who lives at number 10 Downing Street? Who lives at number 10 Downing Street? Does Ryan know it?
Oh, jeez.
I know, right?
I'm going to go with no again.
I like betting against Ryan here. Ryan, who lives at number 10 Downing Street? That's my
Prime
favorite.
Minister?
That's correct.
Oh, damn.
When he makes that sound,
Yes.
I go, something amazing's coming, but he got it.
So if I can take issue with Barry for a second, I think that, I had no idea when you asked the question, but the easy guess is it's like Pennsylvania Avenue. You have to guess the Prime Minister. Unless it's some is it a soccer player for the Spurs? I mean, so Barry, I think you've got to lean toward the guess being Prime Minister there.
Yeah. Hey, good on you, Ryan, though. You impressed me.
I
Sleep
even
on the
in
British
defeat.
boy. You guys sleep on the British boy, Ryan Clary.
All right, last one here. Colton in Vienna. We got to wind this thing down. We got a pair of tickets to give away to see Jim Gaffigan. Are you ready to play the game?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. What train station has a Harry Potter reference platform 9 3/4 in London? What train station has a Harry Potter reference platform 9 3/4 in London? Does Ryan know it?
How old is Ryan?
26, I believe.
26, yeah.
26. yes.
Harry Potter wheelhouse. My daughter could help you if you want to call my 6-year-old.
I'm going to say no on this one.
Ryan.
That's a great guess because I have never seen a Harry Potter movie.
Harry Potter's a different
That's
Harry
a very
Potter.
different
Very
thing.
different. No chance. No chance.
King's Cross Station was the answer.
That
You are
is
still
the answer.
alive. Here we go.
Is that the one where he walked in the brick wall there?
Well, that's 9 3/4.
That's
Yeah,
platform
that's
9 3/4?
Platform to get to Hogwarts, my guy.
No idea.
All right, here we go. These are for the tickets. What neighborhood in London shares a name with a movie starring Hugh Grant and Julia Roberts? What neighborhood shares a name with a movie starring Hugh Grant and Julia Roberts? Does Ryan know it?
26. There's no way you know this. No.
Ryan, what neighborhood in London shares a name with a movie starring Hugh Grant and Julia Roberts?
Harpenden? I don't know.
Harpenden.
Liverpool.
That was a sneaky good movie. Harpenden. Did that win an Academy Award or no?
I think it got snubbed.
I actually wouldn't have gotten that unless I had a multiple choice, and then I would have been like, oh, Notting Hill, of course.
Right, it's Notting Hill.
But you got it wrong, which means Colton is a big winner.
Oh, boy, Colton.
Which means Colton's going to see Jim Gaffigan. Thank you for playing, buddy.
All right.
All right.
Thanks,
we'll throw
boys.
you
Stay on
over.
hold, dude. Stay on hold.
I will let everybody know. Let me give you this liner here for the Gaffigan tickets for our 3 winners. Congrats to them. They're winning 2 tickets to see Jim Gaffigan. Everything is Wonderful tour. Tomorrow, February 26th at the Anthem. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. London, the Commanders, a match made with a game.
What's going on?
And Ryan Clary heaven. There we go. Arvell Reese says he's an edge. I want to talk about that next. One of the best players in this draft class says he wants to play the position Washington needs most. Could be music to our ears. This is The Fan. Turner is going to join us in less than 15 minutes, right at the top of the hour. The former OC and play caller here in Washington. He spent many an NFL combine with different organizations in different roles in those meeting rooms, talking to players. We want to get him to take us behind the scenes and just give us an idea of what some of those meetings are like and how the process works. Also, when you're watching the on-field stuff, what do you care about? Like, what are you writing down? What matters? What doesn't? Is it really that big of a deal what a guy runs or how they look, as opposed to their film or their pro day when they're going to do some of these same things again? So we'll tackle all that with him.
Yeah, I want to know, because every team's got a different philosophy or something, and sometimes you're looking for validation as to what the tape said. Sometimes you're looking for questions to be answered. Sometimes you want to say, okay, this guy dominated at a middle level, but does he have the same measurables as somebody that's, that was just okay at, in the SEC or the Big Ten? It's all data points, and people shouldn't ignore the information. Everybody likes to dunk on it and say, it's just the underwear Olympics. It's not. It's definitely not that. It's interviews. It's gathering information about multi-million-dollar investments for teams.
In fact, the underwear Olympics part of it, if we're going to call it that, is the least important thing that happens there, if we're being very honest. And there are some times where, I got to see how this guy runs because there's no known data on his 40 time or whatever. But the interviews and the medicals are the entire point. And it's why a lot of guys are going to go and not do anything physical, because it's about the interviews and it's about the measurements. Speaking of measurements, Arvell Reese is a freak athlete. Ohio State defender, played off-ball linebacker and some occasional stand-up edge for them. I say occasional because if you go back and you rewatch their season and their games, you don't find a whole lot of reps with him doing the edge NFL role, right? But that is what he's projected at the next level. And teams love the possibility of this guy, who could go as high as number 2 after Fernando Mendoza, maybe as low as the back end of the top 10 if he falls. And if that were to happen, Washington would have a chance to pounce on him. Most people think his ceiling is the highest of any defensive player in this entire class. He is 6'4", he's 243, he is off the charts athletic at 20 years old. He's kind of still growing into his frame, but you look at his coaching, James Laurinaitis, the linebackers coach at Ohio State, Matt Patricia, the defensive coordinator, the number of NFL players he was playing around. It feels like this is the start of a trajectory where this guy could be a real star. And he's just got, you look at his strengths on his scouting report, it's really important stuff. The way he diagnoses and comes downhill and the way he uses his hands and the way he gets around blocks and, all the tools to be an edge setter in the NFL. But there's been some question about what position will he play. This was Arvell Reese about what he wants to do at the next level.
The majority of them ask me what I want to be, and then they show me Sam, linebackers, and edges. So
when they ask you where you want to be, what do you tell them?
Tell them outside linebacker or edge.
Length and speed. He wants to play edge. Music to my ears. If he's sitting there at 7, he's going to be hard to pass up.
Yeah, that's a sprint to the podium type situation, because he was asked to do a little bit of everything. He came downhill, had 6.5 sacks. It wasn't like he never rushed the passer, but to me, this is a next Micah Parsons type player. That's lofty praise, and you don't know if he'll turn into that or not, but that's the blueprint. That's the starter kit for someone that does that, who didn't do that full time, but you get him on campus and you go, oh my God, look at this. Look at this
dream
monster.
Comp. The best version of what a guy like him could become is, and you would say Micah Parsons.
And then you go, all right, I have to take the chance there, because you can't be the guy that passed on that guy. Does that make sense? Even if he doesn't fulfill that, the idea is so intoxicating that you just sort of have to deal with that, even if it means he might get, they might get hands on him with some pulling guards or some tackles in space and move him around a little bit. Even though he's a beast, he's big and strong, but still, he's not a 330-pound offensive lineman. But that pass rush ability as an edge is so sexy that you kind of don't care about anything else.
He's super twitchy.
Yep.
I wonder about, currently his upper body strength probably isn't where, it's definitely not where it's eventually going to be, but it's not ideal. That to me is very fixable. And he just hasn't played a lot of edge. So, Logan and I were talking about him on Take Command recently, and Logan's point is everybody think he goes 2-3-4. Logan doesn't see it that way. He's like, most of the time when guys, even with this skill set or upside, are viewed as these players at positions where they didn't play and there's not a lot of tape, it does cost them in the draft and they slide. So he actually thinks there's a decent chance he could be available at 7 and thinks it's more likely he's in that 5 to 7 range. But, the weaknesses, when you look up scouting reports, it's really minimal coachable stuff. I'm just reading one here. It says, needs to cut his hands loose quicker. Okay. We'll just work on that for a few days.
Do the cut your hands loose quick drill.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
You can't These guys aren't available very often. And I think to pass on him because of something minimal is foolish. Now, maybe he doesn't end up being a great edge. Maybe he doesn't have the pass rushing traits that become necessary. But my God, is this the exact starter kit that you're looking for? So for him today to say, I really want to play edge, and he's meeting with teams in that top 10 that want a pass rusher, Orville Reese, come on down.
Yeah, where would you like to stand, Mr. Reese? We'll build that around you.
Speaking of those interviews and those meetings, let's get some insight on how they go from Scott Turner, who's been in the room. Former coordinator here in Washington, joins us next on Grant and Danny. In 1 hour, ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we'll give away tickets to see the DC Defenders. The United Football League season starts next month right here in the nation's capital. We got the defending champs, the Defenders, playing at Audi Field.
We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation.
And welcome onto the show, former NFL offensive coach, offensive coordinator, and play caller here in Washington. Scott Turner is with us on Grant and Danny. We want to get some insight into the Combine. Scott, how's it going? Good to catch up with you again.
Doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, our pleasure. Thing, bud. So let's get some info on the Combine. I want to start with the schedule and just the behind-the-scenes part of this. So you've been in these meetings. You know what it's like. How many players might a team be actually meeting with at the Combine, and how do they divvy it up? Is the offensive staff in one room and the defensive staff's in another, and the head coach and GM go back and forth, or the offense or the defense is meeting at certain times? Like, how does that work?
No, so basically how it works is there's a suite. So, like, the suite's the stadium where people will go, the people that pay big money to watch the games. So each team has their own suite, and they'll have food in there or whatever. And at night, everyone gets a 20-minute schedule these interviews ahead of time. So these are called the formal interviews. And I think I'm wrong. It's somewhere between like 45 and it might be 60 that you get the schedule. And normally it gets split up pretty evenly between offensive and defensive players. And the way the schedule works is like the kickers come in the first day, and then the next day is like quarterback receivers, and the next day is or quarterback receivers, tight ends, and then the next day is the running back and the offensive lineman. So they kind of come in on different days. So like Tuesday, tonight will be the first night of the formal interviews. And I'm not 100%, I'm a little off on my details, but like, so it'll just be offensive players. So like the offensive players will be in there first, before the defensive players. So like
as an OC as an example, I'll use this year's schedule as an example, Scott, just to give the details. So like the edges are first, like the linebackers and defensive ends. So like those guys are doing the meetings tonight. So they might not even fly you down there for another 2 days because you don't really have to be there, or are you already there because they might want you sitting in there as an offensive guy?
Yeah, it used to be, and again, it used to be the offensive first. So I would always be there, and then there'd be like 2 days that crossed over where like the offensive players were done during the interviews, and the defense players start during the interviews, and we were there for the workouts. Where there were like 2 days where the offensive staff and defensive staff were at the same time. Obviously, the head coach is there for the whole time, but no, like as offensive coordinator, I would only sit in the offensive formal interviews, and then on top of that, level in the stadium where like people go get food, like they set up all these tables, and it's got like a big open room, and it's really like a free-for-all that like these position coaches will then grab players and have quick interviews, and it's always like a fight, and that's always like kind of a mess. They try to organize it, but it's tough. But it's then the position coaches get their individual interviews, and then now like since COVID's happened, if you miss a chance with a guy, it's not as big of a deal because you'll just like set up a Zoom with them. You know what I mean? And it's not as good as in person, but you still get like the details that you can. But those are called the informal interviews, and they take place in that big room like that.
So Scott, big picture question from my end. Let's say Grant and I were both prospects, and let's say you were like, I don't really like Danny's tape. Have you ever or seen this happen in an organization go, well, this guy Danny, who I didn't really think that much of, wowed me to such a degree in the interviews that it kind of changes your view on him and makes you go back and re-examine. And then the flip side, let's say you loved Grant beforehand and the interview was bad. You go, you know what? I don't think we can do this. I'm curious about how much that happens.
The flip side happens more. Like the tape is, and again, I'm only speaking from my personal, opinion.
Sure.
The tape's premium. Like the tape's got to be good. And then, there's a lot of good college football, or there's a lot of players out there that have good college football tape. And let's say you have two wide receivers and the tape is like very similar. Like obviously they have different things that they do well or don't do well, but as your grade, it's about the same. Well, then you have an interview with them, and one guy, maybe you think he has more of a propensity to learn, or has a little bit of a better attitude or whatever. The interview's a little bit better. then when you do your final grade, the tape's the same. You stack them. Now, if one guy's got considerably better tape than another player, and you like the lesser player, you might like the interview a little bit more, but you're not going to put him ahead of the guy that has a lot better tape. I think to me, it starts with the tape. That's how you start your initial rankings, and then you use the other aspects of it to kind of stack them from there.
Scott Turner, longtime NFL assistant offensive side of the ball coach and coordinator and play caller here in Washington, obviously. So looking it up now, it looks like this year it's 45 formal in-person interviews, as you mentioned, and then it's up to 20 minutes, so 18 to 20 minutes each. So would you always advocate, if you ran it, to use all 45 of those? I remember covering these sometimes, and there were teams that wouldn't. Or the Jaguars this year don't want anybody to know the guys that they like. They're not even going to interview anybody at the Combine, which
they said they don't want to have a personal bias about the player, but they're still sending scouts into school, so they're still going to get reports on these players and the way they interact with people and the type of human being they are, because as we all know, that's important too. How are they going to fit within the culture of your organization? So a little bit of that is, I'm going to call BS on that a little bit, but I mean, I don't know. I always feel like the most information you can get, the better. You get the opportunity to be around these guys, you should do it. That's just my opinion. I think the teams I've always been on, we've used all 45. Sometimes you'll get a guy cancel on you or something, so something will come up, so you won't be, but at least attempt to. And that 20 minutes, we always use that. Places I've been, everything's different, but I've always felt like you want to use that time to talk about football, because the background information, you should already have that from, like I said, the scouts visiting the schools and everything like that. So, talk football with these guys. Try to teach them something and see if they can regurgitate it back to you.
Yeah, so what's that look like? That's the whiteboard, and are you... we got to see when they did that one time ever, never going to happen again because the Giants looked terrible, off-season Hard Knocks where, Brian Daboll was just, grilling everybody. Yeah. But is that you're okay, and you're talking to a quarterback and you're say this playback to me, or is it what are you trying to learn, and what is an actual 20 minutes with someone able to teach you?
Yeah, so I'll give you a quick example. So, places I've been in the past that I thought was pretty good is a coach, the position coach would be in there and install a play. So they would install the play, take 2 minutes to install the play to this player. He could take notes and watch it. Then right from there, go back to the player's college film, and then for 12 minutes, watch 12 to 13 minutes, watch the player's film, and then ask him questions. What's this formation called? What's that play called? What was your responsibility on this play? And yeah, we don't know exactly, but as coaches, you have enough football knowledge to know, and then you can tell if the kid's being honest or trying to BS his way through it, and then now with 5 minutes left in the interview, because there's a clock up there that tells you how much time is left, you stop it, and then you say, hey, get on the board, teach us the play that we taught you at the beginning. You know what I mean? And they've had their notes, so they were able to take notes on it. We didn't let them take the notes up to the board, but just to see okay, how is their retention just off something like that? And we wouldn't kill a player if he didn't get it right or wrong. But again, you use it's another piece of information that you use going into the process of how does this guy think? What's his functional intelligence?
So, and Scott Turner with us here on G&D. So you guys, you and people of your ilk, guys that do this professionally, you have more football knowledge in a pinky toe cuticle than I'll have my entire life. But I watch this thing voraciously, and I love it. I want to see these things. I read all the snarky nerds on Twitter who sit there and will tell you that if you get a 4.47 or better in that short shuttle drill for linemen, you basically have an NFL starter. The shooting percentage on that's outrageously good. How much does that stuff matter for you guys? Not necessarily that one individual drill, but seeing some of the athleticism kind of as it pertains to matching up what you saw on tape, or just weigh that for me in terms of how important you guys treat the on-field measurables and the skills and the weight and the speed and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, again, I really like that. I got into that, kind of as my career's gone on. I've gotten more and more to those numbers, because it's there's a certain athletic benchmark for every single position.
Yep.
And if 94% of all tight ends fall in this category, now that doesn't mean that someone in that 6% can't do it, but like, you better love that tape if this guy falls outside of like, whatever it is, the 10-yard burst, the arm length, and it's not just one stat. Like I know I like that example you used of the offensive lineman, but it's not just one stat. It's normally like they fit into like this category in 10 different stats, and then now you got like, okay, and if they fall out of a bunch of those, like, because you're not going to make a living drafting a lot of exceptions. You know what I mean? You want to fit those guys that fall into those athletic, benchmarks. And I think, like I said, like there's a lot of times where you watch a tape, and you're just, everyone's going to talk about Reuben Bain and his arm length, right? And like, I don't know, I haven't studied his tape, but I know Ohio State couldn't block him. You know what I mean? I know that much. So like, he's going to be drafted in the top 10, even though he's got less than 31-inch arms, which is like, again, not a lot of successful edge rushers have played with under 31-inch arms. But that's an example of exceptions. But like if you have 7 draft picks, you don't want to draft 7 exceptions. You know what I mean? That you want to draft 1 at the most.
Scott Turner with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Sticking with the on-field part of this, what are you're like as a non-scout, coaches also have the ability to evaluate and scout. But I mean, as just a coach, does everyone have a different role? So like how do they go about asking you versus a receivers coach? You're obviously, as a coordinator, watching a lot more, and then the receivers are just looking at their guys. Like, what is each person's job during those drills? What kind of notes are they taking? How does that fit into the puzzle?
I think, again, you're looking at the guys in your position group. As a coordinator, you're going to focus on certain guys that have kind of been highlighted to you. Like if a quarterback that we want to highlight is thrown to a receiver that is kind of like not necessarily someone that's, at the top of our list, you're looking at the quarterback more or vice versa. A lot of times, like with those drills, it's just one player going at a time other than when a quarterback's throwing to somebody, right? So you can just focus on them and just looking at movement, you know what I mean? How they execute in the drills. And then a lot of times too, like there's a lot of pressure on these young men at the combine, and they're down there and they're in front of everybody and they know it's a huge, it's like a job interview. And a lot of times you kind of watch how they handle those moments, like for the quarterbacks, for example, like a lot of them elect not to throw, but like as NFL like coaches, we know that they're set up for failure. They're throwing to receivers they've never thrown before. They're running different routes where guys are running around cones. Like it's not going to be perfect. And a lot of time it's like, hey, if a guy misses a throw, like how does he react? Does he like drop his head or does he go on to the next one? I remember my first combine I ever went to was when Cam Newton came out, and we were with the Panthers. I was quality control coach for the Panthers, and he missed a throw on a speed out to the left so bad he like hit the guy that was doing the vertical jump on the sideline, and like it didn't faze him. He was just, hey, brought it up, and then he's messing around with everybody and bring it up, and you just could tell like the level of confidence that he had, and hey, I'll hit the next one or whatever, and other guys just like a receiver will slip on a route and then he'll totally go in the tank, and you're like, again, you're not killing these guys for it, but it's all just another piece of information that you're putting in your brain for when the time comes and you got to make a decision on these guys.
What's your favorite position to watch? Just kind of personal bias.
I always like the quarterbacks. I mean, it's the most important position in the game. I mean, basically, if you got one, you got a chance. If you don't, you don't. You know what I mean? So just to, a lot of these guys, and those are the guys that like when I've gone to the combine that I'd had the most. Like I try to watch a little bit before I went, at least a game on each player. Sometimes more if it was somebody a little higher stature or whatever. And so just watching those guys and watching, and that's the one too, like in person. Because a lot of times, we're not scouts, so we don't get to go to the games. Just see the ball come off their hand. I mean, that's one thing that's really hard to see on tape. It's just how does the ball spin off his hand, RPMs, ball speed, everything like that. And does he throw with touch? Can he get the ball out in rhythm? All those types of things. So that's the position that I think is the best for the on-the-field drills at the combine.
Hey, just out of curiosity, you're talking about evaluating quarterbacks, and you're 3 years as the OC. I think the only quarterback you guys took was Howell in the 5th round in 22. So you would have been a part of that process leading up to that, right?
Yeah, of course. We did the work on him. We went to the pro day. We liked him. You know, we had signed Carson Wentz. We had Taylor that we felt good about as a backup, and honestly, we had really gone into that draft without thinking that we weren't going to necessarily take one, and then just Sam being there in the fifth and his athletic ability and his arm strength, we had liked him really more of a maybe almost like a third or late second round grade, but it was just kind of a situation where it was positional, value. It was too good to pass up.
Yeah, you guys ended up getting him basically at 150, like way down the board. Right. I remember just because Wentz was, I know you guys felt good about him, but he was still an unknown. Heineke was kind of a backup type. There was so much excitement, and that turned out to be, if you want to look at value, I would imagine that's a win.
Pretty good value there.
As it's graded as a fifth-round pick. He's been traded multiple times, so teams have been interested. And maybe he ends up being a backup the rest of the way, but that's not a bad quarterback in the fifth round. Most of those guys never see the field.
No, for sure. Sam's been good, and obviously that was the year he had to play, he started off good, and I don't know if first year as a starter, if you want to lead the league in pass attempts, but again, that's not anything we need to get into right now. But I think that was, it's tough on him. You take that many hits and whatever, but I think he's been able to, hopefully he can right the ship and like you said, continue on his career. He's been traded a few times, which I know is tough, but I always root for him. When you're around guy, Sam's a really good guy, works hard, and always, you want the best for him.
Scott, I'm going to tell a meandering story for a second about myself and then bring it back to you. So bear with me, all right? Years ago, I did not want Deshaun Jackson to come here to Washington. I was like, there are too many games where he's just 2 catches for 15 yards and is not a factor. He never goes into the end zone normally. It's not for me. I don't want it. And then when he was here, I saw it and then I got it. I got that not just catching the ball, but the terror in defensive backs' minds that he might go deep over the top, open up things for everybody else, right? He changed my viewpoint. Have you ever had somebody that changed your viewpoint where you go, I don't see it, I don't like it, and then that guy was awesome. You go, you know what? I need to open up my mind. Or maybe vice versa. Have you had somebody that was kind of a crossroads person for you in the way you thought about it?
Dude, I'm trying to think just off the top of my head. God, I can't think of somebody. I know exactly what you mean though. Like there's certain players, and especially and it's normally guys like that you're talking about with Deshaun Jackson with an elite trait, like the speed, and it doesn't always show up in the stat sheet, but like it opens up so many holes in the defense because they know that player can score, can score on any play. The one guy, not you say that like so when I was when I went to the Raiders or when I left Washington, Jacoby Myers was a free agent leaving the Patriots, and all the guys, it was Josh McDaniels was the head coach, and a bunch of those guys come from New England, like, we got to get Jacoby. And I'm like, is he really that good a player? Like, because he was going to get it. And then once he got there and I was around him, I was like, wow, this guy is elite. And it was because of his toughness and his route running. And he wasn't he's not like an overly fast guy, but his ability to run routes, and he separates, he catches everything. He went, the year that I took over halfway through the year calling plays, he went the entire season without a drop, which was like a league record for however many targets he had without a dropped pass. So that was someone that, I didn't value him for what he is until I was around him. And then and it's so funny because I watched a Liam Cohen interview after this season, and he talked about how it changed their offense once they made that trade for him in Jacksonville. It was like I was reliving my own memories. I'm like, that's exactly what I went through once I spent some time around him in the off season leading into that 2023 season.
Scott Turner, former coordinator and play caller here in DC. So you would say that the tape is number one then in any evaluation of the draft, right? What else? How would you rank it? What's 2?
I think the athletic traits are number 2. You know what I mean? So I think the tape,
more than personality and meetings, that's further down.
It's close. It's really close. I mean, a lot of these guys, most of these guys are really good guys. You know what I mean? They made it this far. They've had a successful college season or college career. They got invited to the combine. They're competitive. They're made of the right stuff. So a lot of times, everyone has a different personality, all that type of things. But very few times are you're like, oh man, I don't think this guy's going to be a cultural fit for our building. So, obviously the tape, what it does, and then the athletic traits is what we say. And like, have guys that are built the way this player is built, have they been successful? Like that's really important. And then right after that is, like you're saying, the character, the personality, how's he going to fit in? But I'm only saying that because like I said, most guys do. You know what I mean? Like that's normally not a problem. Now, if a guy's got a really bad character and a really bad personality, and like, hey, he's got a bad track record, then that ends up going and being number one, because you're like, hey, we don't want this in our building. You know what I mean? So, but that only becomes number one when it's a problem. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Yes, it does.
Were you class of 01 at Oakton, or what?
I was. I graduated 2001.
Okay, Oakton Cougars. So I'm asking this, Danny, because obviously Norville Eugene was the play caller and the head coach.
Indeed, yeah.
Of my favorite Redskins team of all time, the 99 team.
They put up some points.
But I'm asking the number 2 offense in the league, 1,000 yards for Westbrook and Connell, 1,456 for Stephen Davis.
Sleep on that.
And 4,000 yards for Brad Johnson. Nothing to see here.
I just saw Stephen Davis. I went to Stephen Davis highlights on X like a week ago. I was like, awesome. I retweeted it. It was great.
People forget. I know Grant's got a point, but now I'm in my feels.
My point was going to be he would have been. So I was 10 then.
Yeah.
And that was my first year like around the team, and his dad was awesome to me when I was doing this little fake media thing. But the point is, you would have been in high school. I have to imagine, and like those years are so important. That's got to be one of your favorite football teams ever.
Yeah, it was great. That was my junior year of high school, and I stood on the sideline for every game. Every time we play at Raymond James Stadium, I always stand in the one spot which is like on the 45-yard line,
damn it,
closest to the pirate ship. And I tell, like pregame, I tell the different coaches, like, guys, I was standing right here when Dan Turk rolled the ball back, and we freaking had a 51-yarder to win the game against Tampa. So we were up 13-0, and had a chance to go to the NFC Championship game, and I don't know if he would have made it with Brett Conway. I don't know if he would have made it, but we at least wanted to see the ball in the air.
Would have loved to have seen it.
The Turk snap to the holder Turk with Conway, and then, I mean, you remember this perfectly, better than I do, I'm sure, but it is so burned into my head. Basically, the ball rolls back, and Turk's like getting tackled and just throws the ball up in the air. Maybe it's Brett Conway. It's like just such a blooper reel moment, and it was a 13-0 game. B. Mitch returns the kickoff. Yep. It's Sean King in like a challenged offense. The Leamon Evans PI. That game I'll never forget.
Yeah, it was 14-13 final. But do you remember the sack fumble and the ball bounces on the ground and goes right into Warwick Dunn's hand?
Right into his hands.
Like 3rd and 12, and he runs for like 20 yards for a first down. And it's like, I mean, come on. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those games where like you look back on it and you're like there was like 6 plays that had to happen in order for Tampa to win that game, and they all did. You know what I mean? But
was the next week that would have been Bucks Rams?
It was Bucks Rams, where the game was like 11-8. Ricky Pohl caught that touchdown.
Yes.
And they held them down. And you know, again, who knows what would happen? But it would have been nice to go play at the Edward Jones Dome for the NFC Championship.
Were the guys at Oakton, because I know the guys, where I went to St. Albans in D.C., I know everybody was doing the Stephen Davis tape on the nose, small elbow pad on each elbow thing as he was just thumping for a million yards and hunting contact and knocking dudes into Tuesday. Were guys doing that bit?
We had a few guys doing that, especially, you know, we had a fullback that, you know, that would do that. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Stephen Davis, what a player. When Marty came in after that, he gave him the ball like 800 times, I think. But then he went to Carolina. They did get to the Super Bowl. He had a hell of a stretch there.
Yeah.
There's no backs like him in the league anymore. I mean, he just was like a big, plotting, physical dude. I feel like he came on later in his career. He was
because he had to beat out Skip Hicks, if you recall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he did. That was the big thing, and everyone thought Skip Hicks was going to be the back. Because Terry Allen, you know, Terry Allen was a really good player, and he had the knees, and you know, obviously, he kind of wore off because he was back to back like 1,400 yards or close to that, and then you know, they had drafted Stephen Davis, and and Stephen Davis actually played fullback some, because I don't know if you remember Larry Bowie, and then Larry Bowie was hurt, and then Stephen Davis played some fullback with Terry Allen, and then Skip. Everyone thought Skip was going to be the back, and he just wasn't. You know, he like missed. I remember he came in late for the offseason. He was in such bad shape, and Stephen just kind of was quiet and got it, and then got it rolling. Then they got Larry Centers in there, and that was a hell of a backfield. And Larry, you know, between Larry being a third down back and B. Mitch being a third down back.
So I can do the 99 Redskins.
Sorry about that backfield, by the way.
But that San Francisco game, did you go to San Fran for the clincher?
No, I was in my. I remember it. It was like because it's around Christmas time, and I had a bunch of friends over, and we were in the basement watching the game.
Sunday night football.
And then we spelled out in my front yard. We spelled out champs in with Christmas lights and had it plugged in for my. So when my dad got home late, obviously coming back from the West Coast, he could see it when he was driving up. So because that was obviously clinched the that was the second to last game of the season. That clinched the division, and then the next week was the game. And it's so crazy because, like Stephen Davis, you talked about 1,400 yards or whatever, and I remember standing on the sideline next to Stephen. He didn't even dress out for the game against Miami, which we won, but it didn't even matter. So he could have been a 1,600 yard rusher or whatever that year if he would have had to play, if he would have played all 16 games.
Oh, I didn't even realize he didn't play the last week. That's crazy.
Brad Johnson, Rodney Peake came in out of the bullpen, threw a couple tutties.
Yeah. That one was And that was we talked last week because of the passing of Trey Johnson. But the playoff game, which is it the only home playoff win in FedEx Field history?
I believe it is, yeah.
Was still one of like 3 that was played there. But it was early January 2000. I always talk about the first play of the game was a Greg Jones sack, loss of 7. Loudest I've ever heard that place because it's when they had 90+ thousand seats. But that was the Robert Porcher, Brad Johnson game where Trey got ejected.
Right.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, that was huge, and that was actually it should have been more of a blowout than it was. So we were up 14-0, and we're about to go up 21-0, and Steven Alexander dropped a touchdown, and then the field goal got blocked and ran back for a touchdown. Later, I think it was maybe 21-0. It was going to be 28, but it kind of gave Detroit a little light. I mean, they never really made it a game, but they were. We got after them.
I knew Scott, that 99
You knew
team,
he would know.
That is my squad. Yeah. I mean, I flip through that 99 Redskins yearbook like once a month still. Just like reliving those memories. All right, well, appreciate the reminiscing.
Great insight, buddy.
Yeah, the combine info. Good stuff.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Good talking to you. Hopefully, we do it again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Scott.
Good catching up. There's Scott Turner, former coach here in D.C. with the Commanders on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, I want to get into the quarterback market, the veterans that'll be available. There's a lot of names to chew through. We'll do that next. quarterback class in free agency this year is not great, but there are a bunch of veterans that could be on the move. Among them, Malik Willis, the backup in Green Bay, who's played well when he's gotten an opportunity. Supposedly, he's going to be the belle of the ball and get about $30 million. But here are some of the other veteran quarterbacks that could be available this offseason. Kyler Murray has not talked to the Cardinals since the beginning of the offseason.
I can't imagine that, by the way. Like, the phones work both ways. I don't get what's gained from that.
Well, the Cardinals said that they have talked to him. He said that they have not. So somebody's not telling the truth.
Gotcha.
But it sounds like maybe they haven't. I don't know. So Kyler Murray, you would imagine, will be available. Malik Willis is very much going to be on the trade block. Kirk Cousins is going to be cut by the Falcons, so you could bring him in. Maybe at Minnesota, as an example, would want him to push J.J. McCarthy and compete. Spencer Rattler's name has been bounced around because he's had okay
moments, yeah.
At the beginning of this season, I did not think he was bad. Now, Tyler Shuck went in there with Kellen Moore and was better, but Rattler was fine. It wasn't awful.
Not a disaster.
Derek Carr wants out of retirement. You'd have to trade for him. Mac Jones, the backup in San Francisco, had pretty good tape this year when he replaced Brock Purdy in a good offense with good weapons. He improved himself with Kyle Shanahan. Tanner McKee's an interesting name. We saw him start at the end of this season and play against Washington, and it wasn't overly impressive. But he has had a couple of games at the end of years in Philadelphia where he's actually played at a very high level. He's one of these guys that's kind of famous because he hasn't played yet, and people think he might be something. But that's a name to look out for as well. Any other names you'd throw out there? Tua is on the trade market and may get cut and then be signable. So I would throw that out there as well.
Marcus Mariota?
Well, I mean, yeah, if you wanted to go down the board even further with like some of the backup guys that hit the market. I'm just thinking of starters or guys who have not had a chance yet.
Well, that's the reason I bring up Mariota is because he wasn't supposed to be a starter, but played a pretty big sample this past year, and maybe someone's going, this draft class stinks. I don't want to pay, I'm making this up, $30 million for $12 million production. I'll pay 12 for 12. Right, and have a bridge because this is not a good quarterback class. Maybe he is my starter because he rehabilitated his image certainly after walking out in Atlanta.
So if we're doing that, then Jacoby Brissett is intriguing as well, kind of that same ilk, right? I love me some Jacoby Brissett. Gardner Minshew is one of those guys that could always be in that conversation in terms of decent backup. But while it's not a great class of available options at quarterback, there are a lot more guys that have played and have had some good seasons and some success than is normally the case when you're talking about names like Carr, Tua, Cousins, Kyler Murray, those types of guys.
Right. I mean, this is one of those. It makes me so grateful that we're not in this position anymore, where it's like, okay, Carson Wentz, come on down. Okay, Case Keenum, come on down. Sam Ehlinger, come on down. We're just not in that spot. You have a franchise guy. How well it works this year is going to be fun to find out. I'm hopeful, like everybody else is. I think they got a super talent, but just to not have to be in this marketplace where you're not in a good enough spot to get one, you're not terrible enough, and it's also a terrible class when you are picking at the top of the board. You have no bullets to go get one. You have nothing in the chamber, and you're sort of doing this lily pad to lily pad on a bridge to nowhere. But that's what's exciting, is to not be there. But yeah, if you're in the market for a long-term starter, I don't know where you get one this year. I mean, the Daniel Jones situation is kind of 1 in a million. I don't see that happening for somebody where they take a chance on a guy that has already bottomed out and then he blossoms for you.
That's why Malik Willis is going to get to $30 million.
And that's my point.
But you're right that the Darnold thing is going, just seeing quarterbacks in the mid-market get a chance and thrive, it does make teams more interested in just let's make sure that whether it's Willis or Rattler or someone like Tanner McKee, let's make sure these guys can't play a little bit. Here's the predictions that ESPN made on who's going to start at various places. Kyler Murray is the name linked to Cleveland by ESPN.com in the piece that Seth Walder, the analytics guy, did. Miami Dolphins, Malik Willis. Reason for that seems like everyone's got this one. Jeff Hafley was the DC in Green Bay. Mm-hmm. General manager John Eric Sullivan also came from the Packers in the front office. That's where Malik Willis has been.
Makes sense, right?
So maybe he follows them there. He's got Kirk Cousins going back to Minnesota.
I think so too.
I know Cousins would be interested in that. I mean, it's something that in the past, over the last couple of years, he went to Atlanta and then right away, you're watching Minnesota's offense from afar and you're going, I might miss Kevin O'Connell a little bit, getting to do some of those things.
Yeah, I mean, the beautiful music together there for a couple of years with KOC and Cousins. And again, this is point guard stuff. Get the ball to Justin Jefferson, get the ball to Addison, and get out of the way.
They were missing him last year,
people
too.
can do that.
Spencer Rattler to the Jets. That makes sense because the Jets can't do that well, I don't think. Most guys, like, if I'm Kirk Cousins or if I'm Derek Carr, I'm not coming out of retirement if I'm Carr. I'd rather retire if I'm Cousins. I'm banged up and almost 40. I mean, he's not, but he's 37, whatever it is. I don't want to go play for the Jets and get my teeth kicked in for a 4-win team. But if you're Spencer Rattler, you're not looking that gift horse in the mouth. You're not going to get many starting chances. So why not? I like that fit.
Yeah, take your, I'm making this up, $15 million payday to be the get beat up a lot starter for a team that's going nowhere.
Or Mac Jones is another one that could go to the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the Colts as Gardner Minshew while they wait on Daniel Jones to come back.
I could see that.
It feels right. Or maybe
He's
like
done that before.
Jacoby Brissett's been there, I'm sure, as well liked. Someone who's a placeholder to get to Jones whenever he's available.
Right.
I'm excited for the QB market, though. I think there's going to be some wheeling and dealing and some trades for guys like Mac Jones.
Well, especially, I mean, again, if you're in that right kind of offense, Mac Jones can play in it. Like, to me, I wouldn't go too far from the Shanahan nest, where he's such a great fit. But look at Kansas City, for example. Remember, Mahomes is going to be out for a while. That's an intriguing one. You need the quintessential part-time quarterback there for a while to kind of hold the fort down.
The right offense that makes Mac Jones look good is probably one of the great coordinators in the league with Christian McCaffrey at running back and one of the best left tackles in the league.
Yeah, one of the great play designers and callers of all time. I think that's where you go.
Just buoy him.
Don't go too far from there.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. I've got a food item at a ballpark. I'm not really sure who it's for, but color me interested.
Okay.
What do you got?
I got a homework assignment you're not going to believe.
Next. double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
It's time for the double play.
With Danny, I'm Grant. You are locked into the Fan. This was sent to me on DM by a listener who must know me pretty well.
Okay.
Old Instagram messages. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. This is from Dropped Third Strike, an account. So the New York Mets are introducing a new food item at their ballpark. Breaking, the New York Mets are set to introduce the Dog Bowl. Doesn't sound that appetizing.
So far, it didn't grab
For
me.
$19.99.
Okay.
Fans can get 15 hot dogs stuffed into a Mets helmet. It asks, could you finish this? But I guess you get some version of a Mets helmet or bowl.
So for $20, you get 20 dogs?
And a helmet? Now that, I'm going to assume the helmet's not like a real helmet. It's like flimsy.
Yeah, that's a little
plastic.
schmelmet thing, yeah.
But if this is real, and this isn't fake news, 15 hot dogs in a helmet for $20. So
That's incredible.
The deal's amazing. But who is this for exactly? Because 15 hot dogs is an unreasonable, unwieldy, ridiculous amount. Like, it's a great thing if you go to a vending machine, you try to get one soda and you get two.
Yep.
But if you get 6, now what am I supposed to do? I'm holding them, they're falling, it's very weird. 15 hot dogs is too many hot dogs. And most people are not going to a game with a dozen people or even a family. If I took my family of 6, we might want 4 hot dogs. 5 hot. Not everybody's eating one.
Yeah. Someone says they want one, then doesn't eat it, then someone drops one.
Are you doing this like Catholic church style where you're just passing the basket to the left? Like I take my hot dog out, I pass the helmet to the left, and all the way down the row for these strangers, I'm just feeding them hot dogs? I don't know. It seems like a better headline than item. Does that make sense?
Yeah. In practicality, imagine, let's say it's a group of you're taking the little league team. Then it's awesome. Everyone come grab one.
How many times have you done that?
Twice.
Where there's 20 people and 14 kids there.
Yeah.
I just think that's so rare. Am I overthinking it? If there's 4 dudes, like me, Darius, Ryan, and Toby go out pounding beers one night and go to a game.
Yeah, they're responding to the 999 challenge, I guess, maybe. Something like that, right?
Could we put away a dozen hot dogs and now it's worth it? We just, like you're grabbing chips out of a bowl, you just grab another hot dog and you keep going?
I think so. I mean, again, I've after a certain number, it's not. There's a difference between challenging myself to do it and enjoying doing it. Does that make sense? Over the course of 9 innings, I don't think I want 9 hot dogs. I'll feel too gross about myself, etc.
You could do it. I guarantee
but
it.
that's my point. Now, I couldn't do the 9 beers, obviously, but I could do 9 hot dogs.
1,000%.
I think I could do 15 hot dogs if we're being honest about it. Again, I don't think I'd want to. I don't think that would be good for old Fanny Mouillet, but it's something that I think I could do.
I don't know anyone who can eat as much as you.
Yeah.
15 feels aggressive over 9 innings.
It's a lot.
You think you could do 15?
I think I could if push came to shove. But again, what are we doing that for?
What's your level of interest in a show bit this year where we try to get you to eat 15 hot dogs in a game?
Well, again, that's like a second mortgage.
No.
You go over there.
We can get them. I got people over
You got a
there.
guy?
Yeah, I could get 15 hot dogs and we just see. Remember, it's no longer a 3.5-hour game. We're moving quickly with the pitch clock.
That's true.
If there's no challenges that day, the right umpire's behind the plate. This might be a 2-hour and 19-minute day game on a getaway day. Can Danny Rouillet put away 15 hot dogs?
I think I could in like you have to do it, otherwise the world ends kind of a situation. I think I could.
That is so many hot
It's a
dogs.
lot. I'm not saying it's not. I mean,
You
again,
guys think he could do that?
I'd be uncomfortable, and it would be disgusting. But I think I could do that.
I think Danny could pummel 15 hot dogs.
There's no way I could eat 15 hot dogs.
Well, okay, if it's 15 hot dogs from Nationals Park, because those are pretty big dogs. But if you're just talking about a normal hot dog from a grocery store that you get from the
Is Nats Park known for having a big dog?
They've got pretty big hot dogs, man.
Seriously, or is it more length or girth or?
I think both.
We're not talking about a half smoke situation.
Yeah. Okay.
We're talking about the regular hot dog. That's a little bit bigger than
So
the bun.
the width would be the issue for Danny.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that would be it. But I think Danny could do that still. And he's downplaying it too because he doesn't want to do it. I think.
Well, but would you do that at all? Is this off the table? I think this could be a fun thing.
I think I could do. Yeah, we could do that. We could try that. We could give it a shot.
I think we should. There's going to be a day this year, just so everyone knows where we're going to do this. This will be a blast. I'll make sure we don't pay for a penny of the hot dogs, or I'll buy them all, whatever needs to happen.
that's so much.
I will as well.
I mean, it's worth it to me.
Okay.
So worth it to me.
To see me uncomfortable and gross?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And to just see if you could do it. But I reiterate, I have never seen anyone who can eat like Danny in my life. Do you remember that guy, Adam Richmond, I think was his name?
Absolutely, Man versus Food, a hero of mine.
Man versus Food.
Yeah.
I don't know that he can eat as much as you.
No, he can't.
That should have been your show.
No, he can't.
And that was at a time where you were doing these weird pilots and trying to do any kind of quirky, fun things on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking
That
about.
should have been your show.
Thank you for saying
You would have been funnier than him, and I think you could beat Food more than him.
First of all, thank you for recognizing that in me. That means more than you know. I did try out for one. I auditioned for one that was like it. Never got off the ground. The pilot did, or they never even made the pilot, as far as I know. But I tried out for something similar.
That one was called Dude versus Grub.
Yeah, that's totally innovative.
It didn't happen. Darius, I am begrudgingly saying he wouldn't be able to do it.
I think we underestimate how filling hot dogs are. I just don't think you could do it.
Well, that's why the guys that do it in the contest dip the bread in water.
But you're not going to do anything gross like that.
No, I wouldn't do that. That's not fun.
Would you put condiments on it?
Gotta have a little mustard.
Tiny bit of mustard.
Yeah, gotta have mustard.
I think like you'd pummel 7 to 10 easily.
Yep.
It's right around 10 to 12
Right.
or whatever. Now you're just feeling awful. Your stomach's hurting. And do you really want to push through? In these situations, I think you've really got to want it. And you would just be like, guys, I don't care anymore. I'm out.
That's kind of my point here.
Yeah.
Is again, if it's like fate of the world, we none of us have it tomorrow. Could I do it? I think
But
the
for
answer
the
is
show
yes.
bit to see if you could do it or not, I think you would just cave. And the first sign of discomfort, you would just say, I'm done.
I think so too.
So
I
then
think so
the
too.
answer is definitely no, because you're going to be immensely uncomfortable.
Yeah. I see where you're going with that. Like again, how do we do it for the stakes of it? I know what you're saying.
Your pride's on the line. Do you
Yeah.
care about that at all?
Not
Your
much.
reputation?
No. I
Okay.
mean, you couldn't eat 15 hot dogs, you loser? I don't know.
I can't make you care.
I know.
If Danny doesn't eat 15 hot dogs, he has to get a dog.
Or a cat.
Again, I think the stakes are too high. I don't know if I can commit to that.
Sponsor would be nice. We could possibly get, sponsor it, and that way you've got to pay off. Like if Condori and Murad's Grant and Danny's Danny Dog Challenge, and it's like for dog charity. For every hot dog you eat, people are donating to a dog charity.
Now we've got something.
I think this.
Now we've got something.
You know what? This will get shot down and won't happen, just like all of our other great ideas.
Yeah.
But let's make sure.
Well, you
Darius,
remember the go-kart and cookie race we
I
did.
do. Write this down. Let's talk to CK about it. It's going to be a Nats day game sometime this year. The Grant and Danny Dog Challenge. We raise money for dogs because Danny is a dog guy, and he eats 15 hot dogs during a game.
And for every one I eat, there's you're pledging or something like that?
My prediction is somehow a lawyer's going to say no because he could die and it's fun, and so you can't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But maybe. Let's keep the dream alive.
We can do it in London.
The Beltway Blitz is...
Thank you.
You guys can't fly. What if something happens? You
Then
can't
what?
Go somewhere.
Then what?
There the audience.
There the audience is, yeah.
We knew they were coming. Thank you, audience. Remember when TV shows had audiences
Yes,
like that?
the best.
I saw a clip online yesterday of it was Urkel. What is that show? Family Matters.
Family Matters.
And Urkel's dad.
Urkel's dad? No, you're talking about Carl Winslow.
Carl Winslow.
Yeah, not his dad.
Right. But you know who I'm talking
of
about.
course I
Carl
do.
Winslow.
The Winslows.
So he's like talking, and then the guy from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Uncle Phil, walks in as somebody's parent. And they just did it as a gimmick to pop him. And Carl Winslow keels over laughing, and the live audience is losing it, and he stops the taping, and he's like, "Ladies and gentlemen," whatever the guy's name is.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is so cool to be at a live taping. That's how it used to be. I'm sure there are still shows like that.
Just
but
times are different too. Like every time Al Bundy walked into the set, the woo, the people, and it's like, why were we doing that? Why did we do it at that point?
Let's give away tickets to see the DC Defenders next on The Fan. Thanks to KB for an excellent graphic he's already drawn up of the Danny's Dog Day Challenge. I have forwarded it on to the powers that be. Welcome back to The Fan. It is time to give away tickets to the DC Defenders. Audi Field, they're kicking off a new season next month. Congrats, you're going to win a 3-game flex pack to the DC Defenders, who are back. The defending champs' first home game is just 6 weeks away, Saturday, April 11th at noon. For more information, go to the UFLDefenders.com. They're opening the season with multiple road games before coming home for the big start to the home slate.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We're going to be talking about the Nats and the Commanders on deck and in the hole here in the Beltway Blitz, but we start you off on the ice.
The Washington Capitals.
Happy the Caps are finally back on the ice for a game day, everybody. Katie Florio joins us from the Capitals Radio Network. Katie, it is a mad dash, 23 to go for the Caps. Set the table for us as they get it all started tonight at home with the Flyers.
Yeah, so thanks, guys. It's good to be back on. I'm actually on Constitution en route to the arena right now, but I think the break came at a good time for this team. I think the biggest storyline going into these final 23 games are that the Capitals are as healthy as they have been all season. Of course, the big headline, Pierre-Luc Dubois coming back earlier than expected. We were originally told it would be right after the break, maybe today or Friday being his debut, but obviously it was great news that he was able to play in that final game leading up to this Olympic break. And so obviously the Capitals have, had to do line changes and switches and different combinations all year long to just make up for all the injuries that they have had. But I think right now, knock on wood, it's the healthiest team that we have had. Everybody knows what's at stake. And so I think we'll see the same urgency out of this team that we really start to saw right in those final games before the break.
Katie, how's Tom Wilson feeling coming back from Canada international travel, the grind of the Olympics? I think you understood maybe he was under the weather a little bit. What's the status there?
Yeah, he was the only one out of the 3 Capitals Olympians that we did not see on the ice. Of course, Martin Farivari was back on yesterday. I believe he got home a day earlier than, of course, Tom and Logan, who were obviously in the gold medal game. But Tom was not around. He didn't morning skate today either, so there was no availability from him. No one saw him or spoke to him media-wise. But, I mean, with Carberry saying it was a game-time decision, you got to think it's nothing too serious, and we'll obviously find out here in warm-ups in a few hours. And Logan Thompson, I think everyone was kind of expecting maybe Charlie to start tonight, ease Logan back into it, but Carberry also saying earlier today that, nope, Logan was ready. He's ready to go. Of course, wasn't overly tested, getting just one game there overseas in Italy. But, yeah, so that's kind of where all the Olympians stand right now, and you hope that it's nothing too serious with Tom, which I don't think it sounds like it is.
Katie, newsworthy that Connor McMichael has been taken off IR. Roster spot was needed, which meant Sonny Milano was placed on waivers today about 2 hours ago. So give us thoughts on both of those two things. I would say, with McMichael and with Protas, who broke out and were so good last year, neither are on a pace to do what they did last season. Part of maybe the regression of the roster, but what do you make of McMichael back and the fact that Milano could be on his way out?
Yes, I think that's another one. I know I harped on Pierre-Luc Dubois in your first question so much about a healthy roster, but that's another guy. It's critical to have McMichael back. And yes, I know there's been lots of outside noise that Protas and McMichael aren't having the years they had. Well, it's hard for over 10 guys had career years last year. And so I think to just face the fact, not every single guy is going to be able to match or break that record from last year as well, but they're still contributing to the team. Again, they're guys, Mikey's one we've seen on wing, we've seen on center, just with all the changes and combinations. And so I think it's kind of like a puzzle piece. And you have the biggest one, Dubois, back in place, and then that sort of sets the tone for the rest of them to be comfortable. So Protas, great, McMichael, great, Dubois, great. And like I said, I just think right now there's no excuses because you have everyone healthy, and of course the team isn't making excuses, but now's the time for them to shine.
What's the most important thing here as this sprint to the finish commences tonight? Last 23 games for the Caps to accumulate enough points to get into the postseason. What are the things that have to happen?
I think consistency. I think that's the one thing that's been lacking this year. Right before the break, it was almost a 2-month span where the Capitals had won back-to-back games. Prior to the break, it was December 3rd in California. And so they've been playing a little over 500 hockey. I mean, you're going to have to be playing, 630, 640 if you want any chance at the playoffs this year. And so, you don't have to go out and brace for a win every single night, but you just have to be consistent. We can't see this win one, lose one, win one, lose two that we've kind of seen throughout the course of the season up to this point. And again, the team, that's nothing that the team doesn't know, but now it's on them to go out and show that consistency can last from now until mid-April.
Katie, last one for me, and we can pivot on this, but what did you make of the United States of America's gold medal performance against Canada and what that meant for the sport?
Oh, it was so incredible. I mean, first and foremost, covering this team, I will say that individually, I wanted Tom and I wanted Logan and I wanted Marty on Slovakia to do so well individually, but not only do I work in this sport, I'm a fan of this game. My dad played pro hockey. He wore a USA jersey in the 1985 World Juniors, and so it's one of those things where you just kind of feel everyone come together, and I think not only for it to be U.S.-Canada, but for it to be the game that we saw, just everything that happened. Of course, it goes to overtime. Both goalies outstanding, but obviously Connor Hellebuck. I mean, I don't know the last time we saw a performance like that. And so, when it's all said and done, I'm definitely a proud American and happy and proud that the United States came out on top, just with all the family ties as well. But all in all, Canada doesn't have anything to hang their heads on. It was just such a great display of hockey, and I've already seen videos on TikTok and things like that of little youth kids, 6- and 7-year-olds, who were on the ice for youth games on a Sunday morning, and they all dropped their sticks and started celebrating when they heard that the U.S. won. But again, whether you're in Canada, U.S., wherever it might be, I mean, that was just, you could not have scripted a better game with two teams, and so it's just such a exciting thing for the sport of hockey.
Katie, thank you as always. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, guys.
Let's talk to our friend Mark Zuckerman about the Nationals, please.
The Washington Nationals.
And Mark Zuckerman joins us. We're talking about the undefeated spring training Washington Nationals, Mark. Put some respect on their name.
Leading the Grapefruit League, guys. I don't know if they give out a trophy for winning the Grapefruit League, but they are firmly in contention right now after, 4 games.
I know that the record means nothing and performances don't mean that much either. Is it non-zero in any way that they're competing or winning? Are you giving it 1 out of 100 or is it 0 out of 100?
It's not 0. I'll give it, how about a 10? I'll give a little bit of credence, and it has less to do with the result of the game and more about some individual performances or maybe some common themes we're seeing. The pitching has been really good so far. Now, a lot of teams aren't playing all their top guys, so I don't want to read too much into it. But Cade Cavalli was outstanding last night. Jake Irvin was solid when he pitched. A bunch of the relievers who are competing for spots so far have been really good. Throwing strikes, pretty efficient. And their hitters, while they're not hitting a ton, they are drawing a lot of walks. Now, maybe it's a reflection of some pitchers they're facing that aren't that good, but they're showing the patience enough, at least. Last night they scored 5 runs in the 8th inning, and there were 3 bases loaded walks in the course of the inning. So they could have gotten jumpy. They didn't. They hung in there, and those are small, little encouraging signs that might mean something in the bigger picture.
So one of the things I was really interested in, Mark, when gameplay started was would they be throwing a lot more off-speed stuff? If you look at Boston, where Taboni came from with Breslow on down, it's a lot of breaking balls, right? And this is an analytical thing, but basically it used to be the fastball low and away is the best pitch, and now it's no, what's your best pitch? That's your best pitch. And so a guy like Jake Irvin, I was hoping the velocity would be back where, higher than it was last year. It really wasn't in his start, but he threw way more breaking balls and a much higher percentage of non-fastballs anyway, which makes the fastball matter a little less. Is that the way forward here? Do we expect to see them one of these organizations now that does throw breaking stuff at a much higher rate?
I am really curious to see that, Grant, as this starts to play out more and we're seeing guys for more than an inning or 2 at a time. Cade Cavalli last night, he's throwing fastballs, but he's pumping 97, so that's all right. He can do that. If you're Jake Irvin and he was only averaging 90, 91 on the fastball, maybe it does make sense that they identify, hey, this guy has a good curveball. It's probably his best pitch. Let's see more of that. When Josiah Gray makes his first start, he just threw, I think, a bullpen or a live batting practice session today. So maybe within the next 5 days, we'll see him face hitters in a real game. I want to see with him because we know the fastball, not necessarily his best pitch. So my sense so far is that they're definitely amenable to that kind of thing, but I think it's on a case-by-case basis. If you've got a good live fastball, throw it. If you're not a guy who that's your primary weapon, let's see how else you can get hitters out. And the breaking ball, if you've got a good one, you'd certainly see that across the game. A lot of guys are relying on that.
Mark, the Brady House is going for the Michael A. Taylor Spring Training Award here with a couple homers from the other night. But shtick aside, this is an important piece. They need some wins like this. And I think we've kind of forgotten about him. We sort of look to some, whether it's Dalen Lyle or Hassel was on deck and kind of the excitement of some of the young guys and what James Wood's going to do. This is somebody still with prodigious power that might be a middle of the order bat playing a pretty important defensive position at third base. Give me a prognosis for House's season.
Yeah, it's a really important year. And it's funny, like we talk a lot about all these other prospects. He didn't get a lot of attention this winter, even this spring. I just wrote about him this morning. They don't have anybody else really competing with him. They've got some backups. Jose Tena at third, maybe Nasim Nunez or Trey Lipscomb. So, I mean, it's House's job. What he's got to do is lay off all those pitches out of the zone. He had one of the highest chase rates in baseball last year, and that's where he got in trouble. I think it was something like 8 walks and 78 strikeouts. That doesn't work long-term in the big leagues, but he knows it. He's working on it. They're working on that with him. To hit a couple homers the other day, one of them off Sandy Alcantara, the Marlins ace. So, you do pay attention to who guys are facing in spring training. That, to me, was a good sign to hit one off of him. I think it's a really important year for him, and he's got the rope. They're going to let him sink or swim at third base. Defensively, he's been very good. Eventually, they're going to have to decide, is he the answer or not? If he can just lay off those breaking balls out of the zone a little bit, when he does make contact in the zone, it's been pretty good. If he can do that, he can be a big part of their future still.
What are we seeing from Dylan Cruz? He is so pivotal to get him to hit a little bit here.
Yeah, he's probably number one on my list, guys, of like how he goes is going to tell us a lot about where this team is going. Because if he does turn into the player that everybody has always believed he's supposed to be, you combine that with James Wood and everybody else, and you've really got something. He is determined. I mean, he works hard. He cares deeply. He was not satisfied at all with the way last year went. Now, he missed almost half the year because of the injury, so it's you want to not read too much into his total numbers because he wasn't at 100%. He wants to be that guy. He wants to play everything well, play the outfield well, run the bases well, obviously hit well, and he wants to be the leader in the clubhouse as well. But he knows, and he'll be the first to admit it, you can't be the leader of the team until you've already proven that you can, number one, be healthy, and number two, be a productive big leaguer. So those are the first steps for him. If that happens, I think he's naturally going to be a leader on that team. They would love for that to happen this year.
I do something that everybody else should do who cares about the Nationals. I go to natsjournal.com literally every single day. Mark, you are prodigious over there. Excellent job, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There he goes. Talk about the Local 53, please.
The Washington Commanders.
So pull back the curtain a little bit. Sometimes people are busy. People in Indianapolis, press conferences are happening. Sometimes beat reporters can't necessarily make it. We're thinking, do we do a general NFL guy, etc. Darius, end of his rope. Cannot find anybody. Lo and behold, holding a megaphone, screaming at a group of children who are walking with the rope around them because they're going back and forth from daycare about the transition tag out in the alleyway. Our friend Chris Russell from The Deuce. What's up, buddy?
I was right about the transition tag so many years ago. I still am right. I'll always be right, and I am not afraid to share that opinion, even with the little rugrats that run around in the Navy.
They're just minding their business.
Yeah.
Rini, did you go to Madrid?
I did, yes.
You were international travel Rini.
Yeah.
Are you going to go to London?
I'm planning on it, yes.
Let's go. Now, did you do your show from Madrid?
No.
Or did you just take vacation?
I took vacation.
You took a break?
I worked one day, man. The day of the game. That was it. And that was on my own.
So you do sports talk radio covering the Commanders mostly. Yeah. And you took a break in season for several days to go watch the Commanders.
Yeah.
All right.
And to actually have fun for once in my life.
As well you should. So next stop, London. What do you think? The boys are back on the road.
Fish and chips. I hear you're going. I hear Tobias is going.
Well, I don't know who you've talked to. My wife would like to go. That's as far as we've got.
Well, I did I did see your wife's brother in a nice little villagey food hallish type place in Madrid in the rain on the Friday night before the game. That was an excellent experience. We had a good time. We said hello and all of that stuff. Yeah, it was great. I'm not a big fan of these international games. I hate them, actually.
You certainly sound like it, having gone to Madrid, getting ready to go to London.
But only because I combined it into a vacation.
That's the whole point.
I know, but not everybody can do that. Not everybody can take school off or
big spender
get
like
radio
Slashy.
shows. Sure, absolutely.
I mean, when your podcast is that successful.
I mean, listen, you guys get to go everywhere.
Whoa.
So, like from time to time, they can let the rooster out of the cage.
We've been to Philadelphia and Minnesota. I would settle down.
Kansas City.
That's true.
I mean, that's pretty good. I heard you guys. Nice. I heard you guys were sitting behind Miss Regina the other day.
We had great seats.
I heard that.
It was very nice.
It's very tough being Grant and Danny.
We're very grateful.
Yeah.
You bringing Zach Ertz back?
Let Zach, who is it? Kyle Brostowitz know that I said hello in Florida next week.
Kyle Brostowitz, the Nats PR guy?
Yeah.
Because he's doing a bit because we're going to spring training too.
Why didn't he name a player that
I don't know. Because I can't think of a player. They don't have any good ones.
He named a PR guy none of our listeners have ever heard of.
We like Kyle a lot, but
he's a good guy.
They don't have any good players.
The joke would have been, say hi to James Wood for me. That would have been.
Right, that would have been appropriate.
I couldn't think of.
There's a lot of guys on that 40 man.
We'll say hi for you.
All right,
they literally have a 40-man roster. You could have picked any of those.
Let's see, how many Nats can you name? Let's do that game. Actually,
just listen to Mark Zuckerman, Cave Cavalli,
music ready.
Josiah Gray, James Wood, C.J. Abrams, Brady House. Who's the catcher? The catcher that stinks. Gabriel Ruiz, Riley Adams, Trevor Williams still around?
Kind of.
Yeah,
he's technically on the roster.
Miles Michaelis.
You're doing very well, actually.
Yeah.
You're missing an outfielder.
The bullpen gets a little tougher.
Yeah,
Dylan Cruz, obviously.
Name a Nats reliever.
Ooh. That might be tough. That's going to be tough.
I can only pull a couple off top of my
head. I know they
not
got
even
a bunch of Tom, Dick, and Harrys out there. I mean, I don't know anything about the bullpen. Tom, Dick, and Harry is probably way beyond your.
All right, let's play Nats reliever or race car driver. Okay? Gus Varland.
Ooh. Nats reliever.
You're correct.
He's right about that one.
What's his name?
Gus Varland.
Oh, I know. Dickie Lovelady's here.
Dickie Lovelady
I
is
saw
here.
him pitch the other day when I was at lunch with Tyler.
Carson Hosever.
That's a NASCAR driver.
You're correct.
Yeah.
That is a NASCAR driver.
Griff McGarry.
That's a Nationals outstanding reliever.
Boom goes the dynamite.
I mean, would Danny have been able to pull a NASCAR
Well, I looked
driver?
up NASCAR just now.
I'll give you one more. Let's go Josh Berry.
Gonna say Nats reliever?
Got him. That's a NASCAR
There's
driver.
one.
What's his name?
Josh Berry.
Oh,
It's a deep cut NASCAR
man,
guy.
I watched the Daytona 500. I didn't see no Josh Berry.
You got Dickie Lovelady. That's all that matters. Are you bringing Zach Ertz back?
No. I'm willing to have that discussion in mid-August. Not willing to have it today. But, I mean, so to say there is no plan for me to have him back anytime soon or at all, I'll see if I don't get the guy in free agency or in the draft that I would like, and the second tier of free agency, I guess, would be after the draft, then I might be willing to consider it. I am not signing him now. And I think you guys discussed a bunch of this yesterday, so I don't want to take
So you're
away
not
any
that
more
interested?
time. I mean, I'm partially interested in mid-August is how I would say. I don't know if that answers the question. Partially interested. I understand he would take away reps, opportunities, what have you, but I don't know if those guys are any good.
There's one way to find out.
Well,
let him play football.
Sure.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
Would you make Laramie Tunsil the highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL? If he needs top of the market tackle money to re-sign this offseason, would you do that, or would you fight back if you're Adam Peters and try not to? Grant and Danny on the Fan. That's Laramie Tunsil's got 1 year left on his contract, but it is time to extend it. Should he choose to, he could hold out Terry McLaurin style, not come to training camp, and that is likely what he's going to do. He said as much in a report. Remember the Washington Post? There was like a newspaper in town that had a sports section, and then they had a bunch of writers who covered various teams in the sports landscape.
It's not ringing a bell.
It's an old thing in
Local?
DC. It would have been local, but they did national stuff as well. They had a gigantic staff.
Okay.
Anyway, there was this story in this old publication that one of the guys who covered, they covered the sports teams. And so he covered the Commanders, and he had talked to Laramie Tunsil with his access from covering the team.
Like a credentialed reporter?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
Okay, make believe.
But Tunsil had said at one point this season to the Post that he planned on, if he needed to, like he wanted to get paid, hopefully it was here, but doing what he had to do to get his next contract, essentially. I took that as he may hold out. Where are we on paying him all of the money? Everybody wants to get a contract done with Laramie Tunsil, it sounds like. But I want to open up the phone and talk to listeners on this. It's probably going to take top of the market cash. If you need to make him the highest paid tackle in the league, are you ready to do that? Right now, this moment is AAV's $25 million. Only Christian Darrisaw, Charles Cross, Trent Williams, and Rashawn Slater make more than that. The highest paid tackle in the league, based on the extension he got last year before he got hurt, Rashawn Slater, makes $28.5 million per year. So if Laramie Tunsil wants $29 million per year on a 4-year deal, let's say, for $116 million, and he wants the first $58 million plus some into the third year, so let's say $65 million guaranteed, are you willing to do that? Because everyone says Adam Peters can't do what he did with McLaurin. Let's not play hardball. So that means making Tunsil the highest paid tackle in the sport. Right now, this moment, I'm willing to sit here and say, yes, do it, no problem, $29 million per year. But I wonder if everybody is.
Yeah, sorry, it's boring, but yes, sprint immediately. If you have one, you don't let him go. There it is. There's no one in the free agent market. You can never acquire one. This shouldn't have happened. They should not have been able to trade for a guy that could still play at this high of a level. He will be superseded in short order. When, in a year when Bernard Raymond is up for deal, he'll go past him. When Rashawn Slater comes up in a couple of years to renegotiate, Tristan Wirfs, he'll be superseded 1,000 times over. We learned this lesson from quarterback. With all due respect to Kirk Cousins, who I like a lot, this is different. Cousins was good. This is a great, right? You're paying for a top of the market at a premium position. You just do that. This is a no-brainer. This isn't like, man, it's middle linebacker. It's a little bit too expensive for our blood. We can get by. Or a strong safety, and in the box safety that's downhill. We can get away with Will Harris. This is not a get away with it position. This is if you have one, he does not leave your building until you decide.
If that's the case, and I think it is, I mean, we're talking about an elite player. I mentioned this stat yesterday, but if you look at offensive tackle pass block pressure rate allowed since 2023, Laramie Tunsil is best in the NFL. The elite Tristan Wirfs, 3.5%. Tunsil, 3.4%, number one. Panay Sewell at right tackle, 3.7. Garrett Bowles, 3.8. Lane Johnson at right tackle, 4.1. By the way, most of these guys are right tackles. Tunsil, against the best pass rushers at left tackle, has the best number here, number one in the NFL. So I think this is a no-brainer as well. But if that's the case, there really should be very little negotiating and haggling here.
But I just wonder, there's a little, what's the word I'm looking for? A little fragment or a scrap or a splinter in my mind that goes, what if this is just what they do? Because remember, San Francisco, even when everyone was hunky-dory, even when everybody loves each other, everyone's talking great about each other, it still takes to the end of August. They just did that every time with stars.
I said this yesterday.
Yeah.
This was the point I made 24 hours ago
what
when
I'm
we were
worried about.
talking about Tunsil, is there isn't really a example of a 49er where they just said, we're not going to drag you over the coals and through the ringer here. Let's just get this deal done now because you've earned it. That's not how they operate. It doesn't mean it's what Peters is always going to do here, although we're 1-for-1 on that, it seems
so
like,
far
with Terry McLaurin. But it doesn't mean it's always got to be the case in the nation's capital. But it is how he cut his teeth and how he learned it. It's how they do it in San Francisco for sure. But we'll get to the phones. 800-636, line them up. 800-636-1067. Do you agree with us on this, that they just should pay him top of the market money, make him the highest paid left tackle in the league, and keep it moving? And if the answer is yes, then I don't know that there's any excuse for this thing dragging on. In other words, we're saying they should be willing. Now, I know that he has some injury history, so maybe you worry about how he ages or whatever. Maybe it's a length of contract thing. Tunsil represents himself. He might only want 2 years so that he gets to 33 years old and gets one more bite at the apple for another 2 or 3 year deal. And if that's true, I would give him a fully guaranteed to, probably. I would do
close to it,
like 2 years at almost $60 million with no problem. And I'd guarantee every penny of it, honestly, over 2 years. If he wants to do a shorter deal, they should be thrilled to do that. Now, the cap numbers are huge, which is why I'd rather have more years and spread it out. But if he wants to do 4 at 30 or 29 or whatever, cool. Where do I sign up? I'm ready. I've got a left tackle that I trust. I've got a quarterback I'm trying to help. I have won the lottery. Now it's time to catch the goods.
The way I review roster building, I love Terry McLaurin. I'm pro McLaurin. He's really good. He's been good. He's good here, and I hope he's good again. I hope last year wasn't the beginning of some sort of bad trend. But with McLaurin, there was a case against making him one of the top paid receivers in the NFL. There was. Because he's not wouldn't be the number one on 90% of the teams. And that's okay. It's not his fault that that's the case. But so when you start adding that up with receivers no track record after 30, the fact that he's not better than 10, 12, 13 guys, depends on your perspective, there's a case against having him be a top of the market guy.
I would go farther. I would say there's no reason to pay him like a top of the market guy.
There you go. I guess and I think a lot of people would agree with that. But to me, that's the baseline is, okay, there's a reasonable mind that could say, I don't know if I should pay him that much. I don't see that case against Laramie Tunsil. That's one at a premium spot. It's a no-brainer to me.
This one's going to be more telling.
Yeah.
This one is going to be way more revealing about Peters and the way he wants to operate. Terry was not his guy. He inherited him. He didn't draft him. He didn't sign him. He was drafted and re-signed by the previous groups. Laramie Tunsil is his guy that he acquired via trade. And you gave up so many picks for him, you knew when you did that you were going to re-sign him. So all arrows point toward eventually you're doing a deal here, and the guy earned his money. What are we waiting for? I got a tweet here. Somebody says, yes, Tunsil deserved to be the highest paid tackle in the NFL. Peters needs to get this done before OTAs or I will lose hope in Adam Peters. There is just no reason not to do this sooner rather than later. Like, it is inexcusable for this one to get to training camp. I would not have said that about McLaurin, although I hated how that was handled. But as you said, there's an argument for it getting where it did. They won the negotiation, and they didn't overpay him. In this case, I'm sorry. There's absolutely no argument against paying this guy top of the market money. Zero.
Because that's what it takes.
Why trade for him? Why give up all the picks they did? It was a huge collection of picks, by the way. I mean, they gave up the world for him, and then he kicked butt. He's been great.
Yep.
What else is there? We'll take the calls on this next. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
We've been having talks, and we've been having good and productive talks with Laramie and his team, and we're as motivated as ever to get that done. But I don't want to put a timeline on it. Obviously, I don't think either side wants to drag it on, but I don't think the league year is anything that's going to be a deadline of sorts.
Adam Peters at the Combine yesterday on a extension possibility looming for Laramie Tunsil. He is under contract. I didn't like that Peters mentioned that yesterday, by the way. He did say something to the effect of, well, he is under contract for one more year, so we've got him for this season. That kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Which is how they did it with Terry, too, whenever it would come up. He would say, we're motivated. We want to get a deal done. We're excited. But a lot of the times he would say, he is under contract for this season. This was when he was talking about McLaurin. This was at the beginning of training camp, I'm guessing. So we couldn't find anything from the Combine or anything from last year. But this was weeks and weeks before they signed McLaurin, really before the fight got really bad. This is how he was sounding when he talked about an extension for him.
First, I think, without a doubt, I think everybody in this building values Terry very much. And we knew that coming in, and we knew that even more after spending a year with him. In terms of where we're at, we've had conversations recently, and we'll look to have some more conversations, and we're going to do everything we can in order to get a deal done.
That's just not that different, right? Like,
I was like, where have I heard that before?
Which one is the time where it took several weeks? Which one is the time, hopefully, where it took a few more days? 800-636-1067. You want to hop in. So we're both team pay this guy as the number one left tackle in the NFL if that's what he wants.
Yeah, I'm a whatever it takes guy. Obviously, we're not resetting the market for quarterback money, but like a normal, reasonable top of the market contract, you're damn right. It's too important a position.
He says 3 years, $90 million.
Sure. Thanks.
Yeah, me too.
Here you go.
Jim, Silver Spring, what's up?
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I just have one kind of position that, and by the way, you say 3 years, that's more comforting to me than 4. And my kind of, I hate when people say that's no brainer. That's like saying I assume, because nothing should ever be a no brainer. You should always think it through. Let's just assume for the moment that this really is, forget all the injuries and stuff, because some people think this is a bottom third of the NFL roster, that this really is a 5, 6, 7 team win like they were 2 out of the last 3 years. And I realize you really only had Daniels one of those years. How many years do you want to extend out a 32, 33, 35-year-old offensive tackle at $30 million plus? And my point there is, like, for example, you take a great offensive tackle like Trent Williams. That's great for the 49ers, but at $36, $37 million, whatever he's making, you put that on the Jets, that's not a good investment in money. So I really think if you think Washington is merely, and there seems to be a lot of people in this town think they're only looking at a regroup and not a full-blown rebuild, then if it's just a regroup, then that's fine. You want to go 3 years, I'd have a problem with 4. If they're looking at a major rebuild, I do think you got to consider, allocating that kind of money for a guy whose best years are probably still behind him. He might have some great years left. He's a very good player, not disputing any of that. But I do think, you got to look at this in the context. And am I correct in what I've heard that, for example, they can get out of the McLaurin contract before they ever pay him $30 million a year? Is that true?
Yes. Terry's basically under contract for one more significant season. I think this could be his last year, and then there could be dead money thereafter. But to tackle a couple of the other things that you said there, you talk about it's not a great roster. I don't think that's necessarily incorrect, but this is not baseball or basketball where you're talking about rebuild versus reload. Everything in the NFL is a reload, in my opinion. There aren't really rebuilds when you have quality quarterback play, especially if you get top half the league quarterback production. There's no such thing as rebuilding. This is the worst of first league. Every single year teams do it.
Yep.
This is the team didn't make the playoffs last year and does this year. See Washington going from terrible 4-13 or whatever to 12-5 in the NFC Championship.
Patriots in the Super Bowl, Jaguars. The list is endless.
Every year there's teams like that, quite literally. So I don't view it like you're viewing it as if it's another sport where their roster isn't quote unquote good enough, and I don't see it that way. Especially if Daniels is who a lot of people think Daniels is. And by the way, that's all the more reason to pay this left tackle, because it seems like you have unearthed a quality franchise quarterback. The only way to further develop him, to help him in year one of the David Blau offense, to get him back to 2024 form, is to surround him with as much talent as possible. And specifically on the offensive front, where they're really good if they keep Tunsil, you've got a legitimate top 10-ish offensive line if you keep Tunsil. So you could say the roster's bad. Defensively, I agree with you. Some other positions on offense, I agree with you. The O-line is not. That is actually going to be a strength if you keep Laramie Tunsil, and it should be when you have a young quarterback.
Yeah, so for me, rebuild, reload, I understand the difference, and I know the distinction. That, to me, applies more to, am I going to pay top of the market for, let's say, Saquon Barkley as a free agent this year? Probably not. I don't mess around with left tackle, especially if I've got a young quarterback. That position's too hard to find one. There are organizations, there are teams that just simply can't get it, right? I mean, this is the only spot here in Washington where we've had pretty good fortune there, where you hand it off from one Hall of Fame caliber player, Chris Samuels, to Trent Williams, and we haven't gone that long without a bad left tackle, right? There are organizations that simply can't do it. They try and try and try and try and try. It's like they're White Wits or Eleanor. You got one, you don't let them leave. It's as simple as that to me. The rest of it we'll figure out in terms of timeline. Is it a regroup, rebuild? I understand the distinction. I know what you're trying to say, but left tackle to me is the exception. Same with quarterback.
Well, he also mentions years and age, and he says a 4-year deal would be, I'm putting words in his mouth, but like this bad thing you shouldn't do, this catastrophic thing. Why? First of all, the years on NFL contracts aren't real and don't matter. So it's basically just a way to spread out money. So if it's a 6-year deal, it doesn't mean a guy's staying there for 6 years. McLaurin gets a 3-year extension, is under contract for 4 more years, and it's basically a 1-year deal, essentially. If Laramie Tunsil gets a 2-year deal versus a 5-year deal, all that matters is the guaranteed money anyway. So I wouldn't get caught up over the years, because you could just, like, teams tack on void years, which are invisible fake years, just to spread money out as it is. But on top of that, he is not a wide receiver. He is not a guy that plays a position that ages poorly. If you think about like boxing, heavyweights in studies age better than the smaller, faster guys do, because power doesn't go as quickly as quickness in some of those things. That's why offensive lines like Trent Williams are led by guys that are dominant into their age 35, 36, 37 season. So I would have no problem with Laramie Tunsil being paid a bunch of money 3 or 4 years from now, because especially at his skill set as a pass protector on the left side with his length and size, I just think that's going to age pretty well. But going back to the reload versus rebuild thing where you say, it would mean you may not go get a Saquon Barkley or whatever, I don't even view it that way. The Patriots had no business reloading this offseason. They should have been rebuilding by the caller's definition. That's a bad team with a first-year head coach. You know what they did? They spent more money than anyone in free agency. They got edge, they got linebacker, they got DB and corner help, and they watched their quarterback flourish with their veteran washed-up wide receiver Stephon Diggs and a couple of their other additions on offense, helping elevate him. Should they have been rebuilding or reloading? They were a long, long, long ways off, having picked in the top 5 a couple times.
2 straight years
in a row. Washington, when Dan Quinn took over, should not have been reloading. They should have been rebuilding. And then they signed 30 free agents, most of them to 1-year deals. Whoopsie-daisy, you're in the NFC Championship game. Just a different sport. 800-636-1067. Want to get into more of your thoughts on Laramie Tunsil. Is there any argument to not locking him up if it takes $29.5, $30 million and making him the highest paid tackle in the league? Is there What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsors of this show would like to know. That's the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a consultation for free with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We'll take you up to 6:30, 90 minutes out. At 6 in 1 hour, John Walton stops by, voice of the Capitals. They are in action tonight. Capital One Arena against the Flyers, kicking off the stretch run of their season. Dan Quinn made the media rounds today at the Combine. Yesterday, he did the podium. Today, he did a bunch of interviews. Pretty accessible guy. He was on with Rich Eisen, the Rich Eisen Show, and he was asked about Jeremiah Love at pick number 7 and just the prospect in general. I want to play that clip for people in a few minutes because I thought his answer was actually really, really interesting. But let's finish up the calls on Laramie Tunsil, the left tackle, possibly in line to be the highest paid offensive tackle in the sport, which, by the way, he would be the highest paid tackle for like 6 seconds.
Right. We made this point years ago. With you guys remember all the conversations
but like
with
Trent
Cousins
Williams
and
is
stuff.
negotiating right now. There's 3 or 4 guys this offseason that could get paid.
He'd be replaced at the top like Bryce Harper was instantaneously, right?
Let's go to Juan in Fairfax. Would you pay him $29 or $30 million per year, highest at the position, if that's what it took?
Look, cut the small talk and just pay the man $29 million. Take it and just come on, so we can get this over with. That's what I'm saying. We can't be playing around, playing these games like we did last year with Terry McLaurin. Just go ahead and pay the man. Let it be what it is. Come on, he's going to be protecting Jaden Daniels. That's the main asset that we got to protect. Leave it at that. Cut the small talk. Get it done. Thank you. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you, buddy.
Beautiful.
Yeah, well said.
I mean, what is the point? The point is Jaden Daniels, right? Everything you do should be about Jaden Daniels, his betterment, his development, and getting the most out of him. The most direct way to help Jaden Daniels is to protect for him on the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Now, things have changed a little bit maybe since the movie The Blind Side came out with Alexandria, Virginia's own Sandra Bullock. But left tackle is still one of the premium positions in this sport. And you have one of the best in the league. The guy that's number 1 at allowing the lowest percentage of pressure since 2023 over the last 3 football seasons. What is to debate here?
Yeah.
Just pay this guy. It's over. He's great. You traded for him. You gave up all the picks. You did that, and you knew at that moment you'd eventually have to pay him. Now is that time. Pay him the damn money.
You got to go to the window right now. And if there's a way to bet on this, just bear with me. Do you bet knockdown, drag out, months-long thing, San Francisco style, or do you think this one is what you just said, where it's like, yeah, we all acknowledge this is a no-brainer, right? We traded for the guy. We went ahead and doubled down on Marshawn Lattimore when it looked like he couldn't play. We just did that again and had a bad season. This guy was awesome. We traded for him. This is a premium spot. It's so important to get this right. We got it right. Do we just get this one done and he's fine by OTAs, or do you think it's knockdown, drag out?
It is closer to the second one. I don't think it's knockdown, drag out. But we're already almost at a point where it's like, what's going on here? To me, this was during the season. This was 3 days after the season kind of stuff. I'm not upset, and I won't be upset as long as all this gets done by the league year. So the Marshawn Lattimore release is official before March 11th or whatever. The Laramie Tunsil extension, because it changes the money you have this offseason potentially. Like, that should get done in March. It's not going to. I think it's going to be much later, closer to or at the start of camp or whatever, because it seems just like that's how the timeline works for Peters. But it is not going to be a McLaurin thing. There's no reason for it to. A, Tunsil's better at his position than McLaurin is at his. B, Tunsil's at a position that ages better. C, Adam Peters did not choose McLaurin. He inherited him. Yep. He chose Tunsil. D, you gave up picks to get Tunsil, so it's all the more reason that you have to pay him. How many more letters do I need? I'll do one more. E. The McLaurin thing blew up in your face so badly and went, even though you want it, and they probably feel like they can bones behind the scenes and, give hand pounds and stuff that they saved money. It was such an optics nightmare that it makes it less likely for you to want to go through that again. You're going to do that for the second time in as many seasons with another one of your really good players when you barely have any really good players. That's the other last part I want to make here. The last point that I think has to be acknowledged. I love how fans get upset about the lack of talent or the roster, but whenever it's time to pay anyone, now you can't find your wallet. This is the business, man. Yeah. Do you want to eat at the nice steakhouse? Then you gotta pay for it. The steaks cost $65 there. If you want the 14-ounce ribeye, it's not $27.99. I'm sorry. Don't go to the nice steakhouse if you don't want to pay $65 for the steak. They have no Pro Bowl talent. They have no All-Pro talent. They haven't had first-team All-Pros other than Brandon Sheriff for a season on the interior at guard in my adult lifetime. They haven't had defensive All-Pros, first-team, legitimate, real, best at their position All-Pros since Darrell Green and Darrell Grant in the early 90s when they were winning Super Bowls. This team lacks star, legitimate, excellent talent. So in the very rare occasion where you get a guy like this, who is Trent Williams-esque, who is best at the position type good, there is nothing to argue about. Yeah. Just hand him the check.
We had a conversation similar to this years ago when it was time to pay Brandon Sheriff or not. And I saw everybody's view on it because you made, I think, a similar point where you go, here's the argument for. This is a top of his position, blue chipper. You know, if things break right, the offense is good, he could be an all-pro, right? The counter to that was, yeah, it's a guard. If you have a great one, so. If you have a mediocre one, so. It's a marginal difference, marginal bit of improvement. There's a reason guards, now they're starting to make more, but at the time, they weren't making near as much money because the league didn't value the position the same way. This ain't that. This is left tackle. You look at the average salaries for these guys, it goes quarterback, pass rusher, wide out, left tackle. That's who makes the most money in the league. That's not some random accident. It's not because there's a concentration of wide receivers that are so much better than right guards, just relative to the competition. It's not just some weird accident. It's what's the most important thing in this league right now. And there's a reason for it. That's how marketplaces work. You've got one. Like, to me, this is as simple a binary as there's ever been.
Let's go to Umir in Alexandria on the Fan. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm just going to keep it short and simple. I've been on hold for over 30 minutes. Let's just pay the man and call it a day. Thank you.
He's keeping it real short.
I like that.
And real sweet. Let's go to Chip and Burke on the Fan. Hey, Chip, how are you?
Yeah, look, I appreciate you taking the call. I want to address it from a different perspective. Sure, I want the very best left tackle we can get for Jaden Daniels. I'm glad that Terry McLaurin got his contract settled last year. But here's the question, and I think I've heard you say it. Laramie Tunsil has one more year left on his contract. I think systemically the NFL should approach this thing and say, hey, when you sign a contract, it means all 4 years or all 3 years are plausible, reliable, and you're going to honor them. And you don't reach this point where the fourth or the final year of the contract suddenly becomes a no-show window. I think the NFL should structure the final year so that there's I'm making this up, but
no, I know what you mean, though.
Teams can do that if they choose to, Chip, and I appreciate the call. It's a good call. Thank you. If teams want to have guaranteed money at the end of a contract, they could absolutely do that, and it would mean that the player might be more inclined to need to get some of that cash. Here's the problem. When you ask the question, I guess, point blank, why don't guys value the final year of their deal? Well, because if Laramie Tunsil goes out this year with nothing beyond this year guaranteed to him, and he shreds his knee in 4 places or whatever, he may never get paid again. Now, it happened in December. He's recovering. He's coming back in on the PUP list at the beginning of the year. He's probably playing on a 1-year show-me contract next season, as an example. If you're Terry McLaurin, and you go into the final year of your deal, and you don't hold out to get a new contract, and then he has the year he had last year, Terry McLaurin on the market this year would get probably half of what he's worth because of the nightmare injury season and all that. So the reason you do it if you're Laramie Tunsil is because you're about to, and it's not like your job or my job where I'm under contract for another year and I just keep showing up, and as long as I don't, die of natural causes or whatever, like I'm going to be here. No. These guys are going out, and on every single play and every single car crash, it could be their final play. So you might not ever get the next bite at the apple.
And then the reverse is also true, meaning the teams, the instant you go, Like, again, the example I used to use was Marcus Washington. Now I use John Allen. What did John Allen do wrong? Tell me the faults of John Allen. Played well, came back from injury, tore that pec, and did everything he possibly could to come back for the postseason. We don't think you're worth it anymore. Gone. Just gone. Forget about the piece of paper that he was under contract. Did that matter? Not at all. Teams will cut you.
And you said this correctly, but I want to just double down on it to make it even, in case someone missed that. John Allen was cut with a year left on his deal.
Yeah.
So in other words, as soon as the team was able to get out of the deal, as Danny said, with no guaranteed money. It's like he's under contract for $17.5 million that final season, but none of it's guaranteed. Well, the team goes, there's no dead money. I could just tear the contract up and say we're done. And that's exactly what they did. And so they didn't have to pay him a penny. They didn't have to take on any dead money. An example is Marshawn Lattimore. Lattimore is under contract for this season at about $18 million or whatever the number is. Washington can just cut him, and they don't have a single penalty of 1 cent. And so instead of Lattimore, who signed a contract, the Commanders and Lattimore right now have a contract that he is under contract to make $18 million this coming season. They're going to release him and not pay him a penny, and there's no penalty to them for that.
But generally speaking, the sentiment I actually agree with. I wish it were different. I wish everybody was obligated to honor it. I felt that way about college with scholarships. I feel that way about any kind of agreement that it happens. It should make sense for everybody. It shouldn't just be on the whims of one part or the other. I'm out of here, right? In the NBA, for example, a player will sign an extension. They know they can make more money if they sign with their original team, and then 6 months into the deal go, okay, I want out. And you have to honor that. I don't like that either. I don't like the fact that a team can cut a guy the instant he becomes slightly less useful than the money they're paying him. None of that is good for me. I wish it was 4 years is 4 years, and kind of that's that.
Reggie's in D.C. What's up, Reggie? How's it going?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Love the show as always.
Appreciate you.
Hey, I'm getting a little nervous on this, Grant. This time last year, my man had a great game against Detroit, cut the lead to 14-12 against the Eagles, and you could not have told me as a fan, oh, that's gonna be easy. Terry's gonna come back and it's gonna nail.
Oh, I was wrong.
As a fan, I'm not used to having a bona fide front office. We're used to the Vinnies and Serratos and all of them. So I get it now how it's supposed to operate, right? I don't think this is going to be clean because he said the same thing last year. The same exact thing. Now, the thing that's kind of, to me, I'm nervous because, hold on, if you're like this with Terry, okay, we can make all the excuses with the position, and you're like this now with a 31, 32-year-old top-tier Pro Bowl left tackle, which they can go. Trent Williams like 37, 38. What the heck is he going to do with Jay Daniels? His contract that you can start to open up the window of negotiation is next year. So it's a little nerve-wracking because as a fan, we haven't been in a position where you mentioned this, where we've had the last time we've had like at least maybe a top 10, 12, 13, maybe Clinton Portis, Kirk Cousins, and you see how we botched Kirk Cousins. Again, that was a different front office. I'm a little.
But let me ask you this, because Reggie, you're cooking. Nervous. I love the call, and you're making good points. But don't you agree when you say it sounds the same? I'm categorically with you, but this is different, and that's where I'm saying I don't think we know for sure how Peters feels about extending guys. We're basing it on last year, but last year may not be a tell at all. This is guy that could age better, different position, guy that he chose, gave up picks for. So my point is, if he pays him in 2 weeks and he gets top of the market money, then it tells us that the Terry thing was very case specific, right?
Absolutely. The only thing is just, one of those like almost, and again, I'm not a poker guy, but I watch like the World Series of Pokers trying to learn. He got a poker face that you just can't. He said the same exact thing.
It's the same.
I mean, we played the clips, man.
Just change the date and the name.
It sounds pretty similar. Who's he talking about? Tunsil or McLaurin? We love him. We want to pay him. He means a lot to us. He's a Commander through and through. Yeah, there's no doubt. Disco's in Laurel. What's up, Disco? You're on G&D.
Hey, guys. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, you only have two elite guys on your team, and one of them is Laramie Tunsil, and the other is Jaden Daniels. And the focus is to accumulate, not get rid of or cause problems with your two elite players. But my question to you guys is this. Based on what happened last season, would you want the owner to get involved if this goes south?
I understand the sentiment. It just the precedent I don't like. Because I know exactly what you're talking about, where you're going, hey, I don't want this bad press. Not bad press. That's not the bad vibes and have it carry over. I don't want that, but I want the right thing to happen, but at what cost?
Yeah, so I say no because bad practice is still bad practice. Now, by the way, just so everybody knows, Josh Harris is involved.
Yeah, he'll sign off on stuff.
I don't mean in like a nefarious way, but I mean, there's a Monday call every week where he's talking to the GM and the head coach, and he wants to know what's going on, and he's asking questions. So he'll be involved. But I think what you're getting at, Disco, is do you want him to go into Peter's office and say, give him the money?
I'm saying, yes, and I'm going to tell you why. What is it that you're actually really haggling over? It could only be, I think that the Commanders are going to come correct with a market deal, but what's the haggle? What's the holdup? And I think that's where Harris would come in and like, look, man, we arguing over what, $1, $2, $3 million? Just pay him, and it doesn't have to be public. Because here's the thing, guys. I think we've got this notion. Snyder is a one-off. He's an anomaly. There's nothing wrong to me with an owner for the betterment of his team to tell his general manager, get this done. This is what I pay you for. There's a certain point where you get some rope to say, maybe I will or maybe I won't. But with a guy like Tunsil, no, I'm telling you to pay him.
So I agree with you, actually. I don't hate that take, that is not a spot where the owner would be doing the wrong thing. My point, though, is I don't like the owner telling the football people how to run the football team. Now, in the case of Laramie Tunsil, my 4-year-old knows that this guy can play, and my mom would tell you should sign him. So Josh Harris doesn't need a 500-level mastered course in the NFL to know that. You don't have to be a scout. But I don't want him going in there and saying Chris Paul over what's on the market. You see what I'm saying? Because that takes a little more acumen. But on Laramie Tunsil, where we all know what he is, there's no risk here. 3-year track record says he's got the lowest pressure rate given up at the position. If he goes in and say, let's pay him, I want to pay him, sure, I got no problem with that, I guess, in theory. I just want the less telling, more asking is generally what I want from my owner.
Yeah, so when Nick Young would dribble around for 14 seconds and hit a step back kind of semi-travel 2 with his foot on the three-point line, he would hit that shot. And that meant 6 more weeks of that shot, which is a terrible shot. He'd miss a lot of them. The point is, because that one worked out, the owner now thinks he's smart. I'm not saying Josh Harris, but the owner goes, yeah, I got left tackle right. I know football. Now you're telling people to bench Brad Johnson for Jeff George. You're one step away from the tyrannical nonsense of bingo callers and firing Marty Schottenheimer and everything else. I don't want that precedent.
Dan Quinn on Rich Eisen's show asked about drafting a running back in the top 10. The Commanders have pick 7. Maybe the best player in this draft class, Jeremiah Love, could very well be staring them right in the face. What did he have to say about taking an RB that early? You guys will want to hear this next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for listening to the show. Dan Quinn was on with Rich Eisen today. Rich Eisen shows where this audio comes from. And the question came up about drafting a running back early. Jeremiah Love is considered the best weapon in this draft class. Maybe the best overall player, depending on what you think of Fernando Mendoza in this draft class. An electrifying talent from Notre Dame. We spent a really big chunk of a show last week talking about how enamored I am with Love after watching his games and going back and doing a deeper dive. This is a guy that led the nation in categories last year. He ended up ripping off 1,300 yards and 18 touchdowns as a rusher, 21 total. Last season, the year before, 1,100 yards, 17 touchdowns, 19 total. This is what Dan Quinn had to say to Rich Eisen.
Where are you on the philosophy of taking a running back as high as you're drafting?
Yeah, I think the best thing, man, like, who are the guys that can help impact your team?
Right.
And I think our league has changed a little bit, Rich, over the last few years into that way. When you see guys who can absolutely make impactful plays to do things, that's really what you're looking for.
Right.
How does somebody impact the team in a great way? And sometimes that's through running back. And we've seen, the players over the last, 4 or 5 years who have done that, and they deliver. And so what happens, I like him and him and him. When you get into that spot, there's so many guys that you like, right, and you start putting them into rankings and where do you go. But like I said earlier, Adam and his group, they've got a really good process, man, that they go through. And I'm still learning a lot of the guys now from the college side, and just getting done free agency and going through a lot of those evaluations. I'll learn more over the next few weeks for sure.
So I think that's a little bit of an out. Coaches and GMs will use is like, we're just getting into the combine now, and we're just getting to the draft because we've been dealing with free agency. There's a little bit of truth to that. Free agency's first, so that's the first thing they do. But I guarantee you Dan Quinn has watched more hours of tape already of Arvell Reese and any of these other guys we're talking about on the show than you could shake a stick at, right? But the first part of that answer is way more interesting to me, which is impact players are what you're looking for, and position matters less than it used to. He talks about what I keep bringing up, which is the changing of the guard a little bit with this. You can't take an RB in the first round. Falcons took Bijan Robinson. They're not sad about it. Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs. I think they even traded up to do it, if memory serves. They're not sad about it, where they got him at 12. And he points those guys. He didn't name check them, but I think that's who he's talking about. That's the reference, yeah. He's talking about, look at Saquon in our division. Look at Bijan in our conference. Look at Gibbs in our conference. These are the teams, in Detroit's case and Philly's case, that we're chasing to try to be up there every single year. And those are the electric players that are the big reasons why they are. You've made this offense with Jared Goff hum. You've made this offense with a limited passer and Hurts hum, the way that they have. So those are guys that went 4, 8, just outside of the top 10 in Gibbs' case. I like hearing that from Dan Quinn, this positionless weapon thing. It's a philosophy that not every team has, but it shows a little bit of updating the file from 3 to 5 years ago.
Indeed, yeah. Willingness to change with them. I'm still much slower to come around on it because, again, I care about second contracts. Coaches don't. Dan Quinn's fighting for right now, this minute, so he could help, talking about Jeremiah Love or whoever, could help him win right now, this minute. He cares about that a lot more than I do. I care about, the longevity of the player, et cetera, but that's neither here nor there. I'm a little slower to come around on it, but it's not as crazy to me as it once was. But I like coaches that are able to adapt. I like it when, my way. Well, actually, your way, isn't that awesome? What are we going to do about that? Let's evolve. And it gave Dan Quinn credit for at least one thing. He's attempting to learn from what's going on both in his career. You could see the promotion of David Blau from within, and he's attempting to evolve as the rest of the league does.
This is a bad question just in its nature because this is one of those where you can hear whatever you want to hear. But I want to play the clip again, the first part of it at least. I can jump in when we pivot. But do you take this as him actually honestly answering in a way where you would say the door is open to Love at 7 for them? Or do you think he's just doing what a smart person would do, which is you should not rule anybody out?
Right.
Because of all of the possibilities. Someone might really, really want Jeremiah Love, and because Washington is a possible fit for him, maybe they'd come up from 8 or 9 or 10 to 7 if their whole draft depends on it. Now, it's very, very rare that a team will trade up more than a pick or two for a non-quarterback. And for a running back especially, it would seem insane.
It's been a long time, yeah.
Didn't the Lions trade up for Jahmyr Gibbs, or am I forgetting?
I thought it was the middle linebacker they took, but I could be wrong.
Jack Campbell? I thought they traded up pretty I could be. Maybe you're right. I don't know. They got him at 12. Look that up for me, Dad, and see how that worked when they ended up taking him. Bijan at 8 might have been the other one. Did the Falcons, they were already sitting there, or did they come up the board? Anybody? Nobody?
We're all trying to look.
Okay.
They traded down, drafted Gibbs, moved back from 6 to 12. I got this from the 23rd.
That's what I'm saying too. Yeah.
Atlanta Falcons selected running back Bijan Robinson with the number 8 overall pick. So the Falcons traded down. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
No, the Lions traded down.
I'm sorry, the Lions rather.
Moved from
And
6
were
to
the
12.
Falcons already at 8 when they took Bijan, or no? Dig on that too. 800-636-1067. You want to talk running backs? All right, let's play this clip. This was Quinn with Rich Eisen.
Yeah, I think the best thing, man, like, who are the guys that can help impact your team?
Right.
And I think our league has changed a little bit, Rich, over the last few years into that way when you see guys who can absolutely make impactful plays to do things. That's really what you're looking for.
Right.
How does somebody impact the team in a great way? And sometimes that's through running back. And we've seen, the players over the last, 4 or 5 years who have done that, and they deliver. And so
that's Quinn on the RB. So am I hearing what I want to hear?
To a degree. I think that's the very couched, very smart answer where if he had asked about linebackers, off-ball linebacker, which has, lost some value, or strong safety, which has lost some value around the eyes of the league, he would have been like, anybody that can help us, playmakers, that's what we care about, guys that are difference makers. He's keeping the door open there. Now, it doesn't mean he doesn't like Love, but I think the reverse is true. You know what I mean? Like, it's a way of saying, we might do that. You don't know. We're open to it. And I actually think that, A, it does mean they're open to it, but B, it's also we're not tipping our hand.
Yeah, and there's no way to know.
Right.
Either. I mean, it could be both, honestly.
Yeah.
You should say what he just said, and it might also be exactly how he feels. There's also the possibility, to your point, though. He said the part that you should say, and after the interview, you're having beers with him in Indianapolis at a bar tonight. He goes, you can't draft a running back at 7. Like, he might be a little more old school. He's a pretty old school guy in a lot of ways. And maybe he goes, do you know how easy it is to find running back production? We just drafted Bill in the 7th round. And he led us in rushing last year. We're not taking a guy at number 7. But you say that for the reasons that we're talking about. It's exactly how you should operate. I hope that they're open to it. If for no other reason than if Arvell Reese is gone and David Bailey's gone, Sonny Styles is gone, maybe now it opens the door to him versus, say, Caleb Downs, and they take him. That's what would be fun to me is, you guys don't want to take a running back because it's at 7. Then how can you scream at me about Caleb Downs? That's not that different, by the way.
No, it's not. It's the running back of the defense.
See, I get that their defense is bad. I care more about the offense. But if you want to say you can't do that because you have to take an edge, great. I agree with you. David Bailey, come on down. Arvell Reese, come on down. But if you're saying you can't do that because of off-ball linebacker, and my guy is Sonny Styles, I love him. Have you seen just how long, seeing him walk around the combine? He does not look like a linebacker.
No.
He doesn't move like one either.
Former safety.
He is going to be a badass. Really, really good player. RJ and Laurel, what's up?
To your point, I think if any of the elite prospects on defense are there, we'll likely pull them, like Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs or whatever. But going to his statement, when he alluded to the impact running backs have had, we've seen this affinity for this 49ers legacy and background that he's had. And a big part of that was Christian McCaffrey. So I feel like if he views Love as that Christian McCaffrey impact, like big play guy, receiver, running back guy, at that position at 7, we may take him just because we're at a point where we need like really big impact players. And more of them are there at defense, but on offense, he's that impact guy. So if he's abusing like CMC, I can see him doing that, and I could agree with it because CMC did have an impact on the Niners, despite them already being good before they got him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at the touches and the percentage of yards.
Yeah.
I mean, monster impact. He could be an MVP candidate every year if he was allowed to as a running back. Something else I'm interested in as it pertains to Love and kind of the juxtaposition of positions and whatnot and running back there would just be if he, how much he cares about the way they're trending in terms of scheme. So think about this. They're going to David Blau. Blau's going to run the Ben Johnson, Kevin O'Connell look, right? And if, let's say, Ben Johnson is the guy that Blau really patterns himself after, Ben Johnson is sneaky a run game guy. Like, You think about savants offensively in 2026 and the really sharp guys, and you think about like throwing the ball all over the place, and his scheme is about big plays and explosives. But Ben Johnson has maybe the best run scheme outside of the Shanahan group that we've seen in 20 years. I mean, it really is truly that. So what have they had? Well, in Detroit, they had Jahmyr Gibbs, who was electric, but they had two really good backs that they used assets on. In Minnesota, Kevin O'Connell has had guys like Dalvin Cook. And then they spent a bunch of money to go get who's the running back from Green Bay that they brought in?
Josh Jacobs.
No, not in Minnesota.
Oh, they're just talking about my fault.
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones, sorry.
Yeah.
He replaced Aaron Jones.
But anyway, you get what I'm saying.
Yes, I do. Literally, I was like, oh, the guy replaced Aaron Jones, Josh Jacobs.
Just talking about the Raiders. The Packers. But anyway, the point of the dude's story is Aaron Jones, Dalvin Cook, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery. Now it's Sweat. Like, these are legitimate backs. These are not just Bills in the 7th round or whatever. Monungai had a good stretch for them. Don't get me wrong, 7th round pick as a down the depth chart guy. Kind of went away as the season went on. But might he say, all right, we're going to be a run the ball team. That's part of what they didn't love about Cliff. Everything's based on play action. And so you're more inclined to use that pick on an RB because you're about to you want your 1,300-yard back who catches 60 balls.
Well, we talked about this with the new defensive coordinator. Do they need the same upgrade of talent based on this scheme? That same approach for a run game could go, I got a Shanahan-style run game. I'll take Olandis Gary. I'll take Ryan Terrain. I'll take any jag off the street who can run my one-cut system. I'm just making this up.
But I'm just saying that's not how Ben Johnson or Kevin O'Connell have done it. You know, the guys that Blau's been with.
Right.
They have, for the most part, not only had a primary back, but like a really good primary back.
Well, I think Chicago stumbled onto DeAndre Swift, who's been a jag most of his career. But I think the point stands.
I mean, it was his first year, Ben Johnson's rather. I mean, his first year there, you're not going out and getting everything you want all the time. But yeah, I mean, DeAndre Swift is a multi-time 1,000-yard back. I don't know if he's probably the middle of what we're talking about.
Yeah,
but he's not Bill. You know, he was drafted in the 2nd round at 35 overall. DeAndre Swift was.
Yes,
it was basically a first-round pick. So that ain't one of the last picks taken.
Right, on his 3rd team. But I think your point stands, though, which is if you decide you value that spot, or you could also say, I value the offensive line we've got to create running holes. Can this guy catch passes for me? Or do I not even care who the running back is because I'll get you 1,000 yards out of Darius Cameron. You know, we don't know the answer to that yet.
Let's go, Dad. Just promoted.
Toting the rock.
800-636-1067. You just heard what Dan Quinn said about the running back spot and the potential of drafting one as high as 7. Your thoughts on his comments to Rich Eisen next on The Fan.
The best thing, man, like, who are the guys that can help impact your team?
Right.
And I think our league has changed a little bit, Rich, over the last few years into that way. When you see guys who can absolutely make impactful plays to do things, that's really what you're looking for.
Right.
How does somebody impact the team in a great way? And sometimes that's through running back. And we've seen, the players over the last, 4 or 5 years who have done that, and they deliver.
Attaboy, Dan Quinn. Positionless football. We need weapons around these parts, is what he's telling you. They don't need to care what position Jeremiah Love plays. Play him in the slot. Play him at receiver. Play him at tailback. Get him the football. He's a weapon. What do you make of Dan Quinn's comments? He was asked about drafting a running back 7. Made it sound like there's nothing wrong with that in this era. Let's go to Ace in Waldorf on the Fan. Ace, you're on Grant and Danny. How's it going? It's way too loud. Let's go to Jeff in Leesburg. You were on the Fan. What's up?
Grant and Danny, good to hear from you guys again. Hey, really quick before the running back info, connect with you guys on your trip before you went to Minneapolis. How are the Juicy Lucy's? I never heard back from you guys on that one.
So we didn't get out to a ton of places, unfortunately, but I had a couple, and they're awesome every time. I don't get why it's not a national thing.
I feel like you had your Juicy Lucy at the stadium?
I had one Juicy Lucy at the stadium, and I had another similar one at that downstairs bar restaurant place that we went to. It was a couple blocks from the hotel when it was negative 247,000 degrees outside. We walked there. I had one of those.
We did well, though. I would say overall, I mean, it's hard to mess up a Juicy Lucy. It's just a burger with the cheese.
The cheese right in the middle, yeah.
In the middle of the patty. Just sprays all over the place when you bite into it.
Just a magma cheese bite.
Yeah, it was a win, for sure. It went well.
Awesome, gentlemen. Hey, I wanted to weigh in on, you were talking about Jahmyr Gibbs. I think that's a fascinating situation, right? Like, that running back, he's had 49 touchdowns in his 3 seasons. 39 came from the ground, 10 receiving. Like, if the Redskins can grab a running back that can have that type, not exact, but like similar contributions, I think you've got to make that move. Like, he has been such a difference maker for that organization. I think, the Redskins would be foolish if that opportunity was there and the right player was there.
Well, Obama style, let me be clear, or the meme, I think it was Darius or Toby sent me, which is hilarious. It was like, Obama after he drinks lots of water. Let me be clear, which I think is really fun.
It's a quality bet.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But, Danny, I think you would, sight unseen, like, no more questions asked, if I told you Jeremiah Love is Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, if he's going to become Jahmyr Gibbs and 4 years from now, they're the exact same career arcs, you would just take him at 7 and not really think about anything else.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but that's not how this works. I mean, it's almost certain that he won't be. It's very likely that he won't be. But to that guy's point, if I told you right now he's Bijan Robinson, you're taking him over whatever Arvell Reese could become, David Bailey, Sonny Styles. That's just a no-brainer. So it's really not that you hate the running back. It is partially value of the running back, but it's also the chances that he's as special as those guys. Like, it's cool that you took that guy at 8, that guy at 12, Saquon at 4 who's going to get his gold jacket. That's great. But this guy's probably not them because those guys are very rare.
Right. And there's more Najee Harris than there is, Jahmyr Gibbs, instant difference maker.
How early did he go?
Middle of the first round. I think around 20.
Okay.
Not the same, obviously top 10. But
I'm trying to remember anybody that went that high that wasn't great. Like in the top 10 at that position in the last 15 years. Because some people will come at you already after last year with the Raiders. And they'll say, oh, look, this isn't special. It's 1 year behind the worst offensive line in the league. There were still some huge games there, too, for Ashton Genty.
Yeah, Genty's great, but, you could see that wasn't much team building going on there. He's running into the defense.
But this is not that. This is really good O-line, really good quarterback. Mm-hmm. You put Genty on this team, I think he had a very different season last year. Chris in Hyattsville, what's good?
Yeah, I just want to know why DeAndre Swift is always catching shrapnel from Danny. I mean, all the guy does is average 1,300 yards in scrimmage and 9 touchdowns every year.
It's a fantasy thing. I've been let down in Detroit system, this and that. I have a name for you, by the way, Leonard Fournette. There's a name, a guy that was a giant bust.
7th overall.
Yeah, but to Chris, to your point, it's a fantasy bitterness thing, and I will fully admit to that. It's the same as was it Ryan Matthews, former San Diego Chargers running back? Every time I owned him, he got hurt. Every time I didn't, he beat me in the playoffs.
I thought he was way too hard on DeAndre. So he's like, he's just a guy, and I'm like, he was the 35th overall pick, and the Bears probably like him a little bit right now. He's a pretty good player.
On the draft, right? So, Grant, I'm with you, and I'm moving towards, like, if you think this guy is a can't-miss running back, I don't care which pick you have, unless it's first overall or in the top 3. Draft the guy. But this is the problem. When you trade multiple picks away for Marshawn Lattimore and Deebo Samuel, and those deals don't work, it puts more pressure and weight on every single subsequent pick which you have remaining. If they had more picks, you could do with drafting a running back a little bit higher than you would expect if you had more picks down the road where you can fill in some of those other gaps. But because they have a dearth of picks, can you gamble that away on a position where there's relative depth usually every year?
Right. It's a great
good question. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of things would be different about how I feel about this draft coming up for them and what they could and couldn't do if they had more picks. They just don't, and we're working with that reality. I'm going to keep talking about trading back. I'm still not opposed to that. I just don't think it's a realistic option. If that presents itself, though, I hate to say it, as much as I love Sonny Styles, Orville Reese, David Bailey, Caleb Downs, all those guys, I would still trade back. I just think they have to. It's a necessity to add more picks. I'd like to trade down a few spots and not like 20, but they got to do what they've got to do to pick in the second round, and maybe pick again in the third round. You can't be the team that made the fewest picks 2 straight years and think that you're building this thing through the draft.
Because you claim to want to. And I understand why you made the trades, because one of them worked out so swimmingly, it's worth the other couple of shots, right? This is key and pivotal.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go to Steve in Richmond. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how you doing? A couple things on the Jeremiah Love thing. I would take him in a heartbeat. But the argument against him is that you're not close enough to take a running back. I mean, that's a dumb argument to me. If they're saying you can't take him till you're one player away, none of those guys they draft are going to work. So, I mean, if you think that